Yeah, it's not that those people are lying. It's that they've fallen for the lie, so they're just repeating it, but they think it's the truth.
And it's in their best interest to do so.
Right. Okay, so I mean, but the math, the whole math.
I don't think they would
doesn't make sense either.
Sorry, real quick. I don't think that they would take the job if it's something that they didn't believe. Like, why would they just, how is it just necessarily in their best interest? Obviously, they went to school.
Because what if you become a flat earther and you're working at NASA and you figure it out?
Well, you wouldn't be a flat earther working at NASA.
Listen.
How do you know that?
Listen, I wanted to work at NASA. I wanted to be I still want to be an astronaut. I want to believe it's real. I want to do all that stuff. Okay.
Make enough money to go buy a plane ticket on Bezos.
Not Bezos. He doesn't even go to space, dude. If you want to start talking about space and all this shit, all these billionaires, all these organizations that you say have all these capabilities, dude. What capabilities? Where are they going? Nobody's going anywhere, dude.
Well,
we went to the moon 50 years ago. Went to the moon 50 years ago, and they can't even replicate that rocket, let alone improve upon it. It's a fucking.
We've improved upon it hella.
Hella.
Beyond.
Well, how
beyond capabilities. I mean, why doesn't Russia's Satan II multi-system nuclear launch platform? Why doesn't it just fall out of the sky? And why aren't we all just nuked into oblivion?
Dude,
the thing literally holds 20 nukes.
First of all, I don't even know if nukes are fucking real, dude. That could be a big hocus pocus. That could be a big smoke bomb, dude. That could be a big smoke bomb, dude. And they could just do whatever. They could just say it's a nuke.
Hiroshima smoke bomb?
Yeah, I think the guys at Hiroshima and Nagasaki with radiation riddling in their skin.
Radiation? Are they fine right now?
Engaging in a discourse. The channel is not designated for a bunch of bickering. Either engage in a discourse or shut up.
We are.
Yeah, we're trying.
You're not. You're just bickering back and forth.
No, we're going through the bullshit basic shit.
Yeah, dude.
Well, no, it does not.
But again, you have no proof. But you're talking about nukes, dude. You don't even know. You've never seen a nuke.
Hang on. So it is not a necessary implication that if the surface of the Earth is horizontal, then every personnel that is
Greg,
a member of NASA. Stop talking. It is not a necessary implication that if the surface of the Earth is horizontal, that every personnel that is employed at NASA or any organization like NASA stop talking. It's not a necessary implication that they're all lying. That is not at all a necessary implication of that premise. So stop saying it.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, so then to build upon that, why is it that
do you think everybody that worked with Bernie Madoff? I'm just trying to push this home. Do you think anyone that worked for Bernie Madoff or who are the big financial fucking guys that went bust in 2008? Do you think all those people were in on it, dude?
I don't know anything about
what.
That's a red herring. Let's get on point here.
My point
testing
is
the consistency of your pattern of reasoning. It's not at all unfair to say that.
Okay, so then when he brings up a tangent point, and somehow he's able to, but when we kind of divulge, then somehow you're able to shut us down? That makes no sense.
Hypocrisy. I'm not.
No, you just didn't feel that we were getting on
tangent. Stop bickering with me.
It's not.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't a tangent. He's testing the consistency of your pattern of reasoning. Stop.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back to nuclear. I'm going to bring it back. I'm not. I'm going to bring it back.
Not bring it back to nuclear warheads.
Stop it.
Stop it. You never let me finish my point. You never let me finish my point. You don't even know what.
Not
you don't.
A distraction to nuclear warheads.
You're like louder. Doesn't make you smarter.
Stop being disruptive. Shut up. No.
Honestly, I think the conversation was going pretty good until Greg opened his mouth.
Of course you think it was going good, because now I'm correcting your stupidity and disruptiveness in the channel. No,
you just didn't like the way the conversation was
geodysey. Not your disruptive bullshit. Geodysey.
What?
Greg, can you zip your lips? Nobody's talking to you, bro.
Back to geodysey, not bickering.
We were getting on point, but you didn't never let anybody finish the point that they were trying to make. You interjected and said,
"Stop telling me what happened." Right, I was there, and I corrected the bickering to go back to discourse and stop bickering.
We weren't. We were trying. we were getting on point. You have
Geodesy
no
now, not
idea.
go
You
back
have
to
no
history.
idea where the conversation was
Geodesy,
going to go.
not history. Geodesy.
Yelling into your mic does not make the situation change.
Not
You are acting like a
history.
beta cup male.
Geodesy.
Let people talk.
Stop shouting and being disruptive.
That's what you're
Not
doing.
bickering. Not non-geodesy. Geodesy.
Stop resisting.
Can you say real words here for a minute? Define geodesy. What is geodesy?
So you don't know what geodesy is that it?
Gregory,
No, I'm asking you.
Gregory, clearly these
Do
guys.
you know what geodesy is? Yes or no? Is that what you're
I'm
asking?
asking you to define it.
Greg, these guys have more.
So are you asking because you don't know what that is?
No, I'm asking you to define it. Why does my prerogative
Are you
matter?
asking because you don't know what that is?
Why
It
does
seems
it,
like you don't.
now you're going on a
I'm
red
just
herring?
happy to talk to people that actually
It's
understand.
literally
things,
asking
or
you about
at
what
least
you're
can
asking.
communicate.
It's not a red herring.
Ollie, can I just talk to you? This guy's fucking
So
yelling.
are
like
you
that.
asking what geodesy is because you don't know what that is?
Science of accurately measuring and understanding three fundamental properties of Earth: its geometric shape, its gravity field, and its orientation in space, as well as changes in the properties of time.
Okay, great. You read the Wikipedia entry.
Yes.
Thank you. So
I got the exact
now you know
thing
what
for you, so I was
geodesy
100%
is.
correct.
Okay. So now you know what geodesy is. You believe the Earth is a ball, correct?
Well, I was going to bring nukes into the atmosphere talk, but you shut that down before it ever got anywhere.
Yeah, because you are bickering back and forth about nuclear warheads going nowhere. So let's see if you can concentrate.
You didn't know
on
where
the
the
discourse.
conversation was going to go to
Let's
because you
see
shut down the
if you can
conversation before it could even
concentrate
take
on the
place.
discourse. It doesn't seem like you can.
It doesn't seem like you're able to hold a fluent conversation.
It doesn't seem like you can concentrate on a subject in a discourse. You'd rather bicker. If you want to be annoying, I can be annoying. We can play that game until the moderators press the appropriate buttons.
Okay, and then I can just mute you so I don't have to hear you any longer.
So go ahead
crazy,
and
dude.
be
I can just talk
muted.
over you all I want.
No,
Yeah,
we're
so
not
go
going to
ahead.
do that. Dracula, if you're going to start muting people on here, we're going to have to get rid
Well,
of
it's
you.
impossible,
Okay?
dude. He's just sitting here
Because
saying
it
that I'm
causes
bickering while
audio
he's bickering.
chaos in here, so we're not going to be muting people so that people can just talk on top of people.
So it's
Well,
okay for somebody else.
talking.
It's okay
Can I
for
just-
somebody else to go on and just go on and on and on. Claim that
Like you right now. Thank you.
Can I finish my? Am I able to speak? I was talking. I got interrupted like 5 times.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, I don't know if you heard the whole thing, Greg, but we were pretty much talking about how none of the science in our eyes aligns with a flat Earth model. And
What does that mean?
Okay, so we were talking about gravity, and I think what Dracula, is that his name? Yeah, Dracula was trying to say is that there's weaponry that is used by other nations that relies on gravity. For example, Russians. I think it's something about the Russian nuclear launch system.
There's no proof of that exists, though.
Okay, well,
I mean,
let's let each other finish our replies. Okay, so I hope you finish your reply, right?
Anyway, so he was talking about that, and then that's what we were going to get into. We're going to talk about how the proof is relative, right? So if you're going to sit here and deny all the
relevant?
evidence,
Is that what you mean?
What are you talking about? No, you got to let me finish.
You say how the proof is relative. Did you mean how the proof is relevant?
No, I was trying to finish, but you interrupted me. So if you're going
I'm trying to I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're not listening to me.
Greg, I'm trying to talk here respectfully.
Dude, you're not listening to what I'm saying to you. It doesn't make sense to say how the proof is relative.
You know what I mean? I'm like, anyways.
You're literally just being uncharitable. I'm trying to understand you. Like,
look,
dude,
you can try to sound as intelligent as you want, but at the end of the day,
my God, now he's going to stultify the dialogue, not pay attention to what's being said to him.
Look, listen, I'm trying to talk. I'm talking to Hollywood. You're not speaking right now. Okay.
Okay, so you're not going to clarify what you just said because what you just said is nonsensical.
No, relative meaning it. I guess you could say relevant here. I'll let you be my daddy. Okay. Anyways, so relevant. Okay, if you're going to say all of the evidence that we give you is irrelevant, daddy, then you can sit here and deny all of our evidence, right? There's not going to be a debate period. You're going to say everything that we believe is a lie without actually giving our argument any insight whatsoever. You're just going to it's going to be an echo chamber. You're not going to hear us.
Okay, so thank you for that truism about that hypothetical condition. So you're talking about mass attracting mass, for instance, correct?
No, I wasn't even talking. You just never let me talk. You just interrupted me.
Are you serious? You literally finished, and then I replied to you 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, I had to submit to you. I was
the
trying to talk
thing
about
he said was relative, and then you said relevance?
Yeah.
No, stop disrupting and distorting what just happened. So you said what you just said,
Greg.
Then I replied to you.
Correct.
So my reply to you was, if you did not track with that, so you're talking about mass attracting mass, correct?
No, we're not. No, we're talking about okay, I guess so. Yeah, we're talking about a nuclear
Okay.
weapon that is floating in our atmosphere.
No
Okay,
proof.
there's pictures of it.
Where? Like I want to see them. No, let's break this down real quick. Where are they?
That is not the heart of the matter.
I know.
Here's the heart of the matter.
Well, while he's searching, keep going. While he's searching, you keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, look.
You're just gonna say they're
So
fake anyway.
you're talking about mass attracting mass.
Well, you at least got to provide
I have a
something.
citation for you in the open chat. Please read it. Please look at it.
Why? You're not debating me. I'm giving you my.
No, I am debating you. Right? My replies are going to be pointed to the heart of the matter, and now you're trying to prevent me from replying to you, which is patently indicative that you're not competent to engage in a dialogue about this issue. So the more you keep trying to suppress my attempt to complete a reply to you, is only going to indicate that you're the one that's not competent to engage me on the subject. It's not going to embarrass me. It's only going to embarrass you. So let's see if you can engage in a discourse now. So this is my reply to you now. I have a citation for you in the open chat.
Okay,
it's relevant to exactly what I just asked you about.
I just put a poll in chat.
Okay, so now he's distracting from my reply to him and trolling the chat now. He's not engaging the reply that I'm saying about the subject that he initiated. And he's going to continue talking through me and laughing because I'm doing the meta commentary that exposes the exact trolling antics that he's doing. So until he stops, then I'll stop the meta commentary of his trolling.
Greg, I just wasn't even talking to you, bro. Everybody said no.
I'm well aware. You're not engaging me like I've already said. So you talk about the subject, and then when I reply to you about the subject, you want to divert attention to everything else but the subject you initiated, which I'm replying to you about, which is patently indicative of your stupidity and not at all indicative of your intellectual superiority.
You're really using some big words out there, man.
Yeah, and you're really still continuing to troll instead of engaging the citation that I just posted and tagged you in the open chat.
Nobody was talking to you.
And you're still just replying with stupid retorts that is not engaging the subject. I don't know how long the moderators are going to let this continue, but I'm waiting for you to actually engage me on the subject that you initiated.
Or where's my picture of the nukes?
Here, I'll send you the picture. Here, Dracula, can you tell me the name? Or he's muted. Can you unmute Dracula? He'll tell you the weapon system name. He's in the military. He's Air Force.
Okay, so not digress attention from my reply.
Let's
not continue to do
help me cite the picture.
Not continue to digress attention away from my reply. Not that.
Okay.
So there's a citation in the open chat for a reason.
Can you go ahead and
the citation says the following. The citation says the following. Gravity is a built-in quote-unquote property of mass. Whenever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction.
All right, bring it back to the point that we were on the first place.
Talk through me. Talk through me.
The Satan,
do that.
Russia's
not
Satan
talk to me. Not continue to talk to me. I'm gonna continue saying this till you stop talking to me. Thank you. So as I was saying before, you tried to bulldoze my voice. Not talk to me. Right? Not do that. So again, the more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. That phrase is key in this citation. That's the whole nature of the so-called gravity. Hence, here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience, but everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. Key phrase in this citation, the more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Hence, the pithy way of saying mass attracting mass, or in other words, matter being matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. The more mass there is, if you define mass in the sense of matter, the more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. So the cause is matter being matter, matter existing. So to phrase it in the causation hypothesis, to phrase it in the causation hypothesis, I've talked about this before. Get over it. So to phrase it in the causation hypothesis, if matter exists, or if matter is matter, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis. I'll just skip ahead to the refutation. I'll explain why it's not even verifiable, even if it were true. So here, in the open chat, is the refutation. Right here. Okay? So you can't miss it at the very bottom of the open chat. So
I don't know
you
how this
act as
relates to the
though,
debate.
to close the reply, and they'll let you reply. You act as though that we need to sustain the idea that mass attracts mass in order to justifiably sustain the premise that the surface of the earth is horizontal for no good reason. But let's say that we're true. This is the refutation to this doctrine. So what say you to that?
I'm gonna be real, dude. I like completely zoned out because I don't think that your argument had any relevance to my discussion with Hollywood.
Okay, so let me tell you why it's relevant. You're talking about gravity. I'm talking about gravity.
Without yapping, just
so
tell me.
Therefore, what I said is relevant.
Like, just sum it down if you can.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you.
not
I just told
gravity?
you talk to my explanation to you. I'll say it one more time very quickly. You're talking about gravity. I'm refuting the doctrine of gravity. So that's why it's relevant.
I think what he's saying, it's a little high level for us.
No,
It sounds
it's
like
not
it.
high level. I just don't appreciate him interjecting himself in a conversation I was having with Hollywood.
He doesn't appreciate me interjecting myself in a conversation that's a group call.
Yeah,
he doesn't appreciate me participating in a group call. Which is kind of silly because that's what a group call is by definition, a multitude of participants, not just two. So let's see if you can track with the dialogue. It's relevant to what you're talking about because you're talking about gravity, and I'm saying a deductive argument that refutes the doctrine of gravity. That's why it's relevant. So let's see if you engage those refutations there in the open chat.
Respectfully, I don't think he wants to.
Okay, all right, here. How about this?
I know he doesn't. Let's see.
Okay,
But let's see if he does.
Okay, so look, if you're gonna refute, this is what I'm gonna say. If you're gonna refute modern science and just say it's all a sham, why would I waste my time on trying to debate that?
Okay, so how would I know that unless you told me?
I was trying to explain that, but you kind of kept yapping my ear off. But anyways, so if you're gonna
stop saying that every time I reply to you. You said what you said. You stopped speaking. Then I replied to you.
Straight.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
saying I didn't let you finish every time I replied to you after you finish.
I didn't say you
Sorry,
didn't let me
but
finish.
you have been Gregory. If you don't mind, if I take over here, supermarket to get
one-sided a little.
do you mind? Just saying something. All you've done, Gregory, here is you've been slinging him personal attacks after personal attacks. Anytime he's unable to immediately go to what you're saying, immediately you jump to personal attacks. You jump to going over and trying to immediately
to his self-righteous admonition of.
I'm finished.
Hold on.
I'm finished. Let's.
Now
all you've been doing. All you've been doing is talking.
Admonition of me.
All you've been doing is talking over
focusing on the subject.
Let's hear it, and you can destroy it later.
All you've been doing is talking over people, and before people can even give their
time with him self-righteously admonishing me,
because we listen to
subject.
We listen to you, and then you
we're letting you speak.
And then
everybody's letting you speak. Come on, dude.
But you explained your opinion, and then let them have their opinion.
This does not need to waste time him self-righteously admonishing me for no good reason. No, back to the subject. So let's see if you engage the refutation.
No, all you've been doing is going on and saying personal attacks.
Not you, Dracula. Not you.
No, all you have been doing is going on and saying personal attacks and interrupting literally everybody as soon as they speak.
You, right? As you dig in your heels.
Yeah, he got muted. So anyway, so what I'm gonna say is like this is a massive echo chamber, right? If we're gonna sit here and we're going to refute modern science, okay, and just say that it's not real, then there's no way to prove my view. Because you guys won't, flat earthers, I'll say, or this person in particular, wouldn't hear me out for our proof that we're presenting. You're just going to say that the video is fake, it's not real, it's CGI, like Quetz did.
Well, but wait, hold on, sorry, but it is CGI. The second photo he posted is CGI. The first photo is just of a rocket launch. There's no proof that's a nuclear warhead. There's no proof that it's in space.
Okay, so he's attacking this hypothetical phantom opponent that's not actually talking to him.
Why are you still? You didn't even let me. Like I was talking to this guy, and you just bring yourself back.
He has to stop saying that when he's not speaking. Every time I reply, he says I didn't let him finish. That has to stop.
Like you can say, "Hey, I would like to add my input."
No, not presume to admonish me. Stop.
Okay,
you finished speaking, and then I said a reply.
I don't know
on,
why you're
Gregory.
talking like a 13th century knight, but you can just talk
Supermarket. Supermark. If you don't want to be involved in a group call, then maybe just put your mic on mute and come back another time or something, or just sit on the side and listen.
I mean, he can finish whatever he's going to say. I'm just saying you guys are
no. It's a group call, and he's trying to engage you. He's trying to bring up a point. He's trying to refute something that you brought up.
He's saying it so bland.
He's doing it really well. You have to admit.
Guys, let's pause. Let's pause, guys.
This is going nowhere.
Guys, let's pause. Let's pause and move on. Let's pause and move on. We have our differences. Let's pause and move on. Guys, let's pause and then move on. Okay, let's pause and move on.
Okay, so to move on forward, someone who actually wants to engage in a discourse. He talked about gravity, and I talked to him about gravity, and he persevered to digress attention away from the subject he initiated.
Well,
who wants to actually talk about the subject.
Personally, it seemed like he mentioned gravity. I didn't sense that he wanted to talk about it, but maybe I was wrong.
Where's Antarctica on Flat Earth?
He explicitly said
something.
He explicitly said flat Earth is incompatible with all modern science that we know, such as gravity. That I engaged him on gravity.
Yeah, you have, if you're gonna say something like all science, like we disagree with all science and stuff, you got to make at least one point that we can talk about.
I conducted my own experiment actually.
But can we unmute everybody and have another go?
Yeah, so I saw a star outside my house, so I measured the angle on that star, and every hour it seems to be moving 15 degrees. I did the measurement. Does the flat Earth rotate? And does the flat Earth rotate?
No,
you realize you need horizontal for the angle.
Wait, you said the angle on. You said the angle on that star. Did you mean the angle to that star?
Well, define on and then to. I need to be very specific here.
I'm asking you, what did you mean? Because it doesn't really make sense to say the angle on that star.
Observable star. Yeah, I measured it. 15 degrees.
But so you observed.
15 degrees.
You observed it moving, right? So that's as simple as it gets. You saw it moving. Why do you? Where do you decipher that you're spinning?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If the star is moving,
the most basic. Yeah, if the star's moving, if the sun's moving, isn't that just what's happening? Where do we get the we're spinning? How does that come?
Well, I mean, NASA has science has explained that the planet moves. So.
But isn't that crazy that it's literally the opposite of our observations?
That's true, actually. I also measured the depth as well. So I dug a 10-meter deep hole, observable wise. So based on that, my observable terrain is flat, right? I don't know how far it goes, but the depth is 10 meters for sure. I can guarantee that. So based on that, can I conclude that the Earth is a rectangular prism as the geometrical shape of the Earth?
Gregory?
Because flat isn't a shape, right? We can say that flat isn't a shape. Flat is what we observe when we look outside, right? So in order to find the shape, we can dig a hole that's 10 meters deep, and you guys can also do this, right? And based on that, we can come to a conclusion that the Earth is a rectangular prism, right? Rectangular prism is also flat too.
I don't even know what that is. Can you show me like a diagram of that?
Rectangular prism, it's like a cuboid. Do you know what a cuboid is?
No.
It's like a 3D cube.
Okay.
It's like a square, but like 3D.
Where's Antarctica on a flat Earth? Can I have a map of Antarctica?
Wait, Hollywood? How do you not know what a cube is?
You said something different.
Is it the ice wall? Where's the North Pole?
In the center, supposedly.
In the rectangular prism, the Antarctica is there. Just to find him.
Google flat Earth, dude.
We can't use Google because Google is controlled by the government.
Exactly. I want your view. Maybe I Googled the wrong picture. I want your picture.
Yeah, look at the United Nations logo.
But that's controlled by the government.
The United Nations is the government?
Regarding my flat or the shape of the Earth, right? We can all conclude that the Earth is a rectangular prism, correct?
No.
No.
Why? This is from my observable, by the way. A rectangular prism is also flat.
Why do you say prism? What do you mean by prism?
Because that's the name of the shape, rectangular prism.
Like, is that just a three? Is that just a prism? Is that just a 3D rectangle? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's a 3D rectangle. The name for it is a rectangular prism.
Gotcha.
So flat then.
So you're saying because you dug a hole, that's your Earth? I don't get it.
Yeah, 10 feet, because from my observable, right, we can all look out that the Earth is flat, right? And it can go on for, I don't know how long it can go on for. But we for sure know that the depth is 10 meters deep, right?
No, because you can
I can dig it 10 meters deep.
Yeah, but the Russians dug an 8-mile hole deep.
Exactly, no. It's longer. The depth is longer. I don't know how long. That's why we can conclude that it's a rectangular prism. It's not a sphere.
How do you know the boundaries?
Well, if it's 10 meters deep, right? That's a base point.
What's 10 meters deep? Your hole or the Earth?
Yeah, the hole is. If I can dig a 10-meter deep hole, that means everyone in the world can dig a 10-meter deep hole.
No,
that doesn't even follow.
Yes?
What does that have to do with geodesy?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because listen, the Earth is flat, right? A rectangular prism is also flat. The surface of a rectangular prism is flat.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So they would overlap if it was spherical.
Exactly. That's why the Earth is not a sphere, but a rectangular prism. The Earth, the Earth being flat isn't the shape, is what I'm trying to say. Is what we observe.
The orientation of the surface, yes.
Exactly, right? But we can also conclude the shape by digging a 10-meter deep hole. So what I'm trying to say is
your logic sequence. If I can dig a 10-meter deep hole, then the Earth is a rectangular prism. I can dig a 10-meter deep hole, therefore the Earth is a rectangular prism. Premise 1 is false.
How is that false?
Premise 1 and 2
I can dig a 10-meter cylinder. Does that make the Earth a cylinder?
That doesn't make any sense. That means you're saying the Earth is a sphere.
No,
so you're saying the shape of the Earth. No.
I'm just saying whatever.
No, because with that specific, he's saying with that specific shape.
Premise 1 in your logic sequence that I just spelled out in a modus ponens is false.
I'm just saying if I
dig a 10-meter hole does not necessarily entail the Earth is a rectangular prism. That does not follow.
I don't know what that.
Because what you're saying is the Earth matches the shape of your hole, but I could dig a cylinder.
No.
That's not what I'm saying.
Because if you
I don't know if you're that idiotic or if you're just trolling.
Okay, so just imagine
the premise. Let me just clarify to him, and then.
What's his premise then? I don't know.
Listen to me. It's not that difficult. What I'm saying is clear. You are literally obfuscating. Your logic sequence is if I can dig a 10-meter deep hole, then the Earth is a rectangular prism. I can dig a 10-meter deep hole, therefore the Earth is a rectangular prism. That is obviously non sequitur. Premise 1 and your modus ponens that I just phrased for you to clarify your argument is obviously false. It is not necessarily entailed that the Earth is a rectangular prism if you can dig a 10-meter deep hole. It's fucking moronic.
I understand the first half of what he was saying, kind of, where if you have, like, let's just say Legos, right? You have the Lego blocks, right? The 2x4s. You can put those all flat, flush up next to each other. But if you had to put them on a ball, and the level was they're all top level, that they would intersect or whatever at a certain point.
You see the diagram that I posted? It's a very simple and understanding diagram, right? The flat surface that we see and observe is us on it. Does that make sense? So when I dig a 10-meter deep hole, I can dig 10-meter deep hole.
Why can't it just be a square cube hole?
I can drill a cylinder.
I just repeated this. You just said this, and I just refuted it.
I know.
Like, listen. I just refuted. Now we're gonna have another person just gonna keep repeating themselves. After I rebutted them very conspicuously.
I'm going to rebuke the cube. If it's a cube, that means the Earth has to be what? Equal in the length, the depth, right? But it's not equal. It's not equal because we don't know the length. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm
A cylinder. Someone said a cylinder. Someone said a cylinder, right? That means that the Earth is a circle. So when we have a bird's eye view, the Earth is a circle, and that's not right. It's not.
What? I never said it was a sphere, but I can.
God,
why
how
can't I?
long
make
is this going to be
So
tolerated?
Yes, you can observe it. It's not
I
observable
refuse
reality.
to believe. No, not
It's
talk
not
to me
observable
after you
reality.
finish your reply. No, not that. God damn. You finish your reply, then I begin speaking. How long are we going to tolerate? Okay, good. Like, this is fucking retarded.
This is just some
Please don't use
nonsense
any
going
That
on
was
now.
crazy. Dracula, let's hear about your nukes, dude.
Huh? Sorry, what?
Why do you keep, or what are you posting these pictures, or somebody's posting?
Oh, I'm this guy's ego slave is like railing on my ass that this shit isn't not real.
I mean,
well, prove to me it's not real.
I mean, do you realize that photo is like, that looks like a fake photo? That looks CGI.
Yeah, it looks like a fake photo. Definitely, 100%.
But so the point is like, you can
sarcasm,
search,
by the way.
You can search all these satellites or things you think are in space, and you're going to get images like that. They're not real images.
Well, considering that alone is not a real image.
They're depictions, dude.
Yes, that photo is a depiction.
I know,
Correct.
but the whole point was there proof? And
that was to try to visualize what it actually was.
So you probably should have specified that.
No, we're just going back.
He's asking for clarification, and
I'm
I'm giving it to him. Jesus Christ, you're so aggro.
Guys, one at a time. Can we slow it up a little bit there so that you can each have a chance to talk?
Yeah, there, bud.
Yep. As soon as I'm not getting interrupted by Gregory, I'll continue, and it starts now. So, that photo, yes, that is a depicted... I cannot speak. That is a you know what I'm trying to say. Depiction, thank you. It's a depiction of what the actual visualization of this missile is. Now, that is completely... That doesn't even matter, right? That's completely out of the point. That's irrelevant in total.
I think it does, because I'm looking
the depiction of what it looks like to try to actually show you what it does.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't know that was your intention. My intention was literally to find evidence of it existing.
Let me go find the YouTube video right
where you
here.
say it is. Like,
this is
are there tests? Like, there's.
I'll put it in chat right here. Give me a second.
But you're telling me that Russia released videos of them testing this weapon system?
Yes.
Can I interject?
It's a complete power. It's a complete power move. I mean, why wouldn't they, right?
The explosions,
it's one of the most advanced missile systems in the entire world.
Hold on, I gotta watch this. I mean, I've just seen a lot of these.
Yes, this is heavily edited. Yes.
Is this one of these like hypersonic, like theoretical weapon systems that probably doesn't exist? It's just like propaganda,
This is what's known as a satellite missile system. So the America back in the 60s theorized with the idea. The idea was to create essentially.
Sorry, real quick before you go through it, I just scrubbed through the video. There's just people talking and them showing maybe one launch and dragging around a rocket launcher, a big rocket launcher. There's no evidence of it in space doing what you say it does. Continue.
Well, I mean, if you want to go outside with a telescope and find where it is, in the sky, you're more than welcome to go outside with a telescope and literally find it with your own eyeball. Like, there's nothing stopping you.
Well, maybe I might see something where they say there's something there, but it doesn't mean that's what it is. What they say it
Everything's
is.
tracked in space.
So how are we going to relate this back to geodyssey?
What the fuck are you? This is a completely different conversation, bro. Drop it.
So you didn't come here to talk about the primary subject of the channel. You came here to debate the reality of nuclear warhead technology.
Okay, if you want to go back to the whatever the fuck word, I'm not even going to say it. Why is this thing not falling back onto space? Why is this thing not falling back onto us? It's gone up, right? We have every country in the entire world has recorded it going up. Now, why hasn't it come down?
Wait, but you don't even know, like, have you seen rocket launches, dude? Like, do they actually go up?
Hollywood, I have. Listen, Hollywood.
I have physically gone to a site in Texas, and I have watched a rocket go so goddamn far up straight goddamn almost up until it reaches that apex curve where it needs to go out, so that way it keeps its transitional energy.
Yeah.
And then I've watched it.
So you've seen it. You've seen it go, but you've seen it go horizontal. You know it doesn't go straight up. You know that, right?
Yeah, it can't. It
because
could. It could if we,
because it needs
enough
horizontal
fuel in there.
velocity, blah 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 blah, gravity turn, blah 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 blah. But like, dude, after you lose sight of it, do you know where it is? Just because they have some tracker on it, or
yes, it's a satellite.
No, do they have an unedited video of it, raw footage of it going from point A to point B?
Yeah, here's.
I mean, I'm just like I have to be this way because, like, that's the only way I'm gonna believe something.
Here's a non-fisheye lens for you. I made sure it's not fisheye.
So no one told me how this is relevant to the surface of the Earth yet.
It was
yet again. Okay, so
of that
gravity. Can we all agree gravity exists in some capacity?
No.
Define gravity.
Yeah, let's break this down. Gregory was trying to earlier, but you guys didn't want to
gravity.
Talk about it.
When I toss apple up, why does it not keep going up? Why does it fall back down into my hand?
That's the definition of gravity. A question.
And you also threw the apple up, dude.
Why do you need to know the definition?
Well, why did it come back down?
Because it's more dense than the air around it.
Just trying to make him look stupid.
This is the shit I'm talking about. This is not a dialogue already.
You're yapping.
Well, you weren't included in the conversation entirely. I'm talking with Hollywood here, but thanks for interjecting.
Still doing it.
No, Greg can talk to you about gravity.
This is not a discourse right now. I'm trying to move forward.
I'll let him in.
What is gravity, dude?
Want me to give you the Google definition?
If you don't know the definition of gravity, it's
in physics, gravity is a fundamental interaction primarily observed for the mutual attraction between all things that have mass. Gravity is, by far, the weakest of the four fundamental interactions, approximately 10 to the 38th power times weaker than a strong interaction, 10 to the 36 times weaker than an electromagnetic force, and 10 to the 29th power times weaker than a weak interaction. So as a result, it has no significant influence at the level of subatomic particles. However, gravity is the most significant interaction between objects in the macroscopic scale and it determines the motion of planets, stars, galaxies, and even light itself.
There's a fake macro scale. Let's put it this way, because that macro scale is up in your imagination. It's things maybe we can see and observe, but you can't.
According to
you can't. No, but according to everybody, you cannot go and verify that those things that they say they are what they are.
The microscopic scale is a length scale.
That's a digression from the issue of gravity.
So let me further that. The macroscopic scale is a length scale on which objects or phenomena are large enough to be visible with the naked eye without a magnifying glass or optical instruments. So to be macroscopic scale means I can visibly see it with my own eyeballs.
Okay, so name an object that has gravity on Earth.
Everything.
Name an object that has gravity on Earth?
Like what? That
Everything.
Demonstrates gravity. So what do you attract?
I demonstrate gravity.
What do you attract?
What do I attract?
Yeah.
Ion particles.
Oh Lord. Oh, by the way, your video it's
the only thing I'm dense enough to attract.
By the way, your video showed again 2 seconds of the launch, nothing going any trajectory.
Yeah, because the launch is literally fucking 2 seconds.
Dude, I'm just telling you, if you got to find a video of launch to orbit.
But where did it go? This thing is loaded with nuclear warheads. Where did the nukes go?
How do you even know those are nukes? Again,
here we are veering off to whether the nuclear warhead
Russia's a nuclear superpower. Why would they ever?
Because they want you to be scared of them, dude.
Back to gravity.
It's called a bluff.
So that's what gravity is.
But nukes don't exist, right?
Yeah.
This citation here would
So what about the Castle Bravo event?
Was
that just like a shitload of TNT that was put in the sea?
I would love to talk to you about this stuff later, baby. But let's talk about gravity.
This is completely relevant to gravity. Why does all of the water when the Castle Bravo bomb went off? You said the Castle Bravo bomb went off. Why did all the water that went shot right up? Why did it all fall back down?
Y'all want to talk about gravity?
Because it was pushed up, dude. There's a density gradient.
But that doesn't explain why it came back down.
There's a density gradient. It was in equilibrium when it was sitting there, and then a bomb or whatever
you're saying. Density can only be calculated by gravity.
Listen, dude.
That's the whole thing about density. Weight, mass, everything can only be calculated by gravity. You
Dude,
have no
it's just an observation.
weight.
It's just
no weight
it's
if you
just
are
a
weightless.
number. It's an observational number. There's nothing that has gravity, dude. There's nothing that attracts anything else on Earth in reality. The only thing that you have as an example of gravity is Earth
So this
itself.
random celestial body that circles us, what is it? Is it like a painting in the sky?
I don't know, man. I'm not fucking God. I didn't make this shit.
Well, you don't have to be God. You can observe it on the macroscopic scale.
Dude, no, I'm observing and there are lights in the sky. You're observing the same thing. We're all observing it. Nobody can go there and touch it.
Well, explain it to me.
I'm explaining it as far as I can observe it. And all those lights in the sky above your head, the sun and the moon, they go around in a circle above you every day. They're all the same. They never.
Why do they do that? Is it just one big government psyop?
I don't know why there's an up and there's a down, and I don't know why the sun and the moon do what they do. But did you know that the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky? Did you know that?
They're not.
Okay.
They're 110% not.
That's hilarious because
you can literally throw on a welder's mask and you can look at the difference between the size of the sun because of its distance relative to us.
Okay, so what happens in a solar eclipse?
The moon, which is larger to our observable,
in the closer. No. But in the sky,
overshadows. It goes over the sun, which is objectively smaller.
But what's
in distance to relative?
What size are they compared to each other during a solar eclipse?
What size? It'd be like putting a quarter in front of a nickel.
I said no. They're the same size, dude. That's why they fucking block one another out. Okay, literally go Google.
It's because the sun emits light.
Dude, literally
it's because the sun emits light and the moon refracts.
Okay, listen, you're honestly kind of getting it, but you're trying not to get it. Like you were trying to say that the nickel and the quarter thing, like that is the official narrative. All scientists agree that the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky. That you have in your brain convinced yourself because you've been taught that they're different sizes, but the proof is a solar eclipse proves that they are exactly the same size, and everybody on Earth can see that with their own two eyes if you actually look and you don't just think about it, right? And
I want you to do me a favor tomorrow.
Just let me finish one more sentence. And all the scientists, they can't lie about that because it's so fucking obvious. They can't lie about that. So they have to come up with this math to convince us otherwise. The opposite of what we see, that they're not the same size, that one is so much bigger, 400 times bigger and 400 times farther away, that the ratio is 1-to-1 magically in the sky.
Wait,
Okay, well,
all right, here, let me, I haven't been able to talk.
I'm serious, Dracula, dude, that one, I'm serious, dude, that blew my
aside from that being
Dracula, hold on, just
incorrect,
blew my mind.
Wholeheartedly in every way, shape, and form.
You gotta look at that for yourself.
I have looked at that for myself. I put on a welder's mask and I've looked at the physical sun itself. You can do this yourself on the macroscopic scale. You can put on a welder's mask and you can literally look at the sun itself. Then I want you to go outside on a full moon and I want you to look at the moon. Okay? And I want you to tell me which one is bigger than the other. Have you ever looked at the sun behind a welder's mask?
Have you ever Googled what the scientists
I don't care about Google. All those photos are apparently fake. I want to know from the macroscopic scale, from personal experience, have you ever looked at the sun behind a welder's mask?
No.
Then you have no room to speak.
Not that I can remember. I can speak that everybody that is on your side of this argument agrees with me. That's the reality of the situation. Okay, but supermarket, because you are also like, no offense, brainwashed. I was too, but like you're brainwashed into thinking that they're different sizes. But if you're a science. No, but dude, do you want me to like go to a link? Just
no.
Search on Google. Is the sun and the moon the same size in the sky? Just do that for me, dude. Look up all the fucking scientists that say this is why they're the same size in the sky.
Can I talk?
Sure.
Okay, so look. You're not understanding, right? If something is further back than one thing,
I get that. Okay, here's the problem.
Let me finish.
Okay. It's going to appear bigger, right? So you're literally not proving that they're the same size. One could just be closer, and you have no evidence to support your claim.
Okay, so you're literally not proving that they're different sizes, dude. That's the problem. I can see that they're the same size. Everybody on Earth, all the scientists agree that they're the same size. You can go search that, dude, right? You think they're different sizes. How can you verify that they are different sizes?
I just put a photo in the chat for you.
How do you know? How do you know that they are different sizes? How do you know how large they are, and how do you know how far and how do you know how far away they are? Because
is the sun hot?
I don't know.
You don't know if the sun's hot?
The whatever it comes from, it feels warm.
Okay, all right. So if the sun is that close to Earth, wouldn't all mountaintops and all land be scalding hot? Plasma? If the sun is that hot?
Dude, I don't even know what the sun is, dude. Can you make a sun? Do you know how the sun works? Are you like some sun engineer?
Yes, so the sun is a ball of molten glass and plasma.
And how do you know this? Have you been there? Have you seen it? Have you touched it, dude? Like you're just regurgitating what people think it is. It's all theoretical astrophysics.
Is it a lamp? What is it then? What else?
I don't know, dude. I'm not, like, just because I don't know doesn't mean that you're right, because you haven't answered.
The ball of condensed hydrogen.
What if I say there's a leprechaun?
We do have the answer, by the way. It is a ball of condensed hydrogen.
No, because my example is there's a leprechaun inside of it, and he likes doing backflips so fast that it gets so hot, and that's why.
What?
That's a really bad analogy.
But it's just same as yours. You're just making up shit. You're just saying, oh, it's a ball of gas. It's so hot, and it magically floats in the sky and flies around every day. How does the sun fly around every day, dude? How
doesn't fly around. It stays stationary. It has nothing else to attract. It attracts other things. Its mass is so large that it produces its own gravity.
Stationary. You're saying the sun is stationary in the whole scheme.
Well, I mean, technically, it's not stationary. We're all moving around. If you want to think about us in like a spherical sense, if you want to think about it in the universe itself,
which one is it? Which one is it, dude?
It's stationary to us, but relative to everything else, everything is moving.
And how does the
what does it mean stationary to us? It's moving or not?
What? Stationary to us, to our relative objection.
Or not.
So he's saying the sun's not moving.
It is objectively stationary to us from our plane of view, right? On the macroscopic scale.
I will disagree with that because
contradictory.
Because
either the sun is moving or it's not.
Objectively, if you and I sit on the back porch somewhere,
it is not moving for us.
We can watch the sun move. How do you know we are moving? How do you decipher that we are moving?
Because we move.
It is literally the opposite of what our senses are telling us. They are telling us to believe the opposite. They're saying, look, you see that sun fly.
How do we have day and night?
They're literally saying, you see the sun and the moon and the stars move across the sky. Well, that's not actually what's happening. What's happening is you're spinning. How the fuck are we supposed to believe that?
Now, how do we even get
that
on
sounded
to
so
the nature of the
nonsensical
sun in the first place? How'd you get here?
Look, dude,
Hollywood, how'd
I'm
you
going
get
to
here?
say this, Greg. Greg, I'm going to say this.
It's just all over the place.
Just because
Gravity,
you can't
all this
follow
shit.
The conversation doesn't mean that we have to backtrack.
We're just flowing.
And talk to you, okay? So I'm just going to, you need to track along with this, and you need to stay up to date. We're not going to waste time.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're asking how things relate, okay? If you stay with us.
That's not what I just asked, Hollywood. You're not tracking.
Well, we're talking about gravity, right? Is that not the whole entire question? This is how we got here to begin with, was with your question for me to go on a tangent about gravity itself. Well, the number one thing from our macroscopic scale that produces gravity is the sun. That's the entire reason we go around the sun. We have our own rotational gravity. That is why we rotate. And then we have this thing called the moon. The moon is bound to us because the Earth is large enough to produce a relative field of gravity.
You don't need to keep bulldozing through everyone, dude. Okay?
Bulldozing, I'm explaining something to you that you're somehow unable to comprehend.
I'm going to engage you about the doctrine of gravity. Okay? So
the indoctrination of gravity?
Right there. No. The doctrine of gravity. So I tagged you there in the open chat, which is a very succinct and helpful citation to answer the question, what gravity is. So, as you can see right here, let me highlight this key sentence for you.
Yes, but everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. That's what you're going to highlight.
All right. So, there's that key sentence there in the citation. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction, which conveys a general principle, is that the existence of the matter, or the matter being matter, or the materiality matter, is the cause of matter being pulled to other matter. So if we rephrase this in a clear causation hypothesis, if matter exists, or if matter possesses materiality, then it pulls matter to other matter. Okay, so there's that. Now we're going to scrutinize this causation hypothesis. Now you need to do the hypothesis test, that is the scientific method, aka that I like to call more appropriately the causation inquiry method, because that's what you're trying to inquire of. What is the cause? You need the observable phenomenon, you need the hypothesis and the null hypothesis, you need the independent variable and the dependent variable. You need to manipulate the independent variable in order to see whether it affects the dependent variable, verifying or falsifying the causation hypothesis. So even if the doctrine were true, you couldn't verify it. Why? Because you can't manipulate the independent variable, that is to say the sheer existence of matter, which is to imply that you have to cause matter to exist, cause it to discontinue existing, and then resume existing, and repeat the process to see how it affects the dependent variable. But given the conservation of mass, and that you're not the God, you can't create ex nihilo, you can't manipulate the independent variable, so it's not even verifiable, even if it were true. But that's not the worst part. Here's the refutation there. I tagged both of you. Now, whatever part of that argument, these arguments you don't understand,
according to whom?
I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Yeah, but who's this according to?
What do you mean, who is this according to? What do you mean?
Well, you just posted me a whole copy pasta here, but who is this according to?
These are my arguments.
Okay. So according to you, are you an astrophysicist? Well, for clarification here, do you have any letters behind your name here? Anything I should know about?
No.
He's a 13th century knight.
Okay, so
no.
I'm gonna read this aloud here, so I have a full understanding, and you can correct me if I misspeak or anything like that. But I want to get a verbal, wrap around this. One, if materiality is the property of being matter, then there isn't a force that can cause motion. Can you explain that to me?
I didn't say that. Read the sentence again.
Okay, if the materiality is a property of being matter, then it isn't a force that can cause motion. That is literally what I just said.
It's not what you just said. You said something else.
Okay, whatever. Can you explain it to me?
Okay, what part of that don't you understand?
All of it. Can you please explain it to me?
Okay, if materiality is the property of being matter.
What's materiality?
You follow so far? You understand that?
Well, I need to know all the definitions here, or else I can't. Okay, so matter is the property of being matter, is what that means.
No.
Well, if you just said materiality means matter.
No. Okay,
what?
You're not tracking.
I'm going off of what you just said.
In contrast, materiality distinct
See, now
from matter.
You're getting to it. Specify.
Stop talking through every reply.
Then specify. And
I'm
I wouldn't have to.
doing that. Stop giving me instructions. That's your cue to stop talking through every reply. Materiality is a property which matter possesses. The property of being matter. There's materiality, then there's matter. So stop changing what I'm saying. So again, if materiality is the property of being matter, do you follow so far? What part of that don't you understand?
Continue. Let's go on to the second point. Materiality is the property of being matter.
Then it isn't a force that can cause motion.
So matter can't cause motion.
No, it's not my point.
Then specify.
Okay. There's an ontological distinction that is very clear between the property that is being matter, the entity that is the property that is being matter, materiality, in contrast to the entity that is a force that can cause motion. These are two ontologically different entities. Materiality.
I'm sorry. I understand. I know the words that you're using in all of their entirety, but can we dumb it down just a little bit here? I'm sorry. I am really getting to the tired point, and I know what you're saying, but can we kind of use a little bit more simpleton speak?
Yes, please.
No, this is not a matter of buying eggs at the grocery store. This is a metaphysical concern. You're going to have to tolerate the terms that are appropriate for the subject.
Your vocabulary is so powerful, it's overwhelming us. It is.
I mean, thank you for the compliment, but no, I can't dumb this down. I cannot make it any more simpler without sacrificing accuracy.
I know it's hard for you, dude. I know.
No, cannot do it without sacrificing accuracy. So, what
It's
part
fair.
of what I just said don't you understand?
fair.
I'll say it again, and let's see if you understand or
Yeah,
don't
so
understand.
run it from the top. Run it from the top.
You have premise one, which you're inquiring about. You have the property that is materiality. All right. So if materiality is materiality, that is to say the property of being matter, then it isn't a force that can cause motion.
So I can't throw something, and then by that
That's not the
causing
point.
force. But the object. So let's. Well, no. Let me take it back a little. I'm asking a question for clarification. If you'd let me finish. So
now you
as example, when I throw, say, a basketball, I'm causing force upon that basketball. The basketball is matter, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm causing force upon that piece of matter.
Yeah.
So then I don't understand here how I can't cause force upon other matter.
That's my point.
How is it not your point?
Because I'm not talking about matter, I'm talking about materiality.
Give me just 2 seconds here.
Are you like an 800-year-old?
Well,
wizard?
materiality just means, and I'm looking up here Google definition, you just go want 100% clarification here. Materiality literally means the quality or character of being material or composed of matter. So therefore my entire point still kind of stands here, where it's so the basketball is not composed of matter.
It is, but that's not.
So then the basketball is materiality.
But what you said is not relevant.
I am materiality, and the basketball is materiality.
What you said
as well.
is not relevant to my point. You don't understand me. So why are you digging in your heels to repeat?
Well, I don't need to understand you. I need to understand the actual definitions of the words that you're supposedly using.
Finish explaining, but you keep.
Well, I don't want your definition of words. I want the actual definition of words. Don't make up words.
Telling you the correction to your error, and you're digging in your heels to keep talking rather than listening.
No, because I literally just looked up the Google definition, and you were giving it to me all wrong.
I'm waiting for you to stop doing that.
I should stop looking for the correct answer?
You should stop talking while I'm trying to correct your error.
Then
so when I tell you no, you
because there is no error to
correct. That doesn't mean keep repeating the error. Now, I'm
there
trying
is no
to
error.
see the correction, and you keep stultifying that effort. I'm waiting for you to stop stultifying that effort.
I literally just gave you the Google definition of the words that you were using, and you were using them incorrectly.
So I can finish correcting your error. I didn't get the definition of materiality wrong. I got it right.
Actually, you didn't give a definition at all. That's the thing.
I literally told the definition in the first premise that he's inquiring about. You're not tracking with the dialogue. So here's the completion of my correction of your error.
Okay, my apologies. I understand what you're saying here. I get what you're saying here. That the first point is simply just explaining materiality. That's all it is. You're just basically giving a longer Google definition.
It's not even necessarily longer, but yes, now you got it. So if materiality is the property of being matter, that is to say, in a semantically equivalent way, if materiality is materiality, then it isn't non-materiality such as a force that can cause motion.
Also, I'd like to preface, isn't is not a word.
Isn't is not a word?
Correct, it is not a word. Is not
isn't a contraction of is not?
But contractions aren't words.
Are you fucking serious right now?
I am. I'm actually educated.
You're gonna correct me on something I didn't get wrong instead of focusing on the major point in the sentence that I just said.
That was all. That was just a little nitpick. That's all it was. It was just a little nitpick.
It is a word.
Got to be fucking kidding me.
You're challenging Mr. Vocab, dude. Big mistake.
Yeah, wait,
I'm challenging Mr. Vocab.
So, are you saying that you don't use the word "don't" in your daily language?
Oh, I do, but those are more so along the lines of social normalities. Those are things that we grow up learning.
Why would you criticize someone for using the word
for a word?
"isn't"?
Well, because he's giving it to me in a scientific breakdown. He's giving it to me in a hypothesis, right, or in a theory. And the theory, if it wants to be correct,
he's
then it should be correct.
That's not what I'm giving to you.
Is
language.
That's what he's
It
doing.
is not what I'm giving to you. You are wrong.
Okay, so it is not a force that can cause motion.
You're a fucking weirdo, dude.
So matter can't cause force. Is what you're saying.
Say it one more time.
Did you just use the word can't? You just used the word can't.
Yeah, I did.
Don't use that word.
Timbo,
But we're talking in simple speaking conversation. We're not talking in hypothesis or theory. What I'm reading here is hypothesis or theory. Our conversation is not hypothesis or theory.
No, you're not. That's not what you read either.
What?
It's not a hypothesis. It's a modus ponens deductive refutation.
Okay, but this is then just your understanding.
You're one of those pseudo intellects, aren't you?
You're just one of those weird little British Islanders.
Look,
what's your point? You want to personally attack me? I can personally attack
British,
you.
But let's not focus on that.
Okay, so a little New Zealand Kiwi boy, one of those people who's from a penile colony.
You got it wrong again.
It's like God, dude.
I really don't care. You just sound like an Islander to me.
Oh my God, dude, are you serious?
That's what you are.
Okay, we'll keep it personal attacks. I can keep it right back, but that doesn't further the conversation at hand.
Fuck, bro.
Thank you.
That's not what the channel is for.
Yes, be quiet when he attacks me and then defend him when he attacks me, but then when I go off and defend myself...
oh my God.
Yeah, the difference is that I can shut you up. That's the difference.
That's why I told you focus, bro. He was gonna give you a red mic. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I've had enough of people that don't have the mod role in here trying to moderate the chat. It's just fucking pathetic. Stop it. Stop it right now.
Yeah.
So
just talk to Gregory, concentrate. Don't worry about words that are shortened 2 words into one. Don't worry about that. Just listen to the topic.
I like how everybody's saying I haven't answered their claim, but I already have like 5 times in chat. Like 5 times.
Are you in this conversation?
Did you answer my refutation against MAM?
I'm talking about Donato and fucking Ego and those guys.
I'm aware. I'm talking to you about my refutation against MAM.
Are you talking about like gravity, like formula and shit?
Not really the mathematical formula, but the doctrine.
Yeah, I've already read it.
Okay, so did you answer that, or is my argument unrefuted by you?
Well, I just couldn't talk because you were debating with Dracula. What section of it do you want me to debate on? It's wrong. Everything about it is like you're.
It's like pseudo gobbledygook.
Hey man, I'm not talking to you right now. But anyway, so I don't know what section you want me to debate because it's pretty much all wrong.
Well, so let's start with the first error. What's the first error?
All right. Well, I already see. Okay.
Say again.
You're gonna argue. Okay, this is gonna tie in, so don't like start going like full autism on me and being like it doesn't relate. But like, so are you gonna argue that density is the answer rather than gravity?
That's my error. That's my first error.
I'm asking you that. I'm just asking you how we're gonna debate about this.
But I asked you something before that.
Oh, here comes the autism. I asked you something like just
can you track with the dialogue, dude? Let's try again.
He's saying that he's going to tie it in. Give him
what
a
is
minute
the error in my argument?
Just answer the question.
I was asking you a question so I could see your opinion because I'm confused on if you believe
answer my question. You said it's all wrong. So let's begin with the first error, dude. What's the first error in the argument?
Okay, all right. So just like section 1, line 1. All right. I mean, I guess I could just argue by saying that.
I'll read it out. Read the first one out so everyone understands what you're talking about.
Why do I need it? You can read it yourself, can't you, Kangaroo? Do you see it? You want me to read it?
This is for the audience on YouTube or anything like that, so that they know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you guys are just gonna argue,
yeah, man, your 51 subscribers are gonna really love this one.
Oh my fucking gosh, he's not identifying an error.
If it comes to two people or three people, it doesn't matter. But people like to know what you're talking about. So if you can just read out the first one that's wrong, that would be great.
Okay, so I asked a question to what's his name, Gregory.
Dude, he's dodging. He can't even identify error number one, even though all my arguments
Can you let him
are
speak
just
at the very
checkable
least?
errors.
That'd be great.
It's so rambling.
Well, maybe he can't read.
Is what I'm trying to say. Like it's like schizo rambling.
My God,
it doesn't align
more
with any
projection.
modern
He's
science.
done. Enough with him. I asked him, "What's the error in my arguments?" He said it's all wrong. I said, "Let's begin with error number one," and we're waiting for him to actually identify the first error.
The
And
first thing he
he's doing
said was
everything in
asking
his
for
power to
clarification
digress
on one of
and
your
divert away
points.
from that subject. He
I was
obviously
asking
doesn't have any argument to refute these arguments. Next person.
I was trying to ask you for clarification, but you just dodged that rather than telling me your
Okay,
opinion.
go ahead. Ask him then.
Okay, what do you need clarified?
Okay, how do you explain gravity? Do you believe that it is fucking volume? Do you like how do you explain how one object attracts the other? That's just what I was wanting to know before I answered.
Where does that happen?
It's two different questions, dude.
They
Pick
also, can you give an?
Yeah, I just wanted him.
Two different questions. Pick one.
Okay, how does one object attract to another?
What does that have to do with my arguments?
Because it's your literal belief on gravity. That's how it relates.
What's my belief on gravity? What's my belief?
What do you like? How
That it doesn't exist.
Okay, if gravity, that's what I'm trying to ask. If gravity,
when do things attract when do things attract each other? When does this happen?
Yeah,
all the time.
When? What's
all
one
the
example?
time?
Then? One example.
The Earth spins around the sun. The moon spins around the Earth. That's gravity.
Okay, so when do you see things attracting?
Category error, dude.
I'm asking you to explain what gravity is.
You just asked the question.
God, all this cross-talking has to stop.
If it's not gravity,
okay, I'm going to interject whether anybody else likes it or not, right? You claimed that it was all wrong, and now you are basing that on a question. A question which you've asked Gregory.
That's all you really
that
can do
does not... that's a non sequitur. It does not follow. Obviously, you found error, as Gregory already pointed out in it, so it doesn't require any questioning. All it needs is you identifying the error that you found.
Okay, but I was trying to ask him if it's not gravity, then what would he?
You don't need to ask. You've already decided. Listen, you've already decided that it's all wrong.
Is it density or is it gravity?
He doesn't have a critique. That's why he keeps answering with something that's diverting from his critique, his alleged critique that I have an error in my argument. You haven't. You're all
Do you
wrong,
want to
Gregory.
concede?
What's error number one? Talks about something else.
Would you like to concede that you don't find error, that you can't identify error in it at this stage? And would you like to proceed with just asking Gregory a question about gravity, which is not really, well, it's kind of related.
That's what I was trying to do.
Okay, that's good. Good, yes. We'll do that
So
then.
you didn't find an error, so let's make that clear. So what's your question?
It ties in with what I was trying to argue, but we're just gonna get off that. So do you think that gravity is actually density?
No.
Okay, so can you explain gravity then?
Density is density and gravity is gravity.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
How does it play hand in hand?
I'll try again. Listen. Gravity is just the anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, which means weight.
That's not what I asked.
I have gravity. My body is pushing down on the seat right now. It's very simple.
Can I just elaborate on that for a sec? So what
Timbo.
you call gravity, we all agree is a downward motion. When you were saying before things attracting things, I think you mean a downward vector towards the Earth.
You see what I was trying to say in the beginning.
I'm quite happy to be here, you guys, and to
Can you shut the fuck up?
contribute to the debate about flat Earth. I'm a flat earther.
How do you determine down?
See you, dude. See you later.
Why? That's what I'm trying to say. And then also,
yeah, but that's not that's not things attracting things though. That's just things falling down.
I know, but why would things all fall down? Wouldn't that mean that the Earth is falling down?
Yeah, but you're asking. That's a why question. Do you mean how?
I know, but I don't know if you were here in the beginning. I came in here asking about the flat Earth community, not debating. I was wondering your topic. That's why I'm here.
I know, but when you talk about because you said things attract things, like, and I said, where does this? I said, where does this happen? And you said the Earth. I said, okay, well, what you actually see is you just see things go down. That's it. You don't see things attracting things.
Okay, in your opinion, would that mean that the entirety of Earth is falling down?
Supermarket
falling down? What do you mean?
Like,
things? The entire Earth is falling down.
You see things go up too. Supermarket, is that correct? Haven't you seen helium balloons and things go up? Right, hot air balloons.
Yeah, force density. Yeah, of course.
Okay, but you
so
still,
not gravity then.
But you provided no examples on Earth of two objects that attract each other.
Yeah.
Say that again, Hollywood. I'm sorry.
You provided no two objects in our reality that we can verify and replicate that have gravity that attract each other. Or what?
Cells.
How do we? What? What do you mean? They're attracting each other?
So we're gonna pretend like I didn't refute this doctrine.
Electrons, neurons.
And you didn't have a refutation in any of my arguments.
Okay, but so Dracula said like ions attract him or something like that. But what you're saying is there's no two just generic objects that you can think of on Earth.
It's mass,
right?
Like if you have something
there's no example of it, right? That's the problem I have.
Well, yeah,
cells. Of course, there's no example of it. I already refuted the doctrine.
Yeah. Cells and atoms. I mean, like you would need something that's so small.
Have you verified? Have you seen a cell attract another cell, dude?
Bacteria.
Have you seen that?
What? It's not even that. Even if they did attract each other, it's cells attracting cells due to gravity.
What do you mean in terms of gravity?
Well, are you saying cells attract each other due to gravity?
I mean, yeah, to an extent.
Who taught you that?
Are you serious, dude?
When I pick something up and drop it, what's happening?
So
it's falling down. You picked it up. You gave it energy, and then it went back down to the ground.
Yeah, you gave it potential energy. Potential energy by raising it. Okay.
Yeah. But when I released it, I didn't throw it. I just dropped it.
Yeah, but you released it into a state that is out of its equilibrium, right? You took it out of its equilibrium and put potential energy by height, and then released it when there is nothing more dense than below it. And what weighs more goes down, what weighs less goes up. It's just a basic principle.
What's weight?
Well, okay, but then how would you explain?
Sorry. Yeah, weight is just weight. It's just discourse.
How would you explain?
You're looking
density. Sorry, dude. Whatever's more dense goes down. Whatever's less dense goes up.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, but wait.
If you take an object,
bickering again and stultifying the dialogue again.
If you take an object and put it in a...
Can you guys hear me, or am I coming through low?
They can. They don't care about your voice. They just want to bicker.
I'm talking to this guy. But yeah, you can talk whatever, Jimbo. Go ahead.
No, it's all right, man. You guys talk. That's all right. I get a lot of airtime. I don't mind.
I was trying to like track along with him. It's kind of
no, it's all right. I was just trying to say something, but I think he's going on my point anyway. So I think he's going to put across the same point. So I'll let him go ahead because I get a bit of airtime anyway. So I don't mind.
Question.
Because like I'm over here wondering how negative G's would work and how weightlessness would work when you're flying. If it's density, how would that work?
You're falling, dude.
Well, but you're not falling down.
You are when you have no G's when you're weightless, you're literally falling at the same rate as the aircraft.
What are you talking about?
So on the but hold on, supermarket. So on the 0G planes, right? On the when you go into and you do those 0G like weightlessness stuff, they do parabolas, right? So when they reach the top of the parabola, they dive the airplane nose down, and you're falling with the aircraft. So that's what's happening.
I know, but you're not touching anything. So if it's density, you would fall directly.
So just red herring past what Hollywood just said.
You're literally falling with the aircraft. Like it's like you're skydiving next to another skydiver, but you're inside it, right? So
you're copying the motion. You're copying the motion of the aircraft. Yeah. Right.
Wouldn't the aircraft copy the motion of the Earth?
Sorry. Here's another example. You know Bezos's Blue Origin rockets. What they do? They go straight up and they just fall back down, and they simulate weightlessness, which is supposed to be what happens in orbit. But since he can't fucking build a rocket that goes there, he has to make this fucking amusement park experience so rich people can say they're fucking astronauts when really they're just doing a big parabolic flight.
People have a misconception that the craft goes up and hovers there, and they get to experience outer space.
Oh yeah, that's nonsense. I bet people actually do believe what you just said. I never thought about it like that.
They do. They literally do. That's what they think. They think go to space,
nuts.
you'll float around.
That's so crazy.
Okay, but like you guys didn't I'm still confused because you didn't answer. Okay, so if gravity is going to attract somebody directly down, okay, wouldn't that mean that if you were experiencing negative G's and you were weightless, you would go to a surface that would be falling down? You wouldn't just suspend. You would just go straight down. That's what I'm trying to say.
What are you talking about?
The fuck are you talking about? Are you asking about our position or not?
No, I'm just saying that it just doesn't make sense. Like,
so what the fuck does it have to do with our position if you're not asking about our position?
Dude, if you have a plane with no engines on it, right? And if you have a plane with no engines on it and it's at 30,000 feet and you're in the plane and you just magically poof into the existence there, the plane's not going to fly because there's no engines. It's just going to start falling and you're going to be Okay. You're in a car. I'm going to put you in a vehicle, in a bus at 30,000 feet and just poof you into existence. And you're gonna drop because there's nothing stopping you from going down other than air, which is less dense. You're gonna drop until you hit something dense,
but
right?
You're gonna be suspended to the floorboard. That's what I'm trying to say. Why isn't it like that with negative G's?
You're not. You're gonna be falling at the same rate. At the same time you start falling, the bus starts falling, or the airplane, or whatever you want.
Your feet are gonna be on the floorboard. Like your feet are gonna be on touching the bus.
He's not listening.
Yeah, what about it?
All this time, he's not listening.
In a perfect,
he's just talking back.
In a perfect world, or a perfect example, what you're saying, like if my example about Blue Origin, right? What would happen if the people didn't release their let's say they release their seatbelts, right, at the apogee or whatever it's called, the top, right? They take off their seatbelts. If they don't push themselves out of their seat and go try to move around, they probably will just stay where they are and fall right in their seat and do nothing. They have to move themselves. They're not just going to float out of their seat. They have to provide a little bit of force somewhere, and then they'll start moving somewhere. But they're going to be falling. They're not going to just magically float.
That's not true because objects that are in the plane that are inanimate.
Dude, literally go take your chair that you're sitting in or whatever and jump off your roof while you're sitting on it. It's going to just stick to your butt, dude, the whole time while you're going down. You're both falling.
So why doesn't it happen?
I'm just gonna clear.
You're not, but if you start, but let's say you jump off a building, it gives you more time to diverge away from this chair and without whatever factors you want to put, wind, your body moving, the chair fucking doing something. I don't know, dude. I'm confused. I'm confused why you don't understand this. The concept of at least the Blue Origin the weightlessness.
So literally relative to the plane.
Let Timbo interject.
Okay, go ahead. He's not saying anything.
Huh?
Never mind.
You just did that to make me lose track because you guys are stumped. Anyways, so
that was not why.
I'm not stumped, dude. I think you're stumped because you can't figure out how.
But you're not understanding how you're able to
parabolic
your position when you are trapped due to a gravitational force. You're going straight down.
You're insinuating a gravitational force that you have no evidence of.
Okay, here. Okay, you have no evidence of it being density either. It's a straw man. You're just throwing a straw man after me because you can't debate.
No.
What do you mean density, dude? I literally I'm looking at all these objects on my desk, right? The desk is dense, right? It's
That's
an
a
object.
theory, though. Gravity and density are both theories. So you're just throwing a theory at my theory.
Is density a
How
theory?
long are we going to tolerate this guy?
I've never heard
Every
that.
time a relevant
The problem is your density theory borrows from gravity, though. The problem is your density theory borrows from gravity.
What's the density theory? This is new to me.
I can It's in the chat here.
Like objects that are more dense than others are going to try and fall towards the Earth. That
That's not a theory. That's just observable. That's just observable, dude. That's just what happens. That's just what happens.
Yeah. But why do they fall in the direction we call down? Why don't they go like left, right, or up?
Dude, I don't know why there's an up and there's a down. I don't know why the sky is blue, dude. I don't know.
Do you know why? Do you know why, TDA?
Yeah, because the Earth because in our theory, the Earth attracts everything towards itself.
Yeah,
no, not in your theory.
Disingenuous.
Not in your theory. Dude,
your
stop.
question is disingenuous. Your question is presuming that in order for something to fall down, there must be some object external to the given object, let's say object A. In order for it to fall, there must be an external object to pull it down or push it down. You have no deductive argument to prove that.
Why not? I'm just calling whatever the center
That's a
of the
question
Earth
for you
is.
to answer. Why you don't have an argument to justify the presumption that's tacit within your question, your disingenuous question, that in order for something to fall, there must be an object external to it to pull or push it down.
Well, let's even talk about that, right? So,
but we can observe why do things float in space then? Why do things float?
What
in
do you
space?
mean?
Do they?
Dude, the cue. That was your cue to say an argument to justify the presumption that I exposed that was latent within your disingenuous question. This is your turn to justify the premise. In order for things to fall, something external to the object must pull or push it down.
Yeah. So on Earth, if you're in Earth's gravitational pull, it's pulling you towards itself, which is the center, right?
You'll be begging the question.
That's begging. No. You haven't let me finish. You keep interrupting me. You haven't let me finish.
Yeah. See, they muted it. Like you guys.
Yes, I interrupted you because you were begging the question that there's a gravitational field existing already, and you're just going to use that to try and prove your point.
Yeah,
that's called circular reasoning.
Like the whole question was justify saying that there must be an object external to object A to pull or push it down for object A to fall down. Then you're going to begin the argument, which at best could be formed in a modus ponens, that if there is gravitational pull, God damn it, that's what we're challenging in the first place.
Okay, I know, but Gregory, with all due respect, man, you're doing the same thing he's doing. You're giving your theory, but you're not allowing him to give his theory.
Oh, not doing the same thing. Shut up.
Theory.
Gregory, look, dude. I don't know if you have like some sort of like mental illness or something, but like I'm not being disrespectful.
Not your meta-analysis. Let Timbo talk.
So what Gregory's exactly right. What you're doing is you're assuming you're on a ball. So we live on this ball, therefore gravity attracts everything into the center. Gravity attracts everything into the center, therefore we live on a ball. But you don't have a ball in the first place.
Yeah, you have to prove. You have to prove either one.
Things exist.
Yeah, but you have to prove that you're not on a ball.
Don't have
you have to prove we are. You have to prove that you're not.
No.
Hang on.
No. Wait, the burden's just shifting the burden to prove.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
What happens is
no supernatural.
just hang on.
Yes.
Okay. If you go outside, right? You see a flat surface, non-rotating, right? So you don't.
That's not true. No, you don't, dude.
You can observe curve with height. Yes, you can.
Where? What height?
100% possible.
That's just nonsense, dude. Come on, wake up.
What height?
Instead of proving it's nonsense, you just say it's nonsense.
Actually, so has anyone ever got a magnet?
Dude, just tell us where you can see the curvature and show us.
No. Can I move on to my next explanation?
No. We just need a picture of the curvature.
Okay.
What height or where can we see the curvature, dude? Just quickly, come on.
Can I finish what I was saying?
In a plane?
Yes, Timbo, please.
Not possible.
Thank you.
Oh, it's impossible.
Right. So, the problem is, right, if you're going to be honest, if you guys talk through me one more time, I'm going to fucking lose my shit. Okay, you need to be honest, dude. You need to tell me you experience curvature and movement, because this would be self-evident, right? You say that we need to prove that we're not on a ball, but every life experience that you have is on a flat, non-rotating surface. Now, for you to believe anything other than that, you need some really good evidence. At the moment, you don't have any really good evidence. So the burden of proof is on you to prove that what we don't experience is the case.
Yeah, prove.
Now, just to appreciate this is a red herring from the issue of gravity, because the reality of gravity, even if it were real, doesn't necessarily entail the Earth is a ball.
Have you guys ever had a magnet? If you guys ever had a magnet, right? And you drop it in a bunch of metal.
This guy's an idiot.
No, I'm just asking a question.
Can I finish?
No, I'll pass it to you once I'm done. So when you drop a magnet right, and you pick it up and all the metal's stuck to it, what shape does it come out?
Everyone just spoke. So everyone just spoke to the guy to tell us the experiences or does.
He won't let me talk, so I don't know if I can.
Timbo, disconnect, reconnect. You're roboting. You're roboting. Timbo, you're roboting.
And you are. All right. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so I can give an example on how I've experienced curve if you guys would like to hear it.
Yeah, like
that's a red herring from the issue of gravity. We haven't completed the issue of gravity yet.
Well, he can pick one. He can pick curvature or gravity. He's got two options.
Yeah, he sure can. He has options. Let's complete gravity because this is
okay. All right. So like a plane's autopilot system. Okay. I don't know if you guys are familiar with aviation, the world of you guys know aviation. Okay. All right. So I assume that you know acronyms. You know what an AHRS is? Altitude and heading reference system.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So like when a plane goes on autopilot, it doesn't head towards a bearing. Okay, it doesn't. It goes like the flight's GPS, right, which stands for Global Positioning System, by the way, off topic. It goes along with the horizon to a designated azimuth, okay? And it also adjusts for curvature. If it didn't do so, you would gain loads and loads of altitude.
You're digressing to curvature again. We're not talking about geodesy. We're talking about gravity right now.
Why is it irrelevant?
You have to prove that what you're saying is true. You have to show that your GPS, your Garmin 1000s or whatever, show that they actually take into account curvature. Because if you use
not even that right now. Unless you're arguing if the Earth is a ball, then mass attracts mass, the Earth is a ball, therefore mass attracts mass, or if the Earth is a ball, mass attracts mass, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's either an invalid modus ponens or an affirming the consequent.
How do you account for the downward motion, Gregory, with your theory?
Not digress away from the
terms of aviation or in terms of being on land?
No, not digress from the argument that I just said to refute your pattern of reasoning. So do you confirm or deny? Stop with the talking through me. Do you confirm or deny? Stop with the discourse. Stop with the talking through me. Stop with the talking through me. I'm going to keep saying this till you stop talking. Stop. Fuck, bro. Do you confirm or deny that you are arguing if the Earth is a ball, then mass attracts mass? Is that your premise?
No, nobody said anything like that. You can't.
Okay, so then that's irrelevant to gravity then. So stop talking about geodesy. Start talking about gravity. Okay, you were supposed to be finishing a question to me because you obviously didn't have any correction. You obviously didn't have any correction, no refutation to expose any errors in my arguments. So unless you like to try again, there it is, the bottom of the open chat again, then you don't have any refutation to my refutations. So you don't have any defense for this mass attracting mass doctrine.
Yo, Dracula, you see this? We weren't even talking about that. I was literally talking about fucking gliding.
Okay, so he obviously doesn't have a refutation to these refutations, so he doesn't have any defense for the doctrine.
So we move on.
We weren't even
talking. So now, since you are obviously refuted on the issue of gravity, not you stultifying. Let's move on. So now that you're refuted on the issue of gravity, you don't have your ad hoc rescuing device of MAM. Yes, stop with the trolling and stultifying. There needs to be moderation at this rate. Now that you're refuted on gravity, then we can move on to something else, perhaps geodesy. Would you like to talk about geodesy? If yes, then go ahead.
Why do we have to change topics when I'm not talking about those topics?
Okay, so you're not going to talk about a subject except something
No,
like that?
I was going along with the aviation. The guy hasn't connected back yet. Is he back? Is the dude back or not?
I'm interested to see how Gregory accounts for downward motion.
I was interested in why they
So
dropped
wait,
my
hold on.
comments and they
Supernatural. Part of the problem is like this
No,
burden of proof.
You hold on. You hold on. I will explain why we're going to move on,
and
because
AHRS
this is the
literally just
server
fools you
topic,
guys. You guys don't
right?
even know
Would
what
be
it
the
is. You're
geodysey,
retarded.
right? Would be the geometry. Oh my goodness gracious me! You cannot help yourself, can you?
You're literally fucking
I will just
retarded. We were talking
remove you
about a plane's
completely, and we will
navigational
move on to
system.
a
You said, how
new
long is
person.
gravity? Because you can't explain it.
Okay,
You
you've
can't explain it.
gone.
No,
You're
don't do
gone. We are now going to move on to a new person, right? But the reason why we're going to move on gravity is because nobody, for one, can provide any evidence or even at this stage make a claim about what they think gravity is or does, and to how it relates to the surface of the earth, whether it's planar or spherical in nature. That's why.
Who is the person that was saying, I'd like to hear Gregory what?
Account for downward motion.
What is that supposed to mean?
Why are things apparently attracted to the Earth?
They're not.
Why do you want to talk about the teleology of things moving down?
Well, I'm just wondering what your accounting of it is.
Okay. The God regulates the universe, including the laws of physics and the interactive relationship between mediums and the objects in them.
Okay, that's retarded. Thank you very much.
Hey, why does a
that's not an
volcano?
argument,
Why does lava go up out of a volcano? UG.
Yeah, all they wanted to say was more ridicule and no argument. So anyways, since that was easily done away with that guy, who wants to talk about geodyssey or gravity or any of the distinctives of scientism cosmology? Just
I don't
one
know.
after another.
I wish they would.
Fools.
I wish they would understand the burden of proof things a little bit more, because if they understood the whole dilemma is in the globe, it looks flat, but it's so big that it's round. So they're not even understanding.
I share that attitude.
They're not even understanding the premise that they have that it looks flat. They don't even admit that to themselves when that's part of the narrative and observation that we all have.
Yeah, the likes of these scientist zealots who are, little do they know, either heterodox or heretics, in contrast to the orthodoxy that the academicians teach. The majority of academicians teach.
Okay, so heretic, that means nothing. None of our beliefs stem from religious dogma. None of it whatsoever.
Okay, you don't know what a heretic is, evidently.
You want me to give you the definition? Because I think you're just using words that you don't know the definition to. Would you like me to hear? I'll cite it, because you like to hear yourself talk. Here, I'll go ahead and cite that real quick. Huh. It's kind of weird that you don't know the words that you're talking about. You're just trying to sound smart. Kind of weird.
You're presuming that I don't know the meaning of the words that I'm using.
Well, you said you don't know the definition, and that's literally from the definition.
I never said you don't know the definition. I never said that once.
Well, even if you say like it's not your none of your beliefs are from religious dogma, maybe you should look up the word religious and see if they are.
This is also another distinctive of scientism foolishness. They are very bad at rhetoric, and they're very bad at getting the categories straight.
Yeah, I'd love to know what he thinks about the Big Bang Theory, whether that's a religious belief or not.
Not to mention the origins of paleocentrism come from the Roman Catholic Church.
Exactly.
I mean, first and foremost, it's not a religious doctrine, therefore we can't be heretics. Religion does not equal theism. Now, I know this is a very common presumption because of anti-theistic scientist propaganda, but it's wrong. There are people who have a religion that is not a god, and there are people who have gods and don't have their gods as their religion.
Yeah, some people worship a ball and don't know it.
Hey, wait.
Worship.
I was gonna say, why didn't that one guy that asked you about the downward motion? Why didn't he like what you said? You think?
It was just trolling, man.
Yeah, he just wanted to say some bit of ridicule and then just go away and just fuck off.
I think he just wanted to say Gregory's name. Gregory's got like a fan club of haters.
I mean, by name, like it's not an exaggeration. Like they concentrate on me by name.
I mean, he literally had nothing to say other than that's retarded, and then he left.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? So what these guys actually don't understand is that, like, this down thing that they're talking about, they think it's to the center of a ball. Like, where do they get that idea from? Just because they show you a cartoon picture of a ball. Now, everything is radially going into the center of the... Yeah, that's it. Into the center of a ball, but they don't have a ball. So things go down. Their answer to why things go down is everything goes to the center of a ball. But if you're on a flat surface and things go down and there's a direction of down, why do you need a ball? Why do you need gravity? You've got a direction of down. Okay, then they say, okay, well, what's the cause of down? They say, okay, gravity, who cares? Like, what's the cause of down? Why does it matter what the cause of down is? Things go down, and the only thing that you observe is things go down. You don't see things go into the middle of a ball. You don't see any of that. You don't see things attract each other. You don't see that. Mass attracting mass is not anymore. It's the bending or warping of space-time.
But what about if they bring up the Cavendish experiment as things being attracted to each other?
Okay, so in that case, right? So things being attracted to each other sideways. So those two lead balls overrode gravity and attracted themselves to themselves. So now we've got sideways gravity. So when in nature do you see sideways gravity? Because if that was the case, then you'd have all these things being attracted to the side of mountains. And then you'd have plumb bobs hanging on from building sites obscured by things next to them because they're not hanging straight down anymore. They're being attracted sideways by things bigger than them. Mass attracts mass. Now we have sideways gravity. Which one is it? Sideways? Always gravity. Sideways, upwards, downwards, or just down? Which one is it?
I will say I did think whoever muted a Dracula guy did it for too long. But I guess they probably had fancies. I don't know.
Furthermore, Rebel, concerning the Cavendish operation, in the first place, it's an abuse of that operation because that operation was not intended to verify the causation hypothesis of MAM.
Measure the mass of Earth.
It was just right. That's what it was designated for. So that's an abuse of the operation right there on its face. And then the second layer of refutation is that even if you did do that operation, that's not a manipulation of the independent variable in the causation hypothesis. So no, it doesn't verify the causation hypothesis of MAM.
And how do you prove that what you're doing is what you're saying you're doing? Like, how does, you go, what if those two lead balls are just attracted to each other because that's what happens? Like the guy, it wasn't even an experiment. It's just hung two lead balls in a shed and he watched it from his library. So many people try this observation and they say there was a physicist from one of the universities. He said, I gave up on it I threw it in the bin and smashed the fucking thing because I could not get it to work.
Dude, if that was a real experiment, every high school student would be doing it.
Yep, and it would happen exactly the same every single time because it would be mass attracting mass, and if mass attracts mass, then mass would always attract mass no matter what. It would happen every single time.
Which is exactly what my citation says, and here's the third layer of critique. The Cavendish operation presumes MAM. It not only it's not only not trying to verify it, and it's not only not a manipulation of the independent variable, even when you do apply it, it is presuming MAM. Why would you be trying to measure the density of the Earth by these lead balls hanging on the ends of this rod, or what have you, if you're not presuming that the Earth is pulling the lead balls and everything else down to it?
Yeah.
Fair point.
Yeah, exactly. And what was the observed phenomenon? So what did he observe to say, oh, I think mass attracts mass? Like, what did he see?
I don't
Lights
know,
in the sky?
one of the biggest
things falling down? No, like
one of the biggest red flags for me was from the other guy when he said he could see the curve from an airplane. That really just bothers me when I hear that.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, there is no getting out of the dilemma as I've articulated it. There's no escape. You're dead.
See the curvature of the Earth. Oh yeah, okay. He's
Timbo,
fucking
have you seen
delusional, eh?
Siege with Steven Seagal and Tommy? Was it Tommy Lee? Tommy
Under
Lee
Siege.
something?
Yeah,
Under
where
Siege. You seen that?
CJ jumps out of the cake with her titties hanging out. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones. There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
Remember when Tommy Lee Jones was sitting in that control room and he fired the first missile to Hawaii, and he said, "Bang, you're dead."
That's a good movie, though.
No one remembers the bang you're dead bit, but we do remember the cake bit.
Yeah. What's her name in Baywatch? Shawnee, wasn't it? Shawnee.
What about when Leon Edwards had kicked Kamaru Usman and said headshot dead?
I don't know anything.
No UFC fans?
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I've done all the stupid things in my life, but I'm telling you the truth. I don't know anything. You didn't see anything. You didn't hear anything. You don't remember anything. Wow.
But once you admit that talking to those guys was more pleasurable than talking to that platypus guy earlier.
You'll get used to platypus.
Yeah, I've gotten used to platypus. Platypus just hasn't gotten used to me. That's why I said explicitly several times, I'd rather talk to anyone else, literally anyone else, except Gregory. Like he would rather talk to the devil than me.
Hey, Hollywood, how'd you go with AK last night?
Oh, God, did you deal with him, did you?
Yeah.
I had me blow up and marched out and was like, see you later, brother, you're going all right. Yeah, how'd you go with him?
I don't know. Just typical, dude. Just typical, you know.
He's a weasel, isn't he?
Typical.
I warned you, fair and square.
I mean, it's very interesting. I haven't been in these rooms in a while, but it's very interesting the characters that always reappear, especially the globe characters. They're what's it called? I can't think right now.
NPCs, man.
Yeah, exactly. No, but the ones that always come back, they're just so sketchy. Either they're so curious and it's just, or they really just or whatever. I just don't get it. I don't know, because I used to go into fucking M. Scott Veach's channel and go nuts in there.
Yeah.
So I get it, but like at some point I'd stop doing that.
Did he have
you
his
know?
own
Like,
channel, or was that Jim Panda's one?
I have no idea. I don't know. But like I've been in like, hostile territory, right? But it's like not somewhere I'd sit and
He sent me
go
that
back
photo.
too
Was that his? He
often
reckons his
unless I.
dad from the ISS. Did you know that?
He's
You
a
ever seen
funny
that
guy.
photo?
No, his dad was an astronaut. That's the funny part. So it's like,
Yeah.
As opposed to Under Siege Dark Territory, Flat Earth smacking Dark Territory. The sequel. Timbo laughed because he saw the sequel too to Under Siege.
I don't know. They just remind me, like some of these characters remind me of like the YouTube anti-flat earthers, and like there's something off about it,
Yeah, there is no making sense out of it. It is the pattern. All you can do is describe the pattern of thought. They have such a strong animosity and antipathy to this geodesic premise of the Earth's surface being horizontal that they resist it with the same intensity that one resists cruel and unusual punishment, for instance.
Yeah. Well, it hurts their brains, dude. It hurts their brains.
They're worse than YouTube videos, bro. And the reason I say that, if you watch the YouTube video, it's your own stupid fault. You're not dragging them in here.
They're
But it's just crazy to me that there's like YouTube channels dedicated to anti-flat earth stuff. It's so amazing.
Yeah, just like the Romanists in the 16th century during the Reformation, which they then made a counter-Reformation, just like them. They behave just like the people they ridicule and despise.
It's true. They're like, oh, there's flat earthers debating. Let's go debate them. The way they're doing it.
And they don't debate. Rarely do they debate. Few and far between. With rare exception, the majority of them simply bicker. And at best, they just engage in sophistry, a pretense of critical consideration and self-scrutiny,
Yeah, it's
and
all the
trying to be
same.
logically sound in their argumentation, either in their defense or in refutation against someone else. But they're not really doing it sincerely and genuinely.
We just need to figure out more of what's going on behind the scenes,
They come up with an argument every week. So they sit there and they go, okay, what's our topic this week? And then they'll go, all right, refraction this week. Next one they'll come
And it's
in
not
and
even an argument. You're being too kind. Let's come up with another talking point.
Yeah, exactly.
Another point for us to run our mouths about. Not say an argument.
Content.
Not with any rule of inference, but just run our mouths about it.
Okay, on that, I'm going to head out, but floor's open to new people coming in that want to genuinely ask questions and not throw questions at people as if it's, hidden behind some sort of argument, right? Or they can present an argument for the globe because, as Mickey says, in 2024, people think we live on a spinning ball in outer space. And if you have a claim to make concerning that, present it. If not, ask your questions. If not, sit back, enjoy, listen to the discussions. But the floor is open to all the new people coming in. And I'd like to bid all you gentlemen good night, and I'll talk to you later.
Catch it, T-Dub.
Good night. Peace to you.
You see that?
I've been a bad boy for the past 2 hours or so. I've been debating on this phone of mine while my phone is plugged into the charger, while my phone is on very low battery. I just went from 3% to 30% in all that time. That is not good for my battery health.
Probably not.
One might plausibly argue that I got an issue.
Yeah, the issue is you've got a flat battery. Keep charging it. You're more than welcome to hang around.
Not a flat battery, a fat battery. I heard that.
The world is round, the world is round, the world is round, the world is round, the world is round.
Okay, awesome. Have you got any evidence the world is round?
Exactly how their indoctrination sounds.
Reality, physical reality, measurements, math, physics, science, robots.
Talk to us. We want to learn.
Somebody needs to call his handler.
Let's just start with
somebody
the first
needs
one.
to stop coping.
Okay, let's just start with the first one then. All right.
No, we will not, because every time we do, I get muted.
Don't mute him. Don't mute him.
Right. I'm not going to mute you. Let's just start with the first argument.
Okay,
Right?
circumnavigation.
Okay, go ahead. Explain circumnavigation.
Sure. So when you start from point A to point B and then back to point A, you will circumnavigate the world in a circle, as we discussed last time.
And
whereas the trolls,
that's possible on a flat Earth.
Okay,
hold on. Yes, of course, it's possible on a flat Earth. But you see, what happens when you, in the same point, which is point A, go 90 degrees upwards, and you go into one direction, then it's another circle. And what happens if you go 45 degrees?
Okay,
it's
I'm gonna
another
ask
circle.
you
Hold on.
I'm gonna ask
Now
you a question. All right. Okay.
Yes.
Who has done this?
Yeah, what are you talking about? 90 degrees and 45 degree circles. Circumnavigation, we all understand.
Let Timbo's question stand.
Well, let me answer your question, right? Who has done this? Well, every shipping company does this daily, sir.
Incorrect.
Exactly. Just
Okay. So you're just going to deny reality.
Yo,
but I'll answer.
But
yeah, I'll ask you again. So you said if you go. So do you actually know the distance? If you travel a certain distance, then go 90 degrees, travel another distance 90 degrees, and create a triangle. Do you know what distance that is?
We can, of course.
What
distance? We have
what distance is each? What distance is each side of the triangle?
Hold on, you asked me a question, so I'm going to answer that question.
What distance is each side of that triangle?
No, I'm going to answer a first question, which is, do we know how to calculate
what's the different distance on each side of the triangle? Step up, son. Answer the question.
No, sir. This is not an interrogation. I will not be interrogated.
No, it's not an interrogation. It's you being honest.
You want us to waterboard you?
Yes, I am being honest. I gave you a wonderful first answer, which is
interrogation tactics.
Okay, the first answer you gave me was incorrect, and then you came up with triangles, right? So you said 45 degrees.
No, I didn't.
So you said 90 degrees this way, 90 degrees that way, 90 degrees that way creates a triangle.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
You can do that on a sphere. But
no, sir, I said it makes a circle.
90 degrees makes a circle?
Yeah, I'm so confused on that.
What I said, here, let me repeat myself.
Yeah, you said the circumnavigation in a circle, and then you said 45 degree and 90 degree in a circle. What does that mean?
Sure, let me repeat myself because the concept seems a bit difficult to understand for you guys. Anyway, so if you start from point A, and you go to point B, and then back to point A, it is a circle, correct? Around a supposed flat Earth, correct?
No, not necessarily.
We've established that.
All you've done.
Okay, great. But in concept.
Yeah, definitely not necessarily.
Gregory, I'm going to say that's a straight line. Point A to point B back to point A is a straight line.
Hollywood, you're muted, man.
Okay, sure. But it's not a straight line. I mean, if you continue in that one direction,
you've gone from point A to point B, which is a straight line.
Please stop disrupting my sentences,
from point B back to point A, which is another straight line. So you've gone 2 straight lines. That's all you've done.
Right. So in the real world, when you start from point A, say, for example, Georgia, North America, correct? And you go in one direction, and you reach Beijing, for example, and then you continue from Beijing in the same direction, you'll reach Georgia again.
You can't continue from Beijing in the same direction. Where are you going?
Really? Why can't you continue?
Are you going to go from Beijing to where?
If you go from Beijing in the same direction that you've been heading, you will eventually get back to Georgia.
Okay, overland. Yep.
Yeah. Let's hypothetically speaking. So this makes a circle, correct? Let's say on a flat Earth. Let's say this makes a circle, correct?
It makes a circle. It actually makes a circle on a globe too.
Okay, wonderful. Now we established that. Now, what happens if from point A, i.e., Georgia in North America, you go 90 degrees upwards? You make another circle, correct?
Yeah, no one's done that.
Yeah, no one's done it.
All right, just bear with me, right? So
No,
make
but that's the problem. No one's done it.
The ice wall, though.
So what happens when these two circles
Just
overlap?
bear with
sir?
my appeal to non-reality, even though I'm ridiculing others for not appealing to reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so just answer my question. Yeah, what happens when you overlap these two circles?
Well, you don't do it because no one's done it.
Yeah, I have an actually.
Really?
I have an example for him. I have it because of my research. So, we all agree that you can sail around the world, right? Whether it's globe or flat, people have done it. Okay.
Well, these guys disagree. They say no one's done it.
No. They didn't say that. They said no one's gone over the North Pole and South Pole, as you're stating 90 degrees, right? That's what
I
you're
don't know
stating.
about you. I've seen people at the North Pole and South Pole.
Okay, but you're saying go in a circle around, and here's my example for you. I don't know if it's going to help you or what, but my example is on the 50th anniversary of one of the Apollo moon missions, or the first one or whatever. They did a private jet flight around the poles in that direction, north to south. And what's funny to me is because they couldn't go to space and do anything, so they had to do some weird ass Earth orbit. And they were going to make a documentary about it. Never did. I saw barely any footage of just people flying in an airplane. End of story. That's the only evidence I've ever even remotely heard of anyone doing what you're saying.
All right, wonderful. That I will take that into consideration. That's interesting.
And it's unconfirmed. And by the way, what was interesting, just point this out, they said when they were in the North Pole, they said they had to angle their antennas or whatever almost down to the horizon because most of the satellites that they were relaying to or whatever was in the sky that they're communicating with were.
I thought satellites were fake.
Well, they could be anything. They could be fucking balloons, airplanes, anything in the sky. They could be bouncing off something. I don't know. But the whole point is, these guys said when they were at the North Pole, they were angling their fucking antennas all the way down to the horizon because most of the satellites they were talking to were over the equator. So, the fact that there's just no satellites above and below the South Pole and all that shit is really curious to me. But again, this event that they. First of all, it was hilarious that they had to do because they couldn't go back to space. Actually, they'd never even documented it properly, and they never made the documentary, and I tracked.
Fair enough.
Back to reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
sure,
that was very interesting. But you see, that doesn't matter if it's just north or south. You can go literally in all 360 degrees or nano degrees, if you will, and you would still make.
You're making up stories that no one's ever done. Right. That's what you're doing. You're just making up stories, and no one has done this. And you're saying, but if you do this, then you will do this. But no one's done it.
I put him on pause for just a moment.
Hey, Miggy. How are you, mate?
What's up, bro? All right,
how do planes work on the flat Earth?
Yeah, another mute. Okay. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to get back to the Russian guy. See if he knows anything.
Yeah,
I'll just
with respect.
Hey, one sec.
Go ahead, Timbo.
Alpha, I'm just gonna. Hollywood's all right, man. We're gonna take him off mute, and he was just telling a story.
As long as he doesn't barrel through what I'm saying, he'll be fine.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'm just gonna take him off mute.
All right, because I'll fucking mute him if he starts barreling through me. All right. So,
no
Russian,
worries.
are you there?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
I would love to answer.
It's a yes or no, please. Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what is your evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Shipping routes and trade routes and all kinds.
Okay, so the geometry of Earth is going to be found out by shipping lanes.
Damn,
all right.
Silencing in here.
I'll tell you what. You mute me.
Yeah, we don't need you. Fuck off if that's your attitude.
We're open to all ideas in here, apparently.
You're a fucking peon, and we got 10 more of you lined up, ready to speak. So, shipping lanes, is that evidence of geometry, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us how we're going to get geometry from shipping lanes. Go on.
How are you going to get geometry?
Yeah. You know how the Earth is a geometric shape? How are we going to get that from shipping lanes? Go.
How? What?
Okay, so you know, like the Earth is a big ball. You know, like a ball. The Earth's a ball. How do we know the Earth's a ball from shipping lanes?
Maps. EP.
All right, maps. So
open to all ideas, but we're muting.
From a map, how do we know that the Earth's a geometric shape?
Well, when you start from point A to point B, how do you explain the ships going?
No, it's not how. It's not how do you explain. I'm asking you. How can you tell from a map that the Earth's a geometric shape? Go.
Sure, I'll tell you how. Kill yourself. Thank you.
Is that all you got?
Oh, TOS, dude.
Yeah, that's a TOS violation.
Yeah,
we can get rid of him.
TOS violation. Sorry, mate. Have a nice life.
Yeah. See ya. All right, who's next?
All that vitriol because he asked a question about his appeal.
I think Nate Maple might be next.
I'm just saying we're open to having our ideas challenged here, but we're muting people.
Yeah, we're muting people because you can't control the diarrhea of your mouth.
Is that what it is, or are you just not open to being challenged?
So here's the thing. No, we're going to challenge you. Do you know that the Earth is a globe, sir?
I'm not doing this. You're good.
I really want him to stay. I really do.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, listen, if you can't stay, that shows how incompetent you are to have this conversation. Because all I want to do is have this conversation with you. I'm muting you because you're fucking talking when I am. All right, so now it's simple. Answer a question, and we can proceed. So do you think the Earth's a globe?
I'm not the one muting here, buddy.
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Bro, before you get muted. Just engage, dude.
Mute me. Mute me.
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
He's not gonna mute you, dude. Just talk normal.
Why can't you answer the question, dude?
Just talk normal.
You're ridiculing us for not engaging ideas. When we ask you what your ideas are, you stay silent. Why?
Why would I engage you guys?
Yeah, you want to be a petulant child, that's up to you. You can either answer the question or sit down and let somebody else answer a question.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm saying let someone else do it. I'm done with you guys.
All right, yeah, we're done with you as well.
Okay.
So
don't leave him muted.
What? Who said that?
That was
Who
me.
said that? You want to be muted, Hollywood?
No, I just don't want people to.
All right, you want a white knight because we don't need those. There's your mute. You can sit on that. No white knights in here. Everybody can stand on all 10 of their toes, and everyone can speak for themselves. Just like the gentleman that I was talking to. Once again, third time's a charm. You think the Earth's a globe, sir? Mr. Nate. Yes. Go on. Oh, so now that it's not chaotic, you're not talking. Now that we got a little fucking order, you want to stay silent. Because now the spotlight's on you.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. You fucking sure it is. Go. Earth's a globe, how?
No, you got to figure it out.
No, I want you to tell me. Obviously, you think it's a globe. Yes. Really? How anticlimactic. Fucking weasels. That's it? Any other glober in here? Fucking puffing their chest out, talking over each other. Fucking rumpusing like no other. Now what? No one wants to speak?
Did I lose connection?
No, they're just not talking.
So silent. I thought I lost connection.
No, there's a lot of... Everybody was bloviating now that they got a chance to speak because they can't talk over each other now. Now everybody's taking their turns. And actually, I was going to toss a few to you, Greg, see if they can, I can stop them before they... I just want them to answer a question and we can proceed forward. Because I know how much trouble you were having last night and it was fucking irritating, dude. I was at work and I was listening. I was like, this fucking people, man.
Yeah.
They don't know how to. They can only react when there's a shit show. When there's like 3 other people talking, that's when they want to put their shots in. Because that's all they do. Because they hide behind one another. Nobody wants to take center stage and actually answer a question. And I don't know why. They got the bravado. They got the energy. But when it's crunch time, they lose it. What the fuck?
Scientists, well, art thou champion?
Seriously.
I'm afraid to speak.
How do planes work on flat Earth?
What?
How do
the same way work if they're a little ball.
Can you guys give me Can you guys give me a map of your flat Earth? Because I don't have one. Right?
No.
Like Google Maps.
No. But every time I Google something, I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong.
Hey, TDA, I have a good TDA. If you search the 1947 flight map of the world, that's a good. I think
so when I post your map, right, you guys aren't gonna like just
This guy cannot be for real. He sounds too much like a jackass.
Here,
I'll find it.
I'll find it for you, dude. I'll find it. Hold on.
Dude, you got so much energy, TDA. It's pretty simple, man. Every map is a map of the Earth. Is it not? TDA?
Sorry?
Every map is a map of the Earth. Yes or no?
It depends.
Really?
On what? The Earth and the maps of the Earth?
Okay, tell me how the... Point to a map that's not a map of the Earth. What map is not a map of the Earth?
If I draw a map of the Earth and it's not accurate...
Okay, you're drawing a map. I'm not talking about you drawing a map, dude. I said point to a map. Don't draw a map. Point to any map.
Yeah, it depends on if it's the map of the Earth or not.
It depends. On someone drawing the map of the Earth, yeah.
It depends on the curvature of the map. Shut the fuck up.
No maps are curved, dude.
Curvature
It's
of the
not
map.
curvy
It
enough.
has to curve in order to make a map of the Earth.
Sorry?
Yeah, if it's not curvy, it's not real. It's got a curve.
The map has to curve in order for the map to be authentic.
Yeah, it has to have some curves.
I don't know. I posted one in side chat. Is that an accurate representation of the Earth?
What's your deductive argument for that premise?
Greg, you.
But that's why I asked. I asked you guys, where's your map? I want your
what's your
map.
deductive argument for that concluding premise, though? How is it necessarily the case that the map must curve in order for it to be authentic?
I don't know. You guys have a. You guys have a disc,
Thank you for
right?
your concession.
No, is your map a disc? I don't want to get it wrong.
You just said I don't know.
Is it? But I don't. I'm googling the map, right?
Thank you for your concession. Thank you.
I'm googling.
You don't know that premise is true. Thank you for your concession.
What a spaz, man.
Yeah, you're. This guy's got like his fucking high pitched voice is irritating as fuck, dude.
I know I made you congeal with irritation when I did my impression of him.
No, I mean it's like. I mean, just control. Yeah, that's what he sounds like to me. It's like fucking screeching.
But no, like, how do you have maps if the Earth is flat?
Hey, TDA, I posted the link in the chat.
Great, Hollywood. 1942 maps aren't the only maps of the Earth.
I know, but
FYI.
The reason I specifically chose that one is because he requested flights also.
It doesn't. None of that matters in this case. He just needs a map of the Earth, and every map is a map of the Earth.
Right.
Point to a map that's not a map of the Earth. Huh?
He
Point
just
to one.
Yeah, but the thing is,
when you give him a map,
a lot of these people that have heard of flat Earth, they really have no fucking clue what it even looks like.
Hollywood. That's why we're educating them on the fact that when they talk about a map,
that's why I've got questions. That's how I've got questions, right?
Holy Toledo, Hollywood!
That guy talks like a cartoon character. But listen,
Hollywood, mate, just put your feet up and enjoy the show. Trust me.
Yeah.
Just
I have to actually elevate my ankle, so trust me, I'm doing it.
Yep, just put your feet up and enjoy the show. Alpha, send it, brother.
Yeah, the problem, you listen, everybody's asking for a map of the flat Earth. the Earth, as we know it, is flat. Is that correct? Yes. So when you point to a map, guess what? It's a fucking map of the flat Earth. Wow, that's education. So every map that
Especially
you
Google
point
Maps.
to, yeah, especially Google Maps.
Elevation.
Yeah. So when these guys are asking you
Google
for a
Maps
state-
is not flat when you zoom out. Try it out. It's not flat when you zoom
One
out.
sec, dude. I want to talk. Hollywood. So what they're doing when they ask you for a map and you give them one, they're creating a straw man.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah.
I was just giving him an example.
You can't.
Hold
you
on,
can't
Hollywood. You
confirm
don't
that
understand.
map. Yeah.
Let Timbo tell you. Just relax.
Yeah, you can't confirm that map is.
I know.
The Earth.
I know.
Where they're
The point.
positioned,
I
everything
just wanted
like
to give him a
that.
representation.
They're gonna create an argument, and you're gonna go, okay, is this the map? And then they're gonna go, okay, well, flight paths don't work on this map, and you got nowhere to go. You're fucked because you can't argue the point because you've already agreed that that's the map that you're talking about.
No, I just gave him a representation. No, I really wasn't.
You know when you.
It's not my map. It's not like
I almost heard you saying as well, like you said, these people are looking, right? They're looking for an alternative. You don't have to give them one.
They're looking for an idea. They don't even have an idea.
But you don't have to give them one, man. It's not your responsibility.
Why are we getting resistance from Hollywood on this shit? He's been in this fucking shit for like years already. Every map is a map of the fucking flat Earth.
Yeah, I like that. I never heard that before.
Well, there it is. When you point to a fucking map, it's a map of the flat Earth. Point to one map that's not a map of the flat Earth. Point to one. Because I guarantee you, maps are all
the blue marble, dude.
The blue marble, dude.
The blue marble is not a map.
It's a picture, bro.
Fuck, dude. Why is that
and
a
it's
map?
not even a good picture, dude.
Where's the guy? Is he even in here? Did he just say that?
Or
no, it was me, dude. I was just trolling.
Okay. But I have a question.
I thought you were an authentic scientist.
I have a question though. Why is a flight from Toronto to Paris have a curvy path and not a straight path?
On which map? On which map, dude? That's the question. Which map are we talking about?
Hollywood.
What flat map?
God damn it, Hollywood.
All maps
put
are
yourself
flat.
on mute.
Okay.
Because they draw a curve. That's why the flight route is curved because they draw a curve.
I mean, like, let's say this in a modus ponens. See what this is. If the plane flies in a curved path, then the Earth is a ball. The plane flies in a curved path, therefore the Earth is a ball. First premise is false because flying in a curved path does not necessarily entail the Earth is a ball. They could fly in a curved path while the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Listen, you can draw a triangle, square, a circle. You can draw whatever you want on the fucking map. That doesn't mean the pilot is going to jump in that plane and fly that fucking shape. He's not going to do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do.
My God,
dude.
Hold on.
What's worse?
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious right now?
Look at the side chat. Look at the side chat. So the flight path between.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Listen.
No, dude, this is illegal.
If a guy, what? Are you gonna shut up?
Okay, since I got.
No. So now I gotta mute you. Basically, when a pilot jumps in a plane, he's gonna fly the plane over the flat Earth. And if he's going to do anything else that you think he's doing, then the evidence needs to follow that the pilot is doing the thing that you think he's doing. So in other words, if he's flying over a curved surface, I need to know how much of the Earth he's flying that's curved. In other words, how much curvature is he negotiating over that trip he's making? So that's on you. You need to tell me how much curvature he's negotiating.
Okay. Let me tell you what.
No, I need you to tell me what I asked for, not what. Tell me what I asked for.
Yeah, what the fuck? Stop muting me.
No. I need you to give me the answer to how much curvature a pilot will negotiate over any trip that you tell me about, from any distance to any distance. I need you to tell me. How much curvature will he negotiate over his flight?
Hey, you keep muting me. Am I?
What? You're gonna walk out of here like a fucking diva? No one gives a fuck. Answer my question. How much curvature is a pilot negotiating over the trip he's making?
Well, damn. Now I don't wanna.
Well, that's your fucking fault then, because you act like a fucking prima donna. Fucking like, oh, I'm gonna leave if you fuck off, dude. Answer a question, or like, listen. You guys who are in here right now, belly up to the bar. Answer a question if you know it. If not, put yourself on mute. Simple as that.
Okay. Let me like scale it down a little bit. So the curved path from Toronto.
No. How much curvature is the pilot going to negotiate over the specific point of origin and the target distance that the pilot is traveling over the said place that you said he's traveling over? How much curvature is he negotiating? Go.
Yo, this is cheap. Like, I don't want to play.
No, it's not cheap. It's you not understanding.
This is not even funny.
I have a question. Listen, I know you do, but this guy is trying to answer a question that I've been trying to get him to answer for like, what, maybe this is the third time that I'm asking him? Maybe fourth. Who knows? So if the guy, the pilot, is going to be flying over any amount of curvature, how does a pilot ever get ready to do that when he's flying the plane? Go. It's simple. If he's flying over the curved surface you think he's flying over, you should have the answer to how much curvature he's going to negotiate over any distance. Does the pilot know that he's flying over the curved surface of the Earth? And you're yawning into the mic is not helping. Please mute your mics. So, do you know? Yes or no? No?
The pilot does not fly in curved paths. The pilot flies in a straight path.
Thank you for the concession. That's all we need from you. He's flying in a straight path over the flat Earth. Next, please.
My question is... Oh, you go.
No, okay, sorry. I'll just make one quick point. But I just want to say about the map thing. The reason I like to give people an idea also of that projection is because that projection appears to be very hidden from the public and education.
Hollywood, that's great.
Go ahead, Nate.
That's wonderful, but it's not. It's really not hidden.
It is. I've never seen it in any book growing up.
If you look for the 1942 aerial map, it's presented there on Google. It'll pop up right away.
No, but I'm asking when you guys grew up, did you see this projection ever in textbooks?
I'm pretty sure it was hung up somewhere. Listen, it's not hidden. That's the first thing you got to understand. Second, it's not even the point. All right? So you've been doing this like other thing for a long time now.
Is this the flat Earth chat? Somebody tell me if this is the flat Earth chat. I have serious fucking news for the flat Earth chat.
You made it, but Nate's gonna go right now.
No,
you're gonna wait.
Hey, how much do you get paid for spreading lies and disinformation?
Damn, did you just kick him? He had news.
Excuse me. I said I had serious fucking news. You can't just mute me like that. I said I had serious news. You can't just mute me.
But obviously he can.
Would you like to make a bet?
Like that? All right.
Okay. You
like that?
Like that?
Bing, bing, bing. Let's go for round 3.
Just give a number for how much do you get paid for spreading lies and disinformation.
The Earth is round.
What are you asking?
I'm asking to everyone that gets paid for spreading lies and disinformation.
All right,
Who are you asking?
The Earth is round, Sugma, the Earth is round. Sugma, the Earth is round. The Earth is round, dude. The Earth is round.
Don't unmute him.
Got it.
Mod, don't unmute that guy. Whoever's unmuting him, leave him muted. Do not unmute that guy. All right, so we're going back to this other weird character that's in here. Sir,
how much do you get paid? How much do you get paid?
Are you gonna answer the question or just sit on mute? You got one more chance.
Literally coming into the channel, just barking the same things over and over.
Yeah. You got one more chance to answer the question, sir.
Answer the question.
So, sug my round globular balls.
Really, guys?
What's going on, boys?
Who keeps on unmuting him?
This is
guys, can I have a map?
It might not be anyone.
Nobody's unmuting him.
Configuration of the computer.
I'm a shadow mod. I can unmute myself in your room, fuckers.
Actually, he keeps leaving, and someone outside is unmuting him. So my advice would be to...
I'm gay and the Earth is a globe. I'm gay and the Earth is a globe.
No one gives a shit.
You must be autistic too.
Yeah, we can play whack-a-mole too. So.
Ad hocs.
Yeah. So.
Yep, I can play this game too, just like you can.
Guys, I need a map. I need a map. Do you guys have a flat Earth map?
Still, I think we can
globe.
still, I think we can still put a ban on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you get him, Timbo?
And then he has to dispute it.
Yeah.
We can give it a go.
Good luck with that.
How many of you?
Shut up, idiot.
Timbo, when he's in the text chat, I got his ID, mate.
Red Mike got your mouth.
You didn't even get
there it is again. Another Red Mike got your mouth. You can't talk.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, he's basically abusing his mod powers in another room to unmute himself.
Hey, Ether, can you grab his number and put a ban on him? Try that.
Buenaventura, how much
it's
are
not
you being
working.
paid to troll in the open chat and ask loaded question fallacies in the text in the voice chat? How much are you being paid?
You guys get him?
I'll let you do it. You know?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yes, sir. Round of applause.
I thought of that joke.
Good form, lads. As you were, Alpha. Please proceed.
All right. Well, we had Hollywood fucking going. He's a hot mess.
He's all over the joint.
As of 16th of the month of August, on Friday at 4:37 a.m., Grease mode has been muted and banished. We got it.
We'll wait for the.
We got him, boys.
Sorry, guys, I'm tired and stuff, but Nate was going to talk. He was going to talk earlier, and he built up the courage, and then we shut him down.
Yeah, now we're shutting you down.
No, I was letting you do your job.
Hollywood's a white knight of white knights, man. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, in the case of Newman and TDA, it seems like you were the one that was talking over them. That's all I was going to point
all right,
out. It was
now,
kind of
the energy's flowing through you again. All right, so how is the Earth the globe, Nate?
no. I just thought it was funny that you were saying that the Globers were talking over.
So nothing more to add except for you just giving this commentary about what's going on in this room. No globe evidence.
Self-righteous.
Hey, does anyone want to talk about the globe Earth? I'm a globe star. Does anyone want to talk? I suck my globe balls. Suck my globe balls, please.
Not you.
Anybody?
Again.
Yeah, that's him again.
Literally went to another. No, is it another account? No, it's the same account. Or another account.
Yeah, it is too. No, it's another account.
Yeah.
It's another account.
We can fix that.
Very similar account, but another account.
You guys, this isn't our first rodeo. You act like you guys can come and troll anytime you want.
Go to LGBT for unmute.
You're just gonna get fucking banned when you come in here.
You guys, what? The band's not working.
Back chat and report it to Aurora. Get this guy removed.
Yeah, bot's not working, and he's abusing it. Or he's abusing his shit. So
temporary mod's gonna get removed. What's up, Ego? Ego, you got a map of the flat Earth on you? Golly. And then you got fucking Hollywood coming in with the 1942 aerial map. Like,
you guys are quick with it. You guys are so fast meeting. Oh my god.
You're gonna lose your fucking admin privileges.
Doug, I'm literally. I don't know what you're talking about. The server's just broken right now. I'm just acting normally.
Is it the server that's broken, or is it you?
It's literally just the server's broken. It's not my fault. The mods broke the server, Doug.
His gender is broken.
That doesn't matter, but you're gonna lose your power. I'm telling you.
Awesome, sick. Do it. Awesome.
All right, we will.
Hello.
You know, like a moderator's role on a Discord server. You know, it's supposed to be a moderation role, like to encourage discussion and fair discussion and and no trolling and things like that. And if you're a mod of the server acting like that, then your role is untenable.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's compromised.
Untenable, man.
It's a self-contradictory position to lack moderation of oneself while you're designated.
You're acting like a fucking dingo,
How are you
man.
supposed
You're
to
acting
moderate
like a
other
fucking
people
dingo.
if you can't moderate yourself?
Are we all waiting
You
for
know,
Big
moderation.
Daddy?
You know, like not acting like an asshole.
I'm gonna make this guy do the rigmarole every time. Fucking, we're here 24/7. He thinks he's got more endurance than us. You got another thing coming.
Well, not everyone's here 24/7.
Yeah, the real ones are
Who
though.
the hell is that?
You're not
Two
here.
clicks. 2 clicks. Only 2.
The fucking plastic homies are not. The fake homies, yeah, they're the ones that are just fucking being scandalous somewhere else.
I'm a real homie.
I don't know about that. I question.
Yeah,
I question.
You might be a real homie with an O on the end.
With an O at the end.
You didn't get it.
Yeah, mate, he's calling you a fucking puff.
Homie, oh.
Who did that accent?
I don't know.
What accent, mate? What accent?
Oh, it's
This
a
is my
real
voice.
accent.
Yeah, it's actually my voice, cunt.
Come. Oh, you can't.
We got another one.
Yeah, mate.
Damn. It's like they know you like that.
We got another one.
Hey, can't you believe you live on a ball?
I had to do it.
No, mate, we live on a disc.
Live on a disc.
Where's the disc, man?
Fucking
the disc. It's a disc on an elephant, mate.
Disc
on an elephant. On an elephant.
Yeah, mate.
Is that guy
On a
Bogan?
DVD, guys. It's very simple.
Yeah, it sounds like he's from maybe WA or something like that.
There you go.
Oh, mate, I'm from Sydney.
What disc on an elephant? What?
Would you be surprised that that's what you live on, Gregory? Come on, dude. Don't act surprised now, buddy.
What the fuck? What fucking part of an elephant is a disc?
No, the elephants are carrying the disc, man.
What is a disc of
Can
what?
you at least
Disc
get
of
a
the
good
Earth.
troll? Get a good troll, like something decent.
The elephants are carrying the Earth.
Yes.
I'm not trolling.
The elephant is
Get it
picking up
wrong.
the Earth, and it's carrying the Earth, and that's how we're like stable and stationary. You know.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, I saw the
you're not
elephants on
trolling,
the
it's
Earth,
better
not the Earth
trolling.
on the elephants.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's
Sleeps.
that.
I'll
Can we have
post
a
the
serious?
picture.
Can we have a serious conversation, or are you going to be a clown all night?
Nah.
Oh, someone just posted it. Actually, that makes sense.
Yeah.
On a turtle. On a turtle, though.
Yeah, see, that's what it was.
That's actually hilarious, though.
Yeah, he's not a real one.
He's
not.
The turtle. What the fuck is going on?
Trees as big as hell.
The turtle's big, isn't it?
Listen, man, we're looking for the globers that know that the Earth is a globe, not the ones
Hey,
who
wait.
believe it is.
That's one strong ass turtle, man.
Hey, Sleeps. That's not a disc, dude. It's fucking half a tennis ball.
God damn it, that is a semi-sphere, dude. So where is the goddamn disc on the elephant?
He's a semi-sphere earther.
I thought it was a disc.
Crazy.
Oh, but wouldn't that be better than a globe to you guys? Like for it to be like
By
a
what
semi-disc?
metric?
But what's better? Like, so would it be better? The
By
globe
what metric?
or
Better in what
a
sense?
half a globe?
What do you mean?
Like the semi-globe. Like, what? But like, what do you think? No, Don't be difficult.
You haven't
Just
told me
answer the
what
question.
goddamn metric you are evaluating this cosmology
Bro,
to be
what
better than that one.
metric? Bro, stop using fancy words. Just fucking answer the question,
Fancy
bro.
words, motherfucker. It's 2 syllables.
Brother,
Timbo, you need to
just
wrestle,
say,
you need to wrestle down your country,
brother,
man.
is it a disc or is it a fucking tennis ball? I mean, like, what would you prefer?
Is it
No,
a
fuck the
disc
disc.
or a tennis ball? Is the Earth
No, fuck the
a
disc.
disc or is it a non-Earth?
You don't need to dissect what I said. Like, just like, bro, is it like,
No, of
what
course I
would
need
you
to
rather
dissect it
prefer?
because that
Like,
was a pair of options you presented to me. Is it a
okay,
disc or
fair
is it
enough,
non-Earth?
fair
No, the
enough,
Earth is
smart
not
guy.
on Earth, so toss the latter option away.
Okay, fair enough. So, what would you guys rather prefer as flat earthers? Like, if you found out tomorrow,
Concerning what?
like, would you rather like people believe it's a globe or people believe that it's a half a tennis ball?
Neither.
We'd
Why not?
prefer people to think for themselves. That'd be a good start.
I axiologically equally disapprove and just prefer both of them.
But if you had to choose, if they had the two
I just
options,
told you,
then
if I had to choose concerning value, I evaluate them as both being equally contemptible.
okay. What about if it's a cube or a rhomboid?
Why would it be that?
Same.
So it has to be like a disc. It has to be a disc. Like there's
Who
no.
the hell said it has to be a disc?
No one
No two
said
ways
it's a disc.
around it.
No one's even
Who the hell
said
said
it
it
was a
has
disc.
to be a disc?
Okay, so flat. So could it be? So what about? Okay, so what about this one? What would you think it's better to be? Like a square, a flat square, like like a map, or a disc?
Slaves.
Hey, dude, why?
As opposed to a curving square? I mean, the only squares I've seen are flat.
Why are you asking stupid questions, man?
Well, I'm not asking stupid questions. I
Come
think
on,
it's a valid question.
That's debatable.
Hey, man.
You sound like you could be smarter than this. I don't think you're that dumb.
I don't know, man.
I'd rather not. Here's what I'd rather believe. I'd rather believe you are smarter than the way you've been communicating tonight.
Yeah, but like, come on, man.
Come on,
yeah,
what?
but come on, man. Yeah, but come on, man.
Is he being really pestilential, Gregory?
Not yet.
Pestilential? Is that even a word?
I swear it is, actually. That's for Gregory.
Pestilential? Holy
Not
shit, I'm
yet.
gonna look that up.
He ain't got that bad yet.
I'm trying to work
He's
out
being
if you're
foolish. That's for damn sure.
I'm trying to work out if you're a Maori or a Lebo.
That tickled him.
You got the 50-0 boxer laughing his ass off back there.
I love it.
What does that mean in Australian or in English?
In Australian, because Australian is a language.
Yeah.
Well, a Maori's a New Zealander, a native New Zealander. No, Lebo is short for Lebanese.
Huh.
Really?
Yeah. I'm trying to work out his accent. Sometimes he sounds like a Maori, and sometimes he sounds like a Lebo.
Y'all distinctly have abbreviated Lebanese to Lebo. Do you get a lot of Lebanese in Australia?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
there's
do.
a whole suburb full of them in Sydney.
Interesting.
Timbo, I thought he had a bit of a Kiwi accent to him. He sounded like, when you get imports, Kiwis that live in Sydney for a fair while. If you said to me he was a Kiwi living in Lakemba, I'd go, fucking oath, you got me.
Yeah, I reckon that's it.
Did you grow up with
Matrix? I can listen to you forever.
Chill with the glazing, Gregory. Okay.
Show him
Are
what?
you from the same area of like Stevie Irving, whatever it's called? Matrix?
No, he's from North. He's North Queensland.
Like copy.
Matrix.
Yeah, they sound identical, man.
Ouch.
Crocodile.
That's a mouthful. Just say the word. But why a crocodile? Your jaw's about to fall off. The crocodile.
You don't bother moving your lips. You just say crocodile.
A big old croc.
Crocodile.
To speak Australian, there is no enunciation. All you got to do, grab your words, remove the space in the middle, sorted.
Don't pronounce your letters.
Not me.
So, for example,
What sentence did I just say right there?
G'day, mate, is good day, mate. It's quite simple.
G'day, mate.
What sentence is this? Not me.
Know what I mean?
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, know what I mean.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's very
Know
easy.
what I mean? Know what I mean?
I condensed a 5-word question. Do you know what the 6 words, excuse me. Do you know what I mean? Down to 2 syllables. Not me.
No,
No,
mate.
mate. No, mate.
Good, isn't it?
Fucking easy, isn't it, brother? It's just like that. You know what I mean? Nah, got no fucking idea. What are you on about?
That's an actual conversation. That could be a conversation. Hey, mate, you know, we walk past each other and we go, how you going? And you know what the answer to it is?
Not bad.
No, or the answer, more likely the answer would be, how you going? They go, how you going?
How are you
We walk
going?
past
How you
going, how
going?
you going? How you going? How you going?
How you going?
How you going? You right, mate? You right,
It's like
mate?
as if we drop clues. How's it going? Not bad. Where you off to? Up the road.
Yeah, it's called anti-diction.
How's the weather? Yeah, not bad.
We'll tell you everything but what it is. Typical Glober.
I think a lot of people don't understand it.
Where is that other man?
No.
Where's Nate? There he is. He's still here.
That was
He's
Moon.
still here.
Nate's still here?
Nate's still
Nate, is the
Nate
Earth the
is still
globe?
here. Mr. Maple.
Nate, is the Earth the globe?
It's a donut.
Really? No, he had a
You
lot
have
of
now-
energy.
You
He had
have
a lot
now
of energy
entered-
earlier. Go ahead, Greg. You first, man.
I was about to consider a joke, but you
Persevering
have
to
now
interrupt.
entered the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I was gonna say he had a lot of energy before. And I come in here, deflate his tires. Now he just don't want to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting there. He's crossed his arms. He's like, I'm not talking.
Yeah, he's petrified into the thinking man.
What's weird because everybody else was like fucking talking, and everybody was jumping over everybody. Everybody was having a good time, fucking monkeying around, and then all of a sudden it's like time to get serious, and it's like fucking nowhere to be found.
Yeah, you know those you know that character that always yells out in the background in those Adam Sandler movies? Like, you can do it. You know, those guys that always just jump in and they're always the same guy. That's the Globers.
Yeah.
There'll be someone talking and then they'll go, yeah, gravity. And then they'll mute.
It's pseudo-intellectual heckling.
Yeah, and then when you call them out, they go, oh, no, I didn't really want to talk about it. It was just, you know.
Yeah, they dip their head down, they shield their eyes with their hand. They just dip down, try to crawl out of the crowd.
Yeah, sneak out the back.
Stop.
And the guy on stage is like, "No, I see you. I see you running. I see you crawling."
Stop picking on the baby Globers, man. That's what you guys need to do. Stop picking on the baby Globers.
Yeah, sorry, I was just in the moment.
Are you a big boy Glober, Matt?
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, they do. They do shut the hell up.
Matt, are you a big boy Glober?
Yes.
Oh shit!
Oh,
he can't even work out
I'm a level 500 Glober, okay?
Flying with the boys.
Yeah, they're gonna. All the lemmings are gonna pile up behind you, Matt. As soon as you start saying it, they don't. They're confused right now. They don't know how to speak. They need some help.
All the pseudo-intellectual baby Glober hecklers. I'm gonna speak up now.
They're shaking on their knees and they don't know what to say now, and fucking hell.
I get weak in the knees, messing around. Somebody trying to get me.
Man, you really have a passion for singing, huh, Gregory?
A little bit.
All right. Does anybody besides Matt have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, he doesn't have any evidence.
No, but I mean, before he comes in here and
He's like,
starts
I don't
saying
like the way you said that question, Alpha. Rephrase that now.
Anybody? Let's see. We got George in here. Who else is in here?
George off the jungle.
Not Crystal. We already know that. We got Nate, who's fucking radio silent so far.
Crystal.
You just refuse to accept my evidence.
I don't think
I've
so.
been to space.
Crystal, you got nothing.
I'd like to speak to this person.
Go
You've
ahead.
been to space, Gregory. This one is yours.
Yeah, go for it, man. Knock yourself out.
Krista, did you say you went to space?
Yeah.
See, there's a problem. I'm about to show you
What's
here in
the
the open chat.
problem?
Well, let me get.
I'm
let
on
me get
mobile,
this for
so
you.
I can't really see it well.
Shucks, let me hook this up for you. I should really have it in the message box before I speak up, because now I delay the completion of my reply and I have to fill the silence with my meta commentary of my lack of preparation and finally tapping the wrong fucking button. Now I'm pissing myself off. As
You
I'm
got to
doing the
use
meta
smaller
commentary.
words with Crystal, Gregory.
Yeah.
And
Chill with all
here we
that
go.
bullshit, man.
Okay.
Yes,
So I
Gregory.
tagged you in
3
that.
syllables or less. Come on, you can do it.
No, I'm really
Here we go.
smart.
3 syllables or
I have a
less.
high IQ.
Well, I'm glad you said that. That'll make it very easy on me. So, you see where I tagged you in the open chat?
Give me one moment, my dear.
All right.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Excellent. Now, look below it before you turn your attention to...
If you guys want to keep going.
It's not supposed to look like that. Before you turn your attention to...
These nuts.
I'm just going to do it this way. I'm just going to...
That was a good one, Crystal.
I would have never guessed that one. She got my ass.
She got
I
ball
did the wrong
envy.
one again. I've been doing this at least several dozen times now. Now all of a sudden I can't tap the right buttons tonight.
Yeah.
Shit. I just did this several minutes
That's
ago.
all
It's
right.
bullshit.
So what's left? Just
Okay. Finally. Chat. Okay. So
that's it. Yeah. Okay.
those are the arguments. Now
Then
before we get to the arguments, you see the citation below
4
that?
hours worth. But whatever's left, we'll just transfer you some money.
Timbo, you're hot micing, brother.
I'll just wait around.
Timbo, you're hot micing.
This is not professional.
Timbo the businessman.
I'm gonna mute Timbo. He can unmute himself. I don't want him to spill the beans on what he's doing out there.
Spill the beans.
Okay. So, was Crystal? Crystal.
Well. Yes, my dear.
There you are. Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing Call of Duty Zombies.
I see.
Maybe you should go on mute.
So I'm talking to someone who's paying half attention. Okay. So you say you went to space. I assume you mean you went to the outer reaches outside the atmosphere of the Earth?
No, I went to full space.
You went to for space?
Full space.
FULL?
Yes.
What is that in contrast to space?
That's different than whatever you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
I don't know, some region that's not space that is above the Earth.
So you couldn't know that what you're talking about is distinct from what I'm talking about because you don't even know what I'm talking about to distinguish it.
No, I know what you're talking about.
So wait, is full space below the Earth, like in hell?
Yes.
She don't know. She don't know what I just said. So she can't make a distinction.
No,
so
I know.
What I am talking
I know
about,
that you know that I know.
No, I know that you know that I know that I know you don't know. Now here's the thing. Now here it is. Do you affirm? Do you suppose that you left the atmosphere into the outer reaches of the cosmos?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a problem. Your assertion cannot be true given the unverifiability and falsity of MAM, which is mass attracting mass, universal gravitation, and or TGR, theory of general relativity doctrine.
Yeah, but how does that discredit me saying that I went to space?
If you don't have MAM, mass attracting mass, and or TGR, or some mechanism that actually holds all material bodies together in any way, shape, or form, literally, then everything would be completely disintegrated into oblivion. And therefore, there would be no humans to make any artificial devices to fly around anywhere, let alone away from the Earth, several hundred miles away from the Earth.
You know, she could have been flung into orbit against her will. Doesn't mean she has any theory of gravity.
There's that too, and there wouldn't be any of that if there was no mechanism in their godless cosmic vacuum to do that.
Whee! There she goes.
Godless cosmic vacuum.
No, somebody's just angry that I went to space and you didn't.
Whoever you're talking about has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So that's why
What are you talking
your
about?
assertion is incredible. I mean, it is believable, but it's not veracious nor verifiable.
Consuming shrooms and listening to music and in your mama's basement is not space.
No, I live in my own house.
Well, let's focus, Crystal. So, your proposition that you left the Earth several hundred, if not more, miles away into the, outer reaches of the atmosphere, beyond the atmosphere, is false, given that you don't have the ad hoc rescuing device of universal gravitation,
you know,
so that
when
everything
she
remains intact
emphasized-
together and not completely dismayed into oblivion.
When she emphasized that she lives in her own house, she's basically saying that she does shrooms in her own house as opposed to her mom's basement. Am I right?
That is plausible.
So,
good call.
She didn't deny shroom eating, so.
And she didn't
I
refute
don't
my
do
critique,
drugs.
so
I'm not
double trouble.
a hippie. I don't do drugs.
Do you think shrooms are
that's
drugs?
debatable.
They are.
Persevering to tell the truth.
Why do I get the feeling she's talking about astral projection?
Because you have sense.
I bet you don't even know what space smells like.
Can you
I bet you don't, and no one else does, because it doesn't have an odor to scent, to smell.
Probably
Can you
smells
tell me
like
what
the
it?
bottom of
Can you
Satan's
tell me what
bomb.
it smells like?
It smells like burnt steak.
That's what the
Thank you,
astronaut
Crit.
said.
You been up there, Crit?
No, the actornaut said that what space smells like. They did a video called "Debunking Space Myth." And
Did you say the actronaut? The actronaut?
Actronauts. Yeah.
You haven't heard that one before, Matt.
Yeah.
I've heard that one before.
You know, as
The
in
actronaut.
not astronauts.
That's funny, Crit. Burnt steak.
Yeah, you never saw that?
I never saw that.
This is why Pulse.
I heard about it.
I did.
I heard about it.
See, this is why I post that daily news, because if you get the globalists to actually look at what these freaks are saying, you're like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
They're clowns.
I mean, I'd feel like it would smell like burnt steak, though. I think that's normal.
No, it would have no smell whatsoever.
Listen to him. He didn't know before what it smelled like. Now you say it smells like burnt
Now you have
steak,
some sort of
and now he goes.
intuition as to
Well,
what
that's
it
what
would
they're
smell
saying.
like.
Burnt steak,
Yeah,
right?
that makes sense that it would smell like burnt steak.
Yeah, it makes sense that the immaterial state of affairs has an odor, especially burnt steak. Yeah.
You'll believe anything,
No, it
dude.
makes total sense, guys.
So let's follow the logic on this. Matt, please explain to the shoppers here why it would smell like burnt steak.
Why it would smell like burnt steak? I feel like it would smell like burnt steak because because it's so atmosphereless, right? It's space, and I feel like the
Why is this an
I feel like
improv?
the radiation from the sun would cause like this burning sensation almost. So I feel like it would smell like something like burnt steak. Yeah.
Burning what?
Burning.
What is it burning?
Burning what?
Like burning in the sense of like burning in this, not like burning in the sense of like you're cooking, but like it's hot, right? You have that hot
cold in
energy
space,
from the
dude. It's
sun.
like
what is heating up?
And I don't doubt that it would smell something like burnt steak. You
It's
know?
cold in space, negative 400 degrees, dude.
I mean, what is heating up?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
technically,
what
the
they-
rays from the sun
wait,
can still hit
yeah,
you. So.
You're getting it wrong, dude. Because like no one's ever smelt space because they go up go up in a capsule, and then they're in a spacesuit when they go on the spacewalk. So they haven't actually been in space. They've been enclosed by like a like their own
container.
And what medium is the odor suspended in? It's a vacuum.
Well, I'm assuming that when he's saying like it smells like burnt steak, maybe that's just how it smells like when he's like, I don't know, maybe it's like when he gets out or something. He gets
so is it not a vacuum?
I'd say in the ISS. Is that what you're saying? It smells like burnt steak in the ISS.
No, I think that's when he does the spacewalks or something. I don't know.
I'd say
Something like that. Maybe in ISS as well. I don't know.
Okay, so in his spacesuit. So in his spacesuit, it smells like burnt steak.
I'm assuming that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
But why would he say space? Yeah, why would he say space smells like burnt
because it
steak
wouldn't.
when he's never been in space?
Oh, there you go. Well, I believe that he went to space. That's where we're going to disagree.
No,
Obviously.
he has never been exposed to the vacuum of space because he went up in a rocket, went into the ISS, and then when he was going for a spacewalk, jumped into a container suit. So he's never been exposed to the vacuum of space and cannot smell something he's never been exposed to.
Get it right, people. It's refractive gravity.
I'm assuming it's probably. I don't know. It's got to be. It's got to be something with the. It's got to be something with the environment or something. I don't know. Something is smelling like burnt steak to him. Whatever it is.
This is what they say. They tell you his story when people probed it deeper. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, well, yeah, you know how when you go to a club and you come home and then your clothes smell like smoke.
Oh, okay.
So this is what happens. He said, you go into space and your suit is like, because it's such a low pressure, is the metals are off-gassing. And then when you go back into the airlock, that effect lingers. So then once you repressurize and open the suit, then you can smell the off-gassing of metals.
That makes sense. Yeah, there you go.
How much air do they lose when they depressure or when they use the airlock, and how do they get more air up there?
This is when flat earthers educate globies on their own lore.
When you look at that story, like, you think that makes sense?
That's always fascinating to see and do.
Aww.
So
no, it is because like it's just crazy that flat earthers have done more research about the globe than the globe people.
Yeah, the globe people is like 8 billion people on the planet, and most of us don't give a fuck except for the people who are obsessed with the Earth's shape. They get destroyed every day. So I mean, doesn't
That's
really
why
change
you
much.
camp in here on a regular basis.
That's why I kick ass here on the regular basis. You're right,
dude. But like,
you sure do kick ass. You kick your own ass.
But come on, Gregory. How many times?
Just like Patrick and SpongeBob. No, Mr. Krabs. We'll kick ourselves out.
all I've heard him say is an attempt to explain why space could be smelling something like something.
I mean, Crit just gave us the explanation. He cleared it up.
No, that wasn't me, dude. That was when people pressed him. He came up with some bullshit, and just everyone just believed it.
All he said was, "I believe that the astronaut went there." That's the only thing he said that I've heard that's his claim. He has a belief. He has a belief that somebody went to space. That's all you. That's all you have.
I'm not ridiculous. Of course, I believe that.
That's all you have, though. You have one belief that somebody went to space. You have no evidence of that.
If that was
there's
true,
tons of evidence for it, or else I wouldn't believe it.
If his explanation was true,
Can you show?
all vacuums would have that sort of burnt state.
He wants niggas to challenge him, but then you do this Mickey pussy shit. What? That's that fucking bullshit.
What are you talking about, man?
Anubis, just so you know,
I want you to say that point. What is he saying? What are you saying, Anubis?
Anubis, before you carry on, I'd just like to inform you the last person that spoke in a derogatory manner towards people of other races got banned from this server. So choose your words wisely.
Very good. That one part of that is dog shit.
I think he's hot micing.
To be honest, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
The one part of what, Anubis?
Your mic's going on and off, Anubis.
Goku lied about how powerful he was, and
I think he's hot micing.
Who's power, Anubis?
Well, that'll save him getting banned. Either or other.
Yeah. So Matt, the main point is that once he finally gave an explanation, it became testable. You could test his claim, and you could put different metals or alloys or whatever into a vacuum, and it should reproduce a sort of off-gassing smell. People did that, and there is no smell in the vacuum. There is no off-gassing of metal going on. This guy, all his shtick is that he went up in the ISS, he ate a bunch of food, and he was asked a question he didn't know how to answer, and he just shot from the hip. Yeah, like burnt barbecue sauce.
Is that what he ate before the flight?
Yeah, it's like
some ribs.
Like all the astronauts go up there and they do something silly, or they do something, that is kind of I don't know, like they get their little name to fame for when they went up there. Like Don Patet played with a yo-yo, and he did like zero gravity yo-yo tricks.
The Magellanic Clouds.
Yeah, Chris Hadfield's shtick was to go up there and like kit bash all the prepared meals to make something really special each time.
Yeah, and make music. He wrote songs and stuff too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You know what? Yeah. You know what SpaceX's stick is? Every time they fire up that Dragon with people in it up there, they always have a little fucking stuffed animal tied to a string, and they call it their zero gravity indicator. Because they got to show the video that they're floating, that there's weightlessness, that they're in space.
I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change.
And
I am changing the things I cannot accept.
And dude, and the stuffed animal, usually it's a fucking stuffed globe. No joke.
Globey McGlobeface.
Yeah, not kidding.
Wait, isn't it a thing where the astronaut suits should actually like be exploding if they're on the moon or doing a spacewalk because of the preferential difference? And then didn't one other attempt of at NASA in a vacuum chamber make some guy pass out?
Yeah,
all the tests of them doing it are bad tests. Like there's
They got down to 10 to the -6 tall, and he was in a spacesuit, and his tongue started, the saliva on his tongue started boiling, and then he passed out.
Right,
and they nearly killed him.
The rumor is, I don't know if I forgot if I verified it or I searched for it probably at some point, but there's no.
The rumor is, I'm not sure if I verified it.
Yeah. Just let me. I'm tired. Sorry. So that there's no video of a guy in spacesuit in a vacuum chamber testing it ever. Like the only video is of it failing and not working.
Seen it.
Same thing. You know what I always looked for is in Sandusky, Ohio, they have the Space Power Center facility, some shit, and it's the largest vacuum chamber in the world, where they do their rocket engine testing and stuff, and they could do a simple experiment and just suck all the air out of that and light a bottle rocket and see if it goes anywhere.
As soon as you light the bottle rocket, you've changed it to a not vacuum now.
Right. No, but that's why you do it in the really big one, the really big facility, the biggest facility in the world that NASA owns. where they could show off all this vacuum chamber stuff that they don't.
No, they don't.
Well,
They
then
do
it's a
small.
really big not vacuum.
Yeah.
The only experiment I've seen in that was like the
experiment.
They did the feather and the brick thing, and they're like, "Look, this is like the moon."
Is
Oh,
that
they
an
dropped
experiment
something.
or an observation?
I don't know.
They just dropped something.
You're just talking about a trial.
Yeah, and a frame-by-frame analysis showed that they weren't released at the same time.
Yeah, I think there was issues with that. It was all just a show, dude. It's all just like it's all a part of the script.
Wait, does that sound right though about what I was saying earlier? That like the astronaut suit should like explode because there's such a great pressure difference.
Well, like no, there should just be videos of them like actually showing them like walking around in the vacuum chamber. Let's see it. Let's see it in action. All we have is a video of them quote in space. But I've seen many videos that are also known as movies that of people in space. It's like the same shit.
Well, I mean, Timbo brought up the one earlier about where they actually tried it, but the guy stayed in there only for like a couple minutes because he ended up like fainting.
Yeah, that's the only. Like I swear, like the rumor
I think
is
that's the only time they've
that the
ever
only
done it.
video that they have is of it failing, something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I probably
Which is
am
why they had
overstating
to-
that, but
And then they go, "Yep, no worries. Let's send them to space."
yeah, it still works.
Works.
Guys, trust us. We figured it out after that. We're just not gonna show you.
Yeah, it works differently in space.
I would love to see someone take a shit in space. See how that works.
The fuck? That sounds a little bit like a...
Dude,
it's a bit personal.
Dude,
I got a sketch fetish.
Well,
no, bro. Like, what are they doing? They're like sticking some tube up their ass. Like this is
Dude
insanity.
really said, "I'd love to see someone take a shit in space."
But it's not a
dude.
Unfair critique.
I just want to see them
supposedly do that shit in space.
Yeah, I'm saying I just want to see them
Trust me.
demonstrate a few things.
No one wants to shit in front of you, man.
Let's ask them to pull up their shirts, and see what's underneath their shirts. Like, let's see if there's anything underneath their shirt.
Yeah, no, even I'm pulling this
off their belt. I want to see them.
Now you want to see their abs? Dude?
I want to see them take off their belts.
Interested in your voyeuristic tendencies, so just pull it off.
Imagine.
No. I just want to see that they're not. I want to see them like change their clothes or something. Like they can wear like spandex or whatever. I don't care. I just want to see them. I want to see them because they have an outfit. They have literally. It's like they have those cargo shorts and they wear the fucking.
Imagine on the ISS, right? Like and then you know how they have the school kids that come in and they ask the astronauts questions. Imagine one of them goes, "I want to see you take a shit on your $56 million toilet." Oh, your dad's a flat earther, isn't he?
Let's see if your shit story is full of shit or not.
I thought one time the toilets might have been broken, and so the like this is a SpaceX mission, and they had to bring diapers with them because they couldn't use the toilets.
Boy, yuck! Imagine the ass rash on that.
Dude, they wear like the heaviest
This is
duty
a
shirts.
shit story paradox. This is a shit story paradox because if it's true, then the story is full of shit. If it's false, then the story is full of shit. How about that?
There's a double-edged sword for it.
I had a thought about. Remember the guy the other day was talking about ham radios and talking to the astronauts. Like, are we supposed to now believe that there's like one astronaut that just sits up there on the radio waiting for people to call him all day? Like that's a fucking joke, right?
Not all day. Well, is there a day and night cycle on the moon? I guess dark side and light side. So yeah, I guess there's that. In principle.
Sure, but are you saying you're going to waste their time? You're going to waste one of those guys' valuable time up there and have him sit on the phone talking to random people?
How about that for isolation?
I mean, I really just enjoy watching the astronaut videos and critiquing them. There's frankly not enough of them, and it saddens me because I want to believe it's true, but it's like obviously not. So now I just kind of look at it and find the movie mistakes in them.
Are we going to leave Matt muted? I'm just asking.
No, that should be a tick off mute.
Actually, no, leave him on mute.
I fail to see the problem.
Little dude needs a job.
Shit, that's a whole lot of people.
I mean, haven't they never even like taken a camera in the cupola and been like, "Oh, there's Earth. Now let's turn the camera around. There's the moon. Oh, there's this star. There's this constellation. There's this." They've never done it, right?
That's not what I was expecting you to say. Oh, here's the Earth. Here's this. Here's the shithouse.
Here's the shitter. I just think there's not enough stuff up there to survive. I don't know. Maybe there's more space than I thought.
The only space that's getting worked is the space between young person's ears. That's it.
Yeah, I saw this quote the other day where instead of thinking what type of world are we leaving for our children, it's what type of children are we leaving to the world.
Crystal.
Yes, my dear?
How you doing?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm chilling.
So you've never been to space?
Shut up with that stupid stuff.
No, I'm in space. I've been in space all my life.
Okay, then tell me your story of going to space.
Can I answer that
It's
question?
simple. It's simple. I paid money.
Never mind.
How much
I was
money?
in a
How much
rocket.
money? How much money?
$10 million.
When? What year?
Snatch this dialogue from Gregory.
And what
In
company?
2008.
What company?
SpaceX.
Bullshit!
So your story falls apart there.
Yeah, because I don't think were they even launching yet in 2008?
No, they didn't launch people.
So it sounds like your story has an anachronism, Crystal.
I don't even know what
What
that
say
word
you?
means.
I thought you had a high IQ.
Yeah, I do. It's 80.
Anachronism means like something that is like partially contradictory. So your story is partly entertaining, but also a little bit annoying.
First
This idea of going to space should mean something. It should actually mean something for humanity or for you. But for what you use it for is to bullshit and make it seem like you've seen the Earth from space and people should just trust you, bro, as you're blatantly lying about it.
Yeah, you're just a jokester, dude. The first SpaceX crew launch was in 2020. So you're about 12 years too late on your story. It's just sad, man.
It was this top secret mission. I just talked
what's
to this
sad?
guy.
And you know what? I was quoted $50 million by a real company that supposedly would bring you there in 2 years. And that was more recently, so I was quitting for inflation. It's still not an accurate figure.
Yeah, but they didn't give you a good deal. I got a good deal because I was friends with the owner.
People like you.
Well, you asked me earlier, have I been to space?
Honestly, people like you, what solidified my conviction in the flat Earth is because, like, the globe people are just the dumbest fucking people ever.
Yeah, well, guess what? I can insult you too. You're a smelly bumhole.
You're a fucking liar.
We'll just cut the.
You're a smelly bumhole.
You're a
Hollywood.
dumbass liar.
Hollywood, okay, like power down. So, it doesn't take.
Dude, it should be about the truth here. Period. Just get rid of liars. I'm fine with muting liars and dumbass people like that.
We can't expose people if we don't expose their lying.
Faux show. But we're wasting our time.
Yeah, and also
we're wasting our time talking to them. That's my point.
You also want an inclusive space. If somebody has like an idea that they went to space, you don't need to challenge that.
Yeah, you do.
Why do you think you need to challenge that?
So you know the truth, so you can figure out who's fucking deceiving you and who's not.
Yeah, I agree with him to call out
Yeah,
the
and
bullshit.
all of flat Earth is deceiving you.
Maybe.
In what way is
How
it
do
deceiving
you know
us?
all of the flat earthers?
I know for a fact you don't know about the flat Earth yet. I'm trying to figure it out.
Hollywood, hold on. Crystal, in what way is flat Earth deceiving us?
Well, it's wrong.
That doesn't answer his question.
Well, I don't need to answer his question.
Well, that doesn't answer his question either.
You made a statement that it's deceiving us. In what way is it deceiving us? How is it deceiving us?
It's giving you false hopes about the world.
Such as what?
That the Earth is flat.
But it is
no
flat.
one has a hope that the Earth is
No,
flat.
it's not.
I observe it.
It's not.
And
no one has a hope that the Earth is flat.
Nope. Sorry, that's not how it works.
Crystal.
All right, literally,
we
shouldn't talk.
No one hopes that the Earth is flat.
Crystal, you might be under some delusional guise that we believe the Earth is flat. We don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat. It's utilized flat. It's measured flat. Everything is
It's not, though.
It's topographically planar. What part of that?
I don't know what that word means.
It means it's flat with hills and shit.
Oh, okay.
When we say
that doesn't work, though. How can it be flat but have a hill?
We don't say it's flat as in a billiard table.
How can you lie to our faces and expect us to take you seriously? How about that question?
I don't know.
So how about you just shut the
Crystal,
fuck up?
You have a problem because you believe the Earth is a ball, and so
yeah, no,
if
I
you
know
believe
it's
the
a
Earth
ball.
is a ball, then you have a logical dilemma with that premise. There in the open chat.
So, Crystal, why do you believe it's a ball? Do you see the curvature when you go outside?
Yeah.
Yep, this one's
Well,
broken.
given the logical dilemma
Lying
that
to
your
your face,
geodesic
dude.
premise
Lying to your
is
fucking
caught in,
face.
then you couldn't possibly know that. It's there in
What
the
do you
open chat. I
mean?
tagged you.
Sure, Crystal lies about a lot
Can't
of
look at it
things.
right now. I'm in zombies.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I'm about to die.
I'm about to not give a shit.
Well, your globe is dead, so you might as well
No,
meet your
it's
globe.
not.
But you don't have
Your
to meet your
globe is
globe. You don't
dead.
have to. You could just forsake that doctrine and not be dead with the globe and live with the truth, including the truth about geodyssey. Oh, but I didn't lose connection.
No, you did.
Okay. My phone has me traumatized. I'm just sitting there writing full sway of what I'm trying to say. That rhymed. And then the connection's just going to disconnect. And it's going to leave the screen as it is, like it is connected, giving me a further false impression that I'm connected when I ain't.
False hope, Gregory, just like these ballers.
It's a damn shame.
No, yes, we're rich people. That's what we are.
Who's
Say
we?
Again. Say again, you're
You
what
said
people?
ballers.
Ballers.
So you've got no proof of curvature, Crystal.
No, I have plenty of proof.
So
Well, given the logical dilemma that your geodesic premise is inescapably caught in, I think not. It's in the open chat, by the way. I tagged you.
I disagree.
Okay, that's
For
fair
what
enough.
reason?
I've got no problem that you disagree. That's cool. So, what is the reason why you disagree? Please bring forth pictures or some kind of citation or something that you can put to us so we understand why you disagree.
Dude, this thing
I
is not
disagree
gonna.
because I know I'm right.
This thing
I've
is
never
not
been
gonna
wrong
play
before.
ball, you guys. This thing is literally not even paying attention halfway.
Hollywood, cut the shit, dude.
All right,
I do feel your irritation, but gotta work with what we have at this moment.
I'll have fun.
So, Crystal, did you see that geodyssey dilemma that I wrote there in the open chat, tagging you? Crystal?
Yes, my dear?
Yeah, you see the spherical geodesy dilemma that I spelled out there in the open chat?
Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I'll read it to you very quickly. The first horn, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball. If you insist on sustaining the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, then if the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we can see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball.
Is that how that works, is it?
Concerning logical argumentation and observation, measurement, and yeah.
Whoever came up with that's great. That's a dumbed down version of the Swan. Love it.
Thank you, Nathan.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Black Swan. Can't understand refraction.
Oh, refraction. That's an ad hoc appeal. You haven't found the Earth to be a ball in the first place. I guess I did away with that rather quickly.
Is he appealing to the refraction studies that were done on a flat plane?
If he is, that would be self-defeating. He didn't get that far yet.
Or is he appealing to the super looming that the Rumpus and the Ruhif came up with? That with enough refraction and a powerful enough telescope, on the globetard, you would see the back of your head. They took their globetard and made it unfalsifiable. All they got to do is just say refraction.
If he did, that would be super ad hoc.
It's like,
all you
why
have to
can't
do
you
is say
see
that you
back?
can't take a flight across Antarctica. I mean, as simple as that, right?
Oh, Nate. What's this about
Nate
flying
Mathel.
in Antarctica?
I'm just saying, you guys are using the same tactics that you disprove the globe. It's kind of interesting to see. Just like how we've never seen the ice wall, but we've never taken flights across Antarctica.
What tactics?
Quite the argument there.
Nate, what tactics?
No, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about what you're talking about.
Because you can't physically see something; it's disproven.
Wait, hang on, Nate. You're talking about us having some tactics. You seem to be insinuating that we're being hypocritical. What's our hypocrisy?
Did I not make it clear? Because you can't physically.
No, you didn't. That's why I'm asking the clarifying questions to make what you're saying clear rather than be obscure.
I'm just saying. If it can't
well, I heard what you're saying. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying. So, are you insinuating that we're hypocritical in our pattern of argumentation, or what?
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay, well, what's your reason for saying that?
I just laid it out for you.
Would you mind clarifying it?
Nate, this is your time to shine.
This is going to go in circles.
Well, you don't know that necessarily, so let's see if it does or not. Go ahead, you have the floor.
I literally just explained it, though, with the planes, and then you guys don't even have pictures of the ice wall. What's going on with that?
Hey, Nate,
that's not an argument, Nate.
Exactly, just like how your thing is an argument, too.
How about you
just
give...
Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, Nate, just give proof of your globe. How about that? Don't worry about what flat earthers do or don't do. Just take you and your globe and post your best proof or evidence.
So we're shifting the direction of this now?
It's always been on you.
I'm trying to diffuse this idea that there's a group of people online that you disagree with, that you also don't understand, and it's stopping you from doing what you think they've done, which is disprove the globe. When was the globe proven before you could say they've disproven it? Where was the proof in the first instance? Is it basically, are you going to go down the line like photos from space? Why would they lie? Minority opinions are stupid.
Still waiting on the ice wall pictures, though.
So when if you do like engage and progress forward in the discourse?
He's asking a question. He's asked it twice. He's asking about ice walls. Just hasn't elaborated on what he wants to know.
Well, he's obviously claiming that the globe Earth is that the flat Earth is claiming an ice wall. Yeah. However, the ice wall was actually proposed by the globers. Yeah. It's the globe that talks about ice walls, ice shelves, etc. in Antarctica, not the flat earthers.
So you're saying the ice wall is not real? There's no
ice wall? No, that's not what I said. You didn't listen. The ice wall claim, ice wall claim comes from the globe side,
right?
Not from the flat Earth side.
So then, are you then claiming that the ice wall is not real if it's a globe-tard?
The red herring
well,
from the
I
black
can't.
lagoon.
No, I'm asking. I'm just asking.
Well, me personally, I would describe it as a shoreline. Yeah, we know that we need a shoreline to contain water. Now, some of that shoreline may be cliffs, mountains, higher. Yeah, some of it may be lower. As long as we have a shoreline.
Sorry to interject. There's ice
wall. Is there a glass dome?
Hold on, let's just deal with one thing at a time. Whoever that is, just wait your turn. Okay, so there's a claim of an ice wall. This idea of an ice wall is injected into the flat Earth narrative that we can argue all day about speculation about the ice wall itself and what may be beyond it according to flat earthers. There's a very swift and shrift way of dealing with this. Number one, it's already been aired in a way. We're not making any claims about it, but there are global claims about it. That's the first thing. Second thing is, the way we actually expanded the known territories, mapped the known territories, and expanded into the new worlds as they used to be known, was flat. We used navigation structures and systems that were flat to expand out our known territories. In terms of how the territory expands, which is what anything that's aimed with an ice wall inflection is about, that's about expansion of the territory, or containment of the territory. Territory was already expanded in our recent history. When it was, did it flat?
So it sounds like a bunch of maybes or could-bes. It sounds like people are uncertain on what they believe in here.
I didn't express any beliefs. I just told you how Earth was expanded in terms of the navigation structures and the known territories into the new worlds. There was no beliefs expressed in what I just detailed.
That's why I said maybes and could-bes.
Still talking. What I did was put an end to the discussion that was speculative at the ice wall, brought it to a conclusion in terms of how the world was mapped, celestial navigation, on flat maps with flat systems and flat charts, and the latitude and longitude system, all flat. Those systems were what helped us expand the territories into what we now know today and have colonised. Those aren't speculative, those aren't beliefs, those are facts. We did expand the world flat.
Is there a glass dome on top of the Earth?
Do you have any measurements? Like, what are you doing? If you ain't got any measurements, you shouldn't speak.
I was just asking a question.
Okay, so to answer your question, like with the ice wall, this idea of a dome or glass dome is again inserted into the flat Earth narrative so that we can argue all day about what may or may not be the container, the gas pressure that we're breathing as a straw man, to take you away from the fact that the heliocentric world has a violation of natural law in the form of gas pressure without containment. So a sky vacuum around a blue marble is a violation of that natural law, second law of thermodynamics. because if the sky was a vacuum, gas we breathe would fill the space. Given that heliocentrics think they're travelling to space, take pictures of their blue marble in a sky vacuum violating that natural law, it's the positive assertion from the heliocentrists to prove what their sky is. I don't have any claims about what the sky is. I just know we must be under containment to be breathing gas pressure.
So is that a yes to the glass? Is that a yes to the glass?
So,
dome?
Nate, in other words, some
paraphrase.
people would rather not speculate about the celestial bodies and the other cosmographic features of the cosmos.
No, but we got we got to be certain, because, like, let's say I've got some kids. I want to teach my kids the flat Earth model, right? Like what shape it is, how the maps are drawn. Is there or isn't there a glass dome, right?
Did you hear the last thing I said?
TDA, that was answered twice. TDA.
All the models are flat. All the diagrams are flat. You teach them flat. You just don't realize it. You pretend it's a globe.
No, but I want to change my ways. I'm ignorant.
TDA.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Like I'm very ignorant. Yes.
As per the last two answers, we know due to natural law, we require containment for us to obtain gas pressure to breathe. What that containment is, we do not speculate on. It's not something that we can verify. So we don't know what it is, whether it is a glass dome. We're not going to speculate. We know we require containment. Correct.
We know what it isn't. And what it isn't comes after people who believe they're on a ball claim what it is. So people on a ball claim it's a vacuum. Well, the gas we're breathing would fill the space in line with natural law, so it's definitely not what the heliocentric globe Earth in a vacuum says it is. The sky, that is. They're the ones with the positive claim, not us.
Right. So it's contained, but we have varying temperatures and pressures across this containment somehow. And
so would it be correct then, say, if I Google flat Earth map and a glass dome is in that picture, that's not correct?
Whoever said the previous thing before TD, are you insinuating?
Sorry, hold on a second. Just let me answer him. Can I just answer him? If I Google,
doesn't make sense.
I'm just trying to answer the guy. He asked me something about specifically if I Google flat Earth. If I Google what idiots say, will I see your face?
No.
Are you throwing it at him?
Did I claim it? No, I'm giving him an example.
I'm just asking a question.
He's just absolutely distraught about it. It seems.
This isn't debate.
I don't know the correct or incorrect answer. I'm trying to learn. I'm very wrong.
Lots of triggered
These are just ad hominems now.
Lots of zealots chanting through me while I try and make the fourth attempt. If I didn't bleed and say it, what makes you think typing something into Google will give you what I bleed and think? You complete idiot. Yeah? Do you understand what I've just said to you? Typing something into Google isn't going to tell you what I think. Try and take the words that come out of my mouth to mean what they say. And only that as what I believe, if you want to foist that on me. Just take what I say and nothing else. Don't go and search on Facebook for what I think. How dare you ask if I Google it? Will that be what you think?
But I asked, right? I asked.
Mr. Outrage, and I'm telling you. Mr. Outrage got to blurt through the person telling him off for being an idiot. Oh, you won't find what I've got to say on Google, Dumbo.
I never called you an idiot.
And further to that, TDA, how would you be able to verify that that's what exists in reality?
We wouldn't do like scientific experiments or observation.
Wouldn't know what science was.
These ad hominem attacks.
I never. I asked. I'm just.
No, not you, Nathan Oakley.
Like I said, I'm just trying to change my ways, right?
High pitch who's put something in there about whether or not we should look at science, and now he can't shut up. My reply: you wouldn't know what science is. Oh, you haven't immediately justified and validated that you do. I will test that claim I've supposed about you.
I haven't made any claims at all. I haven't made any claims at all.
Just asked us about whether or not we'd use science. I'll just tell you straight away, that's a category error. You don't know that.
So we wouldn't
Still talking, Dumbo. You're the dumbest person here and you're talking through me while I correct you. It's a category error, second attempt. Do you want to keep yammering through me while I correct you? Will it make you feel better while I make you look stupid if you talk through me? Look, dumbass. It's a category error. So I immediately put money on you not knowing what it meant. You can keep yammering through me correcting you, Maybe detailing why it's a category error as you ask us whether or not science would be answering questions about the nature of reality in this regard. It wouldn't. It's a category error. You don't know what science is. I'm telling you off. It doesn't mean yammer through every word of me highlighting your stupidity. Now, unless you want to now claim you do know what science is, which is why you were asking for it, if you do it again, we'll qualify exactly how little you know about that word by proving you don't know what it means. Or you can say, oh, I'm sorry I asked for science, didn't really know what that word meant. Or you can go, how dare he say I don't know what science means? And then we'll rip you a new one and show the audience exactly how little you know about that subject.
I like I said before, I never made any claims, right? I'm just answering and asking questions.
In category errors, did you not hear what I just said?
I haven't made any more claims.
Is he going to say he's
after
going to make
that.
any more claims again? Is he a bleeding stuck record? I heard you the first 3 times. You asked a question in a category error. Now that's the 4th time I've said it to you. Do you not comprehend what I've just said? Do you not understand the words coming out of my bleeding mouth? Do you think you need to tap it into Google? Listen up. Category error. You asked us a question in a category error. How many more bleeding times do you need to hear it? Bloody hell, this guy's thick.
Be like asking what smell tastes like.
Yeah.
You're in a category error the moment you mention science when you're talking about the shape of something.
He doesn't understand how to respond because he doesn't understand what science is. So when he asks for it and we say it's a category error, he's like, I'm not making any claims about it, just asking questions. All right, didn't understand the reply, dum-dum.
Please help me understand. I'm clearly uneducated.
We know.
So I'm just asking. I want a map of this flat Earth. You know, because let's say I'm driving.
We're sat here waiting on your bleeding demands.
Okay. You don't have to give me a map.
Okay, I heard you. Now you can shut your mouth. You want a map?
You know you've been talking for the last 5 minutes, right? And you just interrupted my first sentence.
You want a map, and now you can't shut up. Are you really this stupid? You told me you want a map. I heard you. That mean I'll carry on waffling after making my bleeding demands? You want a map? The shops that sell them, dickhead. What kind of idiot comes to a forum on the internet and says he wants a map for someone he's discussing the nature of reality with? Right, we'll go to the shop and buy one then, Dumbo. It'll be flat.
Damn.
But the problem is
science.
the problem is when I buy a map and I post it and I say this is the map I'm using, you guys claim it's false. So I don't know like which maps to use. You guys clearly have.
Sorry, why?
What do you?
I don't want to talk to this guy.
No. I don't. Sorry. I apologize. I don't know. I didn't mean you specifically.
You didn't say that. Shut up.
But when I say
shut up. Don't just carry on after you've charged me something. No, when you say you guys, oh right, did I do the next thing that comes out of his mouth? No. I didn't say anything was bunk. I didn't have any map presented to me by you. Tell me what I would say. I wonder why
can I present a map then?
Now
and then you can tell me.
You belligerent little prick. Shut up. What you're doing is unreasonable. The reason you're doing it is because you're stupid. Now, every time you are insulted or feel like you need to feign some sort of exasperation while you get corrected, you open your mic and start talking through the top of me. Yeah, I know, I'm used to dealing with thickos. People who blurt category errors into the discussion and then justify that they haven't made claims 3 times. We get it, you're stupid. Yeah? Now you're asking for maps, yeah, go to the shop and buy one. And then you're going to tell me that when I presented you with one, I told you it was... I didn't do anything of the sort. Stupid little man. If you want to come here with straw men that haven't been put to your door, and then start telling me what I've said or what I think or what Google might suggest I'd say, I'm going to get pissed with you right quick. Just tell you how stupid I see you as. Just see you as someone that needs demeaning because you're stupid. You don't know that. Like most stupid people, they don't realise how bleeding thick they are. Sit down. I'm done with you. Shut your mouth. You're just too stupid to be here and have a discussion. You can't cope with simple answers. You have to repeat that you're not making claims 3 times after having a very simple answer put to you. This is painful for me. Somebody smarter than you. I don't want to talk to you because you are stupid. Hope that's clear.
You know you've lost when you resort to attacks.
What part have I repeated the same thing to him 3 times that it's a category error? Is it an ad hom to call him stupid after he didn't understand 3 repetitions of the words category error? White Knight feel he was mistreated? Does it feel like he's been personally attacked after he offered an argument? That would be an ad hom fallacy. He didn't offer an argument. He even made it clear himself that he wasn't offering any claims. He was only asking questions. How could it be an ad hom? You don't. Again, what a thicko. The White Knight even
came in with that.
White Knight's going to start chanting through me. The little bitch, another retard, doesn't know the words he's using. It wasn't an ad hom. You
it's
stupid man.
Card,
hey, White Knight, is it easier if me pointing out how stupid you were when you said ad hom? Is it easier if you just chant through me? You won't look like a pathetic, idiotic bitch. No, you will. You'll look like a total bitch as you chant through me in pain. Like, the more intelligent one in this room's telling you off for using words you didn't understand. It wasn't an ad hom, you stupid man. White Knighting attempt to undermine me demeaning and being stupid won't be undermined by you yammering through me in pain as I point out how stupid you are. Just sit down like the last time.
Buddy.
Dumbo, White Knight Dumbo.
Science. That's a real loose definition here.
White Knight Dumbo, it's not your turn to talk while you get told off for being stupid also. It was not an ad hom. Chanting through me won't change that. You're just as stupid as he is. Don't understand the words you're using. Me pointing out why it's not an ad hom, i.e. 3 repetitions of it's a category error, therefore stupid, isn't an ad hom. He didn't even offer an argument, therefore not an ad hom. Is chanting through me going to make you look less stupid there, son? No, it's going to make you look like a little bitch that can't take being told off like the rest of you glurf idiots when you're corrected for being dumb, which you are.
Are you done flailing?
Flailing about how dumb you are?
No, I'm very smart.
I'll highlight when people use words they don't understand, like ad hom or science. Now, you can say that's flailing, but I'll concisely detail why I correct the people I do. It's not flailing. Isn't this fun? So much fun to be in the Discord server. We're here to make our own know why Earth is measured flat, to give other idiots the belief they're on a globe. Obviously, I'm going to trigger a zealot after several prolonged seconds of silence. Earth's measured flat to get your globe belief. That's why we come here. Strengthen all of the flatties arguments. When you guys tell them they're on a globe, they'll take you to the flat Earth measurements you were using to get there.
You need a little more compassion, though. These people are been indoctrinated, Nathan. They think what they call science is science. They have to be re-educated.
Bless, little globers have been deceived. Oh, suck it up, ladies and gentlemen. Your Earth's measured flat. Those measurements were used to create the globe you thought you were standing on.
Be denied. We all know that, but it's going to take some time for it to finally click. Maybe if John would tell his testimony, how he used to be a baller and he couldn't get measurements for curvature, and now he knows the Earth is flat.
That's much better.
Nathan.
Hello.
How are you doing this morning?
All right, I think I've made half a dozen videos this morning. I'm very pleased with myself. Very productive day. How are you?
I'm well. I have a question. I want your opinion on something.
Okay.
How long would it take to fly across a flat Earth, do you think?
I don't know. You'd have to ask a pilot, I guess.
Well, if you had to guess, what would you say?
Don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough. I love your abusive nature, by the way.
Pardon me. Are you asking about how long it would take to travel longitudinally or latitudinally?
Either way.
You require a flat plane to measure longitude and latitude, so it doesn't matter. It's a flat Earth.
Is it equidistant or no?
Circles of equal elevation are equidistant to their centre point when you measure them with respect to the angles that you get them from. That's measuring Earth flat.
I was just wondering if this flat plane is if it's equally wide as it is long. Does anyone know?
You know what measurements we have? Things like latitude and longitude grid, right? So in terms of what we've measured, what we've got, and we've verified it with positional data with respect to stars. That positional data that we've got with respect to stars can have a couple of things done with it. One, can use it to speculate what might be beyond it, like they did 300 years ago or 500 years ago when they expanded out the territories. And you start mapping and plotting more and more circles of equal elevation onto maps. Yeah?
Sure.
That's how you expand the territories. And then beyond that, you can take the circle of equal elevation at the minimum of Polaris, and you can turn that into a globe. That's something else you could do. But all the time doing these measurements, you're measuring Earth and dealing with Earth and processing Earth as a flat plane.
Okay. This may sound like a silly question, but if the Earth is flat, would it be possible to fly past it?
I mean, I didn't catch the second bit, but what I did hear was if the Earth is flat. No, Earth is flat. It's measured flat.
Okay, so let's say that it is. Is it possible to fly past the Earth if you kept going in a straight line?
You're formulating your question based on us as if a fact is a supposition. It's not. It's just measured that way. We can't help that. You can't help that. It's just how it is.
Okay, I was just wondering what people's opinions were. I was just wondering if that's the case, if it's possible to just keep going in a straight line and go like past this thing.
Right, you're missing what John's just put to you. So what you're describing as a consequence of prior statement as an if isn't dependent on that if statement. Furthermore, the if statement, that's if Earth is flat, isn't an if statement. It's measured flat. And what planes do, or try and hear us out, right? You haven't understood it 3 times. No consequence based on whether or not we're dealing with Earth and flying on Earth flat. We do, we must. That's how it's dealt with. You're now asking a question.
I just wonder what you guys thought. That's all.
I know you just want to talk through the middle of me saying something to you. You're like the other 2 guys, too stupid to close your bleeding mic while I talk. Listen to the actual end of the statement I've made that you've ignored and haven't comprehended 3 times. I'm now making the 4th attempt. I'm going to start getting irritated with you. Do you want to shut your mic and actually listen to what I say? I've made 4 attempts.
I've been listening to you the whole time.
I know, I'll just keep yammering when I'm explicitly telling him to shut his stupid mouth. He thinks it's, I keep your mouth open and answer. Rhetorical, just too stupid to understand a rhetorical question. Okay, I'm done with you. You're thick to communicate with. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're an intolerable idiot.
So I live in Australia and I can't see the North Star. Why is that?
Beyond the equator.
Yeah, but what's like blocking my vision on a flat Earth? I should be able to see the same type of sky as most people, right?
Let me guess, you should be able to see China.
Calm down a second. There's a new guy that wants to strawman me about what a flat Earth should do. If you're making claims about what flat Earth should do, have you verified that flat Earth should or shouldn't do this yourself? Or are you just telling me what I should believe based on what you strawman me with? Which is
okay. How much should I see then? Like, what stars should I be able to see?
Carrying on without answering my question about whether or not he's going to strawman me about what he says flat Earth should or shouldn't do based on no research and not doing anything? Or is it the strawman you say I must adhere to? Second time, will he ignore it and just reassert his question again? I'll see in about 10 seconds. We'll find out how dumb he is. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Do you hear what my reply was? Paraphrase it back to me, like you actually heard me.
So what you're saying is, I've assumed an incorrect flat Earth, right?
Those friggin' words definitely didn't cross my lips. So you didn't hear what I said, you're too stupid to listen.
Okay, so then I was correct.
No, it doesn't mean keep yammering through me. Now this is where I go. You're too stupid to talk to, you can't listen. That was not what I said. You couldn't paraphrase back to me what I said. I definitely listened to what you said, paraphrased it back and then responded to it. But you couldn't cope with the words that crossed my lips. Now you can't repeat them. So you're too stupid. Can't listen.
You didn't even say the word North Star.
You're now talking through me, making my point abundantly correct. You're not listening, you're talking while I'm telling you off for not listening. What goes through dickhead idiot brain? I'll talk! Now, while he's still telling me off about not listening, I'll start talking. Admirably demonstrating how unbelievably stupid this man is. I'm now ducking out, going, if you feel the need to continue the conversation, it will be brought to an abrupt halt. Because I'm now ducking out and going, no, you're too dumb. Nobody would want to communicate with someone who literally doesn't listen to a single word that is responded to them with. It's not a reasonable man to talk to. That's an idiot, the village yammering idiot that doesn't listen. Asks the passerby a question, they respond, and he yammers off into La La Land, having not listened to the reply. You're the village idiot? Nobody would want to talk to somebody like that, obviously.
Hey Nathan Oakley, I heard you're going to be in Dorset, UK. Are Globers welcome to come? I'm curious because I think some Globers would be wanting to come. Ask you a few questions.
He'll be right back. He's doing the intro.
Oh, okay.
Your mischievous chuckle you like to punctuate your sentences with sometimes.
What, the chuckle did I do? Yeah, I like to laugh, man. It's always hilarious.
It's a nervous laugh.
It's really not, though. I tell you, it's not.
I tell you. I do say.
So I'm curious, is
he still doesn't.
Stab at that, or?
I think he had a heart attack from me. I gave him too many heart attacks.
No, he's going live. He's doing an intro on his YouTube channel, like "Welcome to Nathan Oka Show."
Yeah, but he'll be back on in a minute, so we probably have to keep quiet because I think we're part of that intro in a minute.
Man, I'd love to be on YouTube.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Ko-Fi, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, Click OK, Wandek, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, so welcome one and all.
How's it going?
Hello. Welcome.
Hello. To be here. Anybody who's relatively regular in this particular Discord server will know that we're here typically on a Friday. I normally do a little preamble before we go live, but please don't swear, as you probably heard in the introduction. If you do, you'll get removed by one of the moderators, as it is a bit of a family show, or we'd like it to be at the very least. So, our endeavours here in the Politics server are to let our Flat Earth counterparts know, in order to live on a ball, as many of the Western world believe they do, you would need to first measure Earth flat. That's why we're here.
So, Nathan, I had a question. You didn't start your show yet, so I think that's what you're doing. But you said that you're doing a meet and greet, whatever it is, at Dorset, at the Bridge House Hotel or whatever. Are Globers welcome? Because I think there might be some Globers in the UK that might want to say hi or ask some questions.
Well, welcome. It's a pub.
They're welcome?
Yeah, I did say in the intro, for 5 of your English pounds. That's the only stipulation.
Okay. It'd be funny if you have Mez and
Sorry.
I was gonna say it'd be funny if you had Mez show up and ask you some questions, some Glober on flat Earth interaction in real life.
They're welcome to. Like they're welcome to here. Like you're welcome to. It won't be any different to this. How would it be any different?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it'd be more entertaining. I'd be, hopefully some Globers do show up. I don't live in the UK, but hopefully some Globers do show up.
Yeah.
And,
there's a big difference in public. If there's a guy on stage giving you a presentation and he invites questions, then some from the audience won't shut their mouth. You know what the people who run the hotel and bar do? They remove them. Because that's not civilized.
Are you going to mute them in real life?
Through the middle of somebody that's in the middle of saying something, it's just not civilized. People won't tend to do that in public.
Oh. If they do, will you mute them in real life? You have like big bodyguards kick them off?
I know, I'm 6'2" and I can be quite imposing.
Ooh.
Typically, unlike with gates and miles of fibre optic cable, when you're actually in somebody's presence and they're literally towering over you while you heckle them, there's a very different feeling about that when you're actually that person with 80 people staring at you as you get heckled by the guy on stage. Now, as that happens, the guy who's doing the heckling might feel the need to just blurt through straight like they would on the internet. As I say, that's not civilized and won't be tolerated in normal public society, unlike on the internet where you can just do it and nobody will stop you, because what are they going to do? Beyond, running your show and closing lines where people are disturbing your show. I mean, that could be held against me, it seems, but in public, it's just not civilized to just talk straight through somebody that's talking.
What if one of the Globers brings a pair of boxing gloves for you and they challenge you to a boxing match?
And I said no. Do you think that would be then the guy standing in the middle of 80 people clutching a pair of boxing gloves, just looking like a complete wanker? Would that be that guy? And everyone going, why is that guy over there clutching boxing gloves?
Whoever wins the fight determines the shape of the Earth.
The guy holding the boxing gloves is just about to get tackled by security.
Again,
that's called geodesic verification by combat.
Again, just not reasonable behaviour. You go to somebody who's doing a talk on anything, you walk up to them and hand them a pair of boxing gloves. That's essentially inciting violence, isn't it? Like, that would be criminal, as in you could be arrested for it here in the UK. Did you not know that?
Maybe they're handing you boxing gloves to punch someone else.
Was it you I was talking to?
No, you weren't talking to him. No, but yeah, it would be inciting violence. I'm just saying that'd be a pretty funny hypothetical situation.
So what you're saying to me, Matt, is you think it would be funny to encourage my audience to incite violence? Is what you're saying?
No. I'm saying it'd be funny, like if a Glober. I'm just saying it'd be funny if a Glober showed up with like a pair of boxing gloves.
Yeah. I just needed the no. That's good. So you're not suggesting people endeavour to criminalise themselves at my public event. Good.
No. Hopefully people don't bring boxing.
I don't know why you'd suggest it then. It seemed that way. You still think that you're going to yammer through me kind of telling you off for doing exactly that, even though you're feigned, no, I wasn't doing exactly what I suggested people should do. And you were doing that. That just makes you, what's the word? A prick. And here you'd be in the UK arrested for that. I wanted to make that explicitly clear that what you're inciting is criminal under the UK law. And I just wanted you to be absolutely aware that what you had suggested was criminal here. Because you thought it would be funny. It's not inciting criminal behaviour. And I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Yeah, again, there's a difference between a descriptive and prescriptive, right? I said it'd be funny if some Globers brought boxing gloves and challenged you to a boxing match. That's all, man.
At a public discussion, yes, and I said that would be criminal, as it would be inciting violence. And now you're yammering through me as I reiterate it for a third time, as you justify it for the second. I heard your justification the first and second time, and then I led you to just say, yeah, it doesn't matter, it's not really that, it's not, yeah. And then I absolutely laboured the point for a third time, and now a fourth time. That would be criminal. But that's what you guys are like, you globe believers. You're a globe believer, aren't you, Matt?
No, I believe in the flat Earth.
Doubt that.
Prove it.
So you're also a liar.
And I'm not lying. I believe in the flat Earth.
You've got the title PhD in globe. You've just told me you're a flat earther and then laughed. That's a lie, isn't it? You're not a flat earther, are you?
The PhD in globe proving is just a joke. So I say that to globers, but I'm a flat earther.
You're just continuing to lie. I don't want to talk to this man anymore. Can one of the server moderators remove the man who's incited criminality and is a absolute, without a doubt, demonstrated liar?
Mooney, you're a muppet. You couldn't lie straight in bed. Stay muted.
These people are scum. I just wanted the audience to be aware of what's just happened. That's a globe believer. And in this country, he'd be thrown in jail for being criminal, because that's what he's just incited. He's just literally incited an audience, my audience, to go and behave criminally. At my event. That's what he's done. That's what globe believers do. That's what you are. Scum. You globe believers are scum. There's no other word for it. Here, you'd be criminalised for what you do. No other words to describe what you are. Criminal scum.
It is, to be fair, it is possible that he just believes it's a flat plane.
Well, it's measured that way.
He actually is a flat earther, John.
Yeah, you can believe it's a flat Earth. I guess that's fine. You don't want to know why it is.
You need evidence for flat Earth. Any at all. That's not evidence.
Measurements aren't evidence.
Goodbye, Brenda.
I was sorry, just for the audience's benefit, that person that just asked that question had suggested that I should have my kids removed from me. So that's, again, just another example of a scumbag backing up another scumbag who's incited criminality. Well, she would suggest that social services should have my children removed. That's what she would do. That's why she's immediately being removed from this discussion. That's how you globe believers behave when we tell you Earth is measured flat. Because it is. Now, is that a belief? No. Is that some religion we're punting on you? No, it's how it's measured for you and us. But because we say it and then don't immediately assume that those flat Earth measurements turn into a globe, we're ridiculed and criminalised and told that we should have our children removed from us.
Is there any globers
outside? Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, is there any globers here that want to have an actual decent discussion? Because your track record tonight is absolutely horrendous at this point, yeah?
Terrible.
Hey, Nathan, I've just heard you said you had children. Is that correct?
What does that have to do with my last question?
No, I was just, that's just a curiosity question. Like, I was just wondering, like, does he have? I'm just trying to clarify.
2D8, pull it up. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Sorry, mate.
My question was, TDA, do we have any globes in here that want to have a decent conversation in relation to the shape of the Earth, not about somebody's children?
It's the dumb guy from the pre-show, isn't it? I say that person was removed for involving my kids in the discussion. I say you got children, have you? What a retard.
You can't be talking, buddy.
There's new White Knight. That was stupid. Literally, we've just highlighted to a live audience and him that someone was removed for involving my kids in this discussion. His response to that is to bring up my kids, literally in the next breath. That is retarded. And now you're going to yammer through that what? No, it's just you. No, I've given an example of why that would be retarded, held back mentally to do that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Right? All I wanted to know.
Don't continue that sentence, please.
Well, I'm just confused about where Brenda was trying to take that measurements are not evidence. I don't even know what to say to that.
I think what she means, John, is the measurements that are used are obviously elevation angle measurements, angle measurements. It's all referring to flat Earth measurements. But in her mind, that can't be true because she has a globe belief.
Well, I mean, if I measured the temperature outside and it was 78 degrees, right? Is that evidence that temperature exists?
It's just a malformed question, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, we've had this before. I think it was in politics server, where you either accept that you were going to measure Earth flat, because if you don't, you've got nothing to base your globe belief on. Because that's how the globe comes to fruition. Where do you think your globe belief comes from, globe believers? Want to give us some measurements? Flat. The quicker you learn this, the quicker you can deal with your pain.
They don't think about why there's been so many straw men and other things interjected into this conversation for them to latch on to. They just latch on to those things.
Yeah, the dumb ones do. Why have you got an explanation for the ice wall? Well, we expanded the territory flat and navigated it flat on flat maps with flat systems that were derived from flat angle measurements to the stars with respect to a flat plane. Yeah, but what about the ice wall? Dum-dum. Earth was measured and navigated and expanded flat. What do I need to explain an ice wall for? Because somebody on YouTube in this narrative of flat Earth told you that that's what we believe. Google said so.
What is the circumference of the North Pole?
One more time.
What is the circumference of the North Pole?
Circumference of the North Pole?
What?
Yeah, this it's a two question thing, but it should prove flat Earth. I've considered this for a while.
Point does not have a circumferential value.
Well, if you the Arctic Circle, it's got to have some type of circumference around. How much miles around?
Okay, well, if we had the value, let's say I'd looked it up and gave you what the narrative says is the value, what would be
hypothetically it should be the same as the southern Arctic circle, right? Down in Antarctica. Because if you flatten out it to a flat globe, or I mean a flat plane, the Antarctica should be very, very large compared to what if it was on a globe. So I think that'd be a way to measure. No.
Just 1 second, John. You started off by saying if you flatten
the globe
out,
Antarctica would expand very large.
I'm now responding to you. Maybe if you just keep repeating it 16 times, it'll continue to be a point that's an unaddressed point.
I don't confuse it.
You hopefully can shut up. Oh, what you're doing is you're suggesting that the globe needs to be squashed. And I was about to point out what I'd pointed out several times previously, was that the globe you think you're standing on was created using flat Earth measurements. So what are you talking about? You first measure Earth flat, and you can project those points that you measured flat onto a globe, and then you can project those onto a cylinder, that down the middle and roll that out flat. That's global projection, but you start with flat Earth measurements. You started by thinking, well, if I've got my automatic globe, where do you think that came from? It came from measurements of a flat plane to give you that globe. There's no squashing a globe involved in projecting out maps flat. They must be flat, otherwise they wouldn't work with circles of equal elevation that you're measuring with the stars. That's why they're all flat. So the world's flat. That's how we deal with it. So I measured it originally before we got to your globe bit that you thought we had to squash. That's where you thought it started. It doesn't start with a globe. It starts with flat Earth angle measurements to the stars. Okay, so let's get that out of the way first.
Okay, I understand completely. I do understand what you're saying. I think it's a very valid point. I'd also like to say, what do you think? How much miles long is the Antarctic Circle?
Why?
Irrelevant.
No, because if it was on a globe and it was at the bottom of a globe, it would be a lot shorter distance than if it was the width of the whole.
Again, you've done it again. Stop. Done it again. It was on a globe, then it would come from originating flat Earth angle measurements to the stars to be able to project things like the latitude system onto the globe. So regardless of you suggesting that what would happen on a globe, whatever happens on a globe has its genesis in flat Earth measurements. It's irrelevant. It's just a way of stacking it up as a straw man and false dichotomy if you're going to stack it up in that manner. When we say it's irrelevant, it is, because what the distances do on a globe, okay, well, let's say you say they work out perfectly on a globe. Well done, flat Earth measurements, for giving us that globe, then. What? Non sequitur. Just give me 1 second before you respond. Shaquille O'Neal, I'm 7'2" tall. Brenda, do you have any evidence of your height? Shaq, measurements, height. Brenda, that's not evidence. Thank you for the super chat, Misfit. Alrighty then. The same respecters are saying, well, if you're going to take a win for the globe in some seem to be straw man position that would only work on one or other.
It's a straw man. I would say that it's the only thing we can do to measure. Really, is if it's a globe, it would be a lot shorter distance, and then if it was flat Earth, it would be the longest form of border.
Since it's linear.
No, I said it's around.
If it was, hang on.
You're calculating something that contradicts.
Someone else here might be able to understand what I'm saying.
He's not.
Let me correct.
Turn to repeat his exact same claim.
Yeah.
We heard the
correct your statement.
He responded to it, but he hasn't comprehended the response. It does not compute. He hasn't comprehended it. He hasn't absorbed it. Therefore, is not responding to it. He doesn't get it.
Right. Let me try again. A simpler way.
Okay.
You're calculating.
John, just hold on. John, I've got to be able to lead you. Hold on. Right. Okay, sir. So you don't understand the response. I'm glad you said it, although it was masked slightly by John. That's fine. Yeah, you don't get what we're suggesting when we derive a globe from flat Earth measurements and therefore invalidate your line of questioning entirely. Go ahead, John.
You want me to tell him why it's invalid?
Yes, please. I just wanted to see if you had a response to what I said, summarising it, but go ahead.
You don't calculate things that contradict measurement and then hold up the calculation and keep the measurement. It doesn't make sense to do that.
I understand that, yeah. So it would have to be millions and millions. That's what the flat earthers are claiming, the Antarctica.
Dude, you're not going to rinse and repeat the same thing again. Let me correct your statement. If the Earth was a globe, we would be able to directly measure drop over distance. That would be a more accurate statement.
Drop from what?
From a flat plane.
We're going to measure the drop from. You know, it doesn't. They can't even enter into that discussion.
From a flat plane, from a horizontal plane of reference to describe the drop from. You'll have to have that in the first instance. You'll have to have a flat Earth, as per the Earth curve maths. It also uses a flat Earth same curve.
Good point.
Surface level,
so
by the way.
Your point is you're terrible at math.
That was an ad hominem. If anybody wanted to know what an ad hominem is, that's an ad hominem.
Well,
that's not what an ad hominem is.
The time would take a lot longer.
Everyone stop.
No, that's an ad hominem.
Hello, can you stop? The response to the argument is that the claim of curve requires a horizontal plane of reference in Earth curve maths to describe the curve from. Response: you're crap at maths. Now, an ad hominem is a response that does not address the argument, but addresses the man. Ad hominem. Did he address that curve would have to be described from the horizontal plane of reference? No. Did he just say I was bad at maths, not addressing of the argument and addressing something at me? Yes, he did. That's an ad hominem fallacy. I hope we're all clear. This education lesson was brought to you by Flat Earth Debate.
Yeah, they both ran away when they got muted for talking over each other and you.
I couldn't but help yammer through them being humiliated. How sad.
I know, we got one back.
I mean, it's not hidden. I don't know why they're acting like I'm stupid for saying it. It's actually written down. When they say tangent, it has a name in the Earth curve mass. It's called surface level.
Yep.
Just rubbish at maths. That's not an ad hominem.
We're talking hypotheticals.
Word.
The key suffix second word is level. Surface level, not surface curve, not surface bend, bent.
If I were to just take a boat, it would take years to get around. Compared if it was a globe, it would take a tenth of the time.
We're back to false dichotomies, aren't we?
No one else is bringing any debate up.
Does it take 7 days to go around a building?
Or is a false dichotomy better than nothing?
Well, let's talk about the whole Earth, not a building. It would take years to go around the circumference of Antarctica on a flat Earth, but on a globe it would take a tenth of the time, and that's how we would determine.
20 seconds ago, and he ignored me.
What you're talking about?
He's going to definitely chant through me repeating. Definitely better to chant through me repeating what's demolished. It's fallacy. That would be a false dichotomy fallacy, and the one side of the false dichotomy, that would be the globe, has its genesis in flat Earth measurements.
Getting around the globe takes about 175 to 200 days, depending on weather, etc.
Be a white knight. White knight couldn't stand his man getting his bum smacked. Instead of his man chanting. Shouldn't his man be chanting? He isn't, I'll do it for him. Thanks, white knight. Speedmaster, was it a bit painful?
What are you on about? The question was asked how long it would take to circumnavigate with a boat around the Earth. I gave the response. I don't see where your issue is here.
You're incorrect.
It's 175 to 200 days, depending on the weather.
You're incorrect. So stop interrupting.
Cares?
It's not incorrect. It's been done a lot of times.
So what? What does it prove?
Hang on.
That it takes 175 days to get around the planet.
Speedster guy, shut up. I just want to hear the speedster guy. Does it prove, speedster guy?
I'm not saying if it proves anything. I'm just saying it takes 175 to circumnavigate the flat or the round Earth, whatever you might want to call it or think it is.
That's a false dichotomy.
How is it a false dichotomy if it's already happened multiple times?
Flat or a globe? Are you slow? Are you like the last guy?
No, I'm saying it takes 175 days to 200 days to get around the globe. Or the flat Earth, whatever you want to do it. How anal are you here? Jesus Christ, mate.
I heard the claim. Now I just need to shut up. That's still a false dichotomy. You said it's
how is it a false dichotomy? It happens.
I'm telling you, but you won't shut your fucking mouth.
Are you a fucking moron?
Hey, are you definitely going to eat your mic while I'm talking to you? I'm responding to you. You've had to be server muted because I've tried to respond to you 3 frigging times. Whether it's on a globe or a flat Earth, with the distance being claimed, is an introduction of a false dichotomy. 4th time. I have to get triggered and yammer through me telling it you. I doubt he heard it. He's had to be server muted, which means he's probably still talking.
Not only is it a false dichotomy, invalidating the measurements over a plane does not give you a sphere. Doesn't work that way.
100 people watching live. Woohoo! Please share the show if you've not done so already. A very warm welcome to all of you in the YouTube live stream. Good to have you. Thank you for sharing. I know some of you must have done, as there's 100 people watching. Thank you for hitting the share button. 2 clicks if you haven't done it already. Please share the show.
No, part of the reason that people fight so hard against this is that they already know it's measured flat. They know level's flat. They know that all the I'll come in and tell you it's a localized plane. It just looks flat. They know it. They have to know it to build their belief of a globe upon it. They just really don't like it when we point it out.
I was going to say something similar, John. I think that's why they're steering away from the measurements. Obviously, we can see that's happening. I think the penny's starting to drop that. They're realizing when they actually start to describe or try to describe how globe Earth is measured, they're actually explaining how a flat Earth's measured. And it must be painful, so they need to talk about the sky and ice walls and false dichotomies.
As long as you can beg the question of sphericity, ignoring all contradictions in the measurements of the Earth itself, and you can stack it up in false dichotomy. Say, well, this distance that we traverse is definitely the same on both globe Earth and flat Earth. No, there's only a flat Earth. Globe Earth comes from the flat Earth. You don't need to talk about what it would do on a globe. And number two, you wouldn't get any linear distances, angular measurements. None of that would come from a globe. Just a model designed to give you better predictive capabilities of where the stars will appear in the night sky.
Somebody explain.
There's a chanting zealot straight through the end of an explanation of where the globe came from. Oh, sorry, my bad. My middle of sentence interrupted the start of yours. You go ahead, son.
I'm sorry, you're right. But can if we take a look at the photo I put in the chat, can somebody verify that this is how the circumferences are way different? They should be the same.
Right, is it we must do this false dichotomy?
It's not a false dichotomy. You're saying this is what the flat globe looks like. I mean, the flat Earth looks like.
I didn't say anything of the sort. Nobody said anything like that. So you're going to lie about what we've said. Who said it? Put it in quotes now.
Well, the whole flat Earth community, they all agree that.
Nobody here said it then, so it's definitely a stereotype.
This is
bleeding flat Earth said it. Now he's talking through me as I point out how bleeding wrong it is to use a stereotyping fallacy and a lie suggesting that someone here said it. Gotta lie to Glurf. To be a globe believer, you must lie, like he just did. Nobody here said that.
I'm saying that is the standard point that the whole community of flat earthers believe.
Like the deceitful Glurf you are, you're going to talk through me. Pointing out how deceitful you are. We must do this false dichotomy. Why? Well, because that's what you say. Who said it? Quote it now. The whole of flat Earth said it. Not only is it a lie, it's been turned into a stereotyping fallacy. You're a Glurf scumbag liar. Got to lie to
You'll be able to see that the circumference of Antarctica is a lot larger than the circumference of...
No, he's going to ramble on with his claim anyway. I'm going to do this false dichotomy regardless of being called a Glurf scumbag liar who's just lied about something we haven't said. I'll carry on with my example anyway. Your justification being I said, we said something that hasn't come in quotes, but you'll ramble on about it anyway. Just called you a scum. Do you think I want to carry on talking to you? You're a proven liar. Nobody here said that. But in your mind, I'll carry on with my example. You're a demonstrable scumbag. I definitely don't want to talk to you anymore. If you're stupid enough to think that you still need to be carrying on with your example, I'll just plough on after being demonstrably proven to be an absolute liar. That means I'll carry on with my example, I think. Are you really that stupid? Oh, after you've been demonstrably proven to be a liar after saying we've said something, and then definitely not put it on in quotes, but stereotyping an entire frigging community, that's, in your a cue to carry on with the frigging example. No, it's your cue to get lost and climb under a rock. Out to Roger Ledwell. How do you get circumference on a ball? Don't. You measure Earth flat and derive the circumferential value from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. You must. It's your outside edge of a sphere. It's an equator value. That's what it is. You don't get circumference on a ball.
You can also derive the curvature value from a differential calculation between eye level and surface level, and as you change in altitude, which is with respect to a flat plane.
Is anybody going to debate us that's not scummy, that's not a liar, that doesn't want to have my kids off me, that doesn't want to incite violence at a public, what would I call it, meet and greet? Anybody that's not a complete scum of the earth degenerate globe believer? Just scumbags, liars, deceivers, nothing else, right? Just people who want to incite criminality. Have other people's children. It's just you guys, right? Just the scumbags that represent the globe, is it?
I mean, you earn less than minimum wage without telling me you earn less than minimum wage. Kind of funny, though.
Was that something about minimum wage? I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm sorry.
It was nothing to do with measurements, anyway.
Just getting worse by the minute.
Excuse me. Hey, what's up, fellas? Not to get off the subject, it's on the subject, but I just want to say something. I think one of the reasons why the stereotype fallacy comes around because they don't understand, or they haven't been listening, that they can't stereotype us upon other anti-globers who are not really flat earthers, who bring up things like the Great Wall of Ice and all of these different things of speculative, conversation that they try to use as tools for proof. We don't play that game. We play about the measurements, navigation, celestial navigation, the observation, the common sense things too as well. But I think what it is that being that we always say, globers, they try to equate our stereotype, which is rightfully, because if you think about it, content which globers speak of are usually universally consistent. They all have the same belief. No one ever criticizes the other one. They pretty much ride on the back of each other and support each other's argument of nonsensical fallacies. On the other hand, we have a history of constructively critiquing our own anti-globers who call themselves flat earthers. And we check them and let them know, no, this is not how it is. This is how it is. So you can't stereotype FED. You can't say, here, could you explain to us and say if this is your flat earth model? You can't do that because we don't ride on that bandwagon. And I'll end on that.
Yeah, we just show you how your globe was measured flat in the first instance. There's a nice little pause. I'll do a call to action as there's 111 people watching. Thank you very much, all of you who shared the show, and a very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us. If you have just joined us, please share the show. It's just a couple of clicks, and it's out on your favourite social media platform, Bebo, MySpace, whatever it may be.
If I introduced a model to you, right, or the idea that I had a model of my kitchen, we'll say my kitchen, and I said that model was spherical, and I give you angle measurements off the floor, would you stop me?
I think what I'd do is I'd take the bit where you turned it into a globe, accept that that's what your kitchen was and believe that I was standing on it, and then ignore all the origin measurements that you used to claim the kitchen was a globe. I think that's what I'd prefer to do.
That's fair enough. That's what everybody does anyway.
That's what everyone
does. We've been doing it for hundreds of years. Just keep doing it. Why not?
That's what the globers do.
Morning, guys.
Chocolate.
What's up, John?
Chocolate.
We're in politics. Just, I'm not sure. I don't think I need to tell you, but just behave yourself.
Well, not always.
I'm sure you do. We're just guests here. That's all. You don't want to become complacent. That's all.
Good. All good. What's up, politics? 24/7. What's up, everybody?
We're all good. We love Nathan Oakley's show. Oh,
Good morning. What's up, Charlie?
Not getting much evidence of apparent Earth curvature. Chocolate. It's all ice wall and ad hominem attacks. Nothing to do with measurements.
Oh, man. Well, someone once told us that they'd rather a model than measurements anyway. So it seems as though that side is apparently running away from measurements. They know better.
No, that's
Brenda told me that measurements aren't evidence.
They're caught between a rock and a hard place in that regard. If they decry the measurements, then they've got no globe to believe in. It's the measurements that created the globe are flat. So you can decry them all you like.
So that between a rock and a flat place?
Exactly.
No pun intended.
No, that was pun very intended.
What were you saying, Speed Sky? I heard minimum wage something or other.
If he doesn't go, I want to bring something up.
Maybe he had a point. I don't know. Maybe it was just an ad hom.
We're minimum wage losers. Cool. Anyway, I told QE about a year or two ago that he needed to do a show on measurements and their significance, because I think people have forgotten, and that's really what it is, that people have lost respect for reference.
That's what I was going to say. Why is it when they're hit with the measurements, wall comes up instead of something clicking in their brain that makes them understand that everything is from a flat plane. Everything they talk about, when they talk about heights of things, elevation, something's got to click.
No, Luke. I am your father. No! No! Say it ain't so! Yeah, the genesis of your globe is flat Earth measurements. They are the father of the globe. You can deny it all you like.
I find it quite funny when they try to explain, or you give them time to try and explain how it's measured, and every other word is explaining an angle measurement or sea level, altitude, above sea level, horizontal, horizon, tangent lines, vertical, perpendicular. And you start thinking you're not talking about curvature here, my friend. You're talking about how Earth is measured flat. Now, you can't use them words. Now, tell us how Earth curve is measured without referring to how flat it's measured. I find it quite amusing.
Well, you would have to,
John.
You would have to be able to measure the rate of change of slope. The problem is, the moment you try to do that, you can't use rise over run anymore because run is a horizontal plane. You cannot say Earth is a sphere. It's just not.
Oh dear.
And just to allude to what One Deck was saying, every single word he said referred to straight lines. Every single word he said, leveled, vertical, horizontal. It's going to take.
Shout out to Duncan McLeod. Nathan, you just did a Star Wars Mandela effect. Did not do a Star Wars Mandela effect. The script is as follows. No. I am your father. Now, if I inserted Luke, just so everyone knew the context of what I was talking about on the spot, then I apologise. Not a Mandela effect. It's just no, I am your father. People might not have known what I was talking about on the spot if I hadn't said Luke.
Mandela, what's that?
It's some crazy offshoot. Let's not talk about that. I give you the super chat.
Like what I said though, do you imagine, trying to think of another way to say it, because I don't think anybody really got what I said. If hot didn't go to cold, and then we make the supposition, if hot doesn't go to cold, then blah diddy blah blah. You know, if this natural law wasn't true, then this would happen. You know what I mean? You're on the, when you're messing with axioms, you know what I mean? That's about what's happening in their minds, I think.
You say measurements are as strong as natural law?
No, measurements are kind of, there's a finality to them that isn't like a description of entropy. A description is exactly that. You're describing something, but you're not describing something when you measure it, other than its length, its height, its angle. You know, that's what you're describing, the measurement. But the measurement isn't a description. You know, saying it's 20 centimeters doesn't tell you how it's a table. Yeah.
You can describe the dimensions of an object, but measurement is not a description of the action to quantify.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, you can extrapolate out after the measurements if you want to. The measurement kind of is what it is. That's why when we say Earth's measured flat, that's a factual statement in terms of what's being done with respect to Earth. When you take an angle with respect to Earth, it is measuring Earth flat. You can say, well, it doesn't mean it is flat. Well, you can say that, but that is what you're doing. You don't have to like it. Angle measurements are the basis of the globe. So you can deny it all you like. We do measure Earth flat.
Exactly, and it's an obtained measurement. Then it's described after it's measured, but it's not like. So, what did the guy look like? I think he was about 5'10" or maybe 140 pounds, and you haven't even weighed the guy or put a measuring tape on him. It's not like we're done like throwing out random numbers. These are measurements. These are actual measurements.
Yeah, and the principle of these measurements is violated if the world is the reification of the globe that came from the measurements. So if you turn this measurement of a flat Earth angle, in this case to a star, into a globe with things like latitude wrapped around it, and at that point you can't then measure the surface that you've reified into sphericity, because it won't give you an angle anymore. So it suddenly bastardizes the original measurements that have created the globe in such a manner that they no longer function with a globe.
You know, you want to know what a pseudo-mathematical measurement is? Not even a measurement, but something pulled out the finger based on some math, just conceptual math. It's the 24,000 plus miles of the circumference of the Earth, which was basically just based on their fallacy, dichotomy of, let me see, 24 hours in a day. We said it spins at 1,000 miles per hour. So that's 1,000 times 24 hours. 24,000 miles. That's how the circumference of the Earth. That's some random thing pulled out the butt. But nobody measured that.
How did they calculate their circumference, though? What in the equation that calculates circumference, what measurements are used on one side of the equation?
The equator itself is the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. It's the point where you no longer have Polaris, therefore it's its maximum area of equal altitude, or circle of equal elevation.
That's the equator. On one side of the equation, you have a planar measurement. Why do you have a sphere that contradicts the angle you just measured?
Well, in practical terms, it's to make better sense of epicycles. There you go. That's why.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's epicycles is fine in that diagram, what they call a model. It's from the equatorial plane. It's still not below.
Yeah, but to have the physical land be in motion around the sphere in the mathematics, you have to mobilize the land itself in a sphere-shaped manner. Now, obviously, that can't be the territory that you're measuring with the angles that you're trying to represent in that model. That is model. And the elliptical orbits are better explaining the epicycles with, what do they call them now? What are the wandering stars called now? What's the motion in heliocentrism? It's got a new name. What do they call epicycles in heliocentrism? Anybody?
Are you talking about retrograde motion, or are you talking about...
There you go, you knew. Retrograde motion. There you go. That's why. That's why there'd be a flat Earth on one side of the equation and a globe Earth on the other. That's the answer.
But it's not a globe on the other side of the equation.
It's a globe in a model on the other side of the equation, better explaining the motions of the stars. The model.
Inside the globe, maybe.
Yeah, but it's still inside the globe, moving around the sun. The equatorial plane that's in physical motion in the mathematics.
Right, so you're not measuring from the surface of a curved Earth.
No, you're inside it if you're making it work with the equatorial plane and the extended, what do they call that? Celestial plane?
Yeah.
So you're in hell.
I learned that from Tim.
If you're going to describe the angles, you must be in hell, yes.
See, I knew all this stuff. I knew how, orbital mechanics, Keplerian elements. I knew this stuff before I got into this subject. I knew that you took, apogee and perigee and use those calculations. And then Tim starts going over this. I think that's why I thought it so hard, I'd already been educated in it. He wasn't saying anything that really contradicted it. I just couldn't accept it because it was being pointed out to me in a different way.
I'm going to read this person's comment. I don't normally read people's chats that aren't paying for them. Not because I'm tired, just there's too many messages. Check this out. From J.A.G1, Jag1. I've recently found Nathan Oakley. I've been watching a fair amount of his shows. From what I understand, Nathan claims that the Earth cannot be a globe because it is measured flat. Thank you, Jag1. Thank you so much for leaving that message. Makes me very happy.
You should have continued and said, and the globe comes from flat measurements.
It's like
the globe is measured flat.
Refracted Refracted's done it with his kitchen. Anybody can do it. You know, you can use your light bulb, can't you, John, from the centre of the kitchen, get the GP of the light bulb, the distance from that GP of the light bulb on the flat tile floor, and the distance to where you're taking the angle measurement from. Yeah? And then you just do some division, mathematics and trickery, and turn it into a sphere. That's exactly what Eratosthenes did. Anybody can try it at home.
Well, he's also got a follow-up question, because it's me saying it and reading it. I'm also going to put this to someone else. So, Jag1 also says, but then what do we use as a map? Aren't all world maps globe projections? Forgive me, this is all very new to me and it's hard for me to understand. Well, hopefully over the last 10 minutes, go ahead, John. We've been summarising this for the last 10 minutes, but go ahead.
All global projections, right, are from the globe. The globe is a projection from a plane, the equatorial plane. So you're using a projection of a projection as proof. You have to go to the source, and the source is the equatorial plane. That's the flat plane you stand on when you take that measurement.
That's what we were just talking about when we said angles in hell. Make the globe function. You can project out the angle measurements from the equatorial plane through a sphere that you create with a radial value at 3959, the minimum elevation to Polaris. And then you've got projected points that match the the celestial sphere, i.e. you've got you in the middle, and then like a pizza slice angle through it, PZX triangle, and then the view of the stars you actually have through that. That's how they create the globe, in terms of the mapping projections, at least.
But yeah, that
hold on, just one sec. Did someone have something to say from Discord? Someone's off mute. Someone have something to add?
Are you fucking joking?
Guys in Discord, can you just check if you're off mute when you shouldn't be? I don't have to close the Discord line just because someone's off mute.
I think it's a troll, yeah. I'm just trying to find him because he's very quick.
Coming in to cause audio chaos.
Yes.
Sorry, John. Your last point was slightly marred by somebody who's decided to just come off mute in Discord.
Well, the thing is, the back 5 years ago, I pointed that out to people that the model you're claiming, or if they were the old flat Earth videos, I was like, but that's just a global projection. You know, you're taking the globe and you're projecting that out to the flat plane. So you'll never be able to validate your flat plane. You built it on the idea of the globe. And that is a valid point. People that want to make that argument, you're using a globe to make that model. That's basically what they said to them. It's a really good point, and it stands. It means when they use measurements of a flat Earth to project onto their sphere, it's just as valid for us to state that.
Yeah, or conversely, if they claim the globe as some win, it's like, well, okay, well, I'll claim that as a flat Earth win because the globes come from those flat Earth measurements. So any win for the globe is just a win for the origin, genesis measurements of a flat Earth.
Much, yeah. I've never been in a debate that actually reached an end before. Usually just people disagree and then talk badly about it.
It's not really a debate, is it? I mean, you think about it, it's we're not having a discussion and putting points forward and then having a vote at the end of it of what we should do. But, on our side, we've got the evidence and to put forth that's how it's measured. This is how it's dealt with. Elevation angles to and from Polaris to get latitude, longitude. Navigation. Everything we're talking about is evidence of the Earth being measured and navigated flat. Not a debate.
Yeah, that's why I always say that. Well, what's the valid point of contention? That's what you first need to have a real debate. And the only valid point of contention was, is there a measurement of Earth curve? And if there is, there was a debate to be had.
Well, every time I try and get this evidence of Earth curve, I'm faced with Eratosthenes measuring angles, and the same with Al-Biruni, measuring angles.
You ever heard, John? You remember they used to say that Earth curve was negligible? The latest one is, if your curvature is insignificant.
Right. Yep. You got to be able to measure it, though.
Not if it's not significant.
They claim they can measure. They have an Earth curve calculator. They claim they can measure curvature. They do claim that.
Yeah, until it's time for them to actually defend it, and they're like, nah.
There's no measurement. The Earth level is never curving, ever. Horizon that's labeled in that diagram, called the Earth curve calculator, is just a differential calculator. All right, when you're talking about what's disappearing from the bottom up, it's the differential between the plane that the object is on, the plane that you're on, and that differential loss is what you're talking about. It's at no point is that a curve.
So you just mentioned two planes. So the math is not plane plus plane equals sphere. My math is wrong there?
You're quite wrong.
Oh, man. Let me try again.
You don't understand. If you understand level and horizontal, the denotative definition of that is equal level. See, I'm saying level again. It's like redundant. You can't explain unless you use the redundant word to explain it. It's like from one end to the other, all the way through it. It's level. Level, horizontal, straight line, angle. Two lines coming together at a vertex. Straight lines, not curvy lines. Then it wouldn't be an angle. It'd be a circle. I don't get it. It's not that. Man, a lot of these guys in their 20s too, so they only been out of school for like maybe 10 years. I mean, I've been out of school for like 40 years. Nathan, 30-something.
Rose, it's like I've said it a few times, I'm just going to say it again for everyone. These are the words that I'm telling them they can't use, and it's called 22 words. 22 words not allowed to be used when explaining how Earth curve is measured. Sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, plumb, perpendicular, elevation, angles, triangles, sea sextant, theodolite, spirit level, altitude, vertical, tangent, straight line, plane, and flat. 22 words, and that's that. You can't use these unless you're explaining flat.
Thank you.
Put above and below on that list yet?
Yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow, mate.
Perfect. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primaring streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you who liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hit me up on PayPal, and smash the super chat and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Another massive thank you to today's 24/7 Politics Discord server and my G Plus panel for making today's live show possible. I'll see you all in the next video.
So are there any other scientists that's in here?
As Matthew learns.
Yeah, I'm a science zealot.
Immediately.
I think he was talking about real ones.
Oh yeah, I'm
right.
Yeah, I don't think he said pseudoscientist, did he? Just kidding. I love you, Matthew. You're a good one.
Thanks.
I love Matthew too.
Not the same way Reblanders does.
I found Matthew at the very least is one of the honest globers that admits even within a completely sealed solid barrier container, a pressure gradient still can be achieved. As I was telling him, and he was surprised for him to hear this. The vast majority of the globers that I come across, they'll say, there's no way the Earth can have a pressure gradient if it's being contained in some sort of solid barrier, because it should all equalize. Is what they say.
Sea level? You're going to describe the gradient from sea level? Maybe?
That's not curved.
Here's that damn word again. Level.
Does any scientist want to demonstrate that they can get out of the spherical geodesy dilemma?
Feel free to repeat it.
Let me pull it up here. There it is. Just recently made this a supplement, so there's the first horn. If the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball. If you insist on sustaining the premise that the Earth is a ball, then if the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball.
I'm calling that the dumbed down black swan, because it, when I like things to be summarized, stated, and then reiterated, does that with the black swan argument, but in a much more slimmed down, simplistic form. So much slimmed down that you can say it 3 times. I think that's so good. And by dumbed down, I mean in a very complimentary way. It's harder to make things. Yeah, it's harder to do that. So
Is that formulated as if A, then B, not A, therefore not B?
The second horn is modus tollens, you're right. The first horn is modus ponens.
It's the dumbed down black swan. It's just the linguistics of it that make it so much more simple to digest if you listen to it, because it's being reiterated over and over again to you in terms of the base premise, what needs to be in place for the base premise to succeed, how the base premise fails. It's repeated. I just think that's great.
Yeah, it's pretty slick. Nice one, Gregory. And with that, mate, I'll catch us later. Cheers, AJ. Thanks, mate.
See you, Matrix.
Cheers,
have a good one, man. It's in Master B for everyone, if anyone wants it.
My formulation of this dilemma, it touches the heart point of dispute, because the black swan is an instance of falsifying a particular radius. But this dilemma falsifies or demonstrates the unverifiability and necessary falsification of anyone that sustains there to be a ball of any size, be it 3959 or smaller or bigger.
Did you ever think you'd have to falsify the spherical radius of a flat plane?
Did you ever think you'd have to measure the curvature of a flat plane?
Sorry, my connection broke.
Yeah, it's I mean, no, I ain't saying nothing against what you just did. That's very eloquent. That's why I was asking about the formulation of that.
Yeah, what I was saying just before
unclear.
that, 10 seconds ago before my connection broke, my formulation of this dilemma touches the heart point of dispute. The black swan is excellent, as it is an instance of demonstrating that there's a particular instance where this observation is not commensurable, it's not compatible with the premise that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, 3,559 miles. And so it falsifies that radius. Beneath that is the premise of the Earth being a ball at all, of any size. And so here's the dilemma for anyone that sustains the premise the Earth is a ball of any size greater or lesser than 3,559 miles, with a radius of 3,559 miles.
Right, but like we've been led down the rabbit hole of begging the question so much that we have to, invalidate their positive claim. They think that there's no responsibility upon them to prove Earth's a sphere. That's how well the indoctrination in our school systems is working.
Absolutely correct. The best trick they ever pulled was to not let people realise that they automatically start with the assumption of the evidence that they're trying to prove. If everyone automatically thinks they're on a ball, it's not a logical consistency supposition when you suggest it. Therefore, when you beg the question, you whistle past it like it hasn't even happened. Well, if Earth's a ball, and when I go down to Antarctica and I'm antipodal because I've assumed I'm on a ball, we'll see X. Like, okay, you don't realise that what you've just done is made an assumption in terms of logic. By pure fiat, you've just decided that is the case. You don't even realise it, and if I point it out to you, you'll say, well, it's perfectly legitimate for me to automatically assume I'm on a ball. I'm on a ball! Like what, the very essence of begging the question, the thing you want to prove, aka your belief you're on a ball, you automatically start with the supposition as the premise, and it's already a fait accompli. It's already a ball. I'm travelling on a ball. So it's like, well, you don't need to do anything else. You don't need to see anything in Antarctica. You've already decided you're travelling down to Antarctica on a ball.
It's either you have, if I'm on a ball, then following something that does not necessarily entail from the Earth being a ball, then affirming the Earth is a ball, then affirming the conclusion. At best, that would be a modus ponens that's begging the question. And if you reverse premise 2 and 3, that's affirming the consequent.
Precisely. So that how do you mask that? Somebody with a reasonable grasp of logic might spot that. Well, how do you mask it? You dress it up in another fallacy on top of it. You go, well, if I can take that and stack it next to something that I say my opponent claims, just hand it to him, you go, here's your pizza pie in a vacuum. How does that compare to this model? What's this model? Well, this model is where I get to beg the question and assume the Earth is a sphere without you pointing out that that's automatically being assumed because I'm doing it fairly. I'm reasonably and fairly comparing it to what I've just handed you and told you is your model. And hopefully when you're looking at what I've told you is your model and you're going, what the hell's this? You won't notice that I'm assuming the very thing I'm trying to prove when I say, well, we're comparing that I've just given you to my model. And you won't definitely notice that the model he's holding has come from flat Earth measurements. And he says this globe, in automatic assumption, is going to be the other side of the dichotomy. False in nature. You hide the affirming the consequent behind a false dichotomy. And then you've got three layers, begging the question, affirming the consequent, and false dichotomy, to pick through, get to the point where you look at what they're actually claiming, Earth being a globe. They haven't proven it yet. Obviously, begging the question, we won't cover it again. If you looked at that bit, you go, well, where does that globe idea that you haven't proven yet come from? And that's where we've got to after 10 years. Well, that bit comes from the measurements of a flat plane.
That observation that gentleman stated earlier is exactly why I've chosen to be an aporetic skeptic. You see there in the open chat, there's 3 types of Pyrrhonism. It's just another synonym for skepticism. Aporetic, engaged in refutation. Effectic, refraining from judging, refraining from concluding. And zetetic, seeking the knowledge out. So because they, like the other gentleman before you who spoke, have this habit of presuming that they're the ones that are going to sit in their seat of scorn and scrutinize everyone else, and they never have to endure scrutiny, I defy that with the aporetic skepticism and critiquing them.
Yes, that was typified right at the beginning of the show. There was a very pleasant lady that was saying, well, I just know it's a ball already, therefore you guys are wrong, and you're poisoning people. Because you find my zealotry that I'm here to let you all know I adhere to without any evidence, or knowing why I tell you you're poison, or why I think what I know is true is true. Yeah. They're automatically in the I'm correct position. You need to justify why you're defying what I automatically believe. I don't know I believe it. I just think it's automatically true. Zealotry.
And just to be clear, if anyone missed the point, the error isn't simply believing your position. That's not the error. The error is habitually believing your position, presuming your position, refusing to be critically considerate, and refusing to engage the scrutiny being levied against your position.
Or that's paraphrased into in one ear and out the other.
Right.
Hey, is Brian or Adam there?
No, thank God. We're okay. Either of them.
I think you'll have to do then, Nathan.
Gee, thanks. You easy.
What was that?
Quantum Eraser is here. All hail.
No, I had a question for Brian or what's his name? Brian or Adam.
Okay. Brian Adams not here.
Oh, well, maybe you can do it, Nathan. When we were talking about the teas the other day, he mentioned a brand, but I couldn't figure out which flavor. It says one about Irish breakfast. 'Cause I just got an electric water kettle, and I really want to try what you guys drink over there. But I don't know which one. Yeah, a cup of tea. But it was one that says Irish breakfast or something else, a full body. I don't know which one. But he said it was Mr. Beans or I don't know what brand it was. It was a brand.
We've got Tetley, we've got Yorkshire tea, we've got PG tips. Normally they'll just come in a variety. English breakfast, Irish breakfast, if that's something that exists. Wouldn't know. Not in Ireland. They're going to be all similar.
Okay, what's the most popular one then?
Yeah, Tetley or PG. They're just like the common man's normal tea. Fairly strong.
And what's one of them called? If I could just buy one.
Or Tetley tea.
Tetley tea?
Tetley. Petley. Or
Petley tea.
P. Upper Golf. PG. It's Yorkshire tea, but I don't know if that would make an export. Anyway.
Upper Golf.
Yeah, PG tips.
What about Papa Oscar Golf?
That'd be POG.
Yeah, Pug. Friggin' Pugs.
This isn't a military thing. We're talking about tea. You know that, right? At ease.
At ease.
I have no military affiliation. Using those terms is probably irritating several military men listening. What are you
You're
saying?
not supposed to
you
speak.
cheeky little sod.
You can't speak it at ease.
I'd say that now I know.
When I bought the kettle, bought the kettle at the consumer store, they said, "What do you want a water kettle for?"
They are so common that they are sold like at corner shops here. Like, it's so common that someone might want a kettle or have a kettle breakage that your average Indian guy running a corner shop would potentially keep one on his shelf. That guy that comes in and goes, "You got a kettle?" Yeah, there's one up there, mate. That's how common they are. So for you to say, have you walked into a major department store and said, "Have you got a water kettle?" Why would you want one of those?
No, he said, you can boil water, right? He said, you can throw it in the microwave, right?
The microwave, yeah. It's wrong. It's just wrong. Anyways, that was fun. Anyone catch any of my latest clips that I put out from Omi TV?
Oh yeah, mate, Nathan. I don't know, man. You can't just bring it up randomly, man. You gotta talk to these people better, man.
Why?
Just randomly. I mean, we don't know if you're gonna whip your dick out or you just bring up flat Earth. Is weird. I mean, you gotta vet these people better.
The fuck? Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw a few of them. The Hamza one is really good. Interesting.
Yeah, sometimes you get absolute nuggets like that, and for the most part, you don't. You just get 2 or 3 minutes of having someone's ear, and you've got to capture their attention and weasel in that Earth's flat, or that space is fake, or that we haven't been to the moon. You just have to figure a way of subtly weaving it into the conversation so they don't go, "You're a weirdo," and just get rid of you immediately. But that's a skill I'm honing currently, isn't it? I'll get better.
I like the one where you like shocked like that girl and the guy in the car. That was a good one for me. I like that one.
So far, that's my favourite. There were two relatively educated students, so one studying for finance, one studying to be a doctor. So they're not stupid. And when you go, well, I was a bit sexist. I was like, "Hey, dude, doing finance, have you heard the second law of thermodynamics?" And they both go, "Yeah," instantly together.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I thought, I instantly regretted it when I put it to him rather than both of them. Anyway, that aside, that little error by me was the only thing I regret. But them instantly watching, because they're both smiling along, right, while we're talking about the subject, and they go, "What would happen to the gas if the sky was a vacuum?" And their smile dropped.
Yeah.
We'd be dead.
And like they both realized at the same time, like, wait, why have we never thought of that? Because like you said, what happens to the gas? And they're like, it will fill the vacuum. And then they just they realized exactly what just happened. And I was like, that was awesome. That was a
Hey
golden moment.
Nathan, how hard is it to distinguish a person's age? I find it very difficult.
I find it easy. I've worked in a bar though, so at one point in my career I was a barman, and spotting people's age I found very, very. A couple of the clips, people were like, "Okay, how old am I?" And I'd guess their age on the spot, and then I'd watch their eyes widen, and I go, "So I got it right then." And then they'd obviously swipe away because they couldn't quite believe I'd guessed correctly. They'd be like, "Well, how old am I?" I'm going to go with 14. You're like,
the guy talking about the guy talking about the motorcycles. I swear the guy was like that guy's past 40, and it turns out he was 23. What the hell is that?
It's the beard.
I also made another goof.
Go on.
That with that girl and the guy in the car, and that him with finance is going to make millions and going to make much more money than her when she wants to be a pediatric surgeon. You want to take that one back?
I would take that one back, Nathan.
In Britain. She could work in Britain, though. Well, she might go move abroad, I suppose. Maybe I was wrong in that regard. As a Brit, she's not going to be a millionaire, even as a paediatrician.
Oh, really?
No? What made you... Well, okay, obviously in a privatised... You guys have got a very different medical structure over there to here.
Sure, yep.
You are right, though. That might be perceived to an audience as, why the hell would he say that? She's going to be a doctor. That means she's going to be a bazillionaire. Well, not just
a doctor, a pediatric surgeon. I mean, you're talking over here. That's some big bucks, brother.
Yeah, that's top dog right up there with brain surgery,
plastic surgery. Plastic surgery.
No.
Nah, plastic
Because
surgery is cheap shit.
children.
Plastic surgery is cheap. Anyway, can we change the subject? Yes, okay. I see how that could be perceived as ignorant. I'm looking at it from them being Brits working in the NHS, and it's very different. So, although that even then, I think about it now and think, no, you're still right. Within that structure, should still be a very, very, very well-paid doctor. So, yeah.
Do you know how rare? I worked in a hospital before. Do you know how rare pediatric surgeries are?
Surgeries on children.
Yes, I worked at a tier 1 hospital before. I mean, do you know how rare that is?
It would be on a bell curve.
So
On
did
the
I.
opposite, it's on the. I would assume on the opposite end of a bell curve, where lots and lots of old people get very, very sick and have lots of surgeries, and the other end of the curve is obviously children.
Kids are very malleable. They don't break bones easy.
They bounce. Yeah, their bones are made of rubber till they get to about 10.
Yeah, I was one time I was sitting in an armchair next to my uncle. He's about 50 something, and kids would zoom past us. Our nephews, they little 4 or 5 year olds would zoom past us, and one of them was just swinging on both our armchairs in between us, and he fell and hit his bum on the floor, and he just got up, dusted himself off, and ran. And my uncle looked at me, and goes, "I would still be there on the floor, lying and crying on the floor if that happened to me," and it's so true.
Exactly. I remember being 8 and borrowing a friend's bike and going to a BMX track and missing a jump. No helmet, no pads, no nothing. Just stacking it from a height, rolling down this hill, getting all gravel in my legs, and it dusts off all the gravel. And yeah, you've got a bit of blood, but you carry on, you get back on the bike. Now, looking back on it, not even having to look back on it, recently I fell in the night, so I don't know, I smacked my head and I can't actually remember why I fell. In the night, for whatever reason, I fell. And that put me in hospital, cracked several ribs, put me out of action, put a big gash at my face. Like, it was devastating, and I fell 6 feet. You know what I mean? Break when you get older. When you're young, you're made of rubber.
I think it's just that we don't stretch anymore, man. We don't, we're not stretching, we're not active. That's half the problem, I think.
Figuratively and literally, we're hardening as we get older, aren't we?
Hey, that sounds like Mike. Is that you, Mike? Michael?
No, I'm Gene, the one Nathan always confuses me and you with. He always confuses us too, man.
Hey, there you go. I recognize the voice. All right.
I don't have those.
If there's another black guy on the panel, you'll pretend that I confuse you. Is this just
You
some
do.
like unwritten?
You do.
Let's pretend he's confused us before.
You do, Dr. Evil.
No, you always confuse. And I'm not even black. I'm Mexican.
I think you should go get a cat, Nathan, and do the pose with the pinky. Do the old Michael Myers pose and get a little screenshot like that.
I want to take a note of the fact that he just ruined my reverse prejudice joke by pointing out he's Mexican, completely annihilating any humour in what I just said, and almost leading me to have an apology. Thanks for sucking all the humour out of that, Gene.
I love watching the TikToks of Brits, what Brits think of Americans. I love those videos.
Okay.
Oh, Gene, what's even better was the one call in that said, "Do you think the blackies should leave?" They was like, "Huh? It's the blackies. Should they leave the country?" What's your thoughts on that?
I know Nathan could probably look outside and see a riot right now. They were right there in Birmingham.
No, I live in a nice part of the country. I did feel bad for those 2 black girls that I spoke to because they echo feelings of them in a minority in a white country. By asking me as a white man, do you feel as a white man that we should be removed from the country? That's like pure projection. Not in a negative way that they're projecting it onto me, but they're leaking how they perceive the current situation. Do you think I should go, white man? That's what they're asking me, isn't it?
Exactly. And I love how you answer.
All the videos I've seen.
Just one second. Do you not think it's sad that they should be in a position to feel that way? I felt really bad for them.
It's very sad.
I think that's a terrible position to put them or what they think they're in. You know, 20 years from now, maybe they'll get it. Maybe they'll understand what's happening. But also had a question: why does everyone just have black shirts over there? Does anyone ever buy like a blue hoodie? Everything I see, everyone's wearing a black jacket or sweatshirt. There's no color over there in Britain.
Overcompensating.
I only wear white shirts because it's good for the collar, for the contrast on my camera. If you ever wonder why I only wear white shirts, I've got about 50, so I've never without a clean white shirt to put on for a show.
No one has a t-shirt over there.
Need to iron it though, Nathan. Sometimes.
Just talk to my wife. I actually threw the ironing board away because I was sick of it falling on me when I went to get the vacuum. So she's just bought a little miniature one. So good spot. It's because I physically threw out the ironing board. Got another one now.
Speaking of tragic, shameful things, it's a shame that for centuries, only the God knows how many people have been deceived into believing that black and white are ethnicities when they're not.
The word ethnicity is arbitrarily constructed by us anyway, like most things.
I contend against that.
Obviously, it is. We came up with that term as people.
You think humans made words when there were no words?
That you can see as a categorization, can't you? Ethnicity.
All classifications. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Tags.
from the Greek ethnos, the nations, common descent.
Yeah, we've decided to arbitrarily ascribe them to certain gerrymandered areas that we've arbitrarily ascribed to particular sections of the ground that we inhabit. It's all arbitrary, the whole thing.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about genealogy, genealogical descent.
Genealogical descent, as in... expand on what you mean if I'm missing you, because I obviously am.
Yeah, ethnicity, which is coming from the Greek ethnos, when you translate that into English, that's the nations. A nation is a group of humans of common descent. That's not at all dictated by human arbitration.
Okay.
So that's why I say it's a shame that people believe that black and white are ethnicities when they're not ethnicities. These are colors.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Preach, brother, preach. Because there's a difference between nativity, tribal, whatever, from, whether you demarcate politically or whether you have a certain territory, yada, yada. But yeah, you're right. That whole color construct thing is a freaking divide and conquer thing. It makes no sense. Nathan, you're called white, but you're not white. Your t-shirt's white. I've never seen a human being that white, not even an albino that white.
He's not white.
Oh, I've seen some super black ones too.
He's not white. He's a black Jewish
lesbian transgender.
Yeah, chocolate's black.
Chocolate, Nathan.
In his latest video, he looks like Dr. Evil.
Gene, let me tell you. Hey, Gene, let me explain something to you. I don't care how dark you've seen somebody. Black and white is for stupid people.
Yeah, that was another one that I corrected her. So
it's for people who have no etymology knowledge. They're stupid. Their vocabulary is limited, and they live in a construct. A person that calls people black and white is as dumb as a glober. I'm gonna tell you just like that. That's the end of the story. I don't care how dark you've seen somebody or how pale you've seen somebody. It's not a construct for human beings. There are black bears. There are black retrievers. There are black chairs.
We get the melatonin. We get it.
Stop. Yeah, but I just do want to give him one correction because he likes to articulate himself correctly. It's etymological. That was the word you were fishing
for. There's a lot of other differences between Africans and, I guess you could say Caucasians, besides color, that differentiate between different races.
You know what I don't buy? I don't buy the black people are from Africa. Like, not all of them. There were obviously some here. There were the Moors. They're not all like that.
I want to allude to what he said. I want to allude to what he said. Within Africa and within the Caucasus Mountain area, there's a variant of skin color and hair texture. They're different. Yeah, exactly. Who cares? But the fact of the matter is, when somebody tries to label or tag somebody under that construct, that dichotomy, you have to check them etymologically. denotative. You know what I'm saying? Because they use it as misnomers and they think they know what they're talking about.
Who are they?
Because, huh? The
Do you think?
ignorant.
Do you think? Do you think? Do you think an African man is different than somebody from the depths of China? Or
Yes,
are they the same
absolutely,
people?
without question.
Bruh,
They're different
bruh,
places.
whoever that just said that, whoever said it, I'm telling you, within
Trivially
Africa,
true that they're different.
Yeah, they are.
within the continent, they're
Let's
different.
change. Right, look, stop.
Within the
Everyone stop.
continent, they're
D,
different.
you've got to stop.
Thanks.
D.
Say it 3 more times.
D, please. Right, we've got to change the subject. I'm gonna hang around for another hour, but Earth's on the table. Not
Okay,
race.
so I got a question. Australia, why can't they see the North Star again?
Past the equator, the minimum elevation to Polaris is the equator. Once you go past it, you can't see Polaris anymore.
Even more succinctly, you're too far
Same
away.
reason why you can't see the Empire State Building from Florida.
You had to ruin it by saying too far away. Don't know that. Yes, you can correlate the behavior of the stars as they recede towards the horizon with perspective. You can't say too far away. You're just going to get me all over you like a rash when you don't need it, man. You don't need it.
So how do Australian ship drivers, how do they can't look for the North Star, or what do they look for?
Near the other navigation stars, there's a lot of navigation stars in the south beyond the equator. You can still navigate. You can infer a pole star that doesn't exist. Well, there's ambiguity. I don't want to say that so categorically. I don't care to argue about it because it's inconsequential anyway. You can derive a similar system that's south-centric. Then wrapping the two antipodal from one another is figuratively and literally what you get to give you a celestial sphere when you map out the angles to the stars for both north and south. Does that mean that they both coexist at the same time? No, you can't be in two places at the same time. So to sandwich them antipodal, again, doesn't alter that they're both representing flat plane measurements, just one on top of the other, north and south. It doesn't mean that suddenly you go past the equator and because you can't see Polaris anymore, you don't have navigation stars. You do. Now, at certain points you didn't, but we expanded the territory flat, with angles to stars that we mapped and charted as we expanded the territories. Eventually, we landed on creating that into an entirety of a system, now known as the globe and celestial sphere. Both have been derived from angles. If you put one North Pole centric, one South Pole centric, both flat on top of each other, you can create a system known as the celestial sphere. It's just a reification to believe that that's how the world actually functions. You create a model from angles that you've been making practical use of to find your way around and expand the territory.
It doesn't equally equate to that, but yeah.
You better stop saying that model stuff. I told you about that before.
Yeah, we don't
Then
like
I'm
the models.
Sphere model. Hold on, I'm getting told off. I'm getting checked now.
It's Discord. It is Discord.
On John, you can tell.
When I said you're too far away, why is it erroneous?
How far are the stars?
I don't think that's a problem.
How far are they then, John?
I don't know, but
do you know they're too far? Do you know
I don't know, but it follows that just like D-Rose said. I mean, it's almost the same. Like it was a good analogy. You can't see the Empire State Building from 20 miles away.
It's not
the
fair.
same concept.
Well, no, because we're not looking at the Empire State Building. We're looking at something that would be equivalent. Light that hovers in mid-air at the top of most point of the Empire State Building.
It's the same concept. It doesn't matter.
I know I did disclaim that. I said while it is correlatable with perspective, all I'm saying is when you say too far, you've immediately pegged it with a distance that you don't know, and there's no need.
No, you don't.
You do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true.
No, you don't.
Okay, well,
when I said the proposition, you're too far away to see any given object, that doesn't necessarily entail that I know the quantity of any distance between me and the object.
I agree. Yep.
Okay,
correct.
Well, let me just justify my position then. We know with a little bit of okay, just going to add a couple of weasel words to justify my position. Just bear with me. Just chill out, whoever's off mute in G+. Right. GP position is how and where when it comes to knowing how far something is. So adding a couple of weasel words to, well, I know the position below that star is too far away for me to see. in my mind, stops making sense because it isn't what you're looking at. You're not looking at the GP position of the star. You're looking at the star. So again, it seems malformed to introduce a distance to the thing you're actually looking at when you don't know that.
Did. But he did. No one made a distance. They just said too far.
What does far mean? Not being facetious.
Oh, brother.
Not being facetious.
Okay, let's use an airplane.
No.
Right?
You
see an airplane
No.
go across Stop. The airplane go across the sky. It comes to a point where you can't see it anymore. It gets too far away. I don't need to know the exact distance to know that it's too far away for me to see it. Got it?
Yeah, I can
Let's
validate
move on.
that. But I don't want to. I will, just because you're asking and getting irritated as I am. I don't want to yield on this point, and I'm not going to. Sorry.
You're going to go down with the ship on it then.
What does far mean? I'm looking at it.
Oh, brother.
Invincible ignorance.
Halfway to your sister's house.
Check out this. Oh, I knew my outrage was justified.
Far means very over there.
Hold on. To, at, or by a great distance.
Yeah.
When you say too far, you say it doesn't infer distance. By definition, it absolutely...
No. I didn't say that, you crayon muncher. I never said that.
Oh my God.
I said you don't have to know this.
Gregory, yeah, no worries. You're on your own. QE
Don't fucking rumpus me. I said you don't have to know the specific. Listen, specific distance. Got it?
You didn't say
the percussion in the diction.
Gregory, would you agree? That's all he's refined my point for me. Because you didn't say specific distance, you just said too far. That's where I've jumped in. Now I might still be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right.
Well, that's why I concur with QE on this. When I say the proposition, any given object is too far to be seen, whether it be the star or the Empire State Building or the letters on the wall in the doctor's office, whatever, what have you, that doesn't necessarily entail that I'm presupposing or that I know the quantified distance between my eyes and the object I'm trying to detect.
Fair enough.
But we can prove that the stars obey perspective, is what you guys are saying, huh?
They correlate with what we would describe as a perspective effect, with things that we can physically validate them doing that. When I don't know what the stars are, I struggle to say that because I don't know it's the case. Correlation, I'm happy with.
Everything obeys. I don't like the word perspective. And you don't need to know what the star's made of. Who started that dumb shit?
I didn't say that. But
I did.
As you rise in altitude, things lower with respect to how you rise. And your distance will affect the amount that it changes. It will change. The stars do that.
Yes.
Yeah, distance is a factor in the visibility or invisibility when trying to visually detect something.
Do the stars change their angle?
No.
Be careful.
No.
Be careful.
No, they don't. No,
Be careful. Be careful because you would have to know the medium. See, you're conflating terrestrial observations with celestial ones. So, in order for you to confirm, I'm not done yet. In order for you to confirm that, you would have to know the medium in between you and that celestial object to make a fair comparison.
Well, I don't have to do that. It's not my claim. It's not my claim. I point out that the angle doesn't change, which seems to violate the laws of perspective.
Yep. Done.
That's why you make a distinction between terrestrial and celestial in your own statement.
Precisely. There's caveats needed.
Don't pull that shit with me.
Why not?
You have to do it. Not me, you.
No.
Stupid.
Why do I have to do it?
Because you made the claim.
But the angle doesn't change.
Yeah, you falsely compared it. Oh, on terrestrial, well, you didn't say that, but on Earth, when we rise up, it does change. Right?
Yeah.
Like with any other object?
Yeah. with the Empire State Building, you can recede it into the horizon and get it to disappear through an angular limitation versus the deck. Too small an angle, therefore can't see it. They can then rise up, increase the angle with respect to the deck, and bring that item back into view where it formerly wasn't with altitude, increasing angle. You can't do that with a star.
You know why?
Doesn't matter why, it just means it's not perspective, and I take umbrage when someone says distance in regards to that, because of their suggestion that it is perspective, and it can be correlated, and I'm perfectly happy to accept that, but for the fact that I don't know what the stars are, and there are certain attributes of how they behave that don't comport with how things do behave with perspective, terrestrial or celestial or otherwise.
What it's made of have to do anything with the topic? Nothing.
It just means I don't know how it should or would behave either way, physical or not physical, or just don't know enough about it to ascribe something that is a concept we've come up with for how things behave in terrestrial manner when we look at buildings and such like in the distance.
All right. I don't know why we're talking about what it's made of. We're just talking about angular limitations and how things appear to us, right?
You know why the angle doesn't change?
Go on, you asked that before. Why not?
Go ahead. I'll call it non sequitur again.
Because it's not. Because the Earth's flat. About it.
It's a non sequitur.
Not non
I don't see how
sequitur.
that follows.
It's a non sequitur. Doesn't follow. How does it not follow?
Because of something is what it is.
Because if something is what it is, that's good.
Yeah, it's just non sequitur. You formulated a non sequitur.
I didn't formulate a non sequitur. Your answer was dumb fuck.
No, stop swearing.
Oh shit!
Please
The
don't
Earth
swear.
flat. Oh my god!
It's measured. So it's measured, Red Eagle. That's correct. Hold on one second.
I prefer this theory.
But my transmission debunked what I said. It would have been just as relevant.
Okay, guys.
Was there another point of critique, Nathan, that I missed besides the erroneous critique that my proposition necessarily entails that I need to quantify distance between me and the object?
No other
Is there
critique.
a second one? I think I missed it.
Just my erroneous interjection. Thank you for being so polite.
Well, why be rude?
Confirmed.
I like smart people when they're being rude to you. It does amuse me. They do it so politely, you almost don't notice. It was erroneous. I'll happily concede that. I also justified my objections, I hope. You know, why I would interject with that, erroneous or otherwise.
No, you're just stuck on Nathan. You're just stuck on Nathan agenda, trying to jump on people that say too far. It was a category error on your part.
No. I stand by why
I'll see you later.
I stand by it. I still would justify it that way if someone had me up against a wall, going, why wouldn't you say it's too far? Like, well, because I know the GP distance when I measure the angle, but if I can't see it, I then suggest that something I can't see is too far, because that would infer that there's a distance. You've pointed out that, well, just by using that linguistically doesn't automatically suggest I do know a distance, therefore you're not right to object in that manner. And I've gone, okay, fair enough. That's it. End of.
Would you agree that there is a correlation that is effective upon visually detecting the object, the star, or whatever else, or not when you increase or decrease the distance between you and the object?
Not necessarily. Because if you suggest that, then again you're back to, if you were to raise an elevation with respect to the Empire State Building, you're definitely increasing your distance to the top of that point, aren't you? As you go up, you're increasing the length of the hypotenuse. Not true with stars.
Would the hypotenuse? Well, I'm thinking it.
It'd make the angle wider.
Make the length longer. As you raise away from a point, let's forget that it's at altitude, any point on the ground, as you raise in altitude, you're going to increase your distance from it, aren't you?
As you raise?
Yeah, if you go up in height, yeah, let's say you're level, just for the sake of this argument, right, you're forming a triangle with the Empire State Building, yeah? In terms of your distance to it is irrelevant for my example, but you're level with it, with the very top of it. As you then raise in altitude, your distance to top of the Empire State Building will increase as you raise in altitude, won't it?
Yes. Correct.
Right.
I thought you were. I was getting confused between.
Right, well, that's not the end of the example. That is not true.
Well, I'm good with it now.
Right, but it's not true for stars, is it?
You know.
The distance to the GP
that it wouldn't happen
will definitely increase as you raise in altitude, as we just established.
I got to get some breakfast first.
You don't like it, I know.
No. I got to get some breakfast. I see where you're headed with it, but I can't think right yet.
No, fair enough.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. The point you just articulated is that concerning the star, whatever given star, if you increase your altitude, then you would increase the distance of the hypotenuse. Did I get that wrong?
Increase the distance of the hypotenuse.
What's the distance?
The length of the hypotenuse is kind of awkward to say distance of the hypotenuse.
Now, I'm trying to think about that. I don't know. That's the question.
Because
let's get back to a firm claim.
Yeah.
What's the claim?
The claim is that you can definitely infer that as you raise in altitude, the point between you and the point in the distance that we're looking at, with my example being the Empire State Building, that distance is without doubt increasing as you raise in altitude. Whereas with the stars, nothing's changing at all, is it?
No, because the Earth's flat.
You said that last time, but I'm just saying that there's a distinction between the two effects that you're observing. One with an item, we can definitely say is you're getting further away from it, even though you're getting further away from it on an angle. Or you could say that the angle from the point that you're looking at is widening as it looks at you. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
But that doesn't occur with the stars. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, that because the Earth's
angle
flat.
will become
as you rise,
the further away you go.
So will that horizon. Now, it may not come to eye level. It's irrelevant anyway. That's why. You guys aren't getting this, are you? Where's Brian?
Nathan, the further way you traverse away from the given star, the more acute the angle becomes.
Something we have ascribed with the word perspective to the physical effects we observe with things like buildings. That's where I just shift uncomfortably. Now, I'm being put on the spot like I need to have a claim made perhaps attached to it, and I don't. I'm just saying it's back to when, well, this is obviously a flat earth proof, why don't you accept it? As I shift uncomfortably. Well, because I don't like it for these reasons. It doesn't change that it's true. No, it doesn't change that it's true. It's just those are my objections. I'm just not going to lie to you. Just fob you off. But I'm just going to lay down why I shift uncomfortably when someone says something like the star's too far. I shouldn't suddenly find myself shifting uncomfortably, and I'm just telling you why.
Would you agree that if you increase the distance between
back and forth between topics, it's aggravating.
Thanks.
Actually, let me phrase it this way. Would you agree, Nathan, that the further south
Said it, Gregory.
you... Say again? Oh, I was saying...
there was an underlying point that we've completely sabotaged.
I was going to ask this. Would you agree that the further south you traverse, the more acute...
if there was an underlying point that we've completely sabotaged, Gregory, I'm really sorry. I'm going to round out my after show on that note. With that, I'm going to
Okay.
say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I thank Discord. Politics, thank you for having me. An epic, as always, on a Friday. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
That's a wrap. Yeah, I was gonna ask him, would he agree that the further south you traverse, would the elevation angle become more acute? Because I believe the inference of sound, if you increase the distance between you and the star, or should I say, if you traverse further south, then the elevation angle would become more acute. Becoming so acute above the surface of the Earth that it's no longer resolvable, therefore not visible. A lot of folks in here. Did I lose connection?
No, we hear you.
Okay, 43.
Well, I mean, the elevation angle starts from the 90, but the angle afterward would definitely be acute.
Right. You stand right under the star, then you walk south, then it apparently descends in your visual perspective. And if you walk further south enough, then it'll become so acute, it'll be effectively, for all intents and purposes, 0 degrees above the surface of the Earth. And so the angle is too acute to resolve.
My only thought is that, you're going and even if you were to look back and whatever it looked like as you're measuring it, you're still going to be from a 90, even if it is, a new 90 from wherever you are. So I don't know. Like, it just sounds like I would say to someone who was asking in chat, I would say, how many triangles before the, globe?
Say again, I think you cut out.
Oh, I was gonna say, I would say in chat, I would say something like, how many 90-degree triangles to start, does it take to make a globe?
Uh-huh. Right angle triangles.
I mean, it starts off there every time, so I mean, like, that's the point is, you're traveling from the 90 wherever you're going, and then, you're closing out that particular triangle, but then you're pretty much making a new triangle, but at the same time, it's conceptually just farther from the last one. It's all very fun in it.
Are there any globalists, any scientists that want to prove that they can escape the geodesy dilemma? Their geodesy dilemma? Right there in the open chat for you. It's a consistent pattern. It's either, in general, the silence or chit chat or pestilential scientist zealots.
Oh, anybody alive here?
All the Globers are in shock.
Yeah, I'm just chilling out, listening in, man. It's 1 a.m. for me.
Already Saturday for you. So did anything happen here? And I'm gonna expect, since you're living the future.
No, nothing exciting yet. Just a regular old Saturday.
I wish some of you guys could make your way over to TikTok. I'm not sure how you feel about that platform, but for for whatever it is, there seems to be a lot more of a militant, Glober community there, where they'll hold their own lives and you know invite flat earthers to debate with them, and vice versa. You know, it'd be cool to see you guys go over to that side. I've been asking
Oh, yeah,
Gregory to
we
do it.
are. You know where we are.
Well, you're saying
Besides
they should
those
come
just
over here?
individual videos, it's harder to have a conversation on TikTok, right?
No, there's people hold live streams where you can join their panel. It's just like this.
Oh, okay. That might be interesting.
Oh, Matthew, you got a new platform.
I don't know if you can make much money on TikTok.
Actually, there's people who completely rely on TikTok as their financial income.
Yeah, they have sponsors. I think that flat Earth content isn't amenable to like having sponsors. Like if you're a beauty influencer, then all these makeup brands are going to want to sponsor you, for example.
Yeah, but wouldn't basketball court makers want to sponsor us, and people who pour concrete floors for giant buildings, wouldn't they want to sponsor us?
Well, besides sponsors, you can also make money from the gifts that people in the chat, the audience watching your live stream, send you. That's like one of the options that is implemented into like in the same way a person will send a super chat like in a YouTube stream. You can do the same in a TikTok live, and there's some of the more mainstream people that sure maybe they don't talk about flat Earth, but they talk about like politics and stuff like that. I mean, they'll make anywhere up to like just like they'll make like hundreds of dollars in a day, like maybe even nearly up to 1,000, just from people sending them gifts. And if you're a Glober, obviously because the Globe sites tends to be the more popular one, and if the people in the chat feel like you're debunking the flat earthers, as it were, you know, I'm sure they get a good amount of money too.
There's a lot of money and time put into arguing against it, either side.
That's true too. Yeah.
But the globe has like a lot of excess to put against stuff that's not true. And that's where we lie.
We get sponsors from the pool companies, lake builders, pond builders. We get all that sponsorship. Level water.
Yeah, I gotta ask him, but I'm pretty sure I saw Alpha on TikTok at some point too, unless I'm mistaken for another guy. He used to hold his own lives, not really about flat versus globe, but I mean, if it is him, because his voice sounded pretty much the exact same. I don't know if anybody know what he looks like, but he was sort of like a Hispanic guy with like a facial hair was sort of like a goatee kind of thing, if I remember. But yeah, he used to be on TikTok too. So some of the OGs from the 24/7 servers, I think you guys can do a lot of damage to the Globers that seem to think they're like the big boss over on TikTok.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
From what I remember about when he did that, he seemed to say that they wanted to demonetize if you had that position, or there was a lot of hassle with it. I don't know, because he seemed to not be able to talk about it after initially talking about it.
Are you talking about Alpha?
Yeah, on TikTok.
Okay, so that was him then.
Because I remember he at first was talking about it, and then he even made you can ask him about it, but then he made mention about not being able to talk about it or being demonetized or something like that.
Yeah, but I think he's also talking about Alpha's other TikTok, which was Follow Grow Bro. So he was doing competitions to grow followers, and they would donate certain amounts of money.
Yeah, that's what I remember him doing. Right.
Yeah.
I never really heard him try to debate Globers or anything like that.
No, that was a completely different channel, completely separate. Nothing to do with Flat Earth. That was to do with growing people's accounts and making money. Yeah. I think what happened was they donated so much money, there was targets they were hitting, then I don't know, certain people would then follow the winner or something along those lines. You'd have to ask him what it was.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask him the next time he gets in here. But yeah, I mean, the ratio of Globers that are willing to debate on TikTok is just, at least in my experience, maybe used to be a little more in the past on Discord, but I feel like you guys have just like beaten them to a pulp at this point. It's kind of like beating a dead horse. You just get your you get your regular like Matt Mooney or whoever else comes in here, but they always bring the same old tired arguments that we've all heard before. But if you guys wanted fresh meat or just people who really think they're hot shit, TikTok I think will be the place to be. I know Nathan Thompson's over there. He kind of does this thing.
Yeah, the globe legend tellers that's a good platform for them because they're appealing to people with short attention spans. And I'm not being facetious. I mean, I think that's why they retreat to that. Because I've seen what I could stomach of the TikTok globers. But yeah, they're not looking to learn, as we would say.
That's okay. We know they're disingenuous, as I would say, like a lot of globers usually tend to be, but
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if they would allow dissenting views on their live streams.
Of course they will. What do you mean? They encourage it. They have like these sort
probably
of
to a point until they get flat smacked, and I guess they would be muting. But who knows?
No, I think you'd be surprised. They tolerate they actually tolerate a lot. Even the only time they will mute is like kind of like similar to you guys. If someone's like just yelling or over talking, interrupting, this kind of thing, or just trolling. But if they feel like you're an honest, mature, like intellectual person who's willing to defend flat Earth or bring positive evidence for flat Earth, as you put it, they're willing to go mano a mano with you, man. They they're looking for that. Just like us in here. Like it's almost become a mantra now. How if the room goes silent, we'll ask any glober willing to make their case or provide evidence to the globe. These globers do the same thing. They hold their live and they're like, hey, any flat earthers out there, willing to prove the flat Earth. So.
So when planes fly, do they use the flat Earth map or the globe Earth map?
Apparently, there's only one map, according to Alpha and whoever else. All maps are flat Earth maps. Alpha.
All maps are flat Earth maps?
Oh, that's this guy again. Well, that's what Alpha will tell you. So ask him.
But the globe Earth map doesn't have an ice wall as Antarctica, though. Like on the globe map, Antarctica is an island, or like its own little thing.
For long distance flights, especially in the southern hemisphere, it's hard to explain the flight paths, from Sydney to Santiago, for example, if the Earth is flat. So I think that's evidence against the flat Earth.
Well, I'm just trying to get my maps correct,
Dude, all maps are flat. All maps are derived.
Not all maps
are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. So
No, that's
all
not
maps are flat is your answer.
No, not all maps are flat. There's some 3D maps.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
3D maps are what?
All they use a flat baseline, so they're flat.
Wouldn't a 3D map be a globe map, though?
Yeah, and it would be geometrically official. You would definitely know where the dirt was over here that was the curve of Earth. Every little nook and cranny, Zach.
GPS is three-dimensional and flat.
No, if you 3D print out a sphere, it's going to be a sphere. If you're recording a sphere, that's what's going to come out, stupid, not a flat. I don't know where you recorded stuff. You record balls and globes and they come out to be a flat desk for you, dude? You serious? Show me that.
I mean, the question is, do planes in reality fly to hug onto the curve? No, they lift off, they reach elevation, and then they land.
That's not the
They don't,
problem. The
they
That's
don't
not
problem,
hug
the
the
point.
dirt.
That's
They
not the
don't go up and down
problem.
with the
What is the
mountains. Right.
problem?
They don't
the
stay
problem,
in the center of gravity.
It is a problem if in reality planes aren't accounting for the Earth curvature.
exactly.
Big
So
problem.
when planes use the flat Earth map, they don't make sense.
Planes only fly flat and horizontal. They don't dip and tilt. You got to dip and tilt in kamikaze plane somewhere, buddy? You're not going to be flying fucking far. Straight to the ground.
Yeah, you don't have globes rolling around in the cockpit. You have maps based on where you're going.
All the Globers can solve it. Just go get in your airplanes and kamikaze down where the curve's at. Don't get wet. Don't get hurt. Keep going down without getting hit in dirt and water. Show us you live on a globe, stupids. Oh, it only
So
works horizontal. It
Yeah.
doesn't work down.
on a plane, how would I get from Australia to say Brazil?
Kamikaze, straight down. Go up in the air, go that way, and go straight down like a rocket. You'll
No,
get
but
there.
like, where am I going?
Kamikaze, straight down past the curve, brother. I'm telling you.
Kamikaze?
Straight
hold on.
down past the curve. Go
Jesus.
straight up.
I don't want
And
to
then
die.
free fall. Stop talking. Free fall kamikaze straight down past the curve, and we'll all watch you, goop troop. Come back safe. I wish you a safe trip, kamikaze. Globe guy prover.
Yeah, TDA, you're the one that's imagining that you're landing upside down from where you originally lifted off. So just keep it simple. There's none of that going on. You know, you want to say, oh, a map, a globe. Yeah, you can imagine that Antarctica is an island on the bottom of a water ball, but in reality, the plane's going to fly to have success to reach its next destination. So just don't put the cart before the horse, dude.
Of course, there are pictures of Antarctica appearing as a large continent at the bottom of the globe. So there's that.
Yeah, there's pictures of Mothra fighting Godzilla.
Yeah, that's the wrong map, isn't it? Like Antarctic is an ice wall, yeah.
Are you asking us? You're the one who thinks it's an island.
No. I'm saying
Yeah.
on the globe map, it's an island, which is incorrect, right? That's our globist map. That's incorrect.
Well, I
So
don't know. I don't know. Is the Earth a ball? So you can figure out. Listen, you can figure out if the depiction they've given you of Antarctica is legit. Just show us that we're on a ball in the first place. So you want to put the cart before the horse, bro.
I've just got a plane, and I'm just trying to take the most fuel efficient, safest path from Sydney to say
Good luck.
Brazil. You know,
Free fall, go straight up in the air and kamikaze down to it. Stupid gravity will hold you right against the Earth's butt, down and around and under it, then you land where you need to. This isn't hard, global.
Wait. So are you saying if I as soon as I go in the air, I can just like let gravity do its work?
Yeah, and you free fall straight down. We watch you kamikaze. You paint the tip of your nose red. We want to watch it go straight vertically down and come back safe.
So,
we'll wait for you.
Okay, so
Any Glober, get in your airplane, kamikaze straight down where the curve's at, where no dirt and water exists, like you're going around Australia. Get her done.
So I'm gonna
film you go straight down.
I've got it. I'm gonna lift off.
Just let it
I'm gonna
free
lift
fall
off.
down.
Yeah, I'm
No
gonna lift
gas.
off. Take my hands off the controls. Make myself a drink.
No, you don't take your hand off the controller until you hit the curve of Earth. As soon as you see the Earth's edge underneath you right there, and you got to go down like the rocket does, and the birds do to flat Australia right there, somewhere where you can't hit the dirt and water, dumbass. Just let your hands off the thing. You're free falling straight down. Point it at the space below the Earth. Just point it at the side of the space down there.
Okay, TDA, do you see the train wreck that's created by your imagined globe? So why not just substantiate the globe in the first place?
I'm not substantiating a globe. I'm trying to use.
That's where you need
the flat
that's where you need this. Listen, before you break all my wine glasses, that's where you need to start.
What train wreck are you referring to?
the conversation of the last
but that's
kamikaze conversation.
That's Demok's fault, right?
Well, this is
I
the
don't
guy
know.
who's pretending like he lifts off and lands upside down. That's TDA's fault.
Nobody is saying that.
I never said that. I'm just trying to find.
Great job bringing us back to the train wreck, Matthew. So how about you, TDA? Stop putting the cart before the horse. That's just what you're doing.
What do you mean?
So substantiate
I don't know. It's
the globe in the first place.
I'm just trying to fly my
You're asking
plane.
all these questions. You're convinced that you're convinced that Antarctica is an island on the bottom of a ball.
No, I've conceded that it's not, right? So I'm trying to. I have no idea.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, and I need
it takes years to learn to fly a plane. So if that's what your heart desires, go get.
I want to start today. And I need to know how to get from Sydney because I'm Australian to
You're in a Discord
Brazil.
server. You're going to have to get all kinds of certifications and stuff. Get out your yellow pages and get to work.
Like I don't want to go to shop and buy the wrong map because you guys are telling me it's the wrong map, you know?
Well, all maps are flat, bro.
But they're teaching me the Earth is a globe. So aren't they going to be based off of the globe map?
Who's they?
Everybody else, right? Like we've got all the globers. They made the globe map. It's not correct.
Go talk to they, TDA. We ain't they.
Like I don't want to fly my plane. All of a sudden, I'm in Japan. You know,
buddy. You don't even have a plane to begin with. Why are you lying?
Yeah, listening to you saying you have aspirations of becoming a pilot makes me want to ride the Greyhound the rest of my life.
What do you ride? A private jet or something? You're a million.
Hey, who are you to disclaim my aspirations? You know.
You keep saying, I want to fly.
He doesn't care about your aspiration. He's just saying if you did it, you'd be garbage, and we would take a cab or walk, and you'd probably crash into us then too.
You'd walk from Sydney to Brazil.
Yeah, you'd probably find a way to hit us.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, you'd probably like to find a way to hit us and crash into us too, and not know how to fly too. I'd like to see you do that.
Somebody cue up the song "I Believe I Can Fly" by R. Kelly. I think that's this guy.
Imagine that shrill voice coming over the intercom. Good thing they don't serve peanuts anymore. Could choke on one.
I know he's like, "Yoy, moi." Like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Welcome on board on the flight to Sydney here. My name is TDA. We'll be landing shortly.
So how do you prove it's a globe, TDA?
I think you ran.
No, I'm giving them what they want, man. They want gravity. They want some magic fucking balls. They want a curve. They got to fly her down and around.
No, he's not interested in that. It was the presentation of his circular reason to cope.
Right, but I've seen a dog run that was on a chain, and he tried to run out of his chain, and the chain gravity pulled him back and jerked him right back. His whole body went out that way. His neck came back down. His head hit the ground. I've seen people get clotheslined by clotheslines, driving a bike. So gravity is supposed to do the same thing. When you go too far, it just yanks you right back. Just exactly. We should be having gravity pullback TikToks. Look at this stupid fucker. He tried to outrun gravity, and it yanked him back and slammed his head off the ground. Like, where's that? I'm waiting for those videos, gravity bloopers.
Einstein cut that cord.
Damn you, Einstein. Now I want to see the gravity bloopers of Earth rising up to meet apples and oranges.
Yeah, I want to see a plane land upside down from where it lifted off.
Yeah, planes don't do that.
Yeah, like Shaq said.
Because it's flat.
When I go to China, I don't land upside down. Think about it.
No, because the direction of down changes as you move.
That's fine. But in reality, a plane lifts off, reaches elevation, gets to the destination, and lands.
Right.
There's no accounting for curvature of Earth.
That's correct.
Okay.
So upside
Welcome
down in
again to
reference
Flat
to
Earth.
where it took off from.
Right, upside down in reference to where it took off from, but not upside down
So
according
upside
to the
down.
place that they're landing.
Antipodal.
Yeah, the people are antipodal, but the planes are not. That makes sense.
Where's Nathan?
That's another double standard by the Globers yet again.
What double standard? I don't understand.
Earth's rising up, and that's how you leave Earth. You just jump off the edge like a cliff, and the cliff takes off up there, and you just fall down. Like, what the hell? The cliff took off without me, son of a bitch. But then Earth's magic gravity that supposedly got debunked isn't debunked because the fucking shit satellite supposedly is hung by gravity, mass attracting mass. So what the fuck's going on? So you got a rock, you live on a rock Earth, and the rock has so much gravity that it doesn't hold on to nothing. So now it doesn't hold on to you when you leave the runway, and then you get to the edge of Earth. No Earth below you, no Earth in front of you. You just free fall down while the Earth free falls up. You know how fast that is? You're going 9.8 down, it's going 9.8 up. Isn't that crazy? That's pretty fast.
What's that one flurf? That big boy from
Where's
Scotland.
Nathan?
Dell, the flat earther, thinks the Earth is actually in perpetual, constant acceleration.
Yeah, well, how would he demonstrate? How would him or you demonstrate that? How would you guys demonstrate in an elevator? You got a little Earth with stuff flying away while it's trying to catch up and meet you. Show us, goofies.
It's moving because it's moving.
Wait, what are you trying to disprove / prove? My boy. That gravity exists? I'm very confused. And yet be their silence, I guess.
We don't even know who you're.
Well, how did they ever? If mass attracting mass was thrown out the window, and we know it was, how did that thing grab the rocket and bring it around the Earth to slingshot it? If that's not mass, like so, the mass isn't attracting mass. We got you. So now we just got an Earth rising up. Now, how did a fucking rising Earth grab a hold of a rocket going down the opposite way? How did it grab it? What grabbed it? No mass attracting mass. Remember? So now the rockets still work, you guys, even though mass attracted mass was debunked. The satellite's supposedly still up there going down around the Earth. That's weird,
Who
right?
debunked that? Who debunked that?
Who debunked what? The people who can't demonstrate it debunked it. When you can't demonstrate your fucking story, you debunked it right there that day. Isn't that cool?
What are we
How'd
talking
you
about? I literally just
demonstrate
joined.
an orbit of two balls? Demonstrate an orbit in a lab. Show us how a ball rotates down and around another ball. Come on.
But you can't in a lab as long as we're on Earth. We cannot do that.
You can't? So you can't demonstrate. No. Use physics. Don't fucking make up excuses. Use your physics that we have. Supposedly that are doing that.
Well,
Supposedly
if
you
we're
see
gonna
things
follow the
doing
law
that.
of physics of mass and attraction of other
You're going to
fucking bodies,
demonstrate.
listen.
How are
I'm
you
demonstrating it.
demonstrating? What are we
You're
listening
literally
to?
standing on this planet,
How do
you
you
dumb
know
shit.
what's happening?
Stop
How do
yelling
you know
at
what's
me.
happening?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You got to demonstrate it to know what's happening, you dumb bitch.
I'm demonstrating it at this right exact moment of time. Wherever you are, you're standing on it. Mass
What are you
attracts
demonstrating?
mass.
An orbit? Show me how an orbit works right now
An
with two
orbit
objects.
works by a mass basically
I didn't ask
expanding
you to
over and
show me you
creation.
standing on Earth.
Don't show me proof, but yeah, I'll just keep
Yeah, don't
discrediting you.
show me
Very
you
fucking
standing on
likely.
Earth, fucking retard. You're not orbiting nothing, dummy.
Okay, I'm going to
Get a
destroy
fucking
your whole
brain.
little shit. What is the second law of thermodynamics?
Orbit. Do you
What is the
have it,
second
bitch?
law of thermodynamics?
Second law of orbit dynamics. Let's get them out.
How does an orbit work, or how do we create an ellipsis
That's
basically
what
with a
you're going to
satellite
show
around our
us, you
globe?
dumb bitch. You and all the Globers, you're going to show us that, right, retard? You're
You
going
can
to
just look up into
demonstrate
the
you know all
sky.
the attributes and the physics
You
of
can
that,
just look.
right? We've only got one
You can.
physics. What, you got a new
Yeah,
physics?
exactly. No, I
Yeah,
have the
so
old
show
one, and
them.
it works pretty
Get them
fine.
demonstrated. You're the one saying you
Okay,
can't do it, bitch. But you're
I'm
saying
not
it's
saying that
happening.
I can do it. I can't do it in a lab, you dumb shit, because it's not possible.
Then where's it possible at? You fucking
Well, if
hoe
you
in your
look up,
imagination?
fucking look up into the sky, or even
And see
better, Google up.
orbiting stuff.
Shut up, shut up. Your non-intelligence right now is lowering my own IQ points. Shut the
I
fuck
want
up.
to see
So,
balls
if you
orbit
go
in the
over,
sky, orbiting each
so
other, going down and around, down and around, down
okay,
and around live. Show me. Film it.
okay. Do you know what the moon is, or do you not believe in that shit too? I'm
Hey,
sorry. I'm
don't gish
sorry.
gallop,
I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No
Also,
need to gish
where's the time?
gallop.
I'm sorry.
Relax,
What's
Handel.
no. He started this shit. Let's end it really
I've
fast.
never seen the moon set. You're gonna have to show me the moon go down below 2 degrees, bitch, while you're gonna finish
Oh,
the
you're
shit.
so dumb,
Yeah,
man. What
where's the
the fuck?
moon going down to orbit? Show us our moon going below your feet, motherfucker, up close.
So you just
With no
accepted that
dirt and water
there's this
underneath
thing
it.
called an
I
orbit and
want
an
to see
ellipse.
where
Yeah?
dude, I want to see where there's no dirt and water under the moon, how it goes down below us and around us. Where's that at? Where's it going
Climb
down
the
below us?
fucking Tower of Shanghai down in fucking
You
Hong Kong. I
just
don't give
said
a
the
fuck.
moon. You
Yes.
bitch. Don't jump to anywhere else. Film the fucking moon go down below you, up close, where you're standing right there and you watch it go down and not
Oh,
touch
what?
Earth.
Your little imaginary border at the end of the world, or
No,
what?
your imaginary globe you're gonna demonstrate where the
God
moon goes
almighty.
down below 2
Like,
degrees,
stop.
retard.
Dude, are you actually an educated part of this society, or are
Hello.
you just
No,
a
you're
dumb
going to
fuck?
educate us with your video. You're going to prove everything we thought was impossible. I know a Earth and the moon's not coming down to the dirt and water and boiling it away or touching it and crashing in. You think it is. Demonstrate where it's going down below dirt and water, below 2 degrees, bitch.
It's not
If you don't
boiling.
have that, don't say it's orbiting
Oh my
anything.
god, please
Then
help
that
me.
means
What the
it's
fuck?
only going
What
above 2
the fuck
degrees
are you
forever,
talking
stupid
about?
fuck.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Boiling down? Motherfucker, this isn't a kitchen.
Listen, dude, I don't know what kind of crack you're smoking, motherfucker. You'll need evidence the moon is dropping down below your feet, below 2 degrees, 1 degrees, 0 degrees, below that, and film it.
Dude,
Retard.
what are you
Let's go.
talking? What are you
So you
talking
don't have
about?
any orbiting moon, just above your
Dude,
head, right? Like mine? Same as mine on flat Earth? Welcome to flat Earth, retard. Unless you got a moon or a star going below 2 degrees, you dumb bitch. You'll need to work on that.
Jesus Christ, you need a better fucking brain in that head of yours. Are you serious right now? What about the moon then? How does that orbit work?
It doesn't unless you can film the sun or the moon or stars going down below 2, down below
Okay,
0,
what
down
about
below
what
to
about an
33
eclipse?
degrees. Up to
What about
33 degrees below the horizon, you fucking
what's a
retard. The
solar
moon.
what's a solar and a lunar eclipse? What's a solar and lunar eclipse?
Brother, you don't have any of that.
Dude,
You don't know what any of that
you are
is.
so
Get
dumb.
your ball
What
out
is a
and show
solar?
us.
What is a lunar eclipse?
Get
What
your
is a
lunar
solar? What is
ball
a
out and
lunar
show us
eclipse?
what a moon is.
You're
I don't
not
even know what
asking.
the fuck the
You're not
moon is.
asking the question right now. You're not asking the question. I'm asking the question.
No,
What's a
you're going
solar
to
and lunar eclipse?
demonstrate. No, why are
No,
you asking
because I
questions
don't
you
have.
don't know the answer to? Don't
Because
ask me
I'm
questions you
telling
don't know
you the
the answers about
answer
your own.
to the
Quit
question,
asking the
and
flat
you're
earther what the moon
failing
is.
to argue my point or
Retard.
disprove it. All
Why
of your
would you
shit,
ask the flat earther
all of
what
your
your moon
shit,
is?
all of your shit, what you're just saying is probably so inebriated that it needs God. I don't understand what's your problem, bro.
Yeah, you
And if
need
you
to
can't,
point out
can't
how you don't know what a moon is.
what the fuck is wrong with
You
you?
don't know what an orbit is. You don't know what a sun is. You don't have
Okay,
anything orbiting. You said
enlighten me, brother,
orbit.
enlighten me. What's a
No,
moon? What's
you're
a
going to
sun?
enlighten
What's an
us.
orbit?
When you can't produce it, you're
No,
going to just simply
okay,
tell us
no.
it's
Why
your
do I need to
imaginary fucking
enlighten you?
religion.
Why?
It's your
Okay,
religion, your orbit religion,
why would I
right?
need to enlighten you?
You
Why
only
would I
have a
need to
religion.
enlighten you? This guy doesn't listen, does he?
Prove it's not an orbit religion, bitch. What are you waiting on?
What the fuck are you arguing to me about?
Orbit
I'm asking you.
religions.
What the fuck are you talking about? What orbit religion?
Yeah, we're all talking about what you can't produce in orbit. Are they only in your
What?
mind?
What the fuck are you talking?
What is an orbit? We all
It's
want to
some.
know.
It is a vector of movement
Show us with
around
two
the hub.
objects, please. Not
There's
your
a moon
fucking,
and
not
there's
your
Earth.
imagination.
Earth,
Not you
moon, and
imagining
Earth.
again.
Moon and Earth. Moon and Earth. There you
Go
go. I
sit
don't need
one
to
in the
say more.
lab and show us. Real
Oh my
fucking
God,
stuff.
you're
Stop
actually
just
that dumb.
inferring shit. I'm standing
You
on
have
the
a
earth. I'm
moon
not doing any of that. Retard.
that is a celestial satellite that orbits around our planet.
Go get one in the lab and make it. Do it in the lab. Retard.
I actually wish I could. That would be quite a scientific
Yeah, I
breakthrough,
wish
though,
you
if we
could
could do
too.
that.
Then you would make sense right now. Then you would be correct. Dumb
But
fuck.
the thing is, we have so much evidence, and yet the flat earthers still have none, which is quite funny.
No, where's your Nobel Prize? You got to prove what he's asking for. Where's your Nobel Prize, buddy?
No one got a Nobel Prize, well,
You
except
didn't
I
get
guess Mr.
one.
Isaac Newton. I get
You didn't
Mr.
get
Isaac
one.
Newton for discovering
Oh,
gravity.
you didn't get one. Oh,
So wait, you're crediting and discrediting science at the same time. Do you know how contradicting you are,
you don't
actually?
know
And
what
it's quite
science
fucking
is.
ridiculous.
Tell me, what is science? What is
Okay,
science to you? Okay,
science
science
is
is
a field that
a
uses,
field.
yes.
Wrong.
What? Okay.
Okay,
What is it?
go on. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No.
Go.
I apologize. No. If you know, why am I talking? What is
No,
science?
you sound good. Keep going. Keep going.
No. I can't. I don't want to. You're constantly talking over me. Fucking talk. Come on, show me. What is
Okay,
science?
science
Teach
is
me.
a
Teach
logical
me.
field. I see you got me saying. I almost said field. Science is a logical method of establishing cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world by
Okay,
method of
define what
systematic
science
experimentation
is.
and
What is
comprehensive
science?
observation. I just did. You were talking over me the whole time.
See how that feels?
You said it's a field.
See how? Yeah, it is. It is a field. Science is a field.
Science is a field.
Yes.
Do we play football or what are we
Science
playing
is a
in this field?
field that researches and logically
Field.
concludes visible and invisible possible factual evidence of existence of non-existence of certain items, phenomena,
Existence and
and other things.
non-existence.
Yes,
Well,
because non-existence is
they
not
call
a finite.
boxing the sweet science. Does that qualify?
I'm sorry?
They call boxing the sweet science. Does that qualify?
You could use it, yes.
Is that a field?
I think it's called.
Does it exist or not exist? Let's consult the
Yeah,
field
dude,
of science.
you're throwing the word science around like like your comfort blanket.
Me. Okay, brother. I don't know who just told me fucking. You don't know what real science is, and then they cannot even fucking articulate what science actually
I
is
did.
and what
You
it
just
actually
spoke
grasps.
through when I was telling you. And
No, I
you
wasn't.
obviously don't know what it is. You think it's a field that establishes if something exists or not. That's absurd. I said science is a logical method of establishing cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world by method of systematic experimentation and comprehensive observation.
Okay,
Got
perfect.
it?
Now apply all of that
Perfect.
shit
Yes,
to
it is
your
perfect.
logic. Apply all of that shit to your logic from science in the sense of anything from physics to math to everything, and then try to prove me that flat Earth is real. Show me an experiment that
Physics
makes
to
that real.
math. You went from science to then math and
Math
abstract
is the
philosophy.
what the fuck is wrong with you? Math
Math
is
is
the only way
science.
we can actually understand the universe. Yes,
You
it is the
can't
language of the universe.
you can't just like do an experiment.
2 + 2 is 4. There you go.
Huh?
You asked me if math
Show
is.
me a
You
2 and a 4, please.
2 apples plus 2 apples equals 4 apples. If I eat one, you're a fucking
Okay,
idiot. What
apples.
else am I supposed to do?
Jeez, man. You're very confused.
No, I'm very straight in my head compared to you guys, apparently.
I mean, you just said science is a field that establishes if something exists or not. That's what you think science is. No wonder you're so twisted in your mind, confused about
I am
everything.
so twisted. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I don't even understand how my own planet works. That's how confused I am.
Okay.
Prove to me the flat Earth is real. I come into this channel every time and I ask the same question. I've
It's
never seen
measured
this much
flat.
of evidence.
It's measured flat.
How?
Well, we
With
have
what?
many methods. We have a level. That's my favorite one. A level.
Okay, perfect. So you can go over to your backyard and do a level, and you can prove to me that the Earth is flat from your backyard.
Yep.
And that's
You can
all you need to see.
use a level.
All you
That's
need
it.
to see.
All
So NASA the
You know
European
what a level
Space
is?
Agency is,
No,
all
hold
of these
on, hold
people that
on.
want shit into space to try to see it, make you
NASA uses a flat
afraid of
stationary
coming.
Earth as well.
You're gonna take a shit on it.
No, NASA says they use a flat stationary Earth. Just because the marketing team shows you pretty pictures doesn't mean they're not actually doing what they're
Dude, there's
doing,
a
which
live
is
cam
flying
on the
flat.
ISS right now.
Really?
Yes.
Can you show me the live stream of that, please?
Literally type in ISS live cam.
Well, none are live.
Literally.
Sorry, buddy. There's no live stream.
There's a live stream. There's a camera fucking placed on the ISS so you can see it fucking free falling into our orbit constantly at
I
24,000
know.
kilometers
If
an
there
hour.
is, there should be a live stream 24/7, nonstop.
There is.
But there
In live.
isn't.
Did you go to Google search it?
Yeah, not there, buddy.
Yeah, you're going now. You're
If you could
going
find
to
it,
go.
hey, I can't find it. If you can find it, post it in chat. That'd be great. I'd love to see the
I'm
24/7
walking my dog.
live
Fucking go
stream.
find someone else to go find your shit. Go on YouTube. Jesus
Oh, you're
Christ, there's
walking
YouTube
your
extras.
dog. Oh, okay, you're walking your dog, so I got to do your job for you. That's not how it works, buddy.
It's my job to disprove you. I don't need to. You're just here to fuck. I'm just here to fuck with
No,
your brain.
not disprove me. What do you? No, I'm asking for validation of what you said. You said that there's some
Okay,
24/7
so you can.
live
So
stream.
you
There's a
cannot type.
camera pointing
Okay,
at Earth
okay. Type
from a
in
tin
six.
can.
Okay, seven characters, including a space bar. ISS live on YouTube. That's all you got to do.
Okay, I did it. Guess what? Nothing's live, buddy. I just
Are
did
you
it.
fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid?
I just did what you said, and it's not there, buddy.
Are you actually fucking stupid? Like I literally just typed in ISS live on YouTube. Straight up, boom, there it is.
Okay, post it. I thought you said you couldn't do it. You're walking your dog or whatever. Post it.
I
Let's
did
see
it.
how live it is.
Double speak. Are you aware, bud, that you can go to the NASA website, download their videos, and then show them live on YouTube in a live stream and get
Oh,
paid
is there
for it?
actually? Like, does NASA actually keep all of their videos from the ISS on their page?
Sure do. You can go there.
I didn't know
You can
that.
get paid for it
That's pretty
too.
cool. What you mean you get paid for it?
I download the videos from NASA's website of all of their recordings from their alleged ISS, and then I create a live feed on YouTube, and then I play all of those videos, and then I call it live, and then you believe that it's live.
I wouldn't
that
believe
doesn't
it's live.
YouTube pays me for all the people watching it and for all of that airtime on YouTube. I can get advertisements going, and I get paid from the advertisements too.
Are you
All I got to do
sure
is
that's
just play
legal?
pre-recorded videos.
Are you sure
That's
that's
actually
legal?
very, very illegal. Very illegal.
Yeah. Just because you can do it doesn't mean it's legal. As soon as you get caught, your whole scheme's gone.
Well, it might be illegal in Australia, but it's perfectly legal here. It's
That's
transformative content.
That's like saying I can speed as long as I don't get caught, right? As soon as I get caught, I get a ticket.
No, it's not just like that at all.
I mean, if you transform it enough.
Equivocation.
No, if you look, I agree. If you transform it, you can probably get away with it. But the way he phrased it,
Okay,
he's
there you
not
go.
transforming it, right?
I can post videos, but all I got to do is reference where I got my videos from.
Are you going to get paid for it though?
Because I could take a song, and then I can make a PowerPoint with the lyrics to the song, and the lyrics will be posted on the video screen, and the audio of the song will be playing. But as long as I've got my references accurate, it's legal.
It is legal, but you won't get paid for it. That's the difference.
Exactly. You cannot monetize off of someone else's material. That's called fraud, or what is it called? Also,
It's called Content ID. YouTube's Content ID.
fair. There we go. But anyways, back to the whole kind of thing. And also, you're disproving the fucking theory that I've just given you. Sorry, not the theory. The actual factual evidence that there's this video from the ISS going around our globe. There's a video and immediately disproving it, and I don't understand why. Also, the last time I'm here for Nathan, I got prepared because of this little fuck nugget because he thinks he's smart as shit. I was actually, you know what? I'm gonna fuck his asshole and open it wide open and climb in with my boots on because he's an idiot.
You're not going to be doing any such vile, disgusting thing to anybody here. You lack the conviction, and you don't have the capability.
Arguing?
No, yeah, you can incessantly argue, but making any valid point, that would be outside your capacity.
But to be honest with you, so far, every time that someone comes in with factual evidence, you disprove them, and you cannot disprove them, and you constantly approve yourselves, and you argue between each other because you don't know which theory is correct, and that's it. I don't understand. None of you actually agree on either, like on
The theory
each
that's
of your
correct
own
is the one
theories.
you can demonstrate. Whatever you can demonstrate is correct, brother.
But why don't you demonstrate any of your theories? Why?
What I
Oh, I'm
didn't have
sorry.
any.
I'm sorry.
My theory is you
I'm
can't
sorry.
demonstrate any of your claims. That's my theory.
But
So
why
I'm
do
going to
I have to
demonstrate
prove
that
shit
by
to you?
you
What?
not
Like,
demonstrating
okay,
shit. So when you
you are
don't
the
demonstrate
people. You
anything,
are the
my theory
people.
is
You are
proven.
the people that have to prove to
My
us
theory
that
is you
it
can't
is flat.
demonstrate fuck.
Okay, that's your theory, and I completely just argue with it and I tell you that it's bullshit
And
because
you
there's no
haven't demonstrated anything, so
factuality
you're
in it.
proving me right. Thank you.
I literally just showed you the video of an
And can
international
you tell
station
me what a
orbiting.
theory is? Do you know what a theory is, Angel? Do you
Teoria
think it is?
je...
You think it's a postulation?
What the fuck is a postulation?
Oh, okay. Wow, you just have a very low
I
IQ.
apologize. I speak 5 languages, dude. I don't know every word.
A postulation is an idea. So when you're
Of?
complaining, two people are arguing over their ideas and they can't seem to agree on their ideas, they're just talking about their opinions. Democ's point is whatever it is that you can prove in reality, whatever you can experience in reality, is reality. It doesn't need an
So
idea. It's not based
you
on
are
your
saying then that all of your shit that you're saying is just an opinion, nothing more.
No, when someone says, well, I think the stars are big balls of burning gas in the middle of a vacuum without a container, being a thermodynamics violation, and then you got
Nope.
another idea that says, well, I think that it's all happening within a container and there's water in this container and then the water's beating against each other using sound and that's how the stars caused. That's an idea. You can't prove either. You can demonstrate one, you can't demonstrate the other.
You serious? You actually believe that the sun is in a container, not in the vacuum of space, because it breaks quote unquote the second law of thermodynamics.
No, you had asked me about ideas, and I answered you about two conflicting ideas.
I know.
Right? Can you demonstrate them? You can't demonstrate a burning gas in a vacuum. You can demonstrate light being appeared inside of a flask of water using two different sound waves. Sonoluminescence. That's
What
something you
is
can
an
demonstrate.
instantaneous reaction and what takes time?
That this is the phenomena that's actually happening inside because you can't go to find out.
Do you understand that some of these things take time, right? It's the same way our little fucking floaty rock in space formed, right?
What took time? People coming up with the idea?
No, forming of said planet, said sun, said any celestial body, right? You do understand this.
You're only using your idea to support your idea. You're only using somebody else's opinion to support your opinion.
It's not opinion. If there's a goddamn fucking scientific journal put into what the fuck are you talking about?
Then create a big ball of burning gas inside of a vacuum. Make the demonstration.
Fucking helium. Put it into a vacuum fucking piece of glass and just go and fucking burn it. Now, how are you going to burn it without air, of course, right? So what do you think the sun is? Actual fucking gas. No, it is a nuclear fucking reaction that's happening in space. That's why it's burning. You can't
Well,
keep
then
gas burnt. Because then Jupiter, is it Jupiter? Fuck. Saturn would fucking literally ignite itself if it's possible.
Then do it. Create the
Can't.
example.
Saturn is a fucking living, thankfully close by celestial, I guess, gas giant. I'm just a gas giant that is not ignited because it's gas. You can't ignite gas in fucking vacuum dumps. It has to be a nuclear reaction, so something that can continuously burn without oxygen.
It's
And fucking vacuum.
alive.
Why
So
do
then
you
do it.
keep coming up with all of these ideas? I don't understand.
You're begging the
Where
question,
is your
dude. You
proof?
kind of gas
Where
balls
is
in a
your fucking
vacuum.
proof?
You're begging the question.
Where is your proof? Any of it, please. Just one thing. One thing that you can actually factually prove to me that the Earth is flat. Anybody. I beg you.
Show proof. Shows gas pressure next to a vacuum.
It's going to disperse to the corners of the fucking thing, or basically it will take the volume of the space that it's been given.
That's right.
how
So
gas
space
is.
is space. Gas fills space. So you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. It will just fill it. There's no space.
There is space. Because we're using a
Okay.
very small
There's
fucking
no
example.
space.
There is space.
No, there's no space. It doesn't matter
Yes,
scale. Natural law works on every scale. Small,
Also,
large.
I want to. Who said that the second the second law of thermodynamics is basically is being broken by just the existence of a sun? Explain that to me as well, if someone can.
Yeah, because you can't have gas in a vacuum.
No, it's not gas. Again, it's not gas.
You can't have a
Quadrillion
burning
thing.
ball of nuclear fusion in a vacuum, okay? Unless you can show it, demonstrate it. You just
Look up into the sky.
making up.
I think it's daylight over there on the Pacific coast, right?
You're just assuming the sky is a vacuum without any evidence.
Bro, are you fucking for real?
Are
How do
you
you
for
think that?
real? Are you for real?
Actually for
A
real?
gas ball in a
Like, why do
vacuum?
you?
Are you for real?
Then again, you're saying gas ball, like you think you know what you're talking about. So you're talking about a gas ball in space. There you go. Look at Saturn. Look at it.
It's begging
Get
the
a
question,
telescope.
dude. It's
It's
not. No, it's
150
begging the
euros,
question.
$150, whatever. Just get a Saturn. Get a goddamn telescope and look into the goddamn sky.
Yeah, you're
Find
just
me
begging the
Saturn.
question
Look
that
at
the
it.
sky's a vacuum, dude. You're not proving it. You're
What is it?
saying, look, the sky's a vacuum. Look, there's a gas ball in it. That proves gas balls in a vacuum.
But it's not ignited. It's not a sun.
If it was gas in a vacuum, would dissipate. It wouldn't just sit there. Unless you can
Except
demonstrate it.
if there is an external force being forced upon it, aka called gravity, because the density of gravity over there is fucking massive, and it will probably crush anything that comes into contact with it.
Yeah, the weight of air is what causes atmospheric pressure. There's no container here.
Air does not have weight.
Yeah, it does.
Gas molecules bounce in all directions. It has kinetic energy.
What?
It bounces off.
Air has weight and
container.
molecules bounce in almost all the directions, but has a slight downward bias due to its weight.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
That's why there's less
Did you know
pressure
that?
at the top of the room than at the bottom.
The very definition of gas pressure is molecules colliding with the walls of a container. That is the definition.
That's not true. There's no
Gas pressure
container in the
it is
definition.
true. Yes, there is. On the walls of the container. That's the definition of gas pressure.
It's not. The gas pressure is a pressure caused by gas, and so it's a force
On the walls of the container.
No, it doesn't have to be a container.
I don't know if I'm agreeing with someone that actually resents the Earth, but he's right.
Not a surface for it to be exerted upon.
Yeah, you stick your hand out the window and you're driving 60 miles an hour and you feel the force on your hand. That's an example of gas pressure. Is gas pressing on your hand?
You want to measure it.
There's no container happening to that gas pressure. Is it staying on your hand or does it disperse out into the open air?
In that case, it disperses. But the point is, it's gas pressure
Then
without a
if you
container.
don't have a container, you have air flowing, right?
Right. Airflow is a cause for pressure. That's another example.
Then why is it that all of this high pressure air on Earth is not flowing out into outer space? Because there is no
because of its
container.
weight.
The lighter gas molecules are escaping into deep space.
Not very fast, but yeah, it's due to the weight.
Molecules do have weight, gravity. Oh, then you have the whole kind of gravity get back again. Mass attracts mass. That's why. Very straightforward.
I just call it weight because they irrationally reject the idea of gravity.
Wait,
irrationally? Can you
irrationally.
demonstrate what you're
It's about the
talking
relative
about,
density
Matt,
compared to
with
the vacuum of outer
gas
space.
being attracted to gas? You have that, Matthew?
Wait, gas attracted
Not
to gas.
you,
What
Anvil.
binds? What binds to other gas?
Calm down, Spurge. I'm
Huey-
talking to Matthew. He's a respectable gentleman.
If there is no surface to measure the air pressure against it, the gas pressure still exists. It doesn't cease to exist because there's no surface and no container.
Right, and weight is relative. Relative to what?
The force.
Yeah, weight is a force.
Weight is relative to force of
to
gravity.
another media. In this case, the other medium is no medium.
Is gravity. Mass is constant.
So how do the planets Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune work without containers then? Because they're all gas
I don't know.
planets.
Go ask an astrophysicist. That's well beyond this discussion.
Oh, really?
The gas giants work without a container because the gas on those planets also have weight.
Well, Earth isn't a
No,
planet,
actually,
right?
yeah, actually, how they work
Mass.
is you look up and you point at them, and then you tell yourself a story. That's how they work.
Same as you do.
For you.
Fantastic. What?
How do you know that they are made of gas? That's the question.
They
How
look like that. Look at it. Look through a telescope. That's what it looks
Yeah,
like.
they look like that. They look like that. That's a story.
Right.
No.
I mean, you
Correct. And how are
we
you
see
comparing to
clouds.
Earth to one of those? Like, how do you know Earth is even comparable to those things in the sky?
It's all
It's
a story. Like first you have to ask yourself the question, how do you know that they're gas giants? How do you know that?
We've sent little things to them.
Probes.
Probes,
We
yeah.
haven't been to them. How do you know? Like just say how we know that they're gas giants.
We haven't been to them, but our probes have.
Do we need to go to Mars or the Moon to know that they exist?
Well, it'd be nice to bring back some
How
samples.
do we, that's not the
Well,
question.
one of them crashed. Unfortunately, the Mars rover died. Unfortunately, as well. What was the first mission that we sent? Phoenix one, was that the one that crashed into the Mars surface?
Bummer.
I haven't seen you in real life. Do you exist? Does that logic work?
That's not analogous.
Why not?
Well,
Why not?
because we're talking
So
about
you're
extraordinary
still not
claims that
answering the
violate the
question.
laws of physics. That is extremely extraordinary. Wouldn't you agree?
No physicist would agree either. It doesn't violate
You
the law
wouldn't
of
agree that
physics.
it's well, hold on a second. How much does air weigh relative to a vacuum?
More.
Uh-huh.
Shots fired.
Pretty sure air doesn't have weight in a vacuum, and and you can't.
Everything has.
Air
Yeah,
doesn't
no, you're
have
right.
weight.
Nothing has weight.
Air, all right, you
Nothing
need
has
to
weight
fight
in the
Matthew.
vacuum. Nothing
You
has
need to
weight in the
fight
vacuum. They have mass.
Excuse me. You need to fight Matthew over this because he said air does have weight in a vacuum.
But also, wait. Let me finish. Also, it wouldn't be a vacuum anymore because vacuum is the lack of substance within. Yeah.
So the space is not a vacuum.
Space is a vacuum.
Space is.
Okay, so air has weight in a vacuum or no weight in a vacuum?
Air has more weight than a vacuum does.
Why are you saying weight? So use mass. Weight is basically the province of a gravitational force forced upon or basically used by an object that has mass. Weight is the relative to mass.
Okay, so define mass.
Mass is the constant mass of an object.
You can't use a definition in order to define the word. You can't use the
Yes, you
word from the
can. You know
definition.
why? Because
mass is mass. Well, no, you can't. That's circular. Mass is mass.
Because
It's
weight.
circular.
Because you weigh, let's say, 70 kilograms down on Earth, but you're going to weigh 30 kilograms on the Moon. How is that
Now
possible?
you just said mass is not weight, and now you're using weight to equivocate it to mass.
No, you dumbass.
Yeah.
You don't understand the difference.
Yes,
Mass is
so it's weight
constant.
mass. Are we
No,
talking about mass
mass
of weight?
is constant. The constant, quote unquote, weight of an object.
Right, how do you
Weight is
determine
defined by
how do
the
you
relative.
determine mass? How do you determine mass?
Mass is the constant.
How do you determine the constant?
Of an
You
object.
look. Isn't it the scientific that you just look at how many atoms?
You look at how many atoms. Count them. 1, 2, 3 atoms, 4 atoms, 5 atoms, 5 mass, guys. Is that how to do it?
3 million atoms.
We don't.
How everybody's saying that space is a vacuum, but we can send out machines into space that have to let out energy in a vacuum where there's no energy to be let it out.
Yeah, but what the fuck are you trying to prove here? Yes, the vacuum has no energy, but technically it does, but technically it doesn't. But then we're releasing energy that has been contained in the actual probe to send it. That's how
and where does it, energy has to go somewhere. When you wave your hands, you're letting out energy. It has to go somewhere. There's no, space is a vacuum. Where does that energy go from the machine? It's making some heat, it's creating energy. It would implode if space was a vacuum. There's so many holes in assuming that space is a vacuum.
Space is a big hole.
There's nowhere for that energy to go. There's nowhere for that energy to go. If space is truly a vacuum, and you're saying, like, one of the examples you used as when I asked, how can you prove that there are gas giants, is we send out probes and things like that. How could we send out anything if there's nowhere for that energy to go?
If space isn't a vacuum, how do we feel heat from the sun?
Electromagnetic propagation. Next.
What the fuck? No.
You're
Holy
assuming,
shit,
look,
that is
all of this
some
stuff, you're assuming.
Light along
That they
electromagnetic
tell you
spectrum.
about the sun, for example, you're assuming that what they tell you about the sun is the truth. You're assuming
I'm
that
sorry, the
the
sun's
only
cold.
way.
My bad. My bad, the sun's cold. I've got it wrong.
No, you know what? You know what's funny? If space is a vacuum, how come we're not getting burned by the sun? Because when the sun sends its heat to us, there's nowhere for it to get absorbed than by us, than by our atmosphere. So how come we're not getting completely scorched by the sun? How come we're not getting completely scorched by the sun? Where does that energy go on the way to Earth?
Pretty sure the Earth's atmosphere absorbs some of the heat.
Of course it does. You know what they say? They say that the top of our atmosphere is super, super, super hot. And that's where everything gets absorbed. And then it gets really, 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 really cold. And then it gets to our temperature. Does that make any sense? And also, at the very top, where it's super hot, we have an ISS and a bunch of other space stations that aren't made of materials that can survive those hot temperatures. You can look it up. You can look up what they're made out of and how hot it is up there. And
you have to go into
they just
re-entry.
expect us to believe that. There's so many holes.
That are hot.
And all we do is trust that
You
they're
don't have to
saying
keep talking
everything's
to her.
true.
If you got something
You do understand that whole kind of 4,000 degrees Celsius bullshit is not real, right? For that to happen, you have to go into a re-entry orbit, or basically you have to go into re-entry through our atmosphere. They're above atmosphere. You do get that, right?
Where's the ISS? Where's the ISS?
Outside of what is the outer layer? What is above atmosphere?
Where is the ISS?
In our orbits, in the planet's orbit.
No, but is it in our atmosphere?
It's not a location.
No, it is above the atmosphere. It is still being affected by the gravitational
It is not above
field.
the atmosphere. It's in the thermosphere. You can look it up right now, which is part of our atmosphere.
And what is this thermosphere defined?
What? The thermosphere is in our atmosphere. You know that, right?
No, that's not correct.
It's in the atmosphere too, if you haven't heard that yet.
They're in the exosphere.
Oh, excuse me. You're correct. No, they're in the thermosphere. They're either in the thermosphere or the exosphere. They're in like a really hot place. I don't remember right now.
No,
that I heard that is a problem. I'm reading it. The ISS can get very hot and very cold. There's no regulation of temperature.
Look up what it's made out of, and then tell me the melting point of what it's made out of, and then look at where it is and how hot it gets there. Don't just assume. Don't just read the first thing you see. Read the details. Look and see if what they're telling you is true.
Okay, and how does that temperature form? Where does it come from?
First of all, look. Stop assuming that they're telling you the truth. Look and see.
I'm assuming they're not telling me the truth. So you're them. I assume that you're not telling me the truth. Prove me wrong.
You're asking me how it gets hot there when I'm telling you that there's holes in their argument to begin with. Why are you believing anything they say?
That's not reasoning. That's not fucking reason.
No,
Why?
yes, it is. If there's holes in their argument, why would I argue for their argument? I'm saying I don't know how hot it gets up there. I'm not going to assume that what they're saying is the truth. And I can see based off what they're saying, there's holes in their argument. Why would I assume anything they say is true? Why would I have to explain why it's hot up there when I don't even know if it's hot up there because they're already lying so much?
It's not the entire layer of the thermosphere.
Teal was right, by the way.
Gregory, I'm in the middle of the
cosmological lore.
It's not the entire layer of the thermosphere.
Absolutely right, Gregory.
Yeah, the ISS is in the
reversing the burden is by definition unreasonable.
I looked it up in the middle. It is in the thermosphere. It's not in the exosphere.
Particles that are at that high temperature, not the entire layer of the thermosphere.
Apparently, it's made of aluminium.
Yeah, look up the melting point of. Look up the melting point.
It's
660 degrees.
The temperature that the particles are at, not the entire
660 degrees. And?
Look up how hot it gets up in the thermosphere where the ISS is.
What? It says the ISS gets up to about 120. I don't know. Is 120 less than 660, or is my math wrong?
The particles in the
It's in the thermosphere, and the
far
thermosphere
that
reaches
they
up
don't
to
actually
3,600 degrees Fahrenheit.
When going into
So, what's the point in quibbling about this cosmological lore that scientists
There's a
believe?
misunderstanding. Corrected.
It gets, and the lowest part of the thermosphere gets around, this is off the top of my head, I don't remember. It gets around 360 depending on what time of day, and like 1,000 or something between those two. If I
why
remember
does it matter
correctly,
what
I
time of
don't,
day is it?
this is off the top of my head.
Why does it matter what time of day is it?
That's what they say. I'm just saying what they say. Okay?
So
And
you're
what I'm
trusting
saying
them?
is, you asked me, how does it get hot up there? I'm telling you, I don't know if it even gets that hot up there. I don't know because I don't have any proof of it. All I have is what they're saying.
So temperatures range on average and normal about 200 degrees Celsius to a max 500 Celsius. Because there is a lack of air, it can reach certain areas due to the actual sunbeams, or basically as we call it, radiation. When it reaches into the thermosphere, there are certain sections that flares could hit them, where they could have, the highest peak of temperature was recorded at 3,600 degrees Celsius. So, so it's basically a little moment in time, which is probably approximately maybe 2 to 3 seconds, due to extreme heat dissipation because of lack of oxygen and vacuum being present. So that is literal just BS, and it's basically holding
Okay,
temperatures.
first of all, it says right here, the ISS is about 330 to 400 kilometers above the Earth in the thermosphere. It gets about to 1,500 Celsius up there, where it is.
So it is like, but do you understand how thermospheric temperatures are actually increased or decreased, or actually
But
occur at
I'm
all?
telling you, look up what the ISS is made out of. Look up how hot it gets in the thermosphere. And we know that it is 330, according to them, to 400 kilometers above the Earth. And it gets up to 1,500 degrees Celsius, which is 2,732 degrees Fahrenheit.
I'd like to point out that they thought it was crazy earlier when we suggested that the sun produces heat via electromagnetic wave propagation through a vacuum. And now they're questioning you on this.
I know. But they
don't know what they're talking about.
We never said electromagnetic propagation. It is basically called radiation, not electromagnetic.
Yeah, but it's specifically to...
People refuse to acknowledge that there's something weird about it, and that they haven't
Convection heat radiates as well, dipshit.
Yeah, that they haven't looked into it thoroughly, but they're already going to jump on the bandwagon that it's all
I've looked into
without having to have deeply looked into it.
I have looked into this deeply. Look at the open chat.
Okay, so by deeply you mean like within 30 seconds.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, you didn't know what the ISS.
You think you're a quick study, huh?
You didn't know it was in the thermosphere. You didn't know the melting point of what it was made out of until now.
He's a Dunning-Kruger.
You Google it.
If I
think you know about it. That's trying to enforce what you already believe instead of actually questioning it and looking into it thoroughly.
If I boil a pot of water,
Just-in-time astrophysics. I love it.
If I boil a pot of water, which is 100 degrees, and I stick my hand in, am I now 100 degrees?
Nope.
No.
Right. So that should have some similar logic.
Stick your hand in it, and it's made out of something that melts at 100 degrees, and you keep it in there for a while. Will it melt?
How about this one? How long's Earth been orbiting the sun? About 4 billion years? How long has your hand been in that water? Like 2 seconds?
All right, you're angry.
Thank you.
You're an idiot.
A piece of metal that is in a place that gets up to 2,732 degrees.
But it's not a constant. Do you understand this?
Made out of something that melts at a melting point of 1,200 degrees. Then how are you still not melted? You've been up there for.
The gas, not the actual Space
Not
is
only
not
that, you have
1,000
a zone,
degrees. It's
there's also the
particle.
zone where it gets super fucking cold. And then so it goes from really, really hot to really, really cold all at once. You can have the side facing the sun be extremely hot, the side away from the sun extremely cold, but yet there's no metal fatigue where the metal becomes brittle and broken.
That's some serious good aluminum.
Seriously.
It is.
And also, you can go out in a spacesuit, in your astronaut suit, and you could go above the earth and you won't be burned or anything. You won't get really cold.
Yeah,
You won't get burned. You'll be fine. That
And
material must be
cool off in
amazing.
the airlock.
Do you understand?
So, Anvil, do you see where I tagged you in the open chat?
Hey,
No.
Greg.
1 second.
Hey, Gregory. What are you guys discussing right now?
They were
We're discussing
previously
if
discussing a bit of cosmology lore and scientism, and then I was about to proceed to the next subject about mass attracting mass.
Oh, okay.
So, Anvil, do you see where I tagged you in the open chat?
Yes, you have? Yes, I do. Sorry.
Okay. So,
Sorry, I'm just reading
you
through.
see that
Yeah,
citation there, right?
which one? The second? Oh, sorry. Yeah,
They
second.
don't need the citation there. That I tagged you in.
Oh, these again, Greg? Oh, okay,
What?
Greg.
What is this?
So the refutation against mass attracting mass, or MAM, if materiality is the prosperity of being matter, then it isn't a force that can cause motion. Or if materiality, matter being matter, can generate causal power, or is causal power, then it cannot cause any motion. So you're putting me contradictions, or sorry, contradictions, but basically, yeah, actually no, contradictions. That is the correct word. Sorry, English not first language. Contradictions basically between each other. So we still, are you saying that basically we still haven't proven if gravity is a force or not? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I wasn't identifying a contradiction in your position. I mean, your position
Right.
contradicts the facts, but the point is given the ontology of materiality,
Right.
and given the ontology of causal power, and given the
Right.
proposition that I highlighted in the citation, this
Right.
all culminates to a category error where this doctrine of MAM, M-A-M, mass attracting mass,
Yep.
is simply falsely ascribing causal power to materiality or the sheer existence of matter. I'll explain if you don't understand.
Explain in detail, please, like I'm a dumb 5-year-old. Let's go. So everyone can
So
get it as
let's
well as
read
me.
this. Let's read this citation. Gravity is a built-in, quote-unquote, property of mass. Whenever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. Emphasis. The more mass there is, the greater... Okay. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interaction we experience, but everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere else in the universe. So notice the emphasis on that sentence. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction.
Okay.
Which is to convey what? It's to convey the matter being matter, or the matter existing, or the materiality of matter. There's all semantically equivalent ways of saying that.
Yep.
Is the cause of the effect. The matter being matter existing is the cause of matter being pulled to other matter. Hence
Wait,
my
are you trying to
refutation.
prove Sorry, are you trying to prove to me gravity right now?
I'm not proving that it's true. I'm falsifying it.
You're falsifying the existence of gravity?
As defined as mass attracting mass, yes.
No, you're not.
You're
Okay.
literally proving
So
that
let's
the MAM
focus.
is the thing.
Go ahead.
You're trying to falsify that. I have to understand this. Do you want to falsify the theory of gravity, or you're falsifying what is written in the link that you sent me? I don't understand what you mean with falsification, because falsification means that you're basically lying. Just a TLDR.
No. That's not what falsification means. Falsification is to prove to be false. And then you
Correct.
didn't actually make a contrast in your attempt to articulate what you think I'm trying to do. Let me say it very clearly. This is what gravity, quote unquote, is, unless you appeal to Einsteinism, and then we'll get to that if you want to get to that. But first and foremost, what people usually think of when hearing gravity, most people still believe the doctrine of this mass attracting mass called gravity.
But is it wrong? Like, fully wrong. Absolutely wrong.
So given the arguments that are written right
Yes.
here, I had to cite that citation to make it clear what this doctrine of gravity is, this version of gravity doctrine is. So then concerning this version is the arguments that you just glimpsed at. So
Yes.
if materiality is the property of being matter, then it isn't a force that can cause motion. Materiality is the property of being matter. Therefore, it isn't a force that can cause motion. I need to put therefore.
But it's not the fucking force of gravity that causes the motion. That's the thing as well. It just attracts. It doesn't move realistically anything. The object that is the closest to it is being pulled or basically being attracted to it. It's not causing the motion in a sense of it's not on, how do I say it? It's not on purpose. It just is. If you understand me from there.
You
as
sound
well.
confused.
No, because gravity attracts. It doesn't push. It attracts, which means it's singular. It's a one-way street, isn't it?
Okay, so no, you're getting the doctrine wrong. That's why I put the citation there. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction, which is semantically equivalent to saying the existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. Or matter being matter, or the materiality of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter.
So the
Hence
motion is a
why
side effect.
the argument.
I understand, but is then the motion between these two objects of matter or mass a consequence, or is it just basically a product, or what is it then?
Yes, the pulling, the thing that's supposedly pulling, the thing that supposedly is the cause, is the materiality, the existence of matter. The effect is the other matter moving to other matter. Okay, that's the doctrine. Okay, so I hope you got that clear now. So that is fallacious. The sheer existence of anything is not a cause. Existence is not a cause. Being matter, possessing materiality, is not a cause for any motion. This is ontologically erroneous. It's just a conflation between materiality and non-materiality, a cause and a non-cause.
Forces.
Right. So what he's saying is mass coalesces due to gravity, and then gravity is produced from the coalescing of mass. It's circular.
That's the second argument, which Ego just touched. So that's why I put all those arguments the way I did, because I've had the debate before, debated this several times before, so I know the pattern of replies. So first and foremost, the first argument is directly poignant to the citation, and then Ego mentioned another type of pattern, another pattern of reasoning, which my second argument is appropriate for. But let's see if you understood the first argument first.
You are right. It's up the hill. You're going to see it should be on your left side there. Yeah, that was all I know. Sorry.
You know, and the circular reasoning applies to both Newton and Einstein.
Yep. I know you want to get it all, Ego, but we got to be patient.
Okay. Yep, you're better at drawing it out than I am. I just move in and drop a ton of bricks.
You're like, get him. I'll get him.
Yeah, get him so we can get on to the next one. It's like triage mode. Let's try to fix this glober, and if we can't, we'll move on to the next. Go, 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 go. Go for the throat. Go for the throat.
So again, the first argument, this argument so far.
What is
I
F
just
equals
want to
MA?
understand
What
something
that
very
means?
clear. Who's talking to who sent the? I forgot about the Greg G something. I don't know. I saw it pink first and then
Gregory,
Matthew
me.
covered. Are you for the ball?
Huh? Say again?
Are you for? Sorry, I'm in the store. 1 second. Guys, needs to get torqued in. There we go. Good job. 1 moment. Are you for the globe or for the flat?
The Earth's surface is horizontal.
Fantastic.
Fuck.
No, there's topography.
Yeah, mean sea level is 0, slope of 0.
Fucking hell.
The surface of the horizontal
I'm not.
either. There's waves.
Don't spaz. We're not on to geodesy yet. We'll
Yeah,
get
we
there.
know
All right, but
surface is dynamic.
also,
It averages
if
out to a slope of 0.
say the surface of Earth is horizontal, it's not in any shape or form.
It averages out to a slope of 0.
I like how
What?
all my claims are true. You literally argue against each other. You cannot prove each other wrong or right, which is funny as shit. But go on, please.
It's
Average.
measured with a slope of 0.
Was I
What's the
talking to
average
Anvil or what?
elevation in the Himalayas? You're looking for an average, right? Fucking nuts.
Was I talking to Anvil or what?
He was. No, don't get me wrong. I can't for sure respond, or I'm not going to talk. I'm going to look like a crazy person because I'm in a store.
Anvil can't respond.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
be
we'll
back home.
pause on that one. When you want to resume, let me know.
I'll be back home in like 5.
MA. What is that?
So people
Callie,
measure
take
variations
the
of
dilemma
topology
since you want to
relative
talk
to a
about
slope of
geodesy.
0.
Yeah. So there's the dilemma again. Now escape from that dilemma.
What is F equals MA to you? What does that mean?
What does that do with my dilemma there in the open chat?
F
You
equals
said
MA,
mass.
therefore Earth a globe.
You said mass can't cause motion. Hey, cheerleader, calm down.
No, I didn't.
Did. What do you
No,
think is
I
causing
didn't.
the
No.
movement in What
It's
causes the two
literally
balls to move
on
towards each other?
textual record for you to refer to. Go ahead and read the argument that I said. So I guess you don't want to talk about geodesy. We can talk about gravity now. So go ahead and read the first argument.
You were talking about gravity for 10 minutes, dude. So what causes the movement of the balls in
Listen to
Cavendish?
what I'm saying to you. You're not tracking. Read the
You're too
first
dumb.
argument. Okay, he's not engaging. See if he
Right.
engages this time. Read
We could
Literally,
also
the
take
just
first
read.
argument.
We could also tell him, hey, look, don't care. Earth measures
Just read it.
flat.
Dude, just
What is F?
read it. Just read
No,
it. Like I'm.
no,
Me and
no.
him are
You're gonna
arguing like
expose
it's
him every
Anvil
time he
again.
does it. He needs to engage the dialogue. I'm not gonna think for him. So Callie, let's see for the fourth attempt. Read the first dialogue. Read the first argument.
I read your
Under
retarded shit,
NAM.
dude. I think F equals MA means. What is that?
He wants to talk
God,
about
dude. You
anything
don't
else,
even
but
have my position correct. You don't know what my argument really is.
And what is
So you
F
need to
equals
actually
MA,
demonstrate you know what my argument is. Read the first argument.
Your argument's dumb, I know it. You don't believe mass attracts mass. And I'm asking you,
My
what
God. He's obviously not
and why
engaging
do the
again.
balls
Just
move
gonna
towards each
continue
other?
with his
what's
disruptive,
wrong? He's
belligerently ignorant, invincibly ignorant, willfully ignorant vitriol over and over again, as usual. So he doesn't
You
actually
have
Can
to
you stop and tell me what
coffee next
causes
to
Cavendish?
Ryan's.
That he didn't claim that. He didn't claim that he copy pastes the contradictions of each other. That's all.
So
So what causes Cavendish?
even one of your fellow scientists of scientism is telling you, no, you got Gregory's position wrong. Like, take heed, dude.
By
No.
scientism, what you
What
mean?
causes
I'm not.
Cavendish,
I'm
dude?
not with him.
No, I will
No.
not take heed. I will not be critically considerate. I will not actually engage in
Stop
good
doing your
faith.
meta review and tell me what causes Cavendish.
What causes Cavendish? Fuck does
Yeah,
that
why
mean?
are the balls towards each other in Cavendish?
So, are you going to engage me on the
Hey,
subject, or are you
retard,
just going to
can you
toss out
answer
whatever
what happens
questions
in
that
Cavendish?
come to your head? Like, you are ruining this channel right now, dude. Ruining the dialogue every time.
Yeah, he moves on to the next and the next and the next. Name calls the entire way. He's not fit for purpose.
Anyways, Anvil, I hope you're done so we can resume. If you're not,
Looks
then I'll
like that
resume with
guy
someone.
spiraled out.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yeah,
No,
that's okay.
I'm literally
So,
looking at to see what kind of apple pie will I buy. To be quite honest with you, what kind of apple
you
pie should
know
I buy?
what? Damn you. I will get that apple pie.
I don't even know. I have like a little turnover apple, like this little puff pastry. I think that should be pretty nice.
So, who else in here wants to engage me on gravity or geodyssey?
I want to ask how the Earth can be flat.
How?
It can't. Clearly.
Yes, sir.
Do you mean what caused the surface of the Earth to become horizontal? Is that what you mean?
Yes, yes.
The God made it that way.
Okay.
All right.
So God did not, and no.
Say again.
God did not. I'm
How do you know
believing
that?
in another God.
I mean, this is what you want to talk about, so how do you know that?
Just know it.
Okay, you're begging the question. I know it, given that I know it. It's begging the question. You're using your conclusion to support your conclusion.
How do you know that God did it that way?
Now, given the God's self-revelation,
So God tells the people as God that he did it. So the same as me, bro.
by means of creating the Earth with the horizontal surface that can be observed and measured.
I tell you that actually, I forgot his name. Shit. One of the Ainu corrupted one of the Maya, and one of the Maya became Sauron, right? And Sauron corrupted all of the citizens of Middle Earth with the ring, right? So yeah, I do not believe in that, but someone told me about his story, bro.
Okay, cool story.
Yeah, quite famous.
Now that isn't in it. You didn't engage me on gravity nor geodesy. You engaged me on cosmogony, which is a worthy subject, but you didn't engage me on a subject that this channel is primarily designated for. So would you like to talk about geodesy or gravity or anything else that's distinctive to scientism cosmology?
I think someone would ask why we should think that way, why we cannot like synthesize the revelation with the theory of gravity.
Synthesize what revelation with the theory of gravity?
The Bible, for example, Christianity.
No, why would you synthesize sound doctrine in the Bible with the metaphysical garbage that is mass attracting mass, or TGR, theory of general
I
relativity?
mean, why is another question? Like, is it possible?
Is it possible?
Yeah.
Sure, you can believe both doctrines simultaneously if that's what you're asking. That would be
Do you know
fabulous.
what the inspiration? Do you know what the inspiration for the quantum mechanics was? Like when you saw the Oppenheimer movie, like
Yeah,
Heisenberg and
it's just
Oppenheimer.
idealistic. Yeah, it's just idealistic pluralism or atomism.
No, they were inspired by Hinduism.
Yeah,
Especially, bro.
idealistic pluralism and or atomism.
You could tell, you can say it that way, but that's too abstract, I think. They clearly
Not
pointed
really.
out some of the Sanskrit
Idealistic
texts. You know.
idealistic atomism is just as abstract as saying Hinduism. In fact, what I said is more precise rather than just this vague category of philosophical traditions that is Hinduism.
Hinduism is more contradictory than idealism, bro.
Well,
Like in Hinduism, you could
one of
say,
the essential
okay,
properties of Hinduism, since we're talking about it,
you
is
can
idealism.
say the idealistic thing in Hinduism would be to say, okay, everyone can be Brahma, and so he can create the world, but that's only potentiality, not actuality.
Well, you kind of got their doctrine wrong. Brahman, and it's not a he, it's an it. Brahman is not a person. And Brahman didn't create anything.
Yeah, sure.
There is only Brahman, and everything else that seems to be non-Brahman is really just an illusion.
Well, that's not only Brahman. You could say there's only the Trimurti, right? Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma.
Well, there are other theological traditions, but regardless of that,
that's original. Brahma is only one of destruction.
That's peripheral.
Of,
that's peripheral.
Yeah.
Let's not go to that. That's peripheral. So you talked about
destruction, creation, and conservation. Actually, Vishnu's conservation, I think, and Brahma is creation.
About that, dude. That's not a concern. We don't need to talk.
That's a big concern when we look at the universe out there. We can say, okay, everything began with a big bang, but what happens after that? Okay, God, the monotheistic God, tells us, I will bring you all to the paradise in front of me and I will punish you. The Hinduistic gods would say everything will be destructed and created again.
Do you hear my voice?
That's closer than
do you hear my voice? Why do you keep digressing to theological doctrines, as worthy as that subject is?
Because scientists do that, actually. That's completely natural, as you saw by Oppenheimer and Heisenberg.
Sure, but I'm asking you.
I mean, what's your point on gravity?
Talk about geodyssey or gravity or things that are distinctive of cosmology, not theology.
You mean in case of the flat Earth? Like you want to debunk that, or?
This channel is primarily designated to discuss cosmology, including especially the geodesy.
I mean, we talked about cosmology. When I tell you that the Christian revelation is more dumb than the Hinduistic cosmology, right? Then, yeah, that's the opinion.
No, you're ridiculing other cosmological doctrines that you don't believe.
No, actually, I believe in that, but I'm very self-reflective.
But you believe the biblical cosmology?
Exactly, yeah. But I'm critical to myself, That's what makes you human, actually.
The biblical cosmology is true, and yet you think it's more dumb than pagan doctrine.
Yeah, somehow, yeah. Till we know yet.
It's self-contradictory.
No, it isn't, bro. It isn't.
Yeah, it is. If you believe
you can love a girl, and can say, okay, maybe she doesn't love me, and maybe it is not the right way.
Can you stop doing that?
But you
you're doing it deliberately. Just stop being disruptive.
Bro, life is like that. Life is contradictory.
Just stop being disruptive. This is not funny. It's just annoying. The channel isn't designated for your bad humor.
Nobody's talking with you. I'm the only one. You have to suck up.
So evidently, you don't want to actually engage on the subject of.
I want to engage. Okay, what's your opinion on gravity and
troll the chat again because you'd rather.
Is the Earth a frisbee or not? Is the Earth a frisbee? Did God create a frisbee to play with your frisbee?
Talking to me every time I speak. This channel is not designated for you to talk to everyone. Stop.
Who was your grandparents?
Whammo created frisbee.
They worked harder than you on the fields. Okay, so chill.
Are you going to actually engage in good faith on a discourse, or are you just going to continue trolling?
Continue, man. Continue. Preach the disc of her pussy, man.
Yeah, he's going to spaz.
He's going to continue trolling. Anyone else besides the troll?
Chill, bro. Chill. Okay. And we are not working at Walmart or something. Okay.
I'd like to ask him a quick question. Where is he? Did he leave? Is that Muslim guy still
here?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, Yeah, the Muslim Glover guy. Why? Can you explain to me?
Burrito.
Can you explain to me why is it when I search the terms Islamic cosmology on Google or any search engine of your preference, how come the search results tell me that according to the Quran and Islamic cosmology, the Earth is flat and enclosed inside 7 layers of a dome, the 7 heavens? Can you explain that to me?
I think you think he's a Muhammadan, but he doesn't seem to be a Muhammadan, especially given his account name. His Islam is not the way.
Oh, is that right? Okay, I might have misread that. Okay.
Islam is not the way. Okay, you have to spell it correctly. Not the way. Not the way.
What is the way, do you think?
If may I
The way is
interject
philosophy, actually, in my opinion.
Sorry, may I interject on
Virtrix.
Islam is not the way, if I may? No, I'm
That's
just asking
why I'm
permission.
doing my PhD in philosophy.
Well, again, I was just asking permission. I don't want to be disrespectful.
We have to prepare for a world war, motherfuckers, okay? It's not important anymore if the Earth is a globe or a disc. You have to prepare, you have to survive.
Well, I mean,
Soon
I
the
haven't.
natural selection, will reach its highest point, okay?
That's a reification fallacy.
Wait a minute. I have an answer. I just don't want to be rude.
And the blacks will work again.
Don't try to engage Islam not the way in good faith, because he's not going to do it.
Fair enough.
If you want to engage me in good faith, you're welcome to.
Well,
engage him. He's narcissistic.
Okay, that's rude. That's rude. So actually, what I would ask is, or Gregory, what was the pickup? What was the pickup at this conversation when I first joined? By the way, because it seems like this seems like it might be. I think I joined a volatile conversation.
No, you're fine. It's fine. I just asked him, does he want to engage in good faith on the issue of cosmology, including geodyssey? He just continued to disingenuously troll
he's
me.
lying, bro. He's lying. He firstly pointed towards gravity and then switched to cosmology, a more abstract term,
God, shut
and said,
up.
okay, everything what you say doesn't belong to the
Stop
topic.
disrupting my dialogue with Virtrix.
So suck my
Stop
black dick.
disrupting my
And I
dialogue
said,
with
I will
Stop
teach you
calling me a
working
liar
on the
and stop
fields if
disrupting
you
my
talk
dialogue
like
with Virtrix.
that.
Not give you the floor to slander me and disrupt the dialogue. Not
I will
that.
teach your family how to work.
Disrupt the dialogue with your slander against me. Not that.
So first of all, yes,
People wouldn't overtalk you if you were more interesting.
So first of all, yes, I did not want to go ahead and bring this issue on what we're speaking about. However, I think this is a good place to start.
Get good, motherfucker. Get good.
Gregory, on top of that position, when I don't know why he's so fixated on gravity. So I assume he's speaking about the laws of physics associated with the realm. Is he speaking mostly relative to the Muslim Golden Age or something, or is what is his? I can't ask you, but if we're speaking about the Muslim Golden Age and the principalities based on the laws,
Or nobody talked about Islam, bro.
Wait, what do you mean? That's exactly where the dude started.
Okay, bro.
No, he didn't start with Islam. Like I
Yeah, he
told
was
you,
talking about
I
quoting
began.
elephant people.
Yeah,
Or beings. Things.
Asking him, does he want to engage good faith on
Sorry,
cosmology and geodyssey? He just trolled.
Oh no, sorry. Okay, I heard the wrong thing. Well, that in terms of cosmology, it's actually, you know what? This is the perfect place to ask this question. So, do you remember back in 2012? Was it 2012 or 2014? The theory of relativity was proved correct with Einstein's theory of relativity because we found out that gravity has waves. What can you elucidate on that, if I may ask?
Yes, I can. I can elucidate on my refutation against TGR.
Well, I don't care about your
which is an
reputation.
acronym.
I don't care about the I actually just care about the question, good faith stuff. Because what I'm asking.
That's exactly what I'm doing. You say, "Can I elucidate on it?" And that's what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. So there's the two screenshots from Einstein himself. Of course, a digital copy of his work on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. And I'm going to not read all of it. You can read all of it as you please. I'm just going to put that there for everyone's reference. I'm going to read a relevant passage that's pointing to the issue, since you seem to be a bit more articulate and read on the issue. So I'm going to read the second screenshot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to read the fifth paragraph where it begins, "We imagine further." So we imagine further that with each clock there is a moving observer, and that these observers apply to both clocks the criterion established in section 1 for the synchronization of the two clocks. Let a ray of light depart from A at time, and let it be reflected at B at the time, and reach A again at the time, taking into consideration the principle of the constancy of the velocity of light. We find that where denotes the length of the moving rod measured in the stationary system, observers moving with the moving rod would thus find the two clocks were not synchronous, while observers in the stationary system would declare the clocks to be synchronous. What's the point? The point is very succinctly that he believes that the motion of, per se, clocks or rods or any matter is going to have a contact on time and or space.
So time is relative but non-relative.
Not quite, and that rhetoric is not specific and so not helpful, but let me be more precise.
Oh,
His
well,
idea.
sorry, do you think you know what I kind of mean, right? Not being good.
I'm familiar, but that's why I said that rhetoric, that choice of words rhetoric, is not sufficiently specific, so it's not helpful. Everything's related to everything else. It's just trivially true that things are related to one another. But what he's getting at is not the mere truism, the mere metaphysical truism that things are related to one another. He's talking about matter contacting time and or space.
So matter contention within time
As you
and
do.
space. That being said, what was the instrument that he utilized to go ahead and contact matter, space, and time?
That's a very good question, and his answer, I don't know what his answer would be, but whatever his answer is not going to be and cannot be correct. Why? Given the refutation just below the screenshots.
Because it would technically be immeasurable, right?
It would not just be immeasurable. It's not a matter of it being measurable. It's a matter of this doctrine is implying patent falsehood by implication. That which implies falsehood is false. So let me read the argument.
That would be theoretical application, no?
Theoretical application?
Yes, so we're talking about theoretical application. It's the scientific and
no. Hang on, just pause.
Something that is possible.
Pause. No, not pause. Pause. Not that. No, I was about to say something before you said that. Whatever that is. So his doctrine is that matter can contact time and or space.
Yes.
There's a problem. So this is the argument refuting this metaphysical doctrine. If space and time are immaterial states of affairs, then they cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. Space and time are immaterial states of affairs. Therefore, space and time cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape.
Wait a minute. No. The concept of theoretical time is still predicated on a third-dimensional basis. That being stated, that means there has to be a nomenclature associated with like a physicality that is associated with present, past, future. So therefore, space occupation is still predicated in a third-dimensional realm, and the only way to supersede that would be fourth or fifth and or seventh dimensional associated with the rest of like string theory. Correct? Just to go ahead and confirm. Correct. That's still string theory, right?
What I just said is not string theory.
Purely conceptual.
I think it is.
What I just said is not string theory. No. So which premise do you disagree with, if you do disagree with any of them?
Very. Okay. So immediately, the very immediate precedent would be is the conceptualization of time, matter, and space, with the absence of the explanation. And if we're talking about time, matter, and space, and this is why I pay homage back to the string theory conceptualization, is that if we're talking about time, matter, and space, right? It's that if it exists, when did it exist? And how did it exist? And then how did it exist? It's a matter conceptualization associated with the way that we experience the third dimension. Therefore, ergo, even in the infinitesimal infinity that is associated with our standard deviation of how we consider the world, the universe, the infinity, which is still considered something of a theoretical concept that is a infinite expenditure, or is it an expenditure and a compression? So is it expand and a compression or not? So that being said, associated with string theory, with the things aligned with the parallel conceptions of our third dimensional paradigm, if it still follows that pursuit, therefore, ergo, how much of the third dimensional paradigm that we experience these things, especially relegated exclusively to our world, which is the Goldilocks zone, the legitimate Earth, Terra, nomenclature identity, that we utilize most of our physical conceptions, and everything outside of that is just physical instruments based on science to go ahead and figure out gamma, maxima, and X-rays, everything outside of our purview. How much of what we can state is a truism as opposed to what we experience? So, is reality a true conception of experience, or is reality something to only be experienced if we can go ahead and mold it? So that is the problem.
Wow. Talk about experiencing hot air.
Oh, besides your word salad, what premise do you disagree with?
Oh, immediately. Okay, first premise. First of all right, first premise. All right, let's go ahead and start with third dimensional paradigm. So, in our existence, based on what you've stated, what is the catalyst to go ahead and confirm our third dimensional paradigm? Right there.
The catalyst to confirm our third dimensional paradigm.
Existence of the third dimensional space that we deal with. Immediately. How can you articulate that?
Given the absurdity of the contrary, if there were no space,
you know what? Fine then.
Are you gonna let me finish? We let you finish that entire word salad. You're not gonna let me finish after 2 seconds of speaking.
No. By all means, I would love for you to finish.
Well, for someone who's convinced they don't exist, you have a lot to say, Vertrix.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Like I was about to say, given the absurdity of the contrary, space is real in the sense that it is an immaterial state of affairs. Given that if it wasn't, then that necessarily implies that there is nothing existing.
Absence of matter.
Yeah. So if space is an immaterial state of affairs, specifically location relationships between material things, then if there were no space, then that implies that there would be nothing existing to have location relationships. But there are things that have location relationships. Therefore, space is real. The modus tollens.
Wait a minute. The application was still predicated on space, matter, and time dilation. That being said,
no, it wasn't.
Example. Let's talk about Jupiter.
No, it wasn't.
Let's talk about Jupiter.
No, it wasn't. The implication was not predicated on that doctrine. The implication is predicated on, or the implication is implied by the premise that if there were no space, if space was not real, not something besides that.
Oh no, sorry. No, you're right. The only thing that you forgot, the last part, was time. It was time.
And same thing with time. If there were no time, given that time is an immaterial state of affairs that is the past, present, and future moments, then if there were no time, then there would be no present moment and nothing would be presently being anything, therefore implying that nothing would be real in any sense at all. But there are real things, therefore time is real.
Exactly, agreed. Yet the reason that I predicated time in the original argument precipice is only because is that in the absence of time, what do we have? It has always existed or has never existed. Therefore, if time is a paradigm that exists in the scope of our relative reality, which is still third dimensional, therefore, ergo, we are still bound by the principalities associated, which starts with a beginning and an end. Because at the end of the day, too, you could still state in the absence of time, something did exist, but it did not exist. And the absence of its existence, did it exist afterwards or not? That is the other paradigm associated with our reality. And this is why I'm so glad that I'm talking to people that can talk about it. Honestly, this is really cool. I'm actually, this is awesome.
I'm glad. So I've established what time is and what space is. So my argument is still logically sound. All my premises are true and a valid rule of inference. Therefore, it's a logically sound argument refuting TGR. Unless you have something you'd like to say.
Sorry. So you said your statements predicated on time and mass are accurate?
Could you then tell me how the Mitchell-Morley experiment, how you gonna debunk that one, Gregory?
What is there to debunk? Kind of just talking past the refutation.
The Michelson-Morley experiment proves the relative theory of Einstein. How are we gonna debunk that one? Your argument might be logical following, but the evidence says something else.
Now. I was going to extenuate his reply. I'm not letting her reply now. Okay. So, which premise in my refutation do you disagree with?
Evidence shows something else. Even your argument might be logical in your own head, experimentations have shown the theory of relativity to be correct. One of them is a Michelson-Morley experiment. Could you debunk that one, else your argument falls by the wayside?
Okay, let's see if you can engage the question, not just try to divert attention to the thing that's in question. Do you disagree with any of the premises in the argument, yes or no?
I don't care about your premises. I'm talking about actually experiments that were used
Goodbye. Next person.
to prove the relativity theory.
I don't care.
And I'm giving you one of the most important ones, and you have no way to refute it, which means your argument is not
engage
anymore.
You don't want to engage what I'm saying. Goodbye.
You're dodging, Gregory. Is this your cuckold behavior these days?
Tell me, and everyone in the voice call, I don't care about your premises, which is obviously conveying.
No, I'm bringing actual
ignorant and invincibly ignorant, and not even trying to engage in any
data
discourse about
that proves the relativity theory is correct, and you refuse to understand the voice channel, and you refuse
there needs to be moderation at this rate. This is why I do this. It's obviously being disruptive.
Well, Gregory, you're just trying to cope at this point.
Still being disruptive, and there needs to be moderation.
Why are you unwilling to engage with the experiment? Why are you dodging about the Michelson-Morley experiment? It's not a premise, it's actually data.
My argument. There needs to be moderation. Okay. Utter idiocy. I don't care about your premises, he says. As though that's supposed to refute my argument, and as though that I'm still under obligation in some sense to engage your words. You can just disregard and hand wave my words. I can do the same to you. Bye. So, anyways, who was that? Vertex. So, which premise do you disagree with?
Okay.
Or tricks?
Sorry. No, it's fine. It's a lot of stuff has been said here. So I would say the only thing that I recall or recant is that the absence of proof of third-dimensional relativity associated with space-time, and the idea, which was also said previously, is that yes, something can happen, something can exist, but when and how did it exist? And the challenge that I put forward there with that is that all I said is that if it did exist and it did happen And in the space
Hang
that it
on.
did happen, how did it
Let's
happen?
just clarify. Hang on. Let's just clarify. I clearly labeled every premise in the modus ponens refutation 1, 2, and 3. Premise 1 or premise 2 or premise 3. Which one do you disagree with?
Modus. Actually, so I think there would be instead of me talking over my ass, I think it would be a better question to go ahead and say, starting from 1 to 3, can you elucidate further before I just make shit out of my ass?
Okay, which part do you not understand?
No,
Let's begin with
starting
premise
from
1.
1 to 3, like I said. So starting from
Yeah.
1 to 3, what is the statements? So I don't just talk shit.
Do you see the argument in the open chat?
Yeah, let me go ahead and open it up real quick. Between the memes, which evidence debunks this faulty logic? Is it this video? Speed Master Guy?
No, that's not my argument.
Which one is yours?
You gotta scroll up a bit. I'll just repost it for everyone's convenience.
Yeah, just to make sure I'm not bad faith. So you're Speedmaster? Okay, here we go. So is this one. It is known that it is known that Maxwell's electrodynamics.
No, you don't have to bother with that now. Because that's a lot. That'll delay us too long.
Okay, great.
I suppose after I finish, you can.
Refutation against Einstein's theory of general relativity, TGR. Space and time are immaterial states of affairs, then they cannot contact any matter because they're immaterial. Fair enough. Then it states, nor can the matter or contact them, and then nor can they possess any geometric shape. I don't know about that. But however, space and time are immaterial states of affairs. Therefore, space and time cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric state. Rule of inference, modus ponens. So actually, massive disagreement. The only reason I say massive disagreement is because this has been proven true in a third-dimensional paradigm that we experience. And the only reason that I say this is the wave concept associated with gravity. So unless you're willing to go ahead and dispense with the absence of gravity waves, then therefore you're literally ignoring what's going on with Einstein's theory first positive relativity. So are you saying that wavelength paradigm from crest to trough is real or not real? Or is it associated with gravity, or is it a denial of that statement? That's the only thing that I could think that would actually be associated with this. That's the only thing that I could think is a counter. And again, I'm not a scientific person. I'm still a high school dropout, and I'm still a basic level entry engineer. I'm not the most intelligent person in the world. But from the very little that I know what is posited right here is still a fallacy. That's
what's my
the only
fallacy?
thing that I would question. And I would question is that based on the predication of the proving of Einstein's theory of relativity, based on the gravitational wavelength that we got from the crest and the trough, based also associated with the mathematical calculations that we can utilize with calculus, is that yes, wavelength association with gravity exists. Therefore, relativity is true.
Okay, your reply pretty much amounts to an appeal to repetition and therefore begging the question. You begin the debate with me, right? The point of dispute is TGR is true, yes or no? I say no. You affirm yes. You haven't said any argument to prove TGR. You just keep reaffirming that TGR is true and that it has been proven without any argument by any rule of inference. On the other hand, I have said no, and I have a deductive argument in the form of modus ponens to prove that it's false.
Fair enough. Agreed. So I say TGR is true. Oh, sorry. I say TGR is true. You say it's wrong. And the follow-up, fair enough. Agreed. let's go ahead and go through the discourse. I agree.
So what else do you have to say? Because if you don't have any argument by any rule of inference to refute any of the premises or to expose the fallacy in my argument, then my argument remains
Okay.
logically sound and
This is
unrefuted.
fair. This is fair. So, in the absence of TGR, and you're positing your relativity statement. So, what are you positing outside of TGR relative to gravitational association, if I may ask?
What am I positing concerning what?
Gravitational association. So I think this is a fair position. You're right. I am positing TGR. Fine. We figured out Einstein's theory of relativity is true. In the absence of that, what is your counter position? So what
Are you asking what is my substitute?
Yes. So
My substitute concerning what exactly?
TGR.
Well, TGR is concerning what causes other matter to be pulled to other matter.
Yes, a massive amount of high density matter going ahead and pulling
I
in.
said that wrong. Hang on, stop. Hang on, let me correct myself. TGR concerns what causes
gravitational pull.
No, it's more specific than that. It concerns what causes matter to move through space. The idea is that the existence of matter, the materiality of matter, is curving space-time so that things fall along the curvature of space and time to the center
You're the
of
one who made
the
the
given material
statement.
entity.
Yes, you're the one who made the statement. I defended it. So if you want to go ahead and continue, by all means, go ahead. And you know what? I'll go ahead
I
and
don't
give
know
you the
why you're
caveat.
speaking through this. I don't get it.
What do you mean? I'm the one who posited it. You're the one who said it was wrong. You're the one who's challenging it.
You're not tracking with what I just said to you.
Oh my god. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I will give you a caveat. In the realm of light elucidation, in the infinitum that is considered our space-time continuum.
Hang on, like this is just you're just distracting from the completion of my answer to your question. I don't get it.
Fine then. You know what? Fine.
What I'm saying to you is you're asking me for a substitute, but I'm trying to entertain your line of reasoning, but this is all over the place. Let's try again. Back up.
Yes, for the love of God, can you prove Einstein's theory of relativity wrong or true, predicated on the very information that you know right now? Because apparently what I've said for Einstein's theory of relativity is wrong. So if this
yes,
is still
given my
built on
deductive
that,
argument
go
right there
ahead.
in the open chat. Like, it's kind of just stultifying the dialogue because you stultifying the dialogue. You run on too long.
What do you mean define the dialogue? There is no dialogue.
No,
what did Einstein
like you're literally
state?
just distorting everything right now. Like you're just flagrantly misinterpreting everything being said. Like you're just not tracking. Just listen. You're talking too much. Not listening.
Keep it together, Tricks.
You know what? Fair enough. I will admit my fault. I agree. I will admit my fault.
Let's try again. You asked me, what am I positing? I asked a clarifying question. You said, yes, I'm asking for a substitute. And I said, substitute concerning what specifically? So either you're asking, what is my substitute to account for or what is the cause for things falling down or not? Are you asking me, what is the cause of things falling down to the ground?
So, here's a better point. It's when Einstein's theory of relativity.
Wait, you're diverting from my question. For what reason?
No, there's no deviation. Trust me, there's an answer. When I brought this up, and when I say
it doesn't take all that. Just say yes or no to the question.
Wait, what do you mean yes or no? I can't say yes or no because all you're gonna give me is fucking Isaac Newton's first, third, and fucking or first, second, and third law.
No, I'm not. No.
What do you mean? No?
Just
okay. You know what? Okay,
answer my question with an answer that's pointing to my question.
Sorry. I'm okay. Sorry. Then it is bad faith. So if it's bad faith, and you're asking me what you're stating,
because I believe I know you don't know the question. Let's try again. Are you asking me what causes things to fall down?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so then if you're not asking me to give a substitute theory for that issue, then what are you asking me to give a substitute theory for?
So everything that I said prior, out of nowhere, outside of that fucking... Okay. Oh, for the love of fucking God. Okay. So...
And you haven't
Wait, what do you mean
identified any
haven't?
premise you disagree with in my argument yet. I'm trying to entertain this line of questioning, see where you go, but you're just all over
You
the
know
place.
what? It's fair. It's fair. And like I stated, predicated on Einstein's theory of relativity associated with our third dimensional paradigm based on the wave axis that we utilize to go ahead and get this information. All I am asking you is that based on that, how do you go ahead and come to your conclusions of your information? And I think that is a fair question to ask. Boom.
It's a wide question that concerns every premise that I could possibly talk about. There's a
What
wide
premise?
variety of different methods of inquiry for a variety of different types of premises.
What do
You
you
don't
mean?
prove anything you don't prove everything in only one way.
Okay, so if Einstein's theory of relativity is proven true, what is the absence of that?
What does that mean?
It's simple.
The absence
So
of it being proven true?
So utilizing our what we call the scientific method, and based on the utilization of the method, and then we find out that Einstein's theory of relativity is true based on gravitational waves or a wavelength association based on gravity. How do you further elucidate your position outside of that? So is this still predicated on mass? Is this still predicated on what exactly? All I'm doing is going ahead and creating the position to go ahead and have a good conversation. All I'm doing is I'm creating the position that everybody can understand what we're talking about. So if there's an absence of that, that is fine. I will cede the notion immediately.
Okay, you're asking the same ambiguous question that I've already critiqued as being ambiguous. You're not asking me about what causes things to fall down, and then you haven't specified what exactly you're asking about. You're just vaguely asking me,
Jesus
what is
Christ,
my
what
substitute?
the fuck? I said it! Gravitational wave. What is that?
Wait, so are you just going to continue asking me about the very doctrine I refuted?
Oh, for the love of God. Okay, let me
Like,
ask you.
you're acting as though gravitational waves is a real phenomenon as opposed to a
Yes, it
metaphysical
is.
doctrine that has not been verified. It
Yes, it
hasn't been
is,
verified.
because
It
Einstein's theory of
hasn't. Stop
relativity
talking
has
to
been
me.
proven.
Stop talking to me. This is the problem. You keep
No, wait.
tacitly begging the question with your
Don't you
line of
tell.
scrutiny. You're tacitly presuming that TGR is true. I don't affirm TGR is true, so why would I answer your question
So don't
taking
you
your tacit presumption in your question for granted? I won't.
don't you tell me something that has already been proven true with gravitational wavelength associated with mass association. So don't go ahead and try to do this fucking pussyfooting. I refuse this, and don't go ahead and try to walk away from it. Why don't you fucking man up and fucking answer the situation that I'm asking you?
Okay, so calm down and actually concentrate on the dialogue.
Oh, I need to calm down.
Your question is tacitly presuming that TGR is true. I'm not going to just answer the question, presuming that along with you, I contend that very premise, which is the tacit presumption in your question.
It's funny that you say that, but if you're actually a theoretical physicist or somebody of your like stature, it's very easy to go ahead and engage with. So if it is potentially possible, why would it be possible? And you know what? If it is possible, maybe you could go ahead and explain further why it may be wrong. Because the only thing that I'm making the
I've
association.
already done that, dude.
Wait, you've done that? Really? Oh, you've
I'm
done
the
that?
one not
Really?
tracking, dude. Yes, in the open chat, like we've been through at least 3 times now. I'm contending and refuting TGR. So why would I answer your question as though I need to give some theory to account for the supposed reality of phenomena that are supposedly indicative of TGR being true when I'm refuting the doctrine being true?
Yes, Amish. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of people in the side chat. It's let's see. Okay, so fucking low cause humans just looking for a little mass that they. What is TG? Oh my god. Okay.
Yes, Jesse.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so we have to move forward now. If you want to move forward,
No, you know
stop
what?
asking
Yeah,
me
you
to
know what?
account for a
You know what?
phenomenon that I
No,
don't grant
wait,
is real, given that I'm
wait.
contending against
Yes,
TGR.
wait. Yes, wait. If we want to go ahead and contend in the absence of TGR and move forward, I think a better question here then is like a. I don't want to sound like a nerd when I say space-time continuum or like subjection. It's how do you derive the paradigm associated with like the Milky Way galaxy and like what's associated with the black hole and like that massive density? Is that
I
still a black
derive a
hole?
paradigm of a cosmology I don't believe, and
Oh
it's
wait, you
false.
don't believe? Oh, okay, fair enough. Wait, you don't believe? Fair enough. Oh wait, no, he said he doesn't believe. Fair enough. There's no reason to question. Why am I going to continue?
Okay, so let's get back to the argument because you still haven't identified the premise you disagreed with and why.
Yes, I will. Again, mass
There it is again.
association. Oh gosh. Okay. Mass association, and based on any simple principality that we have.
Christ alive! Look! I'm gonna give you a prompt.
Oh my
Premise 1 or premise 2 or premise 3. Which one do you disagree with?
Premise 1, premise 2, or premise 3? Okay, let's see. So is this you, Gregory, right here?
Yeah. The very bottom.
Einstein through nor can they geometric shape. And then again. That's the problem. They're material states.
Okay, show me the matter that is space itself.
Show you the matter that is space itself. It's our third dimensional paradigm. What the hell are you talking about?
Then space is immaterial, right?
Okay, here's a better question. How do you measure volume?
You're not answering my question.
Yes, I am.
You replied as though my question was ridiculous when I asked you, please show me the matter that is space. And I would agree with you. You can't show me the matter that is space, and no one can do that.
Yes, I can.
Space is not a material entity.
Wait, I can
you agree space is an immaterial entity, correct?
I can only do it through astronomical measurements predicated.
You're not answering my question. You agree that space is an immaterial entity, correct?
No, it's not an immaterial entity.
Okay, so then show me the matter that is space then.
That's like me asking you to show me dark matter.
Oh, so it's like trying to ask you to show me something that you can't show because it doesn't exist as a material entity, right?
You know what? You're right. Okay, so a material entity. So is dark matter real or is it a falsehood?
Why are we digressing to dark matter?
It's very simple.
We're still talking about your contention against the first premise. Can you focus, please?
No?
Can you focus?
I am focusing.
Herring.
I am
focus. Are you doing this deliberately? Are you trolling?
Excuse me. I am focusing. The only reason that I
how could you possibly think that was a relevant progression in the subject?
As an antithetical point,
that's not relevant. Stop. This is ridiculous. It's obviously not relevant.
So the absence of matter, no antimatter could exist, correct?
Dude, stop talking to me about antimatter or dark matter. It's not relevant to the first premise in the argument. You are not that stupid. Stop trolling.
I'm not that stupid. What is a black hole to you?
My God, dude.
Didn't he say before?
So I guess you're just going to continue trolling.
I'm not trolling.
You know that dark matter and black holes are theoretical to this day, right? To this day.
Yeah.
So then why are you referring to it as evidence?
So if it's a theoretical composition, why does it exist in the scientific nomenclature? At the very least, if you could explain that, I will see.
God, stop. This is stupidity. Are you going to continue talking to me about your contention, your disagreement with me on the first premise, yes or no?
Okay. Let's go ahead and engage.
Yes or no? Why does no one answer yes or no?
Fine then. So for the first position, is this solstice, and is this strictly applicable to third dimensional paradigm based on our observational experience? That's the
Question
only
is
thing that I would
convoluted
ask.
as fuck and irrelevant.
How is it convoluted?
Has nothing to do with a fucking solstice.
A solstice?
Premise one, none of the premises, the entire argument has fuck all to do with the solstice, dude.
Oh, Lord. Really? A solstice does not matter. So how do you get gravitational pull, and how do you get your fucking solstice?
You gotta be fucking kidding me. I just refuted MAM. Now you're gonna ask me as though it's a reality, it's a real thing that I need to account for some reason.
What? Yes, of course I will, because again, it's Hellenistic
So
concept.
just continue to beg the question and digress from TGR. You have the attention span of a fruit fly with all your sesquipedalian replies.
A fruit fly. So
this is stupidity. This is not respectable.
Oh, really? So is the information that we have from the distance association from what we have from Earth to Pluto, is that a fucking lie? Or is that just made up?
So you're still digressing to something else besides TGR.
Okay, so it's made up. Roger.
So you're going to make a god-awful inference based on the reply that did not convey that at all.
Well, again, no.
But still not engage me on TGR.
So let me ask you.
So this is becoming inane and moot and boring. So I'm gonna engage someone else. You need to just sit down. Sit down.
Really? Explain it then.
Sit down. I'll engage someone else. Not you continue with your asinine scatterbrain replies.
There, by all means, go ahead.
Is Jesse here, or is he still just chat skanking? Oh, he is.
Is there a map of Pluto?
Huh?
No, I've only got access to global.
Disappointed yet again.
I've been told they're incorrect, so I need.
I mean, you've been told I'm incorrect, so.
Yeah, I'm just going off the presumption that I'm
I'm incorrect too, so.
I'm here.
So what other scientist, what other person who believes the Earth is a ball is in here besides TDA and Vertrix?
Yeah.
Anyone at all? The floor is open.
Yeah. Go for it, brother man. Wow. No response.
Chatsky.
I don't care what the fuck you have to say about me. No, I'm not going to let you also bully me about this shit either. I'm glad that you're so confident in what
Who are you
have
talking
to
to?
say. I'm talking to you, brother man. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking to you,
Why
man.
are you saying that? I never bullied you once.
Wait a minute. Are you not the guy?
I'm not the man.
Vertrix,
I feel like I'm being gaslit right now. I'm being gaslit.
Your evidence is that you can't explain why these things happen, and we can. The best answer is, I don't know why these things happen. There's not any evidence to what you're saying. It's all assumption.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're saying the things that I say cannot be explained, correct?
There's
correct.
a reason why it's still a theory. There's a reason why it's still a theory.
You know what? You're right.
Proven it.
You're 100% right. What thing did I say was a theory that is not true? 100%. You're right. What did I say? What was it? Go ahead. Elucidate me. I would love to hear it.
Funny when you're not
What is wrong with you? All I'm saying is
what is wrong with me? No, wait. No, you said it. You were so
using black
confident.
holes
Tell
and
me.
dark matter and bringing those things up, which
Oh,
are
hell
used
no.
to support
No, hell
your
no.
theory,
Tell me.
and they were not
Chicks,
proven.
do you have a crush on Teal? Like, how are you getting so irate?
Oh,
And he
hell
actually
no.
Me.
Hell no, brother Matt. Tell me. What did I say was wrong? Go ahead. What did
I
I do?
just told you, you're bringing up things that are
What
not
things?
proven.
What
like
things?
dark matter and black holes, they're not proven. They're only created to support your theory.
Wait, dark
Tell us
matters and black
something-
holes.
Those are examples of some things that you brought up to try to explain things as evidence.
Okay, that's fair. So if I say dark matters and black holes, and if I say third dimensional paradigm, and I said the very things that I said prior, which is Einstein's theory of relativity being proven true, the fact that we have gravitational waves and that we're able to go ahead and ascertain the crest and the trough of these waves that could also be elucidated in almost damn near something associated with f of x of calculus, so we could also get these things. And on top of that, what about everything else that I said is the fact that, if we talk about dark matter and we talk about the absence of matter or antimatter, what does that mean? Is it the fact that light, when it travels, it gets trapped? And if we're able to go ahead and figure out that light gets trapped, that maybe it isn't there.
I don't know how you do it.
Yeah. So I kind of wonder.
You just
I kind of wonder
extenuate
all
and
the shit that I've
extenuate
said. I kind
and
of wonder how much
extenuate and
shit I said is
extenuate
wrong.
and extenuate.
Oh no, you know what? It's fine. I love that you're speaking over me because you know what? You can't say shit that I've said is wrong either, and I could fucking prove it in
But I can, and you know
really?
I can.
Okay, prove it.
You know I have.
You're right, brother. Prove me wrong. Let's go. I want the work. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So
Prove me wrong.
I guess
Prove me
you
wrong.
want to resume this, see if you
Hell yeah. Prove me wrong,
can
brother man.
progress
Let's
forward
go.
with the dialogue again.
Yes,
so
let's go.
There's
Let's go.
the deductive modus ponens refutation against TGR again. Which premise do you disagree with, and why?
Yes. Deductive predication of TGI. Yes. Again, still wrong because it's still a fucking
Deductive refutation of TGR.
You said TGI first, and again,
I did not say TGI. I said what is written on the screen.
Either way, what you're still espousing is still relativity that was proven back in 2014. You're not gonna go ahead and undo.
So just beg the question and not identify which premise you disagree with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, the premise that I disagree. Wait, you're the one that's saying that I've espoused that it was wrong. All I've stated is the same relativity factor that is associated with 2014 and the information that we got,
that you believe the doctrine and the doctrine is true. The doctrine is proven without any argument by any rule of it.
Oh yeah,
doctrine. Not identifying which premise you disagree with in my argument.
Oh, I'm sorry. So they proved Einstein's theory of relativity on accident, or did they? But they were just biased. Yeah, they were just so biased.
Dodging the task of identifying the premise that you disagree with. Again,
you know what?
It's the third time.
Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough.
Session 2 of debating.
You know what? Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. So, who is your reinforcement factor, by the way? What scientist backs your factor?
Not identifying the premise that you disagree with.
No. Wait.
Literally.
Wait. No.
Numerically.
No. Okay, so I've already espoused.
You could have literally said over the past 30 minutes. I disagree with premise 1, or I disagree with premise 2, or I disagree with premise 3.
I've espoused.
I disagree with all the premises for the following reason, but you haven't said any reply that remotely conveys that.
In my scientific realm, but since you're so gun ho, I think it's a lot better for you. Why don't you fucking tell us, the scientists that you're espousing? And you know what? Why don't you tell us the case study that you're espousing?
You're dodging the task that I'm asking you to
complete. Oh no, wait! I'm dodging. No! Fucking show your face. No, fucking show your hand. Do it right now. What are you talking about? Do it. Show your hand.
Dude, I thought your PFP at first was not accurate, but you're kind of living up to it, dude.
Bro. Okay, wait. Okay,
you're a spastic.
Okay, so is he going to show his hand, or is he just going to talk about me?
So not okay. Stop being a spaz, dude. You've been doing this for hours.
Identifying the premise that he disagrees with in my argument.
Okay, really?
He does it a 7th time.
Did you? So who's your person?
So he did it a 7th time. Let's see if he does it an 8th time.
He changes his tone and thinks that's not spazzing. Who are these people?
Wait a minute. Don't ask me. Wait,
I bet they were.
wait,
Yeah,
wait.
I
I'm
bet you were
stupid.
really.
First of
I
all,
bet you were really charming when you were told you had too many
You
cookies.
said it,
Wait a
Burkett.
minute. First of all,
You
I'm
said it.
stupid. First of all,
You said it a third time.
Obviously.
wait. What do you mean? Obviously, do you think I'm gonna lie to you people?
Well, orally, technically, because we can't see you, but we do certainly damn sure hear you.
Well, I
If you
think that's
realize how
good.
dumb you are, stop doing end zone dances.
Well, I think that's good enough.
This is the 8th time, or the 9th time that you've refused to do the task I'm asking you to do, which is to identify which premise in the refutation that you disagree.
There we go. So space-time tells matter how to move. Matter tells space-time how to curve.
Did he give you the word salad essay?
Wait, no, it's actually
No,
no.
TVA. Vertrix is spurging out worse than you did a couple hours ago.
Wait, no, it's
all I did was ask about a plane.
Wait, no, the last thing that he posted was matter tells space-time how to curve. I suppose what he
What are you
posted.
talking about? And from whom?
No, what you posted, right? And
I
then
didn't
the other
say
part too.
anything like that. I've never said that sentence in my life.
It's literally in the Amish Ego Slave, and then again,
That
posted
is
again.
literally not me.
Oh shit.
Never said that sentence in my life.
Well, you know what's kind of funny? Actually, it's still paying homage to like string, and it's still pretty much accurate because it's still based on a planar field in a third-dimensional space.
So here's the 10th time that you're dodging the task,
No,
identifying the
Okay, you
premise
said 10
that you
times,
disagree
so
with
here
in
you
my
go.
argument.
If space and time are immaterial states of affairs, then they cannot contact any matter. If space and time are immaterial affairs, nor can matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. Then these two things are operating in the absence of each other. Therefore, it doesn't exist. Then space and time are immaterial states. They're not. Space and time are relegated to a dimensional time flux the way that we experience our existence. That being said, therefore, space and time cannot contact any
even after
matter,
reading my argument, it still doesn't
nor can
identify
any matter
specifically
contact
which
them.
premise he
Wait, you
disagrees
said,
with,
the
and
last part
continues
is,
to extenuate a verbose word salad.
wait, the last part says, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric state. Rules of inference of modus penance. So that being stated,
You can clearly see that word, unless you are dyslexic. You can material entity, same thing with time.
Show you the matter that is space? I'll do it simply.
A unit of measurement.
Really? And if there's a unit, oh really? So if there's a unit of measurement, what does that mean?
Human or non-human, has conceived and contrived and defined a mathematical category of quantified distance. Of the materiality of space and time, while I affirm that space and time are immaterial entities. So, what's your point?
My statement is that everything is predicated on a material realm because that's the only way that we're able to actually get measurement. So, if we don't have,
there's only matter?
Yes, it's very simple. How do you measure volume?
Well, hang on. Are you saying that there's only matter?
Wait, no. It's not that there's only
Okay,
matter.
so there are immaterial entities, correct?
Wait, here's a better way to answer this. It's not
listen,
that. It's,
listen.
Here's a better way to answer
listen,
your question.
Listen. You're just going to ruin it.
Okay,
You're just going to distort it. Just listen. You're going to ruin it and distort it. So if you deny that there are only material entities, then there are immaterial entities, correct?
I also espouse black matter. Yeah. So go ahead. Continue.
It's a weird way to say yes.
Wait, you're in fairy tale land, bro. Snap out of it.
I'm in fairy tale land. Wait,
yeah,
I'm in fairy tale land, right?
Yeah, now you're repeating yourself.
So when you say I'm in fairy tale land,
this fairy tale exists, dude. It's weird.
Hey, so if I'm in fairy tale land,
so given that you cannot detect nor show me or anyone else the matter that is space nor time itself.
What the fuck? I could show you matter any fucking day. We have a whole periodic table.
Didn't say that. Didn't say that. Didn't say you can't show me matter. Didn't say
yes,
that.
I can. Wait, I could show you matter
Didn't
any
say.
day.
I did not say that you cannot show me matter. So you cannot show me the matter that is space and time.
Yeah,
you can't do that. You acknowledge. Okay, go ahead and show me the matter that is space.
In space and time, because if it's space, it occupies an area. So,
okay,
and if it's
you're
time,
speaking. You're not showing me the matter that is space. I can see.
Oh, you know what? You're right. You know what? You're right.
I can see the floor. I can see my car. Show me the matter that is space.
Oh, you know what? You're right. It's very simple. So if your car is there right now and it's gone tomorrow, is that time and space? Let me ask you that. What do you think about that? Is the matter of the car, which is the whole full vehement volume?
Yeah, listen.
Vehement.
My answer is no.
Really? It's weird because you still have to apply itself to time, right? Your car was there before, so if your car isn't there afterward, wait. My question, you said time. I'm giving you the example.
Vertrix, you've been beating around the bush for a long time now. Ever since you thought the floating elephant head was an Islam discussion. So what are you trying to get to?
Oh, it's very simple.
What? No, it's not very simple. You've been beating around the bush for over an hour.
It's simple. Space and time.
Simple.
We're saying space and time. If your car is there now
want to believe
and it's not there a day later, what happened?
I don't want to believe it. I don't.
You're being a bigger clown than your PFP advertises, bro. Wait. Aren't you the one that bitches about everyone over talking?
Wait, you guys can say what you want. Okay, explain.
Yeah, I'm gonna say whatever I want. I don't need your permission, you clown.
No, you're right. I don't need your permission. But if your car is here today,
then explain how it proves your version of gravity. Don't explain how a car will go missing the next day.
If your car is here today and it's gone, It's space and
Okay,
time. It's not
so you
gravity.
haven't
So we're talking about
shown me the
gravity. That's
matter.
different.
Stop.
I know, but
Stop.
you're explaining something that's obvious. Obviously, your car's not going to be there tomorrow. What does it prove to what you're
Okay,
overall saying?
so
Prove space and time.
So Vertrix, the car being the car and being located where it is, and the fact that it would not be where it was when it moved from where it was to somewhere else is not at all indicative, even to the slightest degree,
That is
that
literally space and time.
is material.
It's space is objectively material. That's the only way to gauge space. It's the absence of matter or
So
the
then-
inculcation of matter.
Wait,
that is
space is the absence of matter.
Wait, no.
So you can see that space
don't
is
you
an immaterial entity.
Wait, don't you fucking twist my words, because I'll prove it
You
right now.
literally just said that.
Okay,
you
you know
literally
what?
just
You know
said
what?
space
You're right. You know
is
what?
the
Okay, you know
absence
what?
of matter.
Wait, space.
So space can't be a material
Okay, so
entity
we'll
if it's
ignore
the absence of
yes,
matter.
we'll ignore
If it's
everything
the
I said
absence of
prior.
matter,
Yes, let's
then
ignore
there is no matter for there to
everything.
be there, so then it's not
You're
a
right.
material
Yes, yes,
entity.
you're
If it
right.
is a
Let's ignore
material entity, then it can't be the absence of matter.
Let me try something.
before that. We're just gonna pretend.
Oh, yeah. Well, hold on. Valtrex. Vertrix. Will you look at
Yes.
the text chat?
Sure. I'll go ahead and take a gander.
I got something I want to show you. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Is this what you're talking about? Cargo space?
Car no do that, car no fly. No. The original posited position is that if the car is there, it's occupying space. Therefore,
cargo space?
No. If the car is there, it's occupying space. Therefore, ergo mass. So if it's mass, it's predicated on volume. Therefore, this also elucidates density. So if it's
I'm
density,
not surprised that you did not get the joke.
it's
I'm
not
not
about
surprised.
it's not about the joke. It's just I got muted too. So I
Well,
was
you
trying
would
to
say
be honest.
that. You would say that.
Oh yeah,
given
'cause
that
you didn't
don't
get
have
muted.
the acumen to recognize
Yeah.
the joke,
Yeah, you didn't get muted though.
which is irrelevant to what I just said to
Oh
you.
really? It's irrelevant.
Yep.
Yeah, so if I get muted, maybe I gotta mind my words.
Yeah, you heard that right, Mark J. Yes, he did say that. Yep.
Well,
Yes,
there
he
you
did.
go. So that being said, is that no?
Okay, so you failed to prove that space is a material entity, and not only that, you contradicted yourself in subsequent.
I failed to prove that space is a material
So
entity.
not only did you fail to
Wait,
prove
really?
that space is a material entity, you conceded
Wait a minute,
that
I'll
it's an
fucking
immaterial entity
I'll
and
prove it right
contradicted
now.
yourself
Wait,
altogether.
I'll prove it right now. You're a human. What are you occupying?
What am
What
I
are you
occupying?
Yeah, are you
A
space?
car right now.
Oh, so you're occupying space or
Like your body, you're inside the physical.
Yes, you're
shell.
human. Your physical attribute, your body, what you are. Are you absent of physical space, or do you exist? I mean, you think you're so smart, right?
I don't
Tell me
possess
that.
I don't possess an ontological impossibility that is
Ontological
self-contradictory
impossibility.
possible. Let me just finish my reply. Yes, I don't possess in any sense an ontological impossibility that is a proposition that's analytically false,
Analytically, oh, so you don't exist.
which is not at all an entailment of what I just said.
Yes, so you said ontologically. So first of all, you said ontologically. What does that mean? Since you're so intelligent, tell me that. What does that mean?
Referring to the nature of the doctrine that you're asking me about,
Incorrect. It's called the mundus. So don't fucking lie. Stop making
which is
bullshit.
not at all what that word means.
It's the
Not at all
mundus.
referring to mundus or whatever you just said.
Yes, it is. Don't fucking lie to me.
Ontology is the study of being. It has nothing to do with the Latin word for world
Mundus.
at all.
Ontology is specific in the absence of fucking what is it called? It's metaphysical.
Running out of
belief.
ammunition.
It's the absence of it.
So can I ask what's the whole point?
Yes. So yes, you lying sucker. Go ahead and try again.
So because
I'm
it
the lion
exists,
sack of shit, and I need to try again.
I'll try one more time. So because it exists, therefore it's space-time?
Yes, if it exists, therefore it occupies space, it occupies time, therefore it is matter.
Okay, you're equivocating occupy. Right? You don't occupy space, and you can't occupy space. Nothing can occupy space.
Oh, really? So
in the
you don't
same
occupy?
sense that I occupy the car, because space
Wait,
is not a
really?
material entity that has volume inside it.
Wait, really? So you as an individual human being, you don't occupy space? You lack density?
You
and
don't
you have
occupy space in the same sense that you occupy the room,
Look
the
at these
motel room,
semantics!
or something. Oh, Christ alive, you're not listening. You do not and cannot occupy space in the same sense that you can occupy the room in your house or the car, etc., because space is not a material entity with volume to be occupied.
Bro, what the fuck are you saying? Are you really dumb? Space
So
is
now you know how
literally
it feels to
material
hear someone
matter.
say something that you don't understand. The difference
Space
I don't
between
think
is
you
your replies and
understand
my
material
what
replies
matter.
space is. I
is that
don't think you
I can
understand
say a
what your
reply that's
space is.
intelligible and you can explain it.
Okay, you're right.
So you're
it-
equivocating occupy.
No, you're
You
right.
only occupy a space in an analogical sense,
No, you're
not in
right.
the
Okay.
univocal sense as though being in a room, in a house, or in a car or something.
No, you're right. So any human, they're not occupying space. So in our third
Nothing
dimensional
occupies
paradigm,
space in the
so
univocal sense that we
okay, so
occupy any material container.
hey guys, you heard it here. Nobody's occupying space. There you go. You
Not
heard it here
in the
today.
univocal sense of occupying material containers.
Are you purposely
Material
like
containers.
misunderstanding what space is?
What do you mean misunderstand? Why don't you explain to me then, since I'm so
It's a
stupid?
What do you mean? What do you
honestly,
mean?
it's a great recap by an admitted idiot.
What can I just ask, like, what's the point of all of this? Like, what are you?
I'll tell you.
What is even the
I will
discussion
tell you.
getting at?
I will tell you. I began with this gentleman. He's been a very interesting interlocutor, to say the least, about TGR, which is my acronym for Theory of General Relativity. So I cited Einstein in his seminal original work on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. I read the relevant passage. TGR is basically, if matter exists, then it curves space-time to cause material objects to fall along its surface and fall to the center of a given material entity. And so I gave a deductive refutation against that by means of modus ponens.
Oh.
That's what we're talking about.
So in the challenge, actually, the only reason this came up is that yes, I posited that back in, was it 2012 or 2014? Can't remember the year, but yeah, Einstein's theory of relativity was
Give him
proven
20 more
correct.
seconds. I
So
know
when
he's going to
Einstein's,
extenuate this reply and just confuse
I mean,
bird lawyer.
if you want to speak over me, by all means, but yeah. So the ending of that is
18
that
seconds.
Einstein's theory of relativity was proven correct, and during that time period when it was proven correct, it proved that there was an axis associated with waves. Especially these waves were also predicated on wavelength, trough, and crest associated with gravitational pull. So relativity, based on Einstein's theory, went beyond the paradigm of what he did say, is that the amount of mass associated with the planets or what we're able to pull and what we do, all it proved is that not only was Einstein right for the theory of relativity, it proved that everything that we utilize is based on a wavelength spectrum. That's all it was, and that was what I said.
All that was word salad and garbage didn't actually do what is required to verify this causation hypothesis of if matter is existing, then it curves space-time so that objects fall along the surface of space-time.
So you don't exist. So you don't
So
exist.
not an entailment of what I said, and given that that's not a manipulation of the independent variable in the causation hypothesis that I just said, therefore he did not verify the proposition of TGR.
Yes,
and
he did.
Even if it were true, you couldn't verify it because you can't manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter.
Yes, you can. Einstein proved it.
Go ahead and show me how you cause matter to begin existing, and
Oh,
then
it's very. Oh,
discontinued
you know what?
existing, and then
You know what?
resume existing. Go
Now,
ahead
you
and
know
show
what?
me.
I'll fucking prove it right now. Not only did
Yeah, go ahead and
Einstein
show
prove that
us.
matter
Go ahead
exists,
and post a
you can
video
find
of this
anything
happening.
that has any
You don't
mass
need
or
to
takes
do
up
that.
space.
You don't need to like create matter to like manipulate independent variables.
Yeah, he's saying matter
But
doesn't
you do,
exist.
given that's what the causation
Yeah, he's saying
hypothesis
matter doesn't
says.
exist.
That's the
No, you
independent
just
variable
have
in the
to.
causation
You
hypothesis.
just have to change the. You just have to change the matter that you're like viewing, right?
No,
Yeah, well,
So
you're wrong.
the matter is
Not being
also
no, that
consistent with
is
the causation
that is
hypothesis.
See, I told you.
No, you are wrong. Like,
no.
let the
You're
reply be said.
simplifying it. You're simplifying
No,
it.
you are wrong. Let the reply be said.
Told you
Given
guys.
that the
What
causation
reply? What are you talking
hypothesis,
about?
given the causation hypothesis says, if matter exists, then it curves space-time, then the first part of that causation hypothesis is the independent variable, aka the cause. The cause is the sheer existence of matter. So you have to manipulate that cause. That means you have to cause matter to begin existing, discontinue existing, and resume existing to
No, you
see whether the sheer existence of matter actually causes the effect or not.
No, you don't. You just have to look at two places that have different levels of matter.
You're just being invincibly ignorant. That is not
No.
the cause. The cause is not, the supposed cause is not the type of matter, or the location of the matter, or the
Okay.
distance between the material entities. That's
So-
not the cause.
Okay, I'm not saying that like the cause isn't matter. I'm saying that to like research.
I didn't say that you said the cause isn't matter.
Dude, wait. You get so mad
I
when
told you
somebody
guys.
interrupts you.
Oh, wait.
But
How
like
You're not tracking.
But
how is-
I'm trying to explain it to you. So when you're looking at these independent variables, you don't just have to like create a new thing. You can just look and say, well, this part of the world or this part of like the universe has matter and this part doesn't, and how does that affect when light moves through it? And that's what Einstein did.
Oh God, you're not being consistent and you're stultifying the dialogue. What is the causation hypothesis concerning TGR?
It's very simple. It's light. It's
Let
light
bird
particles.
answer. Let bird answer. Let bird answer.
So the existence of matter bends space-time. It's basically like if you have like a giant tarp, right, and you put something in the middle of the tarp, you see the object bends the tarp around it. That's basically how general relativity works. Now, again, if you're testing general relativity, you don't have to create and then discreate matter. You can just look at places where the tarp is taught because there's no matter there, and then you can look at places where there is matter and see how those interact differently with objects moving around them. You don't have to create new matter to do this.
You're not being logically consistent. This is annoying.
Please, I've been trying to say something for the last like 5 minutes. No one gets a. The gentleman's claim was that everything was made of space-time. He's going against general relativity. Y'all are arguing not his point.
Oh, we moved past him. We moved past
talking about
what's
me?
virtue,
Yes.
virtuous.
Yes. Wait. Everything has to exist in space and time because it needs to have mass to exist. So yes. I
No,
don't think
not
we've
go
actually
back to
even
that.
deviated.
You already stultified. No, not go back to that. No. So,
Wait a minute.
bird lawyer.
Nothing you fucking
Bird lawyer.
said even matters.
My God, no, dude. Not go back to your stultifying verbose bullshit. No. God,
so,
bird lawyer. As
Lord
we
have
were.
mercy.
So you're not being consistent with the causation hypothesis. You just conceded that the causation hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter is curving space-time. That means the existence of matter is the cause. That's the independent variable. You have to manipulate the existence of matter. The cause is the existence of matter. You have to manipulate the existence of matter. That entails, that implies, obviously on its face, that you're making matter exist and then making matter not exist.
Wait, how dare you
and
assume my
repeating this
assumption?
process
No, it's
because that's
not.
the cause.
Yeah.
No,
How
you're
dare you make up
simplifying
some
it too
bullshit
much.
for me?
You're simplifying it too much. Again, you don't have to create or discreate matter. You can just look at places where
Now,
there
what do you
is
have
no
to do
matter.
then?
I'm telling you what you have to do. You just have to look at places that have no matter in them, make observations, and then when something with matter moves into that space, make the same observations and see what you see and what the difference is. That's what they
so you
did.
just changed the causation hypothesis.
No,
so you
I
went
didn't.
From the initial causation hypothesis to another because the
That's
cause
not a
is
causation.
not anything besides the existence of matter. You're not being consistent. Now you have to talk to this because you're just stubbornly reiterating the same erroneous idea. No, it is so obvious on its face. The cause is not the location. The cause is not the distance between the material particles or the pieces of matter. The supposed cause is the existence of the matter, regardless of location and regardless of distance.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So the existence of matter changes how light functions in a
I just said that.
Yeah, I know. I know. Wait, I know. But if we look at a vacuum, if we look at a space that has no matter in it, that matter is not affecting that space. So if you
You're
look
looking at nothing, you can
hold on.
observe nothing.
Wait, dude, let me cook a little bit, okay? So if you're looking at, let's say we're looking at the night sky, right? And we're looking at the positions of stars in the night sky. And we make predictions about how those stars move across the sky and where their positions are. We can do this with a lot of accuracy. The Mayans did this. This is not a hard thing to do. Now, we can look at that same space in of the night sky when a large astronomical body is in the way of that, i.e. the sun. Now, it's really hard to do this because the sun blocks out the light of other lights in the night sky. However, we can do this when there's a solar eclipse. So when the solar eclipse happens, they look at the same spot and made predictions about where the stars should be in the night sky. And when they looked at the solar eclipse, they were in different positions where they should have been.
It's entirely irrelevant to what's causing space-time to supposedly curve.
That is the like space-time bending. If there is an object in the way, like the sun, a large astronomical body, that is light bending around the sun. You could literally see lights that should have been blocked out by the sun at that point in time.
Dude. So look at the open chat. You're obviously not being consistent with the fact that the premise of TGR necessarily implies that it's unverifiable, even if it were true. But here's the refutation against it. So if space and time are immaterial entities,
obstinately repeating the same thing over and over
again. If space
again.
and time are immaterial states of affairs, then they cannot contact any matter.
Do you have anything else to
contact
say,
them.
Gregory? Honestly,
nor
do you have anything else to
can
say?
they possess
Okay,
any geometric shape. Space and time are immaterial states of affairs. Therefore, space and time cannot contact matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. They just storm out, and just repeat the same shit over and over again, just not being consistent. Not a fucking manipulation of the cause and the causation hypothesis, and nor could you. Fucking the sheer existence is not the same thing as distance, and it's not the same thing as location. Fucking the causation hypothesis says the existence of matter, regardless of its location, and regardless of the distance between it and anything else. Fucking retarded.
You wouldn't be able to get rid of any matter to try and identify the cause.
Right. If you could observe this where there is no matter, you observed nothing. You observe something happen where there is nothing. You observe something happening in nothing.
Why are you trying to reason with a crazy person?
I thought you wanted to move on to this.
To give him the benefit of the doubt.
You really like to go on topic.
Nah, you're a sadist. Don't lie.
Intellectual
Where would you have to go, or what would you have to do to create nothing, so that you could identify whether something is actually causing the bending and warping of this space-time that exists in the nothing?
Right. Concepts exist except in your mind?
No,
The guy that you're
space-time
arguing is
is
already
obviously something because something is manipulating the
The
something.
bending of
But you
assumptions
need
and the warping of
nothing in order to
conclusions is
identify what is this something that is
smoking
causing
crack.
the nothing to
You're
be
smoking crack.
manipulated by something.
They don't have access to a flat Earth.
Whatever you said was like really low in volume.
Sorry, I'm asking for an accurate map because
Okay, so it was just me. Thank you, too.
my map is inaccurate, so I need an accurate map. Anyway, able to link.
Depends what level of accuracy you want.
Well,
For
I
what
want to be
purpose?
able to see like if I'm taking a plane where it's going. You know?
Oh, then you would need a plane for pilots, and you would need a map that those pilots would use for that plane while they fly over a plane.
Right, but every time I post a map, I'm being told it's correct.
Well, you're posting a flat map.
Is that not correct?
It doesn't
Flat
really
map,
matter. What
flat
are you
Earth
trying
map?
to do?
I'm just trying to because I'm interested in seeing the flight paths of a plane. So I want to go on a holiday, you know. So I want to see the flight paths of my plane.
When you get in a plane and you fly, you are flying over a plane. In a plane.
I'm flying in the plane.
Yes, you're in a plane flying over a plane. And then when you hold up a map in front of you, you're looking at a plane. In a plane. Over a plane.
What? Just like speaking.
I don't know how you can't see it. It's plain to see.
Sorry?
He thinks
You're
he's
in an
being
airplane.
funny.
You're in a plane, reading a plane, flying over a plane.
No, I'm in a plane reading a.
Nah, he's in a Discord chat listening to a doofus talk to him. More like talk at him. If you're just trying to follow your own ones, you could just use any one of the maps that someone might be saying is incorrect. If you're just trying to have fun while you're on a plane and just track your route. But if you're trying to do something
I
a bit
want to track
more
it accurately. I don't want to draw my own map, right? I want to use an.
Well, you should look at some emergency landings and see that they say they're not really where they say they are, and then all of a sudden they wind up somewhere else that's closer, and they jump. So who knows how much?
it's better
What do you
to
mean by
like
jump?
if you're trying to
saying
prove a
planes
point.
don't take the path that they
You
say
can
they
look at flight paths, and they'll tell you where you're going. And I'm sure a lot of them are very accurate, but we know that some of them aren't because some emergency landings have shown them hop to a completely different side that they're not supposed to be on. So they can only be as accurate as you trust them to be.
But why would a flight path be in it?
I don't know. I don't know if it was because they made a mistake or because they didn't want to actually show that's where they are, or they have like a default model of we're at this distance. Who knows why?
The mathematics of a plane.
I don't need to know why to know that they're not always completely accurate, because there's been proof that they're not always completely accurate. So,
Which plane mathematics are you wanting? The Earth mathematics, the airplane mathematics, the map mathematics.
You're breaking up, by the way.
Yeah, just a touch.
You said you would like math to the plane. Which plane is it you're referring to?
you're breaking up. What'd you say?
Try one more time.
He asked for the map for the plane.
Don't
Which
try, just
plane
leave.
is he asking for?
Let's say Sydney to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
So
that's
you want
easy.
the
You don't even
paper
need
plane?
to. You don't even need to get.
I'm Australian. I live in Sydney. You know, I want.
You don't even need to get on the plane for that one. Just look at the data that they give you on the actual internet, right?
Okay,
What they
so
tell you is one thing about the suggested flight time, But then when you actually try and book the flight, it's like a 2-day thing or sometimes longer.
Wait. So like let's say I book a flight now, right? And it tells me it's going to be like 12
Now,
hours.
before you book it, right? Look at what type it in to Google.
I'll do that.
No, because it's funny. They might have updated it recently, but you could do this. You could type it in, and they'll say it's like a 21-hour or no, sometimes less, like a 14-hour flight. Some stupid suggestion that it's flying over the ball. But then when you try and book it, it's like a 2-stop. There's no direct flight, and it's over 24 hours, end to end. So it's contradictory. That's just the obvious. But I think what the lady said earlier.
So the airports are lying.
No. It's like, see, this is the thing, right? In reality, you can only do what's actually possible, right? But that doesn't mean that people can't get on the internet and on the TV and spew their mouth, say, "Oh, look, we can do this from this place to that place." So, okay, you said it once, but then now show me. So, because I can just tell you, like, call in on this 0800 number and you get, a free house. But until you actually call in and see what the deal is, you don't actually know. So it's one of those ones. A lot of people have opened their mouth and said stuff about specifically what you're asking about between Sydney and I think Argentina or Chile.
Right? Like I'm trying to go to Australia.
Yeah, no, I've heard this before. But what's said and what's actually possible are two different things, which shows the contradiction. Because those trying to uphold the globe model tell you that according to the globe maths, you can do it in this much time. But according to the guys who actually fly you across the oceans and across the continents, they're like, nah, this is a 24-hour plus flight, and there's no direct. And even if you want to charter a private one, it's near impossible. So commercially you can't do it. But just to finish off the point, and then please go ahead. I think what the lady said earlier is more important in terms of if you're trying to use this as a proof case or a test case for the claims, is those emergency landings, because you can't get away from that. That's recorded data. That just sits as an anomaly.
Are there always?
It sits as a recorded anomaly that is glaringly obvious against the globe model and the claims thereof. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he doesn't seem willing to consider that. He's this immediate hand wave. No.
I'm just trying to find out. How
relax, TDA.
Right.
Relax, TDA. Did you hear what he said about? Did you hear? Is it sinking in what's being told you about these unplanned landings?
Yeah, there's sometimes emergency landing, right? Because there's things that happen.
Yeah, and when they land,
if I drive from my house to my friend, there's going to be traffic lights. Maybe I need to refuel, or I might need to take a piss break. Whatever, it happens, but it should take.
Okay, yeah. Let it absorb where it is these planes are landing. Do some research onto that. You've just heard of it 2 minutes ago, so no need to make a. Oh, I have to piss when I drive. No, come on.
When you look into it, you'll see that not every single one, obviously, but a lot of these emergency landings, they land in a place that makes no sense to where they said that they were flying over, and in accordance to the globe. They're not landing anywhere near where they should be. They're landing miles and miles and miles further, according to the globe, where they should be landing somewhere else, closer. But they're not closer to it because the globe model that they're using is incorrect. You could see it in practical stuff. Like that. Like when you have to emergency land, you're not going to land in some place that is further away. Just look into it. It's not. There's many examples.
No, but what does emergency landing have to do? Are you saying if I book a flight from Sydney to Sao Paulo?
He's not getting it.
No. You don't understand. You don't understand what I'm saying. Just look into it. You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that they land in an island or someplace else that is supposed to be miles and miles and miles away, and there's supposed to be another place closer to them according to the globe. But they land on the island that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away. Not thousands and thousands, but miles and miles away. And it makes no sense according to the globe model that they're using, but on a flat Earth model, we don't know which model's correct, but it makes much more sense on a flat Earth model. The globe model makes no sense. Why would you land somewhere so much further than someplace else? It's an emergency landing.
But how about the
Are there any other users in here that actually engage in good faith?
No, I'm very confused. Like, if I book a flight, am I actually going to get to where I want to go? Like, if I book a flight from Sydney to Melbourne,
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I don't think you understand. You don't understand. I'm not saying that you're not going to get where you want to go if you book a flight. That's not. Did you hear what I'm saying? I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, you're saying you're talking about emergency landings, yeah?
Yeah. So what does that have to do with anything?
What's
He started trolling, and we're ending with him still
never mind. If you can look into it if you want, or if you don't want to.
But you're the one that's making the claim. I've flown Sydney to Brisbane. That's a thing, right?
I'm not saying that's not a thing. I'm not saying that's not a thing. I never said that's not a thing. Either you completely misunderstood what I'm saying, or you're purposely.
Willfully ignorant.
Yeah.
He started off trolling, and we're still trolling.
I don't know. I don't know. I hope you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Rather than being willfully letting that go on just ad infinitum is repugnant. That is repulsive to any new potential newcomers. That channel is fucking retarded. I'm not going in there.
Yeah, sometimes it's for the best to let them spurg out and just act asinine, misinterpret everything that everybody says. You know, TDA, he's just doing what he does, so everybody's witness to it.
Right, just not ad infinitum.
Well, until someone else wants to speak, and then you say, "Okay, now you're done." Okay, new speaker time. And always too, you never know exactly how far, if they're almost there. Like it might seem like they're in a constant spurg, like they're in a constant freak out, but it could just be one more thing that snaps them out of it, or gets their attention somehow. Like a case in point, yesterday Mackie kept trying to take the piss out of me on Gem Panda server, and he told everyone that I said that someone threw dirty dishwater on me. And what I really said was they threw it at me. I said, how long would it take
I remember that shit
to snap you out of your delusion that you heard the word on when I actually said the word at? And that alone caused him to take pause, and he basically just disconnected for the night. It caused him to hard reset because he doesn't know. He had to question his own sanity. And that might just be where it is with some of these guys. There could just be one thing. Like you never know what it is. So like silencing or whatever, muting or trying to get control of the conversation can sometimes be counterproductive.
You may miss that opportunity. You walk along the path. The path seems just a bit too damn long.
Yeah, like I said it like 5 times.
Beyond what you knew, you just had to take one more step.
Yeah. I mean, I thought like I've been in and out today for a little bit, so I didn't get to hear him that much. But every time he spoke, I thought like, he was being, he was saying what he believes, but maybe he was just trolling. I don't know, because I don't understand. I said the same thing like 4 or 5 times.
And the two are not necessarily exclusive. They can do both simultaneously.
Yeah, exactly.
I see it as a troll because suddenly it's not possible that maps are flat or representing a flat terrain. Somehow flat maps actually represent big spheres.
Exactly.
And that's only the case.
Right, Kika? Level is curved, and curved is curved. So whether it be level or curved is curved.
Yeah. So when are you flat earthers going to give us a flat map? Well, they're
Not
matches that
Kiko, that was
already exist.
topical. I'm sorry.
It's the same person.
It's the same. I knew it was your voice. Christ alive.
What's going on, Gregory?
I'll tell you what's going on.
You love to sing, man.
Hey, Matt, I took the top of the leaderboard for a number of hours engaged in VC. Should I go for text chat now too?
You got number 1?
Yeah, number 1.
Dude, yeah,
In
man.
this server,
Your dedication.
Yeah.
Your dedication is real.
Most active user quantitatively in voice channels?
In voice channels, yeah.
Oh, look at you go, Gregory. Quantitatively. Come on, dude. Holy shit. Give us a break, man.
I'm looking at the text chat, and the top guy had sent 990 messages in 24 hours. So it's basically like one message every 1.4 minutes.
Yeah, those are small messages.
Yeah.
Yeah, or pictures or something.
You barely speak in here, Crit. You kind of just sit in here. You don't really speak that much.
Oh, no. Sorry, excuse me.
I've seen him speak a lot.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the topic and who's talking. I kind of like waiting for the opening rather than trying to just bulldoze in.
Do you listen in at all, or do you just, I don't know, do you listen or just have your...
Yeah, I got it kind of playing in the background. It's like also kind of spot checking too. Like I'll have the Discord or the YouTube channel open, but then Discord muted.
And if a Glober comes in too much, you might hit him with the daily news.
Right? Yeah. Especially if they start, sending messages. Like on 24/7, the dude sent me 15 messages. Crit, you there? Crit, you there? I'm like, dude, like, you don't think one was enough? Like, So I sent him the daily news, and he goes like, "What the fuck is this?" I go, "Well, you sent me 15 messages, so now I'm sending you one message back." And he was like, well, sometimes it's a wide, range where the guy's like, "Okay, cool, I thought you were ignoring me."
Enough. Enough.
Crit and the daily. You saw the two news I sent you, Crit?
Yeah, I didn't. I saw him. I didn't respond. I thought I was kind of busy doing some other things.
Crit, please tell me. Please tell me you will make me smile. Please tell me you've seen Over the Hedge.
What?
Over the Hedge?
Yeah.
There was a little section of woods, and then it got turned into a neighborhood, and so now the animals, after hibernating,
over the hedge.
come out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I saw it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because I remember that because like one of the raccoons, the story was that he had a secret plan to get enough food for everybody to survive the winter.
Yeah. Well, no, his initial plan was to use this family of wild critters to be his labor force to get the food for the bear that he was a slave of.
Oh yeah, okay. I remember. I remember. Like I watched it, but it wasn't that impactful.
Yeah, I grew up with that movie, so
it was okay.
I grew up with it.
I've like cartoon shows and stuff. It can be kind of funny and kind of creative, but I don't like when the animals walk upright. Like that part kind of bugs me. I'm not sure what it is.
Stop making them do that. They don't do that.
They walk like they should walk like regular animals. Like
they do. They just walk like they're people, man.
Yeah, it's just a person, but an animal instead. It just seems like, what the heck,
What would you do if your animal started talking to you, Crit? If you have animals.
Oh, there was there was a funny meme I saw where the person said, when you've taken too much melanin or melatonin, That chemical melatonin, yeah. And it's like the guy's looking at he's on his couch laying there. All of a sudden his dog jumps up on his on his chest, and it says chaos reigns. And it was like super funny because like the dog's face was like all I mean, kind of like warped and distorted and stuff. Yeah, I think you could say your dogs, right? Like my dogs know a couple. Each one knows a few different words, but I don't know any barks. They might be smarter than me.
When you say they know words, do they recognize them or are they like mimicking them?
No, like they recognize. Like if I were to say it in English, like there's a couple like walk is a big one. Like that's all it took. One of them just ran to the door.
I've experienced getting a dog from a lady from the neighborhood, and she spoke Spanish. So whenever I tried to talk to the dog with English, like sit down or go to your bed or stay in your place, he wouldn't understand me. But if I used the Spanish words, he would do it.
This is the one thing
Spanish.
This is the one thing I've always like questioned with dogs is like, do they really care about what you say to them, or is it like the tone? Because I remember seeing a video where this guy's like saying mean things to his dog, but he's using like a really nice tone, and then he's like saying great things to his dog, but like he's like saying yeah, like in a louder like tone where he's like kind of angry, like an angry tone.
Yeah, that guy was just an atheist. That's Penn Jillette. He's just kind of goofy. There wasn't really.
It's a combination of both.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they really hear what you say or just hear
the word. If they don't recognize the word, they'll pay attention to the tone. They can also pay attention to the word and the tone and know your meaning.
Yeah, because you're going to make different sounds with verbal speech, not just the different syllables, the different phonemes, but also your cadence and your tone.
If I say pig ear to my dog, he freaks out.
If you say what?
Pig ear. It's a snack.
Yeah, the pig ears. That's what I thought you said. Yeah, they love pig ears, man. That's like one.
Yeah, he loves them.
What if you say flat Earth? Does it freak out too?
No, the Earth's not a ball because if it was, a dog would have chewed it up.
Exactly.
That's actually funny. The dog would have chewed it up, huh?
Yeah, because dogs chew balls up. So if the Earth was a ball, and look how many dogs you got, they would have chewed that ball up.
A friend of mine had a Jack Russell that knew how to spell ball because they couldn't say ball because anytime they said ball, he ran around in circles and really, really wanted them to play with the ball. But then to subvert having to say ball around the dog, they would spell it, and eventually he picked up on the spelling too.
Wow. So you think you're smarter than me, that's true, but not for this ball.
I know what you said. Let's go play.
You think you slick, owner.
Yeah, I saw a video where the dog had mastered like the treat with like the shell game. Like you put the treat under like 3 cups and then move it around, and it could pick out which cup the treat was in. And then at one time the guy did play the trick then, like the magic trick where it's got like a slide under it where he can pick up the treat and the cup at the same time. And the dog kind of like looked and he's like looked at him and says like, huh? And it just like hit the cup off his hand. The treat fell on the ground.
That's the thing with dogs. They are very useful in terms of like police and stuff. They can sniff bombs, like all sorts of stuff, right? They chase criminals and stuff. So
well, all dogs can do that, but just only a few of them are snitches.
Well, only a few of them are really good at it, though.
No, all of them can.
Well,
do
yeah.
Like the German Shepherd, that's a really good one for that type of work.
Yeah, all German Shepherds can do that, but just a few of them are snitches for the G-Man.
I wanna peace out, y'all. Peace to you.
All right, take care, Gregory.
A few of them are snitches, huh?
Like they say, all dogs. Every dog can smell, like your herb, but only a few of them will rat you out for it. Most of them just pretend like they don't know what's going on.
It's crazy that they can do that though. They can do stuff like that, almost as if like they know what they're doing. They're definitely conscious, They know what they're doing because when they're sent out there to sniff, they're out there, doing their job. So. But that's your new. That can be your new argument for flat Earth, Greg. Is that if the Earth was truly a ball, all the dogs in the world would have already chewed them up, like chewed up the planet.
Yeah, it's not really my joke. Here, let me show you.
It's not really a joke, though. It's the truth, right?
Here, I got some right here. Here we go. In text chat.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. If the Earth was a ball, a dog would have chewed it up by now. That's it. I mean,
that's it. That's it. This is it right here.
And the fact that the dogs, like all the dogs in the world, haven't chewed up the Earth by now proves that it's not a globe. You know? Like, do you understand that? Like, type of logic?
Yeah, because if like people say, well, if the Earth was a flat, then a cat would push everything off the edge.
Yeah.
All the cats. Think of all the cats who always push things off edges. None of them have pushed anything off the edge of the Earth yet.
Apparently not. Or if the Earth was flat, like why hasn't someone fell off the edge too? Right.
Or the cat. Why hasn't the cat?
Yeah, why hasn't the cat?
Because cats push things off the edge. So if the Earth is a flat, then why hasn't the cat pushed something off the edge yet? So like,
maybe the edge is like obviously like if the Earth was flat though, the edge would be secured by like some sort of good container though. So maybe the cat already knows that, right? And it's like you know what, I won't even try.
Weaponized penguins.
Weaponized penguins.
Yeah, you haven't heard of that? Of the weaponized assault penguins?
I've heard about them.
That's what happens if you go to Antarctica and you stay too long. It's like the island of misfit children from Pinocchio. But instead of turning into a donkey, you turn into a penguin.
So that's why the cat's not trying to push anything off the edge then, because they know the weaponized penguins are there. What did Professor Dave say when he said a joke, like he said the NASA Jew penguins are there or something. They will kill you or something. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's pretty bigoted, isn't he? What's wrong with atheists and religious people? Like, especially them going after, Jewish or Muslims. It seems.
Well, I think he just made like a joke. Like I think he was like, he said something like the NASA Jew penguins will kill you if you try to go off to Antarctica or something.
Oh, he was trying to say like he
was making fun of flat Earthers.
Freemasons. He got mixed up.
He was like, yeah, he was telling like flat earthers that they should like go freely explore and everything, or like go around that area or something, right? And then he made a joke like, oh well, they think the NASA Jew penguins will get them or something like that.
So he messed up. He didn't know the difference between a Freemason and Jewish. The guy has a very poor level lack of education on people's.
But he has his master's degree though.
No, he never did. He never finished it, apparently, because he hates chemistry. I mean, that's what he said. He said he really hated chemistry.
Interesting.
Twice or whatever, 3 times he failed. Mm-hmm. Do you think he'll ever go back to school and finish it?
I don't know. I think he's a really smart guy, though.
Could you get an honorary degree, like from YouTube?
He said what degree from YouTube?
He could get like an honorary doctorate. Like after he's argued with enough doctors of chemistry and he thinks he's beat them in debates, they have to lose their degree and he gets it.
You're funny. You're creative, Chris.
Because that James Tour,
James Tour. I seen that. Yeah. That was, the James Tour debate was a really fun one. Like it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it's like how to deal with an insufferable twat. Like James, even like some guy, like Patient, a saint, just a pure saint, one of the leading minds of chemistry in the world. Like the annoying twat broke him down. It's like, wow, look at the power of just pure stupidity.
Yeah, that was really entertaining. The James Tor versus Professor Dave debate. It was really funny though, because at one point, like James Tor was like, he tried to give him the he tried to make him write on the board and shit, and try to like say, okay, make it work, Mr. Farina, Mr. Farina. It was really hilarious.
Yeah, it's one of those things I've been wanting to watch the whole thing because I've only seen clips.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to see maybe the whole thing in context.
The clips were really funny though.
Yeah.
Professor Dave.
Not a professor.
Not a Professor Dave, right?
Everyone in the world just randomly labeled themselves professor. Just did the old Dave shtick.
What about Professor Matt?
Yeah, just I mean that can be like, tongue in cheek, and everyone knows you're too young to be professor. But someone could pretend they could just walk into some room and be like, "Are you really professor?" You could be like, "Well, no, but I did stay at the Holiday Inn Express, and I have a YouTube channel." And they'd be like, "Oh, that's all you had to say. That's it." It's like, what type of YouTube channel do you have? And you could be like, "It's a debooker. It's a debooker channel." They're like, "What's a debooker?" Well, that's where people say things, and then I misinterpret what they say, take it all the context, offer very little charity, and then say I've debunked what they've said.
Debunked, right?
No, they're debooker. A debunker is a little bit different than a debooker.
So what makes someone a debooker?
The debooker is the one who takes things out of context.
Oh.
Like sort of punches way above their belt. They misinterpret what they heard, then they add their own answer, and then they deboot that. Like if someone says flat earth, instead of hearing adjective noun, they switch it to noun, and then say they've debunked the earth as a flat. And you're like, well, what? Can you draw me a flat? And then they'll say the person pretended like flat was a shape. And you're like, holy shit, that was a whole interaction there, was it? And they'd be like, yeah, and they deboot that. And then what they'll do is they'll watch, see how many views they get, and that will normally drive their next debooker. Their next debooking.
Yeah.
They should be like a warning, like when you go to these debooking channels, this person is known to clout chase. Stay away from any, videos that represent them as debunking something.
Who do you think is going to win, Trump or Kamala Harris?
I think it's like
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, really at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But I think Trump's got it. I mean, I don't want to see that happen, but just like the way that Kamala's been handling campaigning, I mean, they picked this guy from Minnesota, Walls. I'm from Minnesota too, and he's not well liked. I mean, even with liberals, they really don't like him. And he's come out with this thing where conservatives are just weird. You got people who are on the fence, who are sort of like socially conservative or socially liberal, who are also like say socially or fiscally liberal or whatever, or they go back and forth. They've kind of got like there's no single issue voter, kind of like in Minnesota. You've got a split house and a state senate. So he's coming out there telling half the populace they're weird.
I have a prediction. I predict
that September 11th, that Kamala will become the first woman president because Biden will have died. That's my prediction.
Theories? Okay. I was going on with conspiracy theories, and I was thinking that maybe Trump is also senile. And what's going to happen is they picked this J.D. Vance guy who's like a never Trumper. I mean, he had said some pretty incendiary things about Trump in the past. Like Trump was a lunatic and whatnot. Yeah. So maybe what if they told Trump, like, hey, this is the guy you want on your ticket. You want this guy because he's going to bridge the gap and he's going to bring in millennials and whatnot. And what if what they're really setting up is like some sort of like not articles of impeachment, but to get Trump removed, like the 25th Amendment. They're going to invoke the 25th Amendment, and then J.D. Vance then becomes the new president. And he's got basically the same sort of Bush era mindset, bomb them, bomb everyone, like push American military might around the world. Is what this lady Madeleine Albright, if you look her up, she had said during the Clinton years, what's the point of having the largest military in the world if you never use it? And they were like, that's the point, okay? The deter. You have the largest military, so you deter conflict. No one wants to step up. You got the biggest, you're the biggest, kid in the block. And she's over there like, yeah, let's stretch the military thin, weaken it from the inside with all kinds of crazy shit and, peacekeeping missions and whatnot. And then when someone calls the bluff, the military will be unprepared to answer the call. That's why you don't randomly just use psychopathic levels of violence. But on the flip side, the Republicans are like, you bomb them into submission and then rebuild from the ashes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with Tim Walz. I don't think that they're going to win, though. I don't think that Kamala Harris is going to win.
Did you look him up?
Huh?
Did you look him up, Tim Walz?
Yeah, I did. He it's interesting that he claims that J.D. Vance is weird. He mandated, actually, in June 10th, I think, of 2023, that period products be in boys' bathrooms, which is kind of weird. He also, like a lot of some guys that served with him, said that he kind of pussied out when they were really going to go to war, which is also really interesting. Retired Sergeant Major Jim Engstrand, who served as Walt's command sergeant major, was one of those who questioned the portrayal of his military experience, right? Basically saying that he was misleading people and that he should have been more transparent about the fact that he never served in a combat zone, although he was talking about like, oh yeah, we were in war, I was in war, and all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to tell the truth. He's appealing to imbeciles.
Because what he's able to do is that when a unit, like an army unit, gets deployed, that unit gets a combat stripe, a combat banner, and on their guide arm. And what they do is they'll say that this unit supported the global war on terrorism, or this unit was global war on terror expeditionary, or whatnot. And if he was there when it happened, even if he never deployed, like he was part of rear detachment, he's still considered to be part of the unit as a whole, and everyone gets credit for it. And he can play kind of fast and loose with that. He can be like, I was there in Minnesota when the other guys were in Iraq or Kuwait or Dubai or whatever.
Yeah, he can be like Kawhi. He can be like Kawhi and said, yeah, I was on that gold medal team.
Yeah, like some just like that. Yeah, like or like the basketball, like the bench warmer on the team that wins the Super Bowl.
That wins the championship.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah, that wins the championship in the
like
NBA
the
Finals.
Third string.
You can say you get the ring technically still if you're on the team. Like even if you don't play a minute.
Some teams give it to everybody. They give it to the cheerleaders. They give it to the janitor. The
janitor. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, some teams are really specific. They say only the players, coaches, and support staff Others are like, hey, why don't the cheerleaders? You've got like medical and whatever.
Yeah, the
Anyone.
equipment manager. Don't
Yeah.
forget them.
Yeah, because they're kind of important too.
They were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim Waltz also left the military shortly before his unit was deployed to Iraq in 2005. Walt's National Guard unit, the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery Regiment, was mobilized for deployment to Iraq. However, Waltz retired from the National Guard the same year, after 24 years of service, which is pretty interesting as well. He wanted to kind of
He's doing a bang up job. He's doing a great job up in Minnesota. Wow.
Yeah.
See, what they didn't tell you either is that they'll say, yeah, he's got 24 years, but it's not the same. It's not like someone's active duty for 20 years. What they do in National Guard is they have a MUTA rating. I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but it tells you how many days of service you met per the year for the fiscal year. Because you're supposed to be a weekend warrior, 1 week in the month, and then 2 weeks. So you're supposed to be at so that would be 24 plus 14, like 38 or 40, right? So everyone's supposed to be at least MUTA 40 to get credit for the full year. And what if he never did that? What if he missed a lot of drills? What if he didn't go to some annual trainings? So some of his years might be sub MUTA, and he's still counting it. He's still counting it a full year.
He's certainly not any Chris Kyle. That's for sure.
The people he appeals to are liars, so liars like other liars. What's going to be funny is when they tried to show that these two clowns get more votes than the most popular president of all time. That would have been Biden, right? When he got all those votes. It's going to be funny when they show these two clowns getting more than that. It's going to be a jaw drop moment.
Yeah.
And the whole thing, they have everyone by the balls on it. It's kind of sad that it's got to this point that people are so willingly turning a blind eye to things that just aren't right. I.e., the most popular president of all time, all those votes. But yeah, it's going to be great when they show that this clown who had to drop out of the previous race now all of a sudden has to get more votes than the last senile guy. The whole thing, it very well could be Biden? That I won't get into conspiracy. I'll take off my tinfoil hat before it gets too tight. But
yeah,
there's a good possibility that everything that's being shown on TV is all a farce.
It's interesting. It's funny to me how people how Biden did get so many votes.
The coup attempt got caught, perhaps. And that we're dealing with the last 3 years with a rogue government that's its only power is the presentation of it.
I find it pretty funny. Yeah, Joe Biden did get a bunch of votes, apparently, 80-something million votes. But I mean, the guy is shaking hands with people that aren't legit. There. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Stop all the vote. Yeah, stop all the voting poll places, close them all down, have a water leak, and booyakasha.
Yeah, that's what's caught for me. It's been kind of a crisis, because I've been pretty liberal for a really long time, and it's very difficult for me to square being liberal within the current political environment. Because number one, it's a lot of these anti-flat earthers are also pretty liberal, and I'm like, you guys are just as bigoted as what you think conservatives are. I understand conservative, conservative hatred of flat Earth, because they see flat Earth as calling all American exceptionalism. When they hear someone say the Earth is flat, what they're hearing is, no, God bless America. No one landed on the moon. America isn't that great. And they get angry about that. It's like this sort of irrationality. They're not talking about the topic. They're talking about personal things. But when you're a liberal person and you're saying, hey, the government fake stuff, and these really, conspiracy theorists, these liberal conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
And you're like, why are you so, okay, you could disagree with flat Earth, but why be so disagreeable about it? And the second thing that's causing me to look at this is that how long did people know that Biden was sunsetting? And they hid it.
Yeah, the guy that shakes hands with people that aren't there. I mean, he was calling Zelensky Putin. There's so many funny things. Like, I thought, like, for a second, you know, when I first like saw some videos of like Biden messing up during his speeches, I thought, oh, it's just a few times, but it was happening like every week, every other like he was calling himself a black woman, like he was doing all sorts
as
of.
if it's a movie.
Yeah. He called Kamala Harris Trump. Like he's been saying so much stupid shit. It's like it's incredible. But one of the funny things about Tim Walz, since we were talking about Tim Walz, is he was quoted in his recent campaign saying, "We respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make, even if we wouldn't make the same choices for ourselves, because we know there is a golden rule: mind your own damn business." But in 2020, Tim Walz's administration set up a Stay Safe Minnesota hotline during the COVID-19 pandemic. This hotline allowed for residents to report violations of COVID-19 restrictions and stuff like that. So if there was like a business that wasn't like really adhering to the COVID-19 regulations, someone could like call the snitch hotline. If there was someone like if there was like a large gathering, if someone was doing a barbecue or whatever, you can call the snitch hotline. And he's talking about this whole like don't snitch on your neighbor thing almost. He's like, you know, we know there's a golden rule, mind your own business. That's kind of hypocritical to me.
Hey, the guy turned the state flag into a Somali flag. There's nothing to see here.
Wait,
and let's not even talk about his enthusiasm for the equine industry.
Wait,
yeah, well, the flag, the Minnesota flag, it used to be kind of problematic. I mean, people were kind of offended by it. It shows like a white settler plowing the land, and there's like a native riding off into the sunset. And the reason why it's so problematic is there was a series of Dakota Wars in Minnesota where it was virtually genocide. I mean, you cannot say it any other way. For a long time, there was no native populations in Minnesota. They drove them out of the state, like completely. Like, so
So then now he celebrates African continent genocide.
So then you're like, okay, well, people wanted the flag to change, and they did these modifications, little tweaks here and there. Like I don't remember what it is. Maybe they took the rifle out or something like that. And eventually, people said, "Enough's enough. You are going to change the flag." And they asked people to give input. What do you want the flag to look like? And no one gave a shit. No one gave any submissions. No one said anything. I mean, there's a few people who did like troll responses or whatnot. And then he just kind of come up with this like black and blue like circle, and like, how does
they should have just gone with the Vikings helmet.
Or just the North Star state. Yeah, this is like the most northern state in the Union. I mean, other than Alaska. I mean, the continental.
Yeah, or something to do with lakes.
Yeah, something. Yeah, like come on already. Okay, like
let's do the Somali thing.
And there's what's funny too is that not funny like funny haha, but funny hee hee, is that there's a milk and dairy company from Minnesota called Land of Lakes, and they used to have a native woman as their mascot. So then they said this is problematic. So what they did was they took the native woman was standing in front of like a backdrop of like of a sort of like a terrain photo. I'm trying to think of what they call that, like scenery or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So then they just kind of like photoshopped the native woman out of the picture, and they said, yeah, look at even Land O'Lakes, they got rid of the natives and kept the land. And like how stupid are you? Like, who was on their marketing team that thought that was the way to go? Like, they didn't see anything wrong with that. Like, you are like your current, iteration of your product logo is even worse in comparison.
They're incredibly short-sighted individuals.
It's like knee-jerk reactions instead of actually thinking things all the way through. Yeah, I remember that because Minnesota really was crazy for 2020, and there was a hotline. I mean, like the surrounding states, all of like North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Iowa, none of them had the same level of lockdowns, and people were like traveling out of state to go to restaurants and movie theaters, to go shopping.
Mm-hmm.
It
So
just
if you fill your state with third worlders, you can get away with anything.
Yeah. No, it's funny, correct? I
And
mean, mine.
if you fill the country with third worlders, you know what I'm saying?
That's the thing. Yeah,
That's the
mind
goal. Yeah.
golden rule: mind your own damn business, and then you also get the snitch hotline where everyone can snitch on each other, right?
Yeah, and you think there's people who actually called those lines because it was like at some, like I mean, think about that.
That one Karen down the road, right?
Yeah, the Karen in the Globe.
Do they have a hotline to complain about Carl Anthony Towns?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, Carl's a decent guy, right?
Yeah. If I were Carl Anthony Towns, I'd be on the Wheaties box for like the last 20 years. But if I had his body, but that's neither here nor there. It was a Minnesota Timberwolves joke. That's all.
Yeah. Did you see his fight with Joel Embiid back in, like, what was it, 2019? That was a crazy fight.
I like Carl Anthony Towns. I think it's funny he catches a lot of heat, but yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Had you heard of this clown since we're on the topic prior to last week, Waltz?
Asking me?
Yeah. Had you ever heard his name?
Absolutely. Well, I didn't hear. Well, prior to him being elected, no, I didn't really know who he was. But afterwards, I did a little research on him and found out that the guy is pretty disingenuous, right? Even according to the people that served with him, pretty disingenuous. And according to his words, he contradicts himself. I think he's a weird guy. Although he's the one that likes to call people weird.
Well, you got Somali and Kamali. It's perfect.
Yeah, Kamala Harris. This is the thing. There's been so many people that, like, Kamala Harris has got to be one of the most embarrassing presidents. Like, we get that Joe Biden had his moments where he's, like, doing all sorts of, like, stupid shit, saying all sorts of dumb things. But Kamala Harris, it doesn't get worse than her in terms of embarrassment because she brought on Megan Thee Stallion to shake ass at a presidential rally. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, but here's the thing. If all of this stuff is real, this is what the pseudo intellectuals deserve.
That's some funny shit. Like, it's not even. It's sad. Like, you know how many people of color were, like, so embarrassed. Like, I was embarrassed over that shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you really think that's all it takes is for you to, like, bring on a bunch of, like, dancers to shake ass at a rally? At a presidential rally? Really? Like, damn, dude.
I think she did it to get a. And then a lot of people left. She made a mistake of having her perform before her speech because, like, a lot of people left after the performance.
Yeah.
So.
You're right. No, after, like, Megan Thee Stallion and her dancers dipped, like, a lot of people were leaving. Which is pretty funny. Maybe she'll do a sit-down interview, though, because, J.D. Vance has been doing some. Trump has been doing a lot. Trump's been talking everywhere. But Kamala Harris doesn't want to take any questions. She just wants to, like, go with the flow, do her rallies, say what she wants to say, not propose anything, really. And I guess it's enough for everyone that's going to vote for her. She just wants to run away.
Has she put anything on her website yet?
I don't know. I think she said she's supposed to.
It's like the two campaign slogans: "Make America Great Again," and "We're not going back."
We're not going back. Oh yeah, that's funny. So we're going forward. So are we going forward bad, or are we going forward good?
Because if people want to,
if you think standing in line for bread is a good thing.
Oh yeah.
I don't really trust Trump, but I'd rather go back to how the economy was.
Speaking of bread, Trump did this. He did a quick video where he's, like, showing off, like, bread, butter, eggs, and the prices of them now and how they went up and stuff.
Tic Tacs.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, I'm on Kamala Harris's site. Nothing here yet. Just talking about her past and meet Tim Waltz, take action. What does it say here?
So appealing to dipshits.
Apparently, there's nothing here for any of her policies.
I was hoping they were going to pick. I mean, because it was like three guys that were up for. I'm drawing the blank on the third one, but it was Scott Kelly, Walls, and then some, New Englander.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the runner-up, and the New England guy was talking about like, hey, he wants to be like a co-partner. Like instead of being president, vice president, they would both be president, or something along, something.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, something goofy like that. It'd be like a co.
Yeah, that sounds like sedition to me.
So then, then they picked Walls because Walls like has no ambition or whatever. He just wants to do the best job he can. And then the other guy, Scott Kelly, he's like the astronaut, or the actornaut, or astronaut.
You got some pretty funny nicknames, Kurt. I got to give it to you. Actor-not, astronaut. I mean,
so I thought that would have been kind of funny because the guy right before he retired and went into politics, he did this TED talk where he said he's one of maybe 2 or 3 people of humans who have ever existed. He's maybe him and one other person that have the skill set necessary to colonize Mars. Because a big part right now will be training new astronauts to be able to do the job that he can do already. And like, okay, well, certainly, Scott Kelly, so what are you going to do? You're going to run for representative in Arizona. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why would you do that? You're like one of the only people ever to exist to have the appropriate skill set to colonize Mars, and you're going to run for representative with it. State representative of Arizona. What the actual fuck? I'm trying to remember the other guy's name because he was
Wait, Craig, does this mean if, like, say theoretically I became an astronaut, would that mean that I'm also in it? Like,
you're in on it? It depends. What do you do?
Like if I'm an astronaut, like if I'm like on the ISS type, like, you know what I mean? Like if I'm on the ISS, does that mean I'm also in on it? Like
you're military then, aren't you?
Oh, Josh Shapiro. Yeah, so a Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro, he was the second pick, or the original first pick. But then he wasn't going to be like maybe thought that he was going to challenge Kamala's authority.
Some liberals were criticizing Josh Shapiro before the pick was announced that it was going to be Tim Waltz. Like some liberals kind of came out and said that like there is a wrong choice because the whole slogan was like there's no wrong choice with any of them, and then some liberals were like, well, there is, Josh Shapiro is the wrong choice.
Yeah, there actually is a problem here.
But I mean, Tim Waltz isn't any better though. It gets kind of worse with him because he kind of like shoots himself in the foot.
Yeah, you have all these people who have hyper intellectualized themselves, and they have a clown show equine enthusiast Montel Williams ex-girlfriend ticket. It's brilliant.
And I'll say this as well.
They deserve this. If this is real, they deserve it. If it were Sunday and if I could find some more foil, I would tell you all this is just theater.
This is the thing, though, that I must acknowledge as well. Is I know that a lot of flat earthers do say, like, well, this is all a theater and all that. Well, they're not really wrong in the sense of, like, like even if you go like even if you like see these big posts about what's going on and the funny moments of Trump and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Tim Walz and them trash talking each other, like even people in the comments are saying, well, this almost seems like it's a reality TV show, almost
No,
like a show.
I mean the entirety of the administration that got that funny amount of votes that you even acknowledged. Theater throughout the entire thing is theater. The damn White House door was locked the first time he pulled on the door.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah. The day he became president, the fucking door was locked when he pulled on it.
What the fuck?
I don't know if you know, like people rip on Walls too because during the George Floyd riots,
he delayed
they overtook like the Minnesota or Minneapolis has 5 precincts, and they overtook the 3rd precinct and basically burnt it to the ground. And they had said that because they should have called in, like he should have mobilized the National Guard.
Yeah,
should have
he delayed it.
But there wasn't any no police officers were hurt. No one, they abandoned they fled from the building. And I was like thinking that should be a wake up call, that if the people don't want you around, they can run you out of town.
Yeah, if they can't rezone you, they will raise your neighborhood.
Well, that's the thing. He did delay the National Guard, and he also did this thing. Not him, but like Kamala Harris did this thing where she funded the MFF back in 2020, which is an organization that was bailing out rioters. This is she didn't fund it, but she supported the organization that was raising money, right? To fund out rioters. And I'm like, who the fuck, like, just think about it for a second. With the name rioter, who the fuck like bails out rioters? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's all right. This is the same person who, when in California, was throwing everyone she could underneath the jail, black dudes mostly.
Yeah.
For Mary Jane.
She's really weird. She's all over the place, man.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the weird thing that kind of gets me. Like, rioters, like, we know the definition of a rioter, right? Like, peaceful protesting is completely different from someone that's a rioter. So why the fuck did she support the MFF, which was bailing out rioters? And not only that, it doesn't get worse. That's not the worst thing about it. The worst thing about it is one of the people they actually bailed out with the money that they raised went out and murdered someone when they were free. Just think about that.
Well, yeah, she's trying to make herself look cool to the rioters, the snowflakes. You know, the LARPing, the LARPers who set up shop and 12 hours later they need a couch to sit in and a Nintendo. They try to present the illusion that she's the choice of the youth. Therefore, they can pull whatever stunt they want, and they say, "Oh, unexpected numbers! Yay!"
Well, think about it for a second, right? The choice of the youth. She literally said, there's a quote from her, and like this is why she said something in the lines of like, this is why we put like young people in dormitories. They are stupid. People 18 to 24 are stupid. That's what she said. Like a lot of the people that support Kamala Harris are liberals, right? That are young as well. Like most younger people are liberals, right? And they support her, but don't know that she thinks they're stupid. But it works out. They're stupid and they support her. So you know what I mean? Kind of works out.
Yeah, because Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
The only non-lifetime politician. We've had my entire life, everyone who's been anywhere near the White House has been a lifetime politician. That's not how America was set up. It was set up that you go do it and then you go back to the private sector. You don't make a career out of it.
Well, that's what happens when you don't get the most fit vice president for the job. You just get the person who you can use, like you can use their skin color to appeal to minority groups. That's the point. That's the point of Joe Biden. Like people call her a DEI hire, but by Joe Biden's like own words, like she is by Joe Biden, what Joe Biden thinks that she is. Like he said that he was going to make a black woman of the vice president, right? This is what he did. But it wasn't his incentive. Like me personally, I would say, as someone
Indian
who is
lady.
colored myself, I would say, yeah, Indian or black, when it, whatever works for her, whoever she's speaking to, right? I would try to choose the best person for the job, not just someone that because they're black or they're Indian or they're Mexican, they got to get this job, right?
Did she ever move into the? Speaking of the door being locked at the White House, and her place was in the vice president's palace. It was in a perpetual remodeling.
I used to think that the vice president lived within the White House, but they don't. They live like near it or something, right?
Yeah, they have bunk beds.
Yeah. They kind of just show up sometimes. Who knows, though? They kind of threw Biden towards the ditch. Just left him there. Although, like, a few weeks ago, like I think a week before he announced that he was going to drop out, there were the rumors and the leading days and stuff. But a week before, he was like, I'm staying in, I am your ticket, and all this sort of shit.
Yeah, and then 3 days later, Kamala Harris sounds like, now hear me now. People, now hear me now. She turns into you-know-who, Barry Soetoro.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Buoyancy.
Just gotta throw the old man in the ditch, and they got the new one.
Density.
Kind of sucks the way they did him, though. Feel bad for him. I used to laugh at the videos of Joe Biden, like, shaking hands with people that aren't there and doing all sorts of shit, calling himself a black woman, calling the vice president Donald Trump, all this sort of stuff. And then I kind of thought, like, this is kind of sad what they're doing to him. Because, like, a lot of people were saying he's okay, he's good, he's cognitively there, he's fit to run the country. And that's so sad. Like bullying the old man to that point where he's not cognitively there, but you're still saying he's fit, he's good. Like imagine that. That's so sad.
Yeah, it's sort of like saying, yeah, we can't measure curvature anywhere, but it's still there. It's good. The globe's still good, guys, right? That's the parallel.
Maybe.
Nothing can exist in a vacuum. The Earth needs a container.
Get him, G. Get him.
Density. Water will always find its level.
He's doing word association games. Are you working on the crossword puzzle, G?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it all down, I have this picture.
Are you using ink? Are you using ink, or have you worn a hole through the paper with your eraser?
I see further than I should.
How far should you say?
I don't know. I just know I see further than I should.
Well, how far
part of the
should
building
you?
is covered.
How far should you? Marbles in your mouth? How many marbles have you stuffed in your mouth?
Refraction does not exist to the extent which the people at NASA claim it to be.
You heard that, Mooney. The second that the parallel was made of that clown and the globe, G dropped in.
God damn it.
Zootalore.
Yeah, I should have timed my appearance better.
No, it was perfect.
Density.
You're highlighting the desperation of the outer space mythology with your coat.
Parallax is the only real scientist.
Wow.
I love this river experiment. It disproved established science.
by basic observation, and there was no variable that he failed to account for. It's bulletproof.
Well, what do you think about Carl Anthony Towns, G?
Not every video from space is fake, and NASA is the devil. Look at the snake tongue on their logo.
Listen to it.
And NASA is the devil is pretty funny.
The Bible is a flat Earth book.
Holy water has been thrown on the demon.
These are your people, Matt, just so you know.
No, I know.
What do you mean? How am I a globe-tard, man? Don't you hear my talking points? Like I'm dismantling the very existence of the globe.
How far should you see? Yeah, how far should you see, G?
Doesn't matter. I see further.
Well, no, it does matter if you see further
fucking
than what you should.
Superman when they're lying to us.
Oh, the
and
F
we know they're
word.
lying because governments has lied in the past,
Well,
so they always lie.
Yeah.
Buoyancy.
The food pyramid.
Density. If you look long enough at the NASA logo, you're going to see this connection with the devil. Christ is my father. Are you Catholic, by the way, Matt?
No.
Okay. Is anyone in here a Catholic? Well, I guess not.
How far should you see, G?
I have this oil platform that will disprove you.
You have it?
It's a very good picture.
Yeah.
I love that picture. I sent it at least 20 times within the last 2 days. I love it. It's such a good art piece. Like Mona Lisa, no man, we need to replace that shit.
Well, you see pretty far in the Mona Lisa background.
All I know is the moon doesn't make sense, bro. Like a rock floating around Earth, floating around the sun. Like what? The moon is clearly smaller than the Earth, because if I look into the sky and put my thumb up, my thumb is bigger than the moon. Make it make sense, NASA. The stars haven't moved.
Yeah, gotta love those constellations.
The sun is revolving around the Earth.
Listen to this guy. What is going on?
The sky is a projection.
He's really got
like a soundboard.
Yeah.
He's got all the points nailed down though.
He's short circuiting.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, right, so...
This guy's a projection.
I need to explain. So when I say this guy's a projection, I don't mean like a normal projection. Like you have your own personal one. Because at the age of 2, when you got your first vaccines, they got you with a microchip. That's why when you're in like the southern hemisphere, you look up into the sky rotates a certain direction. It rotates clockwise.
That sounds like a Radiohead song.
It rotates counterclockwise. That's your personal projection of the sky on the flat plane we call Earth, based on a microchip that NASA gave you at the age of 2.
Tom, you're everyone.
Dude, try just having half first, and then see how it goes, and then have the other half, alright? Don't just have it all at once.
I say it's coming, I say it's coming.
I do have a genuine question. I'm going to stop just repeating talking points. So, the thing is, I've heard a lot of you people claim the Bible is the reason why you believe the Earth is a flat plane.
You're the one that keeps bringing up the good book, bro.
Yeah, but I've heard several people, because usually when I debate flat Earth,
Who? Let's live in the present. Let's not draw up your straw man imaginations that you choose to burn down.
Oh.
I
I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that this is the reason that they believe
No, it's
in.
not usually. I mean, it might not be the main reason. Like, you might just
No,
not
it's like
believe in
I've seen
science or
people
trust the
say,
government.
and
I
I'm a
understand.
Christian, and the Bible supports it
It's
as well.
usually that
So
the
it doesn't
people
contradict. So if something
argue for
doesn't
flat.
contradict, that doesn't
Oh.
mean that's the reason you believe it.
Yes, usually that the people that argue for flat Earth will always say, "Haha, you're an atheist." Oh my god.
Nobody says that.
Oh my
That's happened
God, says
several
the
times.
atheist.
Who said that? Who said that? Who have you heard say that?
What's his name? I think his name was Heretic back in the day. I don't know if he's still here.
Heretic said, "Oh my gosh, you're an atheist."
Yes,
Old
and
Hoss,
I
are you an
think
atheist?
it might have been No Tanks. I can't remember. I haven't been in here in a long, long time.
How does someone not believe in something that doesn't exist?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
either
I'm
way,
not even an
even if
atheist.
what you're saying is true, you only have one person say that to you. Even
I
if
think No Tanks
even if
too.
what you're saying is true, it's a little bit of a straw man argument. Actually, it's a lot.
I think No Tanks too, if I remember correctly. And then there's
said
these
or.
No Tanks as well. And then there's this one guy. I think he's a YouTuber. He's very Australian. I think there's two of them that always
So they
bring up.
all three of them said, "Oh my gosh, you're an atheist."
Yes, I've heard that's being brought up as an
Yeah, all three
argumentation
of them.
against the spherical Earth. All four of them, I think. There's like two
Oh, wow.
Australian,
I've
like
never
very
heard
old
somebody
guys.
say that to anybody once in here, and
Yeah,
I've
that's
heard
fair. I mean,
all.
if that's not the
I've
general
heard those people
consensus, then
talk as well,
maybe.
and I've
if
never
that's
heard
a,
them say that once. And
if
all
that's not,
four of them have said that to you.
yes, if that's not the general consensus, then that's fine. I mean, that's just the picture I got, you know. And I'm genuinely curious, how do you defend the Bible being a flat Earth book? But if you're not a Christian and you don't believe it's a flat Earth book, that's fine. I'm not trying to attack a position you don't
I'm a
hold.
Christian. I'm just saying that I've never seen somebody go, "I'm a flat earther because I'm a Christian."
Well, that's fine. Buoyancy.
Buoyancy.
A lot of people have become Christians through looking at flat Earth. That is definitely the case. But I wouldn't say that I personally don't believe. There's other reasons beside the Bible why I'm a flat earther. It's not just the Bible.
I mean, do you believe the Bible is a flat Earth book, or is it a spherical Earth book? Or is it
Are you talking about
indecisive?
the cosmology? Because
even
if
read
you look
it,
at biblical cosmology,
I
you'll
have,
see
yeah.
that.
And I've read the version of the four corners of the. Yeah, of course I have. I think there's like at
So then
least.
what are you saying? What are you saying?
Does a sphere have four corners?
If
Does
you're
a
saying a
sphere
flat earth
have
book,
four
like it's a
corners?
Nope.
Just let the lady talk for us. I'll go on mute. Just can you ask her answer her question?
What did she say?
Oh, I was saying, are you saying it's a flat Earth book? Like that's the cosmology, or are you saying it's like
No.
preaching flat Earth? Because I don't think
I'm
anyone
asking
here.
a question. So my question is, if you believe that the Bible proposes a flat Earth rather than a spherical one, why do you
How about
believe that?
neither?
How do you defend that position? If no one holds to that position, that's fine. I'm asking, if anyone holds that position, how do you justify it?
How do I justify what?
God damn it.
What are you saying that? Like, how do I justify the Earth is a globe? I know the Earth's not a
No.
globe, so.
That's not what I'm asking. Do I need to clarify it once more?
Are you saying how do I justify the cosmology of the Bible being flat Earth? Like it's flat?
Yes, precisely.
The cosmology of the Bible is a flat Earth. That's just what it is. There's nothing in the Bible that says it's a globe. So.
That's great.
Exactly. So, what could you point me to a verse? Is it the four corners one?
No, it's not the four corners one. I don't even think that's the strongest one. First of all, the Bible says that the sun and the moon are inside the firmament. The Bible says that we have a circle of the earth. That's not a globe, a circle of the earth. The Bible says that the sun moves and the earth is still. There's nothing in the Bible that points to a globe earth. That's why the cosmology is generally accepted, even by Christians who are globe believers.
That's why the cosmology has been generally accepted that the Bible is talking about a flat Earth.
I mean, I would agree to this extent where it says it's geocentric, but a geocentric
Just to
model
see,
doesn't propose
there's
a
no reason to
flat
even
Earth.
talk about this conversation. There's no reason to have this conversation.
You don't
You
need
obviously
to. I'm
don't
not
think the Earth
forcing
is
you to have a
flat.
conversation.
No, it's
You're engaging with it willingly, bro. Like, what do you mean?
yeah, I know, but it's the Bible says nothing about the Earth being a globe. That's it. Nothing about the Earth
I
being a globe.
didn't say so.
Okay, so then what's your point?
Yes, because I've heard Christians say so, and it's a very heavy debate within Christian
Okay,
people.
well, those are because that has nothing to do with this. You're
So
not
I've
debating
asked
with a
people,
Christian
right?
glober, and obviously you're not a
Jesus
glober,
Christ, man.
and you're not a flat earther. So what does that matter?
Of course, yeah, man. Like, the government has lied before, therefore they always lie, 100% of the time, no exception. And NASA, disgusting. No, but I'm just trying to, figure out the arguments from both sides, because I've heard
I
their
don't know.
rebuttal to
I
the
think
arguments.
Moongolf's pretty hilarious. Well,
So,
I'd be
are you going to go
disgusted
to
by
a
it.
Christian? Are you going to go to a Christian chat now and then talk about how the Earth is flat to them or something? Is that what you're asking?
And I'm going to ask them, how do they rebuttal very common claims about the Bible being a flat earth book?
Okay. Well, if you're going to ask them that, then do the research yourself instead of coming in here and asking, "Oh, how is the Bible a flat Earth book?"
That's more fun to ask people questions. You get very concise answer that you don't really need to research hours into. You also seem a bit agitated. How's your day been?
It's been fine.
No.
No, I agree, dude. That's a fun question for globe-believing Christians, definitely. See how you get on.
Yeah, like imagine being a Christian and believing in NASA. Like science, am I right, guys?
Well, simpletons do what simpletons do.
Yeah, the sheep of the herd, bro. But like the shepherd is trying to lead the sheep down a certain path, and you're like jumping off the cliff of the side instead. That's very cool.
No, I just laugh at the Moongol films that you're disgusted by.
The what now?
Huh? The NASA? You remember you were cursing NASA?
Oh yeah, of course.
The Moongol films. You think it's disgusting. I think it's funny.
Yeah, have you seen
I
the
think
logo,
it's
man?
sad that so many are so gullible to still believe it. That's sort of sad, but it's still funny.
Yeah, like have you seen their logo? It's the snake tongue that tricked Eve into eating the fruit.
Yeah,
She nearly
needs a
become the devil, man.
simplified audience.
Yeah, of course. Like science, like researching into things and getting a greater understanding of their functionality. That's a very bad thing. Yeah, I should be able to look at something and immediately understand it. Like when I look outside, I have a very huge backyard, and it looks very flat to me. It's like a very big field. When I go into my garage, it's flat floor. There should be a slight dent in the floor. I only see flat wherever I look, man. When I look at the horizon, I don't see a curve with my naked eye. Why is that? And there's no reason to look into it either, like why this could occur. Like, obviously observation is the greatest tool we've ever come up with.
What do you mean could?
No, we shouldn't.
It
He's
had.
not going
It
to
had
answer
occurred.
anything.
Hey,
Looking into things, that's for stupid people. Like getting these advanced calculations that no one understands, just to trick people into believing.
looking into what? What is it? What is it you think should be looked at specifically?
No, nothing, man. I think we should
Oh,
look
okay.
at it with the
Okay.
naked eye
Well,
and leave it there, man.
close call there.
If I can see something, that's just it, man. Like, why put a number on it?
Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Nathan's embarrassing Nathan show today with the amount of non-globe proof evidence coming through. We've had hominin attacks and ice wall discussions. I thought. I think the penny's dropping with a lot of these anti-flat earthers and globers that there's actually no evidence of Earth curve measurement unless you're talking about elevation angles. Which would be a flat Earth measurement anyway, to get the globe. But I think it was quite self-evident today when we was in the politics server that the globers are struggling, or they're coming to a realization now that there is no actual evidence of globe or glob.
I think a lot of them know that, but they're still going to believe it.
Yeah, you can believe what you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a belief. But when they try to present evidence of the actual evidence of measurements, because that's what it's all about. You know, we live on a globe. It's got dimensions. It's got a radius. It's got diameter, circumference. It must have been measured. How was it measured? Well, we used angles. Well, you can't use angles to measure curves, can you? Yeah, but we used the horizon. Well, the horizon's used to establish horizontal with the sea sextant, and that will be an elevation angle measurement. Oh, you sea level. Well, sea level's level, mate. It's nothing to do with curvature. They don't talk about curvature. The globers explain globe measurements, explaining flat Earth measurements, and then when you explain that you're using level to explain curvature, they'll say, well, level's curved. It's like we're dealing with zombies.
Mm-hmm. We're using measurements that were blah, blah, blah. My God.
Sorry, what? So you,
I stopped being able to speak for some reason. I said, and we're using measurements that were still around in like 270 BC, and they're still accurate today. Perfectly accurate.
Yeah, but the measurements was angle measurements.
Mm-hmm.
It was to do with elevation angle measurements, requiring a flat Earth to measure the elevation.
Mm-hmm.
It's got nothing to do with curvature.
Yep.
The globe model, the globe was measured using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. That's how it was created.
Yep.
The globe is flat, and it was measured like that. The globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. I mean, it's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody can point out how curvature is measured and what tools used to measure curvature, please step up to the podium. Any globe believers got any proof of globe Earth curvature measurements without mentioning sea level, horizontal, horizon, perpendicular? Please step up to the podium. No. So So there's no globers can come in here and explain how curvature is measured with using curvature measurement proof. They will have to explain horizontal elevation angle measurements and sorry, mate. My dog's like, hey, what are you doing? They will not be able to explain curvature measurement, basically. Challenge number one.
And how's Trevor going there, One Deck?
Sorry, mate?
How's Trevor?
Oh, Trevor. Trevor's still in a psychological dilemma.
Is Guy Ritchie going to make a movie about Trevor? That'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, his wife's left him now. Kids don't want to talk to him. He's living in a cardboard box, and the box is square with level sides up and down, and it's square. Trevor's has been put in the bin for all his sins about understanding how Earth is measured. And Trevor used to be clever. Yeah, but now he finds himself in a psychological dilemma.
Yeah.
Because, what he was taught at school and that, about the flat Earth and everything like that, and the globe spinning around in space and things. He can't understand it when he's explaining it to his family. So he's saying, no, we do live in a globe. We do live in a globe. So I'm saying, well, what's sea level then? Well, sea level's curved. Sea level is curved. The horizon is curved. Horizontal is curved. Level is not level. My name's Trevor. I've always considered myself as relatively clever, but now I'm finding myself in a psychological dilemma. Because when I'm explaining how the Earth is measured and that, I have to explain how it's measured flat and that. But then when I speak to the people who are explaining the globe, then I say, yeah, okay, yeah, it's curved and things are curved. We can see the Earth spinning and the stars aren't moving. They just appear to be. But my name's Trevor. I've always considered myself to be relatively clever.
Proving the globe is my endeavour.
Oh, I better write that bit down. That's going to be the ending. Say that again one more time so I remember it.
Proving the globe is my endeavour.
That'll be. What's your name, mate?
I'm Trevor too.
You're Trevor. Yeah. So that will be the end of the poem. Then I'll use your words and I'll end the poem like that.
That's fantastic. Awesome.
So I'm glad you. That's what I like though. I tried to get FED into it, so I wrote a few words down with FED. Said we're going to write a poem. I just wanted everybody to add a sentence to the poem, and we could get this just the first thing that comes into your mind about the poem, but it has to rhyme a little bit, and then we write these words down, and at the end of it, we just have a poem.
He could ignore both options. He could ignore both options and become a bever.
A bever, yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Where's Bev gone? Is he dead?
I don't know. Who's Trevor though?
He's banned because people hate what he says when he says that level is horizontal. Yet we all use his arguments. It's pretty sad if you ask me.
Well, level. No, excuse me, mate. Level is curved, and horizontal is level. Ka-ching. That's in the inside brain cell of the pineal gland, going down to the sacred cerebrum and raising back up in the glowminder's belief system.
No, pineal gland is for melatonin secretion. What are you talking about?
Well, that's what I meant. It goes up and down like Father Christmas, going down the spine of the 33-degree vertebrae. And if you think the globe is flat and it was measured like that, then you need to have a word with yourself, mate.
Oh yeah. Wait, would you like a handwritten Gaussian proof of the curvature of a spherical surface?
Well, don't need a handwritten, just a verbal description.
Hang on. Can Gaussian surfaces be proved?
Oh, hang on a minute. You just talk about the pineal gland and the Christ coil coming down the spine of the 33-degree vertebrae. Yeah. So if you have got any proof of Earth curvature, mate, and how it is measured, that would be great. Without measuring angle. Oh, hang on a minute.
Measuring.
Hang on. I'll just give you my. I have put something together actually for myself in my notes, so I'll just get my notes up, and it's called 20. Oh, it's called 24 words now. 24 words. I'll just read it to you, and then me and you will discuss. You're not allowed to use any of these words. What I'm going to tell you now. It's called 24 words. Yeah. 24 words not allowed to be used when explaining how Earth curve is measured. Sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, plumb, perpendicular. Elevation, angles, triangle, sea sextant, theodolite, spirit level. Altitude, vertical, tangent, straight line, up, down, plane, and flat. 24 words, and that's that. You can't use these unless you're explaining flat. So they're the words you're not allowed to use. They're all flat Earth words. You can't use them. Now, please explain how Earth curve is measured.
I'm sorry. Was length one of those words? Am I allowed to use that?
No. You can use length.
Okay. So, for example, let's consider a circle. Okay. And consider a circle that you might be able to draw on a piece of paper. The center of that circle. The center of that circle, let's label it E, right, for epicenter. And let's draw a tangential line from the center to any point of the circle, as long as it meets the borders of the circle. We can call that radius.
How do you determine that radius on a globe?
Hang on, let him speak.
Sorry.
It's okay. He's going for he's not used any of my words yet. He's fine. Go.
Okay. So if we define that as 1r, then we can determine that the diameter of said circle would be 2r. Is that fair? So, and that would be a vertical sort of transection. So again, to stay away from the horizontal word.
Vertical.
Hang on, vertical. Vertical.
Right. Like if you drew 1r from E to the border of the circle, and then you drew it to the bottom, that would be a vertical line, would it not?
What does a vertical line? That you can't use vertical and you can't use line.
Oh, you're making this extraordinarily difficult.
Exactly.
Well, is it one deck? Is it because vertical is horizontal from perpendicular from horizontal? So you can't use horizontal, therefore you can't use vertical.
Yeah. So vertical's got nothing to do with curvature. So you can't use vertical when you're measuring curvature.
One side of the circle that we conceptualize to the other side of the circle. That line, whatever orientation you want to give it.
You can't use line. Excuse me. You can't use line.
Curvature.
What is the
nothing to
purpose
do
of
with
this?
curvature.
Setting limitations
Line's got nothing to do with curvature. You can't use it.
No, but it's necessary to understand curvature.
No, it's not necessary. Line has got nothing to do with curvature.
Lines have absolutely everything to do with curvature. How can you determine curvature without a straight line? What would be the difference between a curved line and a straight line?
Well, a straight line would have no difference between A and B height below or above. It'd be straight, and a curved line would be curved.
Okay, that's circular reasoning.
Pardon the pun.
Can I ask a question?
No, not yet.
Okay.
You can ask.
No. Because you guys are having a discussion. I don't want to interrupt.
No. She's interrupting.
Okay.
A line has got nothing to do with.
But a line within a circle. A line within a circle is quite necessary to understand the circular nature of that circle.
Not within a circle. No, a line on top of a circle would be okay to determine curvature.
Yeah.
So is a line straight? Is a line straight or curved?
It's 180 degrees. Yes, it's straight.
Yeah. So what's that got to do with curvature then?
Well, welcome to Flat Earth, Bobby.
No, we're not there yet. But assume there's a bisection. Assume there's a bisection between the 1R and 2R line. Assume there's a bisection from point A to point B. Now, point A to point B, as long as it transects this line that goes through the epicenter.
You can't use line. You can't use line.
Are you going through the circle?
No, you can't use line, mate.
Line within the circle. We're still within the circle.
Excuse me. I'll give you 24 words. Line has got nothing to do with curvature.
Okay. The length of distance in between A and B, also known as line.
Is that a straight line? Is it a straight line?
Doesn't matter. It's a length in between.
Yeah, you just changed the word for line. You're using it in the same context.
Is it a straight line?
I am using it in the same context.
Yeah, you just changed the word.
I've got to be 24 words. You can't use line when describing or giving evidence of curvature. Line cannot be used.
Well, then how else can we understand curvature without understanding what straight is?
Well, that's exactly what we're asking you.
No, you can use a line. It's got to be on top of the curve.
But that's got nothing to
line.
Yeah, mate. But that's got nothing to do with curvature. It's a line.
No, but you can determine curvature from a line.
You certainly can. That's where our curvature formulas come from.
No, it's not.
Yes, you can. If you have a straight line on top of a curve, you can determine how much the curve is dropping.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying that.
But it won't allow you to determine.
You're saying that's how our curvature, like how we come up with it, but that's not.
Wait, this is not a contentious thing I'm saying.
Hang on. Let me say something. Right, yeah. So let me just address the first point. So if you've got a straight line on top of a curve, you can determine how much the curvature is dropping. Right. So we're trying to determine
within a curve. It's important.
We're trying to determine curvature.
Yes.
Of the Earth. Yeah. So we haven't got curvature yet. How are we measuring curvature?
We're not there yet.
No. So we haven't got curvature, have we yet?
No, I'm saying you and I are not there yet.
No, you're not there yet. I'm there.
Oh. Okay, well, so for example, the radius of a circle is very unique, and the radius
let me just
is a
say,
line.
hang on a minute. What radius? Is a radius a straight line?
Radius is a line. Yes, it's the length from the center.
So it's not curved then. It's not curved.
But the radius isn't meant to be curved. The surface is curved.
So is a radius curved or is it straight line?
It's a straight line, but that
so
does not.
Nothing. So hang on a minute. I have to stop you. Sorry, mate. It's got nothing to do with curvature then.
Bobby, he wants you to prove curvature first. Stop going radius.
Radius is a straight line. It's got nothing.
You can't prove curvature without a fundamental understanding of how radius might play a factor in that.
Everybody here knows
That's why
how
anytime
works. That's geometry.
Right.
Just show how curvature was proven. Curvature.
Curvature is proven with an irrational number known as pi.
Incorrect.
And in order to are you joking? Certainly
Yes,
it is.
because you don't. Yeah, because you don't have a radius, dude. So
radius is a straight line, mate. It's a straight line. Radius is a straight line.
What is the radius? What is the radius?
Bobby. You're skipping
What is the
steps.
radius?
First, you have to prove that there's curvature.
I'm trying to take it step by step. What is the radius of a golf ball? Pi.
yeah, you can measure.
Excuse me, guys. I'll just calm you all down. We're not talking about
Yeah,
golf balls, mate.
we're not gonna. Hey, one deck. We're not gonna go through all of your 24 words, mate.
24.
Come on, man. Keep going, keep going. But how long's it going to go for?
Well, he's only got to 2 words.
Yeah, I know. I know. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
22 left. No, but I think if we can estimate the circumference and the curvature of a golf ball, we can certainly apply those same techniques towards Earth. So why is it not?
First, you have to prove curvature, Bobby.
Don't worry. Let one deck finish his thing because it's kind of interesting as well.
Well, I mean, I'm just banging it down to the straight roots, mate. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got radius. I don't know what the guy's trying to prove. I'm telling him if he wants to prove Earth curve, I've told him the 24 words he can't use. He's used 3 of them up to now.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Why can I not use them? Because you said so.
He's not even talking about the Earth either. He's just talking about a circle on a piece of paper.
I'm talking about how you might estimate curvature. You can't prove curvature without radius.
Yeah, well, a radius is a straight line, and you can't have a curve. A straight line, mate, is a radius.
Bobby, you're going to a completely different topic. Like, just prove how there's curvature.
Yeah, how do you measure curvature?
Radius is a requirement for that.
Yeah, so you don't have a radius of something you haven't proven exists yet.
Yeah.
How can you have a radius of something you don't know exists yet?
Okay, if the question for you of how they prove curvature, how do they prove radius then? Don't go into the math of how to come up with the area of a circle.
Then why use a mathematical term? Why use a mathematical term if you don't want to go into the math?
No, because we know the math. We know how to conclude that. Prove how they found the measurement for drop over distance for curvature and how they came up with the radius. That's the question. Everybody knows how to do geometry.
Yeah, and you can't use them 24 words I just told you can't use, and you've used them consistently. So start again, mate. Right, listen. How do you measure curvature without using angles, straight lines, and tangent lines? Tell us all about it.
Well, obviously not through observation. It requires some sort of abstract thinking, something like the estimation of a radius. But maybe that's not good enough because.
Well, no, you're not even addressing the question correctly. How do you measure curvature?
Aside from taking a tape measure around the Earth, there would be no way.
No, how do you measure curvature? I need your answer. Don't ask me the question back. How do you measure curvature?
Formula length squared over 6h plus horizon divided by 2. But
horizon,
that's not
horizon's level.
Horizon length. Horizon length.
Horizon's not curved.
Yeah, it certainly is.
No.
That's define an assumption, Bobby.
Define horizon.
So not the horizontal aspect, just where the horizon might drop off.
Horizontal,
so the limitation
you can't use. Excuse me, mate.
You wouldn't
can't
be able
use
to see
horizontal. Excuse me, mate. You can't use horizontal when describing curvature.
I think this is a good point. Can you answer one deck's question about the definition of horizon?
Yeah, give us a definition of horizon.
Okay, so the further limitation of. So from the human perspective, it would be the furthest limitation.
No. Definition,
not your definition. Your exactly.
The definition.
My definition of horizon is more abstract.
Not yours.
Dude.
Not yours.
Snap out of it, Bobby.
Oh my goodness.
The definition.
Yeah, you're lost in your
Dictionary
own thoughts,
definition.
bro.
Go ahead. The definition, I think it's pretty important for you to understand the definition of horizon. Because you just used it as
Just
a
go to
mathematical equation. Yeah.
It seems as if he doesn't know.
Merriam-Webster
He
or
won't
something.
tell us he doesn't know.
I'm trying to figure out what it is you want to hear.
Look at the fucking thing up.
The Oxford
Definition of
Dictionary or something.
horizon. Is the horizon of
The
what do you
standard
think the
definition
horizon
isn't
is?
good enough for you.
You didn't give
Can
us
you
a
go?
standard definition.
Yeah, give us the definition of horizon.
Right, but I can't use horizontal, so that's hard.
Look the
What's
fucking thing up.
So is horizon
Wow, this
horizontal? Hang on a minute, guys. Is horizon and horizontal got a connection?
Yes.
So is horizontal level?
From our perception, yes.
So is the horizon level?
From our perception, yes.
Like a
Right.
bot
So it's
or
not
something.
curved then. So no curve then.
Yeah, but a horizon is supposed to be level.
Hey,
Because
Bobby, stop. Bobby, stop. Look up. You're sitting in front of a computer. Can you please bring up the definition of horizon? Please. So we don't have to
Please,
argue
Bobby.
about the definition.
Please, Bobby. Please.
Would you
And
like me
don't-
to read it?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Bobby. Please, Bobby.
Okay.
Say it slowly. Say it
So-
slowly and clearly.
The horizon of a plane is the pencil of all planes parallel to a given plane.
Source? What's your source of the definition?
Math.uiuc.edu.
No, horizon, not math horizon.
It's a mathematical term in the way that we're talking about it. We're
Horizon
not
is
talking
not
about
a
the separation of the earth
mathematical
and sky.
Have you been
The
dropped on
horizon
your
is
head
not-
recently, Bobby?
Is the horizon mathematical or is it an observation?
The horizon is a mathematical
Okay,
term,
dude,
but
I'm
it's-
going to do is I'm going to type in horizon and I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you the first thing that comes up.
So, a
All right?
horizontal line in one which runs from left to right across a page. We could say it that way.
Okay. So that's nothing to do with the earth then.
Okay, the line at which
No,
the
yeah.
Earth surface.
It depends on what the page
and-
is, right?
Bobby, listen. Bobby, listen clearly. Listen clearly. The
Sure.
line in which the Earth's surface and
It's the
sky
sky. Yeah.
appear to me.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
understand how that's
Me.
not enough.
So you're using an apparent place as an equation.
No, it's not a. No, it's also an abstract term. Like,
Okay, so is the horizon physical or is it what the definition says it is?
it depends on how you mean it. If you're talking about visualizing the horizon from our perspective, then it's physical.
Okay, so where is that horizon?
You wish.
If you're talking about mathematics, then it is not physical.
No, listen, guys.
Go ahead,
Listen. We're asking this guy too many questions. No, you're wrong, mate. Right? You've just been given the definition. That's what the definition is. We ain't asking you to put that right. You're wrong. That's what the definition is. Right? It's an apparent location. It references the surface of Earth, right, meeting the apparent fucking sky. Right? So it's got nothing to do with Earth curvature, has it? Yeah. Nothing at all with Earth curvature, correct?
You know, I'm not going to concede to that.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, you can or you can't, but we're not asking you for your points and your views. We've got a definition of it, and we know what it is. It's got nothing to do
A
with
simplistic
curvature.
definition.
So listen, I've only been through 3 of my 24 words, and you can't even prove Earth curvature yet. So how are you going to prove Earth curvature?
I think you're. Anything I would say would not be in my benefit. I suck at this.
Exactly. Yeah, but you would. Anything
Everyone
you say
does.
would. Listen, anything you say would be proving a flat Earth, mate.
Wait, how do you jump to that?
Because you will either be describing how Earth is measured flat, you'll be mentioning elevation angles to the sun above a horizontal plane of reference, altitude above sea level. You would never be mentioning curvature. Prove me wrong.
I think the unit circle would prove you wrong, but since
the what? Sorry, the what? Sorry,
what unit
the unit circle.
What?
Yeah, like you learn it in pre-calc and
that.
calculus.
Okay, describe that for the Earth's surface curving. Go ahead.
So for example, any point on a circle, its angle can be calculated if you draw a tangent from that point to the center point.
Okay, so
that
do that with.
Hang on a minute. Hang on 1 minute. And you can't use tangent. Hang on. You can't use tangents, mate. It's a straight line. It's a straight line as a tangent.
Sorry,
nothing to do with curvature.
I asked you to relate it to the Earth too. So how are you doing that? How are you drawing a line from the center of its presupposed ball to the?
I'm not doing that. I'm just saying any spherical orb, its volume can be calculated.
I asked you to relate it to the Earth. So we're looking for Earth curvature, and you brought up another equation of a circle.
Yeah, the Earth's not a circle.
It's a two-dimensional interpretation of a 3D sphere.
Yeah. So
we must understand a circle before.
So relate your equation to the Earth.
The volume equation. Yeah, sure. So the volume of a sphere.
You're missing something though. You're missing something.
No, but
you're giving us.
You want to estimate.
You're giving us a radius. You don't have one.
Well, it can be estimated with diameter. You just have it.
No, it can't.
No, you've not measured the sphere yet, mate.
Either. You don't have radius
you've
or
not
diameter.
Measured the sphere. You've not proved the globe Earth yet, mate. You're begging the question.
No curvature, no sphere, therefore no radius.
Okay, so let's take all the math out of it. How can you justify?
Excuse me, mate. We're not assuming anything. We were dealing with facts.
Assuming
and the Earth is measured flat. Yeah.
No, but let's say there's one part of the Earth that is dark, one part of the Earth that is light.
No,
right?
no. We're not going to be saying no.
So this difference in time zone. Wait, let me finish.
I'm looking for measurements because you're just gonna turn it into an equation with 360 degrees, and then you're going to divide the degrees by 24, and you're going to say the sun goes around in a circle and travels 15 degrees per hour.
Yes.
You're just giving us another equation and not a measurement.
Yeah, you know you don't live on a globe because you've got no globe-proof evidence, and you can't explain globe Earth curve measurement without mentioning angles and horizontal, horizon, and sea level. When you explain Earth curvature measurements, you're going to explain
that might be true.
It is true.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's say it is true. Well, I don't think you can do the same to explain the flat Earth theory either.
Yeah, latitude measurements is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris at sea level.
Yep, it's the only way to get latitude.
We've never measured any curvature. Like, we've never done it.
You've never measured curvature. You don't know what tools used to measure curvature. You don't know who measured curvature. You don't know how Earth curvature measures. And when you do explain it, it's elevation angle measurements, triangulation, and angles. Your curves
So
flat,
what explains the flat model, the disc model?
No
latitude measurements. Latitude, mate. Latitude measurements on your maps.
No curvature.
If something's not curved, what is it, Bobby?
Huh?
If something's not curved, what is it, Bobby?
It's fucking flat level.
Flat, disc-like? I don't know, whatever
it's
you want to say.
Disc.
Well, yeah, you don't need to add on the disc. What the entirety of the Earth that we live upon is unknown. Yeah, you don't need to just change the ball floating in space to disc floating in space.
Yeah.
Flat's a surface.
So what do you change it to?
Surface. Sorry, what?
You're
it's a description of a surface.
You're assuming a flat Earth in what has been made a globe Earth universe.
What?
When he tries to explain the globe Earth, he's explaining a flat Earth because he has to use angle measurements, elevation angle measurements, sea level, and altitude.
Yep.
Unless you can prove me wrong.
You know what you
Go for
need
it.
to have angles? You need a flat surface to measure angles properly. You need a flat surface.
Angles aren't flat, though. They're in between two flat surfaces.
You need a flat surface to start off measuring for distance.
Let him just say that again. Is an angle curve, mate.
That was funny.
It's an angle curve, mate. Just clip this, everybody.
And-
Is an angle curve, mate.
And angle has nothing to do with. No. That's that's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying you have to draw arbitrary lines in order to determine what an angle might be.
Why did you add in arbitrary?
Because we determine what that radius from point A to point B is like.
You don't determine a radius.
That there's curvature in doing that. If you're
You don't determine a radius. So what is the point of measurement?
Straight lines.
Okay, so you haven't measured anything.
So the when the guy describes Eratosthenes and Alberuni, he's explaining how Earth is measured flat. That's what he's explaining to us all. Yeah, because he's got no other Earth curve measurement proof. It's measured flat, and that's that.
Have you seen his equations, Eratosthenes? He assumes curvature. He puts 360 in his equations. He assumes that it's curved for his equations. He never proved curvature. It's all theoretical
He didn't
math.
just assume curvature. He assumed that the Earth is a spherical body.
Yeah, exactly.
And see, that's the problem, Bobby, because originally you were asked, how do you measure curvature? There was nothing mentioned about a sphere, a circle, and you started invoking all that, circles and radiuses and all that. Despite the very
that's how you
difficult task
estimate.
of having to avoid 24 words. But I mean, so just curvature alone, whether it be part of a overall circle or whether it's just a partial line, whatever, or surface, like a hill, right? Like anything that's curved. How do you measure curvature?
Okay, there's a difficulty in that. I don't know if I have the answer for it.
Well, why have you been explaining circles then? Trying to get us to go, oh, well, you get the curvature from drawing a circle on a piece of paper. That's the only thing you've done so far is draw and
I was trying to
my
describe what the
sentences.
spherical,
That's all you've done.
the spherical nature and how you might determine a sphere.
Yeah, of course.
The curvature in particular, that's...
Yeah, no shit, man. But what you've done is, I'll run through what you've done. You've drawn a circle on a piece of paper and then drawn straight lines on a circle. You haven't related it to Earth in any way.
I think there's a relation to Earth.
That's why I said earlier you were skipping steps. First, before you do anything like that, you need to measure curvature. You need to prove curvature. If you don't do that, then I'm not saying geometry, like you can obviously use geometry for other things, but you can't just skip and go to that. You need to prove curvature first.
So you guys don't agree with irrational numbers or something like pi?
No, that's not. Did you hear what I said? I just said it's not like we don't believe in geometry. Obviously, I'm saying you can't skip the step of proving curvature because you're saying, oh, you need a radius. Well, where do you get this radius from for Earth curvature? First, you need to prove curvature. You can't just pull a radius out of nowhere and put that into legitimate geometry. Nobody here saying geometry is not real, that you can't measure the volume of things or how big something is. Nobody's saying that. The question is, prove curvature.
So the length of the equator is wrong?
You don't know that.
Look into that. Look into how it was proven.
You have no idea how is proven. You have no idea how long the equator is.
That's the question. That's the question, Bobby. How was this proven? What evidence is there that this number is correct? No, see, that's okay that you don't know, but that's the question that everybody's asking. Nobody's asking how to measure the diameter of a circle. Nobody's asking that. Everyone's asking, where's the proof that these numbers are correct? Where's the proof that curvature was ever measured? That's what people are asking here.
Huh.
That's why we're here.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's really
No,
interesting to
I
look at
think you
anyway.
guys are here because you like to be contrarian and to go against the scientific consensus.
Oh, okay. So
No.
let's have a look at that. Okay. So if we're being contrarian, all right. So who measured the Earth?
I'm not sure who did, but I'm sure you can estimate it with like Google Maps and whatnot.
Okay. So if we're being contrarian, then shouldn't there be a definitive answer for that question?
I'm sure I could Google it and find one.
Go ahead. I'm surprised you haven't actually done that yet.
Oh, because this is of no interest to me. It seems to be of
Okay, well,
interest
fuck.
to you for your
All right. Well,
contrarian purposes.
Bobby's come
okay.
in
Well,
here
why don't
already
you fuck
thinking
off?
that there's no evidence at all, that it's all a bunch of like that we're just crazy
Scientific.
or being irrational. He's already come in there with that. So he doesn't need to back up what he says or need evidence for what he says because he knows he's right, even though he hasn't looked into it at all and doesn't know the answers for this.
Yeah,
That
Bobby
is-
thought he was going to dunk.
No, but I think if you're
He was
going to be
close to
contrarian,
saving.
the burden of evidence is on you.
No, but the thing is, there is
Work
no
harder,
evidence
bro.
for curvature. That's the whole point. You have to see why they're saying that this is true. If there's no
Who's
evidence
they?
for it,
Are you a conspiracy theorist?
Okay, Bobby, that's
I'm going
besides
to
the
take a
point.
step back a minute, man. So, okay, when you go outside, do you
Okay.
experience curvature? I just want some honest.
Personally, no. No, I don't.
Okay. When you go outside, do you experience rotation?
No, I don't.
Okay. So your senses are telling you that it's not curved and not rotating. So you would need some pretty good evidence to tell you that it's curved and rotating. So
Right,
the
but
emphasis
my senses
is,
also
I
tell me
haven't
that.
finished, Bobby. Bobby, I haven't finished. All
Sure.
right. So you would need some pretty good evidence, right? So your senses tell you that it's not curving and not rotating. So the default is it's not curving and not rotating, unless you've got really good evidence for the opposite. Now, if you are going against your senses, then you need to prove that it is curving and is rotating. We're just going off observation. We go outside and we say, looks flat and looks like it's not moving. All right? And then we
Fair
look
enough.
into it. Okay? So the emphasis is on you to prove that it is the
Totally fair.
opposite of what we experience.
I get you. But also, every time I go outside, I feel the sun's heat on my skin, but I don't comprehend that it's 93
cares?
million miles away.
We are not.
It's above
We're
my
not
senses. It
saying,
transcends our
dude,
senses.
we aren't saying that the sun doesn't exist. That would be retarded. But the sun has nothing
No,
to
just
do
following your
with.
logic, you might as well say the sun is 10 miles away.
Well, you might as well, because whoever measured that, the measurement of the distance to the sun
Yeah,
is
so
based
let's
on the
just doubt
radius.
everything.
Are you? Can you hear me talking, Bobby, or not?
I
All
hear you.
right. So the distance to the sun is based on the radius of the Earth.
You should look into why everything in this is how everything's determined and see if if it actually makes sense. You shouldn't just believe it because they say so. I started looking into this. I didn't believe it at first, but then I started looking into trying to prove the Earth's a globe, and everywhere I went, there was no evidence to back up anything they were saying.
I don't think you looked into it hard enough.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, darling.
I have, and like people in my family are now flat earthers as well.
Well,
I'm
what
going to
about like
ask
the
you, Bobby. I'm
physicists?
going to
What
ask
about the
Bobby. I'm going
scientific?
to ask you something, Bobby. I'm going to ask you something.
Yeah,
How'd they
man.
get the distance to the sun?
How do they get the distance to the sun?
Yep.
By using the volume of the Earth and then estimating
Incorrect.
that distance. Yeah.
You can say you don't know if you want.
Was that not how they did it?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
His pride's fucking with him.
You can say you don't know.
He's
Fine,
new.
man.
Okay. If
not
that's wrong,
everyone
then I
knows
don't
everything. Know. Okay. So when you don't know, you can just say you don't know, and then we can go on with the conversation. So what they did was they assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. They haven't got the Earth size yet, but they assumed it was the same size as Earth. And then they watched a transit, did all that fancy math, and determined when Venus crossed over the Sun, they measured how long it took, size of Venus, and then measured the size of the Sun and got the distance of the Sun by Earth's measurements, or not measurements, but size. Now, can you see what's the start problem with that?
Some sort of measurement bias.
Yeah, how many assumptions were there before they even started looking at the Sun?
True.
So they assumed the Earth was a certain size based on angle measurements. And then they assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth.
That's fair.
The more you look into this, you'll see that there's
these
a
measurements
lot of
are supposed to be.
assumptions.
Wait.
They're not measurements. They're not measurements. How can you just? All right, you look over there and you go, oh, this thing is the same size as me.
Sure.
You can never check it.
You're saying
and that's
these
part of your
assumptions, whatever.
Part of your math. That's part of your math equation. You just looking over there and going, oh, this is that size. Okay, disregard it then. So we don't know the distance to the Sun. Great.
But why?
What do you mean why?
Why disregard them when it allows for satellites to function?
How big is Venus? Fuck satellites. Don't worry about satellites at the moment.
Don't worry.
You don't even have curvature. You don't have a globe yet, and you're talking about satellites going around a globe in the vacuum of space, which is second law of thermodynamics.
We don't have satellites. How are we allowed to speak today?
Bobby, that's like a different topic. There's so much to go into with that.
I didn't say you didn't have satellites. I said you don't have a ball for your satellites to go around. I didn't say there aren't things in the sky.
Yeah, no matter how you hitch it, Bobby, you're still putting the cart before the horse.
That could be the case.
Yeah, you call us the contrarians. All we are the non-assumers. And you're in La La Land.
You're a contrarian.
I'm the contrarian. No, I think you
guys
are.
Yes, everything you're saying is contrary to reality, bro.
I don't know if it is, just because I can't explain it as well as...
Just because an authority says that something is true, if their evidence is lacking, you don't have to believe it just because they're an authority. They don't have evidence for what they're saying.
But it depends on the authority, right?
No, it doesn't depend on the authority. If the authority is wrong,
depends on the information that they show you.
If the authority is wrong, the authority is wrong. It doesn't matter why they're wrong. They're just wrong.
What do they get from selling us this lie?
The demonstration is what you're looking for.
That's why I just said. I said it doesn't matter. I just said it doesn't matter why. You don't need to know why to know that somebody is wrong. All you need to know is that the information is wrong.
What do they get from lying?
No, what do you get from them lying, Bobby? What do you get from them lying that you can't demonstrate nothing they tell you? It's a religion. What do you get from the religion?
How about peace of mind?
You get peace of mind from a liar who tells you you're on a turd that's in space and all your grandmas came from a turd. And they got all the DNA of your grandma still.
Hold on.
No, that means that
Bobby, that could get wiped out by an asteroid any day. That's peace of mind.
Any second. No.
Bobby, it doesn't matter why they lie. It doesn't matter why. Well, we can never understand the full reason why. I can't read minds. Nobody here can. It just matters that they're lying.
Nobody cares why.
Yeah,
it matters.
The information isn't true. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know why.
But why?
That's a question you can never answer.
Why not just say the truth?
So are you on their side too? You want to keep on lying to us with them, and making shit up, Bobby, and just telling stories, right, with them. Why would they tell a story for me to tell a story to tell a story? We don't know, Bobby. Figure it out.
What's going on?
You know, it's a great answer that the scientific community isn't saying anymore. I don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. I don't know. I don't know why they're lying. That doesn't matter. They're still lying.
I don't know why you can't produce the claims you think are real, like balls of water, vacuums, orbits, gravity, planets, temperatures.
Instead of assuming
Seasons.
things, instead of assuming that there's that the sun's a certain distance away or that Venus is the same size, you can say, I don't know.
I don't
you
think
don't
that's
even have
good
answers
enough.
for everything.
I don't think
I
that's
don't
good
know.
enough.
Is it good enough for you?
Bobby,
When a doctor gives you a diagnosis, do you think that he's lying?
No, because there's
you can do tests. You can do
Bobby,
tests on that.
They assume that Venus was the same size as Earth without evidence. They assumed it. Instead of saying, I don't know, they wanted to measure the distance of the sun so badly that they assume that Venus is the same size as Earth. Instead of just saying the honest truth, they don't know how big Venus is. They don't know.
And I know doctors that steal toothpaste for fun and bubble gum. So, like, they make a lot of money and they don't have to steal it, but they have a problem, so they just go steal bubble gum. They're addicted to stealing packs of bubble gum. If they get away with it, they feel like they're invincible. It's weird, right? But it's a doctor, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so maybe when you're talking about individuals, you're correct. But we're talking about whole organizations. These are nationally funded organizations.
Like
and
who?
some of these organizations are at war with each other. They
Of
have a lot to
individuals.
disagree upon.
No, brother. They're all individuals that make the organization. So you got 100 gum stealers in an organization.
Right. But
yeah, you got 100 liars in a group.
You could also make the argument, why not just have one?
Bobby, what organizations are at war with each other?
So, for example, during the space race, during the Cold
Where's their
War,
weapons?
No.
Can you tell me
It was a war for information.
Can you
It was a
tell
war
me
for
if there was
information.
any, Bobby? Can you tell me if there was any shots fired during the Cold War?
Okay, that's why it's called the Cold War. No, there weren't shots fired, but it was an information
so what
war.
What war?
It was so it's Russia and the Soviet Union in general wanted to prove their, let's say, astronomical
So you know,
providence.
I'm going to give you an example, right? You know the mafia families, right? You heard of the mafia?
If you're at war, why not just take the truth?
Bobby, let him finish.
I want to teach you something. You know the mafia families?
I've heard of them.
Okay. Do you think that they don't do business with each other?
I don't know. They probably do.
Of course they do. They sit around a table and they organize business with each other, but they still fight with each other.
Okay.
Do you know what other associations are like the mafia? Governments.
The astrological agencies.
The military.
Governments, right?
Governments,
So
sure.
for you to say that these governments don't talk to each other and don't do business together would be absolutely ridiculous.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying during
Yes, it
times
is.
of war,
You're saying
it might be advantageous to have the truth.
You're saying because these guys argue sometimes that they don't do business together.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yes,
I'm
you
saying
are.
that if you are arguing, you might as well argue with the truth. And if one international space agency,
why would you do that when you can join together and have power over everyone just by telling a little lie?
You'd win the Cold War, for example.
Yeah, they made a bunch of. Yeah, you believe it, for example, you idiot.
They would not ruin the biggest lie. They would not do that. That's not even close to priority. There's no advantage
not even
for
one
them
person.
to do that. There's no advantage.
What about one astrophysicist? That's all it takes. He would be of the status of Albert Einstein.
There's an astronaut that said it's
he would win a Nobel laureate.
Yeah, there's
if he
astronauts, there's astrophysicists that say it's flat.
Astrophysicists don't go to space. They sit at a fucking desk.
Yeah.
They do math. They do math on circles.
And
like
if you
do,
say
like
the Earth is flat, you're going to lose your funding, you're going to lose your job, and you're never going to get hired again. So there's no incentive to do so anyway.
Funding is the only reason any of them do science. Is to get paid.
Imagine how much you
Anyway,
would
all this,
make on.
hey,
Imagine
Bobby.
how much
Anyway,
you would
all this
make on a
talk of
book deal.
Bobby, all this talk of conspiracies when you haven't even come to the conclusion that there is a conspiracy. Now you don't have curvature yet you're arguing for curvature because of political
Wait,
reason.
Bobby,
no.
remember I said
I'm not
authority? The
capable of
authority
arguing.
that's lying to you doesn't matter. The authority, it doesn't change that it's a lie. Either it's a lie or it's not. Either it's a huge lie perpetrated by a bunch of people or it's not. The authority doesn't matter. It's a lie either way.
It's a lie
You
by
got two choices: lie or not.
70
Lie or
space
not.
agencies,
That's it.
Yeah.
space
Pretty
across
simple.
the world.
It doesn't matter
Still don't like
why.
it.
It doesn't matter who. It
Yeah,
doesn't
nobody
change that
cares.
it's a lie. It's still a lie.
Yeah, we don't care.
And
You do. You need to figure it out. You need to figure out why you think
I
people are doing stuff to you. Okay,
No, I'm
Bobby?
the one who doesn't care. It
Bobby,
seems like you guys
Oh,
care
okay.
a
Well,
lot.
then stop
See you later
talking to
then.
us about it and tell us how they measured the Earth to be curved and how you
yeah,
can
Wait,
show
repeat
how
that.
it's
And I
not a
can't.
can't
lie.
do that.
Show how it's not a
I
lie, Bobby. Either it's a lie
You
or
can't
it's not. It doesn't
repeat.
matter who's
Hold on.
lying
Can
to
the other
you.
person hold on a second? Hold on a second, Bobby. All you have to do is look up or Google how the first guy measured and touched and proved the Earth was curving down below itself. And then you can repeat that with two arms and eyeballs and legs, just like the sandal dress wearers from 1800s, right?
That's reductive, but yeah, no, I get what you
What? You
mean.
ain't
It's
got two hands? You ain't,
it's
what's
just
so
I
funny?
was given a
You're not
I was
human
given a
now?
limitation of 24 words I could not use. So
Use
that's
whatever
what made
Yeah,
it.
I
words you
don't know.
want, mate.
I don't know what that's got to do with anything about you demonstrating the curve.
Well,
Won't
me
need too many
demonstrating the
words.
curve would be the same as you looking up the curve.
No, I can't
No.
find some that don't exist, dummy. You're gonna have to show me your Narnia religion.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate curvature, dude.
Yeah, no, you
Oh,
can't.
I can't give you a demonstration, but we can create a mathematical
Okay,
formula.
so we don't. Yeah, so you can do math and you can come up with a curve in math, but you can't relate that to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I can curve
Why
a
not?
bunny rabbit's ears in math, but that doesn't relate to the Earth. Because not, stupid kid.
The original equation used to find this added 360 into the equation without proving any curvature. So it was just math
But
without
you
anything
agree
to back it up.
there aren't 360 degrees in a
Of
circle.
course, duh. I'm
Just
not
So it's
saying
just
retarded
that. I'm
question.
randomly
saying
added.
Well, go find it outside in the water.
you can't
We're looking for
assume
water
something's
circle
curved.
360.
Yeah, you can, using the math they use, you literally can measure a table in their math and it'll be a curve in their math because of the 360 in there. That's literally how it
Yeah,
works. They not measured it.
because all the straight lines equal a curve. They equal a tangent to a curve. They equal all these curves. They get all these straight lines and parallels and perpendiculars, verticals and horizontals, right? And they say, oh, we must be on a globe because everything's a fucking straight line and an angle. It's so weird, right?
You could do as much math as you want, but if it's not based in reality, it's not reality.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I
See,
got an
and Bobby
apple.
too, right? So all these other things you're talking about, like what these government agencies are claim to be doing, what they're supposedly doing, right? And the technology that they're employing and all that, right? That's reliant on understanding of the Earth's dimensions, right? And as well
Surely.
as some other stuff like how gravity works, right? I'm doing air quotes. So okay. So
Heard the air quotes.
logically, if the information that they say they have, which is allowing them to employ and apply it in practicality, right, isn't true, then what they're claiming to do with that information is also ipso facto not true, right? So let's see. Why don't we start with the foundational, like the foundation of the claim, like so the information that they say they have, which allows them to be able to do what they say they're doing. Let's see if that part is true first, right? So that would be, right, the Earth is spherical in nature, right, and it has like you were saying, a radius value, a diameter value, and a circumference value. So like, how did they get those values? Where did that come from for them to be able to employ it?
You're asking me. The simple answer would be I don't know.
Contrarian.
I don't think that makes me contrarian. It just makes me trustworthy. Or trusting.
Yeah, if you don't know, that's fine.
Trusting, that's the wrong word.
It's a better answer than what a lot of people give. It's the truth, so that's fine.
But you don't know the Earth is curved. Well done.
From personal experience, no, I don't know that. The same way I don't know that the sun is 93 million miles away. I thought we've gone through this tangent.
How do you know things from other people's experience? Tell me how that works. I'm going to remote view Tommy's hands.
It's not other people's experience.
So how do you know it's a globe? By somebody telling you a story? You can't trust other people, can you?
It's not somebody. It's
who?
many organizations.
Who is it? Who? One guy owns the motherfucker. One guy tells him what to do. Organized
North
guy.
Korea tells their citizens that
now you sound like a
North
conspiracy
Korea
theorist.
lied to their citizens.
Brother, hold on a minute. What guy? What group did you get your globe claim from that you believe? Stop saying a group that means nothing.
The Russian Space Agency and NASA seem to agree on the distance.
So a Russian guy you can't go talk to right now did something you think he did. How would he prove that to you by him fucking saying a story and now you can't go talk to him? How do you know that's true?
The same way I wouldn't contest a medical doctor telling me about the mechanism of action of penicillin.
You wouldn't contest a medical doctor messing with your life. Are you fucking retarded?
But you think saying the Earth is round is messing with your life? I don't have to
think anything. I know that you're retarded if you don't question people fucking with your life.
So saying the Earth is round is messing with your life?
I question dentists, dude. The dentist, I don't trust a fucking dentist. What are you talking about?
Okay, so maybe you are a contrarian then. That's okay.
That's not
No. I'm not a truster like you. I don't have to trust those people. They don't pay me to.
If a dentist tells you need a root canal, you're going to ask him.
I do my own.
You,
Bobby, you know, actually,
stop being retarded, Bobby.
With the dentist, I actually went to the
dentist.
I went to the dentist recently, and I'm pregnant, and the tech, the dental tech, the one that was going to brush my teeth, clean my teeth, she asked me if there's any difference in my medical, if anything medical. I told her I was pregnant, and she said, "Oh, no, we can't clean your teeth." And then she took me aside and she told me privately, because she wasn't allowed to tell me this. She said, you need to get signed from your OBGYN to make sure your teeth can get cleaned, but don't come back until you reach at least the second trimester, because this causes birth defects. I've seen it many times. I've been doing this for years. If you get your teeth cleaned in your first trimester, it's very risky for the baby because of all the chemicals. And then I looked it up, and there's been, nobody says it, no medical doctor says it, which is why she told me privately, but I'm not going to get my teeth ever cleaned in the first trimester of pregnancy anymore, because she told me, and people have had their own experiences with this, and just because an authority tells me it's safe doesn't mean that I'm going to automatically do it because the authority is telling me it's safe. You have to be a critical thinker.
Because they learned it out of a book.
Yeah, you have to be a critical thinker.
They learned it out of the same book.
That's not being a contrarian. That's thinking critically. That's using your mind. That's not being a robot. If you're going to believe everything that everyone tells you because they tell you it's a fact, without actually finding out, that's being a robot. You're not actually thinking for yourself. You're not thinking critically.
Let's tie it back to flat Earth.
Completely reasonable, and I'm glad you made that decision. But I would also say, when it comes to things that have no relevance in your personal life, for example, how your engine operates and your mechanic tells you you need something simple like an oil change, and then he says you need brake pads also replaced, it would be wrong of us to assume that he's doing this for monetary gain rather than actually telling us that brake pads need to be replaced.
You're crazy as hell.
No, you should always look into things. I mean, like, not every single little detail of your life. Not every single little detail of your life, but if you see that, I didn't just become a flat earther. I stumbled into it, and then I found out that the Earth was flat. But I didn't like just looking for it. But when I find out it's true, I'm not going to just deny the truth. I'm not going to just deny it. Just because it doesn't affect my life or whatever way.
So you stumbled into, you tripped and fell into this.
Yeah, the way you tripped and fell into a globe. Hold on. He fell into a globe because of an organization of Russian people he's never fucking met. He's not even Russian.
I just accept.
Yeah, excuse me real quickly. The gentleman that said he would just trust his mechanic. You know how many shady garages are out there? They'll give you an oil change your pads. You don't need none of it, but they're doing it just for the money. And you're like, I trust my mechanic. You're crazy, dude.
Yeah, as a woman who goes to the mechanic, I never go anymore because they always try to take advantage of me. They lie like crazy.
So the Earth. Now let's get back to the Earth real quick. Now the group of people. Where did those group of people learn it from? Maybe another group of people or another guy. Like, who's the authority on where I can go out and find where the water curves? Who's got that?
I'm not sure what that authority would look like, but I would say the first group of people you were mentioning, they learned it from something that we have not had access to.
The dirt and water of Earth?
No, not.
We're measuring the water and dirt of Earth. We don't have access to that, brother? And measuring tools like a horizontal, a plumb, a level. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Are you talking about some sort of magical crystal ball? Is that what you're talking about? What?
No, I'm talking about physics. Like I don't think we are very well versed
magical physics you can't see or can't demonstrate. What the fuck crystal ball are you using, brother?
I don't know if it's magical, if it has relevance.
If you can't demonstrate it.
Oh no, I can't demonstrate it. The same way I can't.
You said you had to rely on imagining, using your imagination in as many words. That was you half an hour ago.
More like trust, not imagination.
Okay, so now you're highlighting the religiosity of this outer space mythology that you seem to be.
No, trust is different from faith.
If someone lied to you multiple times, if you found out that somebody had
Hey, you guys have to wait for one person to finish. So Old Haas was trying to say something. All right, let him finish.
Yeah, I can't remember what I'm saying, but yeah, you're highlighting that you're wrapped up in some mythology, dude.
The trust or imagination over
reality. It's not that I have faith. It's that I trust. That there's a difference. I don't believe without.
Your naivety is noted.
Yeah. I am naive.
If someone's lied to you, would you still trust them?
Well, I'm not convinced that the space agencies are lying to us.
Which one tells you the truth?
If they all come to the same general consensus.
It's not what I asked. I said, which fucking group of people do you know that can tell you the truth about space and everything? Which one? Because I want to go talk to them. I want to get all the truth you got. I want to know all the facts about the world and all the secret clearance stuff that the government's got hiding. I want to know every bit of it. Which one do you go to get all your nothing but truth? Which government group? Which NASA group?
They don't offer it to me personally.
Where do you get it from? Where do you get your truth? Your guaranteed truth you can bet your life on. And if anybody bet against you, they'd lose guaranteed.
I'm not betting my life on this. Whoa,
You're not betting your life on NASA, so you must not trust them.
Wait, you have to bet your life on something to say that?
Are they telling the truth or not, dude?
Yeah, I bet my life on stuff I trust 100%.
You would bet your life that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, if I'm for sure of something, I'm for sure of it, stupid. Do you understand what that means?
Do you understand what your life means?
It's real simple, brother. Do you stand for your word or do you not? You a fucking flip-flopper or not?
Wow, okay. Maybe I just don't have the same conviction you do.
You don't like reality. You just want to be able to lie and say, no, I'm not going to put nothing on that. I could care less. I could just be a fucking liar. And then when I'm found out to be wrong, I can lie about that. We know how you work.
I don't think I'm liable. I don't think I'm a liar. I just think I'm agreeable.
Yeah, you are. You don't know where you got stuff from and you're telling us you got it. You got some great evidence or information from some people somewhere. The truth.
He said that he doesn't know.
I never proclaim that, dude. I'm just saying I'm agreeable.
No, you said NASA tells you the truth. They wouldn't lie to you about anything. So I said, which group of NASA
of the world
can I
tell
talk
us the truth? NASA is just in the USA.
Space agencies tell you the truth. Which one, brother?
The RSA, the Indian Space Agency.
Which one tells you the truth?
They recently completed their lunar landing, which was phenomenal.
Which was what?
You mean the video game that we saw on a projector screen?
On a projector.
It's absurd, bro.
I take them at their word. You can
I know.
challenge
Okay,
it.
hold on, Bobby. You ask why they would lie. Who knows why the root, but why they continue to lie is because they have people conditioned, people like you, who are too. You lack the discernment, or you lack the effort to even put forth any sort of discernment about the story being told. They lie because you're eating it up. They have people. They have people in a stupor.
Could be, but I think
could be. So let that sink in. You're bragging about your naivety and wondering why would these people lie to me?
I'm not bragging. I'm admitting to it. There's a difference.
Okay, well then if you're admitting to you being naive and you're not dunce, there are people who will never enter into this conversation who are just clueless. But why would an entity lie to? Why would the entity lie to? Because they have people like you who are pretty sharp, yet you're just eating up their story.
Yeah,
the ball's already rolling. Yeah, the ball's already rolling. Whatever they do with that ball works for them. So why not?
But they have not made. I don't think I have contributed to their effort, and I think I will contribute to the Indian economy anytime soon. So for me to believe in their lunar landing has nothing to do with what they might gain from my belief, but it has everything to do. They don't gain anything from me believing in what they say to be true.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Bobby,
They get the whole attribute of all the people like you. So say there's 100 million people like you, and you believe what they tell you. That's so much power, you wouldn't believe it. That's stocks in what they tell you. Yes, brother. Listen, can you hear me? Yes, power. Because if 100 million people believe something, I can sell them stuff about that belief. And this stuff has nothing to do with reality, but I'm going to make trillions and millions of dollars off you, 300 or 100 or 200 million people, because you buy everything that has to do with the thing that you believe. Do you understand? So that's power.
But there are easier ways to sell conspiracy than landing on the moon.
There's easier ways to tell you about and say they went to the moon by saying they didn't go? What the fuck are you talking about?
Especially if I'm not the one who funded it. If it was the Indian taxpayer who made that endeavor possible.
How do you know who funded it? Who do you pay? Who are you paying? Who does NASA pay?
It comes from the taxpayers.
Who the fuck does NASA pay?
I assume it comes from taxpayers.
Who do they pay to do stuff?
Oh, private contractors.
No.
Who do they pay?
The public pays them.
Yeah, the taxpayers pay NASA, and NASA pays private contractors.
Do you want to? Did you say you wanted to give those dirty crud bums anything of your money? Because I fucking don't. So if nobody ever wanted to give the crud bums your money, how are they getting it, Bobby?
From the government.
They're just taking it, right? Because they're not connected to the government. They don't just take what they want, right? NASA runs shit. Do you understand, Bobby?
Yeah, NASA's not a charity that you donate money to, right? They extract your money by force, but that's another topic altogether.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just pointing things out that, I mean, like, here's the thing, dude.
Well, they get it from taxes.
You can't prove the water curves. Simple as that. So you're a flat earther until you can go fucking prove water curves, buddy. Get out there and get to work. And if you don't care, who gives a fuck? The earth's flat anyway then, right? Because nobody cares. Your life's still the same.
Taxes don't work without guns pointed at you.
Sorry?
I think the thing with you, Bobby, is that like you have to. It doesn't matter who's lying to you; it's still a lie. And if you find out something's a lie, it doesn't change how many people are lying to you or how powerful they are. They're still lying to you. It doesn't change anything. It's still a lie. So it doesn't matter that all these organizations are teamed up lying. If you find out it's a lie, it's still a lie. And you can find out it's a lie if you want to.
No, yeah, of course. I agree. But if it was true that the Earth was flat, don't you think this movement would be larger than it is today?
Give us time, Bobby. It's getting there. It's only been a couple years. We don't have Copernicus time here. We don't have Galileo thousands of years. We don't get our name boards for 8 million.
How large is it, Bobby?
Sorry?
How large is it?
How large is the conspiracy?
No.
How large is the movement?
Oh, the movement. I think it was resurrected somewhere in the 2010s.
Does that mean it's growing if it was resurrected?
But how large is it?
Yeah. I don't think it's large. I don't think it's large at all. It's not large enough.
How large is it?
Large enough for us to have this conversation, but not large enough to overthrow the status quo.
I'll keep on asking you until you give me a number. How large is it?
I don't have a number, man.
So for you to say, wouldn't this be larger, wouldn't you need to know the number to assume that it should be larger?
When I said that, I mean, wouldn't there be some sort of political policy against space agencies if it was large enough? If truly every person believed...
Why would that be the case? If the government's the one that makes the policies and they're the ones that take your money. Why would they go against the government?
I think the anti-vaccination against COVID was larger than flat Earth. So clearly, it's possible to fight against.
And how did that end up?
How did the anti-vaccination
policy squashed down, or what?
It got squashed down, but it started a relevant discussion that people are still talking about.
No, you get vaccinated still.
Let's get off that. I don't know why you brought that up, Bobby, but we're not going to talk about that.
I'm saying if it was truly the case that the Earth is flat, it would not be so marginalized as a form.
And how much? I'll ask you again. How marginalized is it?
It's I would say it's only relegated to internet chat rooms and forums and whatnot.
Okay.
This isn't
what number?
This isn't
how
scientific.
How many people?
This is not a conversation happening within the astronomical
community. 300 million Americans, how many are flat earthers do you think?
I could not answer that. I don't know.
I'll tell you about half.
Okay, so don't make claims you don't understand. Can we agree on that?
About half?
Yeah, I'd say almost half.
But
and then all the countries, all the countries that aren't America, they're flat earthers too. So that's shit. How much is that of their whole country? Damn, that's weird, isn't it? Huh? What? What? There's other countries that are flat earth countries where everybody in the country's a flat earther? You didn't know that, Bobby? You should go smell some grass.
I don't know. I don't think this movement
is as large. By America, brother. It's okay. We all got brainwashed. We were all lied to as fucking kids. We couldn't disprove anything. And then when we got older was the time we were like, hey, hold the fuck on. We're old enough now. You're not paying us. We don't got to listen to you. We don't got to put up with that shit. We don't got to believe cartoons. We're humans that can make our own fucking mind up. We're our own peer reviewer, right? If somebody tells you eat poop because they say it's sweet, are you going to do it because NASA said so? That would be stupid of you. So no human should ever trust any other human to that extent unless they put their life on the line for you. If the other human will die for you, then you can trust them, Bobby. Only then.
Yeah, and Bobby, you wonder why it just doesn't click for everyone. Well, here you are kicking and screaming. When you found out you had to go to Imagination Land to show curvature of the Earth, you said, well, I could say the same thing about the flat Earth. You've got no evidence. Well, if something's not flat, what is it? It's too much for a lot of people to take on board.
But we do have measurements. You go to the hardware store, you get a level, which is a horizontal fucking tool. You can get a protractor, which has a horizontal bottom, and a round top, which is a round thing. If the Earth was round, Bobby, you could line the protractor up with your curve someday. You can't ever do that, Bobby.
On a small enough scale, you can.
Bobby, there is no scale, Bobby. Stop imagining shit, just like the amount of flat earthers too, right? That scale of flat earthers you didn't have a clue about. Don't say scale when it fucking doesn't mean anything to you and you don't comprehend what you're talking about. Do you mean scale that a mile-high curve of water in front of you where you can stand on the hump of water? You mean that scale? Where's that at? You can't find it, right? You can't find that mile hump.
If I had a handheld protractor and placed it on the ground, the curvature of that protractor would be... It would be
the curve of a sphere should match
the protractor.
Listen,
not
Bobby.
Towards the ground.
Bobby, listen.
So on a small enough scale, it does not work.
The sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away. The moon is supposed to be 400 times closer. They match in size, Bobby. Your protractor, as you back away from the curve, you dumb fucker, it should match. At some point, when you back it up, it should line up. Just like being 400 times away from the fucking curve. Do you understand? Like the sun. Like your thumb is bigger than the sun when you put it in your view, in your eyeballs. Yeah, Bobby. Yes. Scale boy.
So reference is important.
So you should be able to match. No, the arc of the top of the protractor is important here. We need to match that to the curve of Earth. That hump needs to match in the center. And if it doesn't, you're not. If it only matches the flat part of the fucking protractor, what are we talking about, Bobby?
What if you had a large enough protractor?
No, but what part? Back up. Back up.
Large enough.
Back up. The horizon's going to still keep getting longer and longer horizontally, Bobby. How far do we got to back up, Bobby? What do you mean large enough? You mean far enough away, right?
No, large enough. In terms of size.
Look at the moon. How big's the moon, Bobby? You don't know because you can't get to it and get on it. You can look at it, Bobby, and you match your protractor with it, don't you, Bobby? Your protractor is bigger than the moon.
Did you just say in terms of science?
Right, but the protractor's arc is bigger than the sun, but it matches the attribute of, Bobby, circle match circle, sphere match sphere. Flat Earth, no matter how far you get back, it's horizontal and flat, brother. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? There's no one's ever shown a curve of Earth. Ever, brother. Brother, the airplane people tell you they don't dip their nose at all. They fly over a stationary, non-moving, horizontal fucking reference frame. Flat Earth. They don't drop and curve, brother. They don't dip. No plane kamikazes nowhere not hitting dirt and water. If you think so, go do it. If you think some human is flying in any object down past the dirt and water without touching it to get to Australia and go around, stupid, you go do it. Kamikaze your drone down. Just let it free fall down past the curve, wherever you think that is.
So the guys in the ISS they're just lying.
Brother, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. The Earth is what it is. Doesn't matter what any human does. Doesn't matter what I say to you. Doesn't matter what you say to me. Doesn't matter what anybody in here says to me or you. When you can't go measure the fucking curve, it don't exist. That's simple. Now what do we do? Now that it's flat and you know that and you can't find a curve anywhere for 24,000 or 70,000 or 100,000 miles, what the fuck are you talking about, Bobby? What do we do now? Our lives don't change that much, other than now we know we're not on a rock, falling or fucking rising in space. We're not orbiting anything. Stuff doesn't orbit shit. Stuff goes vertically up and flies above your head in a circle. Now, if you want to call that orbit like a halo, then very well, so be it. If a bird flying up around my fucking house is orbiting, cool. You want to call that orbit? Okay. Nothing's flying down below the dirt and water, brother. Nothing ever can. Ever. Nothing can kamikaze without hitting dirt and water. You understand? They're telling you a rocket is going up in the air, arcing over, kamikazing down, and then riding the Earth's gravity down and around, down, and then hitting the moon. That's what they tell you, brother. They tell you the satellites have to do the same thing. You got to get up high enough to fall far enough down past the curve. You free fall past the curve, you build up a speed in free fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, and it gets to fucking 17,000 miles an hour somehow, magically. I've never seen that shit, but, you know, go figure. Rockets, right?
Yeah. I just don't understand the purpose. So,
purpose of what?
Okay, let's...
Telling everybody what to do, owning space, owning every bit of everything, and just selling you a picture. Saying, hey, I spent $80 billion on a toilet, and there is no toilet. I spent billions and billions and billions today on space, and there is no space. I spent so much. NASA spends so much money a day. They get so much money a day allotted to them. Millions, 56, 57, 70 a day. What do you mean? That ain't worth nothing to you? You wouldn't lie or punch somebody in the face and kill somebody for $70 million a day? Are you stupid, Bobby?
I probably would. But
Okay,
what
Bobby.
I'm
So would
confused
also
about.
100 guys. So would those 100 guys. Those 5
Okay.
guys who own it.
But the confusing thing to me is,
Warner brother.
if the Earth was truly flat,
It is. We measure it.
Okay, and so I'm assuming we wouldn't
There's no
attribute some
tilted
sort of
buildings,
rotational
brother.
axis
Brother,
towards
there's
the
none of
flat
that.
Earth.
There's not, brother. The flat Earth's not moving.
It's stationary.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Exactly.
Just as you experience. Just as you experience.
Yes. But what I experience is different than what my friends in Shanghai would experience.
Moving? Brother,
no,
you don't.
No, it's not.
Shanghai. If you get a ball right now and put water on it, strings, and spin it, those things are going to start moving. So if you think you're on a ball that spins, just sit stuff everywhere, sit strings on your doorway and stuff, and they just start frantically fucking moving around.
No, but that's observer bias. If you're small enough, you won't notice.
Observed by you. I've never hung a string in my doorway and saw it spin from the Earth.
No, that's observer bias.
No, that's what happens on a real ball.
One sec. I want to hear him finish his thing about if the Earth really was flat, right? And he didn't get to finish there. So just go ahead and finish your thought, Bobby.
So yeah, the idea of day and night and this 24-hour cycle that we experience, how is that attributed to the flat Earth model if we are not truly rotating around ourselves? If there isn't one part that has the benefit of the sun at one time of day, and at one time of night we experience night, how can we attribute this to anything other than the rotational spherical axis of Earth?
Brother,
if we were flat,
you can't attribute it to that.
Are we saying the Earth is closer?
Hold on a second.
No, but the only way that your I guess model would work is if the sun is closer.
You don't have a model doing that.
Demo, can you let him finish, please, man?
If the sun was closer to Earth, then maybe I could see that. Right?
Oh, there you go. You're already using your own cognitive abilities to be able to conceive of concepts which explain it, right?
Right, but if it is true that it stands at 93 million miles away, then that wouldn't be possible now, would it?
That's right, exactly.
Yeah, but day and night isn't half and half in reality, Bobby.
Huh?
The 24 hours isn't in reality not split half day, half night, half day, half night.
Right, but it's something close to that.
No, it's not something close to that.
Savings time. Not at all.
There are 12 hours of the day that are darker than the other 12 hours.
Where?
Incorrect.
Yeah, it's not split down the middle 12-12.
Nowhere.
No, it's not split down the middle. Yeah, okay. You're right about that.
So, but wouldn't a spinning ball create that from a distant star? If that's what's causing day and night?
Shade?
If
yes,
you're so... Okay. Well, that's not what occurs in reality. And Shanghai is all wonky, too. I don't know. They only have one time zone over there, thanks to Mao.
A lot of people that control or run their country or own, like, whatever, the ability to change stuff, they can choose and pick and get to vote for the best time zone for their place according to the attribute of their shipping and their industry and trade and stuff, commodities, food, all that shit. That's the main thing they go by. So if there's a big country that goes by a certain time, it's easier for these people, no matter where they're at, to go by that time too, to keep in accordance with its. Yeah.
That's such a wild proposition. Are you saying there was no conceptualization of night and day without capitalism?
China only has one time zone, dude. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, it's also much narrower.
They pick.
No, it's not narrow. It's not fucking narrow.
Yeah, they should have like 5 time zones.
Australia.
Have you ever looked at a fucking map? You just said China's narrow.
I'm saying the way that people live and distribute themselves in China is more coastal. It's more narrow.
Yeah, it's still covering a larger area than so it's actually like when it's like 5 p.m. or something, they're considering it to be like 12 p.m. You know,
right
where it should be like by rights, it should be like closer to like 5 p.m.
Yes,
it's a politically based decision that they've just chosen that the whole of China is going to have the one time zone. Right? That's just the government.
So is daylight savings, right? That's also
There's been, that came up by the Germans and people we shouldn't speak on, but
yeah, we shouldn't.
yeah. Well, the same people that run NASA, we shouldn't speak on them, but you trust them. It's weird, right? You trust prisoners of war. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and how does the sun being overhead of someone else at a different time prove the Earth's a globe? Anyway,
it doesn't.
That alone doesn't. But when the sun is overhead,
it's always midday somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah,
above you.
but it's also midnight somewhere else.
Yeah, I know.
Bobby,
when the sun's not above you.
Bobby, you can't model out your version. No one has ever modeled out your version of what you're saying on a globe, dude. No one. You don't have a real globe model. When you guys say the word model, you just mean your fucking imagination versus all. There is no 3 balls in a lab, in a museum, any fucking where that you guys can go to, set up every day, always moving, doing its thing, making happen what you see in the sky with 3 fucking objects in a lab anywhere. Don't think so. They don't even know what the fucking moon or sun is. So they don't even know how to make a fucking little moon. Make the different reds and the oranges and the gray, because they say it's granite and basalt. So Bobby, if you could go read up on how to make that little model, you'd be the first fucking human that ever made a little globe model. The seasons, the time zones, right? The temperatures. Yeah. Do it with the globe, how you say it, because it's only possible. Bet you won't. Bet you can't.
I surely can't.
Yeah, we'll wait.
No, I can't.
Oh, you can't. Neither can any other human. How would you reference 93 million miles in a fucking lab or outside? Where would you put those at?
Conceptualize 93 million miles.
Yep. How would you do that?
Oh my goodness. I think that's far beyond my conception.
How would you do it in scale and variance? What if the Earth was 1 centimeter in size? Where would in ratio? Where would 93 million miles be compared to that 1 centimeter circle?
I know in millimeters.
Okay, do it in millimeters.
In millimeters, it'd be about 88 feet for the sun. I mean the moon. I'm sorry, and it'd be like 57 miles for the sun.
And that's from that's from a 1 millimeter ball or a 10 millimeter ball of Earth.
24,000.
You just change
each millimeter just
miles.
represents a mile. Yep. Yes, sir. It'd be 24,000
millimeters a mile.
Yeah, and 1/4 of that for the moon. It'd be 238,000 millimeters away, which would be about 88 feet. Yeah.
Have you ever thought about that, Bobby? So what was the distance to the sun in millimeters on that scale, Denmark?
About 57 miles. Yeah. 57 miles away. And I don't even know how big you'd have to make that motherfucker, because you can fit 100 Earths on it. And or 1,800,000 Earths to make it all the way. So it's gonna be a big sun you need. And then you could scale it down from there. Just remember to keep whatever scale you use as the mile ratio.
Yeah.
So if it was,
scale and variance, yeah.
Yeah,
you
so
could use 10 millimeters as 100 miles. You know,
1/4 of a millimeter would probably be a better thing. It would lower it to 1/4 of 57, 1/4 of 88 feet. See what I'm saying? So, but even 1/4 of 57 miles.
Yeah. Even if you did it into a meter, like it's still significant then, you know, like it's.
So how long are you guys going to
every millimeter is 1,000 miles, you know, like
the vast proof of round Earth?
Vast proof of what?
They
Go ahead, present.
No, I'm not going around. Just for how long?
Okay, Go ahead. So present your proof. Go
No,
on.
you know the proof. You've been here like probably 20 hours straight. You know the proofs.
Who, me? I just jumped in a couple of hours ago.
I just want to go into a deeper level. Why?
Okay.
Just why?
So
Just
you said
just
why do we deny all the proof? So I
Yeah.
want to know what the proof is.
No,
Yeah.
just tell me
What are
why.
we denying?
You know the
What are we
proof.
denying?
I'm not going to be explaining here for
We can
3
talk
hours.
about
No, I don't want to. I
why
don't want to. I don't want to. No,
you tell us what we're denying.
Answer the question. Answer the question, please. Thank you.
Okay. I want to answer your question but what the comment that you made, I want to discuss that first because that came up before you asked the question. So you said that we deny all the facts and proof. So what are they? And then I'll answer your question about why.
The curvature of the Earth. Why do you guys do not believe in it?
Where is it?
Man, it's like talking to a brick wall. Why?
No, brick
I'm
walls are
asking the
solid,
questions.
and you
I'm
can see the
asking the
brick wall.
questions here.
But the
Why? It's a simple question,
proof of
isn't
the
it?
curvature is not solid, and you can't see the curvature. So, in relation to a
Yes, you
brick
can.
wall, no.
Wow.
Go ahead. All right. So go ahead. Present your curvature that you're claiming.
Okay, I think it was 12.24 centimeters every kilometer forward.
Show it, you idiot.
Show it. Yeah.
How can I show it?
Okay, never mind then. Another lying retard.
This heretic guy. Oh, this heretic guy. I missed you so much.
Why
You are the funniest clown in
can't you
here.
show it? Hey, why
can't you show it?
Why can't you show it?
Because you guys don't care about showing proof. I see
Okay,
it at
maybe you don't
all.
because you're not showing any.
I show you guys how is the ISS flying in the sky, and you guys say it's a balloon, it's fake, it's a projection, it's CGI.
Stay focused.
You guys don't believe in anything.
Just
because
the curve.
if there was no curvature,
just show us the curve.
Bro, you are fucking dumbass.
Just
You
the
are fucking dumbass. Bro, I told you the measures. I've told you.
Okay, now show it.
I mean, like this experiment in Alexandria. Like this Alexandria guy.
It's an experiment. What's the dependent variable?
Fuck. Oh my god.
Why are we using experiments? I thought we were going to measure something.
Why do I feel that you guys have every single proof like
water
studied?
curving?
You have no
water
proof.
curving. Yeah, because if you go straight with a boat, you end up in the same
Get
place.
up close, get to the boat and show us. Stand on that boat and show us how the water's higher on one side than the other side, goofy.
Because you can see boats disappearing on the horizon, dumbass.
No, you're
actual
gonna
dumbass. Because the
What's the
bottom part of the boats disappears before the top part, dumbass.
What
That's
is
how you
that?
know there's a
What part is
curvature.
that? What part is that?
What?
Maybe you just don't have an angle of view to the bottom and it has nothing to do with a curved
Angle of
surface.
view? What are you talking about? It's a curve.
You have a
It's
side
so
view.
hard. It's so hard
you
for
have a
you
side
guys.
view. You have
I
another
know you
view.
guys are slow.
So
but
is that effect exclusive to a curved surface, or could that happen over a flat surface too?
It cannot happen on a flat surface.
Oh, why not? Because we can show it happening over a flat surface. So then what?
No, because the Earth is
because
not
we
flat.
can. Yeah, we can
No,
show it
because the Earth
happening
is
over
not
a flat surface. So then what?
No, because the Earth is
And
not
we can
flat.
also show it happening before a boat even gets to the horizon, which means that it didn't go over any curve. It's just an optical effect. And you just declare that it's caused by Earth curve, but it isn't.
Where's the horizon?
So the Earth is if the Earth is
Where's
flat,
your horizon?
every astral planet, every planet. I'm gonna mute this guy.
Focus.
Every planet.
We're not talking about planets.
Every planet is flat. The moon is flat. The sun is flat.
Yeah, just focus. We're not talking about the
good.
sun.
That's good. That's good. Now, where's your horizon?
Talking about the curve of the Earth that you got to show us still. So try again.
He deafened himself.
Yeah, because I don't want to hear dumbasses.
That magic boat
Don't be a
spot.
beta, man.
The horizon. Where is it?
Beta.
You guys think you are all so smart just because
Where
you
is the horizon,
bro?
smart guy?
I dropped out of 6th grade. I don't need anything else. I got
We
my
know you did.
shotgun.
It's okay that you dropped out. You don't have to tell us that. We just want to know where your globe horizon is. How far from you?
Well, at least he passed third grade. Should know geometry.
Yeah, at least he made it somewhere. You know what I mean? I'm happy that he made it to at least fifth. He's smarter than a fifth grader. He's doing good.
This is the
You
problem,
want to talk
right?
about
So
the topic,
you come
Michael,
in,
because we are not the topic, Michael. So
yeah.
you want to talk about us, or you want to talk about the topic?
So you come in, yeah. So you come in and you go, okay, this is the case, and then we ask you to show, and you go, you can't show, and then we say, okay, well, things actually disappear from the bottom up before they get to the supposed horizon, and we actually have evidence of that, and we can show you if you like. But the thing is that you can't show us anything that you claim. That's the difference. And you call us dumb for being able to prove what we say, but you really smart because you can't show us what you say.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's really weird. That's how it works. I can't show you nothing. I'm David Copperfield. My magic doesn't work anymore. Well, I should be kicked off stage then. If I have nothing to show, what the fuck am I on stage for? Why is the globe even on the stage?
Ball. Why? Because it is. Show me. I can't show you that. Okay. Thank you. Come again. That's what the arguments come down to. Or why would they lie? It's always been why would they lie, but still. Like
It's
you're
like a
asking a
stand-up
reason.
art house comedian, right? Oh, sorry, Tim, go on.
You're asking. No, I was just going to say. They're asking a reason for why someone would do something and not actually looking if they have done something.
That's their proof. Their proof is always, do you believe? Why don't you believe? Do you think? And then ask us a question, why? That's globe. That's the globe model.
And the globe model is why. Do you have a
Do you
model? Yeah,
believe and
why?
why? Yeah, do you believe? Why don't you believe and why? Why would they lie? That's it. It's three. That's the globe. That's the globe proof. Everything else
They
can't be
wouldn't
done.
lie because they're the government.
What are they lying about? They're not doing anything. That's the funniest thing to me. It's like, oh, they're lying so much about something. How do you lie about nothing? If all you're doing is just selling you guys shit, they're not lying about it. They're just selling you shit. I mean, it's no lie. They're getting rich on selling you stuff, and you're buying. You guys are buying. That's it. Not you guys, but you know.
And literally buying too. They're going to buy these fucking NASA T-shirts as well. Like you don't give
Oh my God.
them enough money, and now you're going to go and sponsor them too with your own money that you've already given them. Fucking retards.
Well, I always thought flat earthers should start printing NASA shirts, put an asshole on there or something crazy, and they'll love it. Curverts, put a globe on there, and you know, we're a curverts, and then put globes on it, and they'll buy it. Put an asshole on the back, an asshole curvert. Put I heart and assholes.
I was getting a coffee the other day, and this guy walked in. He had a NASA bomber jacket on, and it had like a zip on the side, and it said "Pull this in emergencies," like it was like a like a parachute or something like that. I took a photo of him actually. I'll have a look for it when I stop driving. I was standing next to him and I snuck in a photo. Look at this guy.
Pull this.
Yeah, and it was like a proper tag too. And then
Was
he
it on
had
his pants in the
like
back?
yeah, he
It's a
had
dad
dog
joke, like
tags.
pull my finger.
Yeah, but he had dog tags hanging off one of the zips too.
Oh fuck, that'd be funny though
Yeah.
if they had like pants and they're like pull this and be like, what the fuck? Why would you put a tag there?
Inflates up like a helium balloon.
Yeah.
I would have pulled it on him. I swear. I'd be like, "Oh, sorry, man, I tripped, bro. Sorry about that."
Yeah, it was an emergency.
It's like the Marty McFly jacket.
Yeah, instantly dries itself, swells up, floats, dries itself. Fucking.
Why?
Why would NASA make all that money? Why would NASA want money to come in hand over
Why
fist?
would they lie about that? Yeah.
Why would NASA want to be the leaders on everything of everything about everything about the whole fucking reality's existence of man?
And that's the thing.
The
Like they
balls you
go,
live
oh,
on.
but all these other space stations. Now, Australia's got not space stations, space agencies. Australia's got one, right? And you know what we do? We donate money to NASA, and then we do these little projects. We made a moon lander. There's this little robot thing. Did you see that on the news the other day? T-Dub?
Sorry, mate, you broke up on that last bit there. Didn't hear you.
I'll mute up. I'm in a bad area.
Imagine if you had to be super secretive around every glober. You had to be like, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Yeah. And if they heard you, they were like Agent Smith, and they like, we found one that can see. That's that pre-crime shit. We found one that can see. You just be standing there doing nothing. His mind is sweeping, doing your whatever. I don't even know what you'd be doing. And then somebody like a group of people walks up. Yeah, you might do a crime someday, somehow. We don't know. Let's go. Like what? Hold on a minute. You might know the truth about something.
I'm wondering, like, if you went, you sat for a job interview, and one of the questions they ask is, "Are you a flat earther?" Right? And let's say you said yes, and you didn't get the job. Do you have grounds for a lawsuit?
Yes. I would think so. And I think somebody would love to take it for the first case ever of that. They'd be like, hell yes, we're going to make history, baby. TikTok, here we come. YouTube. None of my jobs have ever discriminated. I think they tell them right away, I'm the resident flat earther. Do not engage. And everybody engages. Everybody. Are you a flat earther? I've never met a flat earther before. Listen, now you met one of the baddest motherfucking flat earthers you'll ever meet in your life. I'm not saying all you guys think the baddest either. It's just they haven't met you yet.
You can tell a flat earther in a crowd, right? A group of friends that they make a joke about astrophysics or something, right? And everybody's like laughs. Hey, I get that joke, and the flat earther just sits there and they're like doing that, awkward. Yeah.
I would laugh my ass off harder than they did because I know it's fake garbage, and that's the funniness of it. And they believe it's real. It's like David Copperfield just pulled a trick on him that I taught him to do, and I'm laughing because they believe it's real. They're like, "What? He took my watch, or he made me eat. I don't know. Like he made the cow disappear. Like what? You think he did? Yeah, man, that guy's super powered. Like no."
We go to like dinner parties and shit like that. Some people like my wife's friends or something like that. You know, their husbands, they start talking about some shit, and then there'll be like someone will bring up a topic, and my wife sees my head just fucking about to fall off my neck. Just turn around because I hear it, and she goes, "Don't you fucking dare!"
My wife does the same thing.
But you mean you don't? When as soon as you walk into the room, you don't like yell, get on the megaphone and announce it to everybody that you're a flat earther?
I do. I will.
For the sake of my company, no.
Well, if she asks me not to, I won't. You know what I mean? I won't say nothing. But like, if I'm sitting there and somebody asks me, or if they hear my phone or anything like that, and they talk, I mean, there's a lot of stores I go into, and the people in there, their whole thing is they're flat earthers. All of them. Their whole everything about them, their religion, everything. They're 100% flat earthers before we ever even thought of the idea. Like their whole fucking grandma, great grandpa, great all of them. I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, son of a bitch.
You go into a fruit shop and you ask him, "Are you flat earther?" He's like, "Yes, I flat earther. Yeah. You buy banana."
100%.
Yeah. Buy
No.
extra bananas.
He wanted to get on my phone and talk to you guys. He has a couple times. A couple of them. There's a whole bunch of them. There's like 20 of them. I think they're Arabic. And no, they just said if you're Arabic and you believe this, you're a flat earther. If you go by this book or this thing, like everybody, that's what they are. He said if you're a part of that, region that they're based on, he said everybody in that region, everybody a part of that religion, everybody a part of that idea. Most of them are all related, cousins, brothers, sisters, friends, whatever, and they're all flat earthers. He laughed when he heard people on here talking about the globe when I sat my phone in on the thing to pay, and he started laughing because they said, "Oh, because this, and this." And when you guys said something, he started laughing his ass off, and he just wanted to start. He wanted to talk. He's like, "What are you getting on?" But they don't know a lot. Like some of them don't know a lot of English that good, so they teach me a little Arabic, and then I tell them a little English. It works out. I just don't think you guys would understand some of them. You'd be like, "Fuck, I don't even understand what he's asking me." But they're flat earthers, so they wouldn't be, they're on your side. They're just curious about certain stuff too. It's pretty cool. When I was younger, I had a best friend that was from Cambodia because of like some little war that was going on there or something. And like his brothers, he had like 5 brothers, and like his mom came over. I guess his dad didn't make it. He was like a general or a king of his little group. Yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. He had a whole bunch of like little.
If you ever see Cambo Beats in here, he's Cambodian.
Yeah, I know. He told me. Yeah, I talk to Kimbo all the time.
Yeah,
he's the one that invited me in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, he gave me the invite back, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kimbo's good people. He's real good people. Kimbo actually reminds me of my other Cambodian buddy because they're all kind of, they're all really good people and cool people. I never really met bad people so far.
Pretty chill.
Yeah. I've never really met a lot of. I don't know, man. It's weird about me. Regardless of my race, I'll be in a group of people that are a different race, and it's not really. I mean, the stereotypes and all that shit, but I just do my own thing and then I become cool as hell with everybody. Like I never really had no problems too much, man. There's always one bad guy in the group of every human, Other than that,
always, yeah.
Yeah, and I've always found that to be fascinating. The more trouble I've had with people that weren't, I mean, the less trouble I've had or any bad run-ins or anything going on. And then like this will happen, and then this person will pop up like, hey man, I got your back. If you need somebody to, here's a number or something, I witnessed it or whatever. I'm like, all right, cool, hell yeah, It's just weird, the things I've noticed over this thing or that thing. It's just crazy. Things you learn in life, you know what I mean? Hindsight. Like you would think this one day, you'd be like, well, some guy or lady wouldn't rush over and give me their name and number to say, hey, they witnessed this to make sure, that somebody doesn't give me a bad rap or because they saw what happened and they know I wasn't in the wrong. I wouldn't think that. But, most of the time it happens every time. It's like weird. It's like somebody runs up, hey, man, I seen everything. I know you didn't do nothing wrong. Here you go. Here's my number. Like my buddy seen it. They might even filmed it. I'm like, all right, cool. It's just weird. People just on your side out of nowhere. But it's good though. See, that's a good thing about people, no matter what they are. If they don't know anything about you, they'll usually help you. You know what I mean? There's no quarrel between you. There's nothing that they can be like, hey, I don't like this about that person. And that's a funny thing to say, I don't like that person, so that whatever that person does from that point on, you kind of don't like it. And that's just weird. It is kind of weird, isn't it? Even they could do the best thing in the world, you'd be like, fuck that. It's just weird, man. People are weird.
Well, most of the time when you get annoyed with people or frustrated with people, it's actually something about yourself that you recognise in them that annoys you about yourself subconsciously. Most of
Yeah, a certain percentage. I didn't know if you broke down, or stopped or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, I couldn't tell whether you broke up or quit talking. But like it's the thing of flat earthers and globers too. Like there's favorites and non-favorites, right? Isn't that weird? Shouldn't the information be the favorite? I don't know, man. Like I dislike things that people say about stuff, certain people or anybody, if they say something I think is wrong, or I do like things they say that's right. But like it shouldn't really mean anything other than that, right? Because most time, a lot of people got way more stuff in the basket than you put in the basket with them. And I know that about a lot of people. So it's like, I think this along the lines with you, but this other thing you think, I'm not so sure about, or you would say the same for me, and that, that's where we should, because people are going to do that. People are going to say all this stuff that you're going to agree with 100% for a while, and you're going to be on board with them. You're going to put time and effort and attribute and pick them as a favorite. And then they'll say that one thing. And you're like, what the hell?